Eric Black, B-L-A-C-K.
Good morning, PA Black. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Where are you currently employed?
At Griffin Hospital Emergency Department.
And what is your position there?
I'm a physician assistant.
And how should I refer to you as?
You can call me PA Black or Eric is fine.
And where is Griffin Hospital located?
It's in Derby, Connecticut.
And for how long have you worked at Griffin Hospital?
8 years.
Which department do you work at Griffin Hospital?
The emergency department. I have a bachelor's degree in public health from Temple University and a master's in health science from Quinnipiac University. I've worked at Griffin Hospital for 8 years in emergency medicine. Prior to that, I worked in urgent care for 2 years. I also work at St. Vincent's in the emergency department. Been there for about 3 years per diem.
And have you testified in court before today?
No.
Back in May of 2022, did you work at the emergency department at Griffin Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And on any given day and night, how many patients would you see?
My average is probably about 19.
19?
I see patients, diagnose, treat a variety of illnesses that are acute, chronic, emergent, urgent. I do simple procedures like lacerations and I splint fractures, things like that. So I technically work under the supervision of a doctor, but basically that just means the doctor has to be available for consultation. That could be by phone. Some patients I may present to the doctor, some I may not. The nurses we work as a team. I put in orders and they carry out the orders.
Directing your attention to May 15th, the early morning hours of May 15th of 2022. Do you recall working at Griffin Hospital on that day or morning?
I do.
And did there come a time when you treated a patient by the name of Faison Teele?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that document as?
It is the electronic medical record for Faison Teele.
Prior to testifying today, did you have an opportunity to review that documentation you're looking at?
I did.
And were those records made in the regular course of business of Griffin Hospital?
Yes.
When Faison Teele arrived at Griffin Hospital, when you treated him that morning on May 15th of 2022?
I believe it was approximately, this says 1:18 a.m. he was registered, so that's usually about the time they check in.
To your knowledge, you're referring to C72. How was he brought into Griffin Hospital?
By ambulance.
When he arrived at Griffin Hospital, to your knowledge, where did he go?
I believe he was brought directly to an exam room.
When a patient is brought in, just in general, from an ambulance, it does an alert go into effect? How are you made aware that a patient is being brought in by ambulance?
So generally the EMTs will radio ahead what they're bringing in. And depending on the severity of the situation, we may prepare a room, we may prepare supplies, whatever the situation is. And they'll usually be seen by a nurse, multi-skilled tech first. They'll take vital signs, they'll put their information in the computer, everything like that. And then either myself or one of the physicians will see them after that.
Please explain to the members of the jury how you personally got involved in this case and treating Faison Teele.
So I was working that night. I was aware that there was a laceration coming in, and generally it's my duty to take care of all the lacerations and simple procedures. So I knew that they were coming in, and then once his name showed up on the board, I was aware what room he was in, so I went and saw him in the room.
Upon examining Faison, were you able to observe any wounds on his body?
Yes, he had a laceration to the left upper arm.
And when you use the word or term laceration, what does that mean?
It's a cut into the skin, usually linear in nature. Usually when I say laceration, it goes beyond the skin into the fatty tissue.
And you observed one laceration on his body?
Yes.
And again, where did you specifically see this laceration?
The left upper arm, I would call it the distal or the end of the left upper arm, right about here.
Based on your training and experience, would you label this laceration as a stab wound?
It was definitely a puncture type wound.
Were you able to tell based on what you observed what had punctured the skin?
It was definitely something sharp, relatively small. Yeah, that's all I can really tell.
Did you base that on your own personal observations as well as self-reporting by the patient or both?
A combination of both what the patient told me and what I was seeing. Chief complaint is wound/laceration. Stated complaint is stab wound near left elbow.
What's the difference between the two?
So the stated complaint is exactly word for word what the patient says. And then our chief complaint is kind of like a general term for what's going on. It's a wound or laceration.
It indicates here that patient indicated he was cut with either a knife or a bottle. That was self-reporting?
Yes.
Where it says he has a 2-centimeter laceration to the medial aspect of the left distal upper arm. Can you explain to members of the jury what that means again?
So it's the upper arm is considered above the elbow, and then this is the left distal is the end of the upper arm. The medial aspect is on the inside, so like right about here.
Still on page 1 of that same exhibit, what does it say under review of symptoms?
All systems reviewed and unremarkable, except as noted in HPI and below.
That term unremarkable, what does that mean?
Basically negative. Review of systems is like any other complaints, any other body system injuries. So what I'm saying here is that there's no other injuries or other symptoms other than what I noted in the HPI.
Directing your attention to page 4 into page 5 of State 72. Can you please read what it says underneath MDM wound laceration to yourself?
Okay.
What does MDM refer to?
It's medical decision making.
And where it indicates in that paragraph where it says, lacerations of the left upper arm, lacerations approximately 2 centimeters linear into the subcutaneous tissue. What does that mean?
It's a linear cut into the fatty tissue.
So when you observed Faison Teele's laceration, did you see anything coming out of that laceration? And if you did, please describe what it was.
Yeah, there was fat tissue coming out.
Is that what is withdrawn? When skin is cut, is that the first layer of skin that comes out, or is
If
it?
you go below all the skin, you'll see fat. There's several layers of skin, and then the fat is underneath that. And usually that fat is under some degree of tension and held by the skin. So when the skin is cut, it kind of comes out of the wound.
Can you estimate how far into the skin something would have to cut in order for that fatty tissue to be exposed?
Everybody's a little bit different, but I would say probably maybe half a centimeter.
And where it indicates in State 72, underneath that MDM wound laceration paragraph, it indicates no evidence of any tendon injury, no signs of any vascular injury or muscular injury. What does that indicate?
So the wound was just into the fat, that there was no tendons cut, no muscle injury, no nerve injury. So he's able to move his arm, feel everything on his arm. There was no pulsatile bleeding. It seemed to just be a soft tissue injury.
Based on your experience, would it be possible for a patient who suffered an injury such as this to still experience some numbness or tingling after the injury, meaning
Sure.
even months after the injury?
Sure.
And why would that be?
Could be from superficial nerve damage, from swelling, just from a nerve injury that's not detected at the time.
Now, directing your attention to page 5 of State 72, to the start of the second paragraph, please explain what was done, or please read what was done to help mend the wound, the laceration.
Okay, so the wound was cleaned with sterile water and betadine. 2% lidocaine was used for local pain control. 5-3-0 nylon simple rapid sutures were used to approximate the wound. Patient tolerated it well. A sterile dressing was applied, and bacitracin was applied.
Did you personally suture Faison Teele's laceration?
Yes.
And betadine, what is that?
It's like iodine-based antiseptic.
And the 5-3-0 nylon simple erupted sutures, what are those?
So 5 is the number of stitches. 3-0 is the diameter of the stitch. Nylon is the material the stitch is made of. And simple interrupted is the type of stitch.
Are those dissolvable stitches, or would the patient have to come back to get those removed?
They were not dissolvable. They'd have to be removed.
Now, you had indicated earlier that you saw some fat coming out of the laceration, the wound. Explain, did you have to, for all intents and purposes, lack of a better term, shove the fat back into the skin to suture it?
Yeah, usually as I partially close the wound, I start kind of tucking the fat back in. Sometimes if there is a lot, I may remove some of the fat to make it easier. Yeah, that's usually what we do, is push it back in.
And was Faison given any kind of local anesthetic or something to numb the pain while you were doing this?
Yes, that was the 2% lidocaine.
I'm going to direct your attention still on page 5, where it says procedures. Laceration 1, site upper extremity. You go down to pre-repair. It indicates wound explored, irrigated extensively, and deep sutures intact. When you say wound explored, irrigated intensively, what does that mean?
So that means I looked into the wound, I flushed it out with copious amounts of sterile water, and I felt that it did not go beyond the subcutaneous tissue, and all the deeper structures like arteries, muscle, tendons, veins were intact.
Does this indicate, is this a good picture or indicate what you did to suture Faison?
Yes, this would be days or even a week later, I would estimate.
And these black marks on State 70, those black lines, are those the sutures that you used?
Yes.
And this reddish mark around the sutures, what is that?
So that's bruising, probably from bleeding under the skin and in the deeper tissue.
And again, showing you State 71, another photograph of the wounds. You see there that there is a measuring guide that indicate how large the laceration was when you saw it on May 15th.
Yes.
And I don't know if you can see it. Directing you back to States 5 under patient reevaluated, which I believe is after where you indicate what you did with the patient. This patient was reevaluated. What was the purpose of that?
Just to make sure there was no additional injury that I may have missed, that there was no arterial injury, that he was still doing well, and to give him discharge instructions.
It indicates that wound care procedures were discussed with him. He was given instructions, advised to see his doctor, and told to come back in 3 or 4 days for a wound check. And did that indeed happen? Do you know?
I don't know if that happened.
That 3 or 4 day check back, would that be when the sutures to be removed, or would that be at a later time?
No, that would be at a later time. Sometimes I tell patients to come back in 3 or 4 days just to make sure it's not getting infected if I'm more concerned or if it was a deeper wound.
Under, again, state 72, referring to page 5, where it says differential diagnosis, it indicates likely laceration, abrasion, and avulsion of skin. What does avulsion of skin refer to?
That's skin that's cut away from the body or removed from the body.
Referring to page 1, where it says PCS discharge summary, with reference where it says triage plan, it's a triage pain rather. What does that mean and what does it say?
So the pain is usually 1 to 10 on how severe the patient's pain is. On the wrong page. Is that that's in the discharge instructions, or is it?
So I could just refer you to it. So it indicates ED triage pain present, pain reported, pain reporting scale 0 to 10, and indicates a 5. Was that a self-reporting from the patient?
Yes.
And that would be a medium pain level from the patient that reported that?
Yes.
Now, Black, regarding whether or not Faison Teele's blood was tested for anything at all, do you recall if his blood was testing kind of alcohol?
It was not.
And why was that decision made, or why was that not done?
I felt that he appeared clinically sober. And to me, that means he's able to walk, able to speak, acting normally.
So is it fair to say it's not standard at Griffin Hospital to take somebody's blood when they're admitted to the hospital?
It depends. For something like this, a laceration to the extremity without any other major injury, I didn't feel that it changed my management.
To your knowledge, how long did Faison Teele remain in the hospital? Do you know when he was discharged? Does 235 sound about right?
Yes.
As far as any kind of signs of infection, what would be indicative of signs of infection?
Spreading redness, excessive pain, discharge of pus, fever, stuff like that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
PA Black, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. We've never met before, correct?
That is true.
And you're here today to tell us essentially about the treatment that you provided to Faison Teele, correct?
Yes.
And that treatment involved Mr. Teele arriving by ambulance around 1 o'clock, 1:15 in the morning, correct?
Yep.
You came in and saw him after he'd been brought in by the ambulance. You had some information from that ambulance crew ahead of time to know a little bit about what you were going to be facing, right?
Yes.
And that information was that he had a 2-centimeter laceration to his upper left arm, right?
Yes.
And you confirmed that when you went in and actually met with him, correct?
Yes.
And that 2-centimeter wound, we saw a picture of what you did as far as sewing it up, correct? And there was the reddish mark you described as bruising. That wasn't there that night at the time, was it? What you saw was a 2-centimeter cut to the skin, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You stitched that up, and then you told us that you hadn't tested his blood for alcohol that evening.
Right.
And then he discharged that same morning, a little bit over an hour after he came in to see you, correct? To your knowledge, did he ever report back for any follow-up, or did he encounter any of the complications that you just described for us?
Not to my knowledge.
And it was your understanding from him, he told you he'd either been cut by a knife or a piece of glass, right? He didn't know.
Right.
But he indicated he'd been involved in a fight.
Yes.
And that was all he told you about that, correct?
That's right.
And you weren't there to investigate what had gone on. You didn't ask any further questions about that, correct? In fact, all you were there to do was to tend to his wound, right?
Yes.
And you would describe that as a superficial cut to the skin, correct?
Yeah.
Not life-threatening in any way.
No.
And if this jury wanted to know why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, you couldn't tell us or help them out in any way with that, could you?
No.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anything? One follow-up.
Sure.
Black, superficial. What does that term mean in medical world?
I mean, to me, it means it's not going beyond the fat tissue.
Thank you.
Thomas Connery, CONNERY. Good morning.
Tommy, how old are you?
Me, I'm 21.
And do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
Where do you go to school?
Central Connecticut. I'm studying finance.
And are you working this summer?
I'm self-employed. I work for myself. I do marketing.
Marketing.
Yeah.
Prior to your testimony today, have you and I met?
Yes, we have.
Why have we met?
To discuss the case and what I saw.
So I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 18 years old.
And were you in school?
No, I was not in school then. I graduated in 2021.
And where did you go to high school?
Shelton High School.
And at some point in time on May 14th of 2022, were you hanging out over at Tyler Ridge's house?
Yes, I was.
And around what time did you get there?
It was around, I'd say 7 to 8 p.m. in that area. He told me to come over. We were going to hang out. Just a little bit of us, some of my friends and some of the friends in his grade. Well, we usually hang out in his basement, just a couple of us. And we would, just do normal stuff that, high school guys and graduate guys would do. I drove myself that night. Every time I go there, going the same way, I went into the left side where the side door is, to the left of the garage. I started off in the kitchen, greeted Tyler, and then we proceeded to go into the basement and hang out with the other kids that were there.
And when you got there, how many kids would you say were there at the time?
It was still relatively early, so I'd say around 10-ish or less.
And what kind of things were you guys doing in the basement?
Hanging out. We were just having a couple drinks.
Okay,
Same
when you say
guys.
a couple drinks, what do you mean by a couple drinks?
I had a few beers that night.
You had a few beers that night?
Yes, I did.
All right. Was anybody else drinking?
Yes, they were.
Were you provided alcohol, or was it like a bring your own?
I don't recall if I was or not.
But you had 2 beers?
Yeah, I would say so.
And at some point in time, did anybody else show up to the party?
Yes, later in the night, the younger kid showed up, which was Ryan Heinz and Griffin.
You know who that is?
Yes,
Who's that?
Faison, Teele.
And was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
Showing you stage 56. You know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
Ryan Heinz.
Was he there that night?
Yes, he was.
Show you stage 57. You know who that is?
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
Was he at the party?
Yes, he was.
How do you know Jimmy McGrath?
He was friends with my younger brother. They would hang out all the time. They hung out a lot when they were younger in middle school, and then as high school went along, they would hang out here and there.
And who's your younger brother?
Charlie Connery.
Was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
Tommy, do you know Ricky Fiola?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
I'm really good friends with him and his father and his mother. We grew up together once him and my brother met in middle school, maybe a little younger, 5th and 6th grade, and we became family friends through that.
And do you know if Ricky Fiola was at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
And how about Sal Perry?
Yes, he was there too.
You know him?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
Me and him, we grew up together playing baseball, Shelton American Little League.
How about Mike Samperi?
Yes, I know.
How do you know him?
He lives down the road from me my whole life.
Were they at the party?
Yes, he was.
Alex Bernstein, you know Alex Bernstein?
No, I do not know Alex Bernstein.
How about Jake Villalobos?
Yes, I know Jake Villalobos.
How do you know Jake?
We played football together when we were very young, and I knew him from school from then on.
Was he at the party that night?
Yes, he was.
And how about Matt Lockham?
Yes, he was
How
there.
do you know Matt?
I know him from baseball too. We started playing when we were young together.
Do you know if Matt was at the party?
Yes, he was.
Now you say that Griffin and how do you know Griffin?
He's really good friends with my brother too.
So Griffin and Ryan showed up at the party at some point.
Yes, I
Do
did.
you recall what time it was?
It was later. I would say 9:30, 10ish time.
And what was the lighting out like that night? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was nighttime, so it was a little bit darker, but it wasn't too dark. There was the moon was light, and his driveway has they had lights there too.
So when Ryan and Griffin showed up to the party, were you made aware of an incident that occurred at Lazy Brook Road?
Yes, I heard people saying that they were jumped at a St. Joe's party down the road at Lazy Brook
Were you made aware that this happened prior to Ryan and Griffin getting to the party or after they arrived?
after they arrived.
Were you aware about a group messaging or group chat?
No, I was not aware of that in the moment. No,
Are you aware of it now?
I am aware of it now.
After the fact.
Yes.
But at the time when Griffin and Ryan got to the party, was there any talk about a group messaging that was going on?
Nothing that I heard of, but I assume there was.
Now, at some point in time in the night, did individuals who were not invited to Tyler Rich's house show up?
Yes.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you remember about that?
So people showed up in a Honda Pilot. They showed up and they were parked in the far side of the road across from the driveway, and they're facing down towards a farmhouse lane.
So I'm going to show you stage 30. Is this the car you saw that night?
Yes, that is.
And with regards to stage 49, you said they parked in the road?
Yes, across from the driveway, but more towards the Adams Drive side. So I walked along the house line, so in that grassy area between the white and the blue truck.
Okay. And then you walked down the driveway?
Yeah, but not too far. I'd say I was sitting in the middle of it, standing.
Okay. And so you didn't walk all the way down the driveway?
No,
Why didn't you walk all the way down the driveway?
because I already saw there's some people in the road, and I didn't want to go and get involved.
How many people would you say were outside at that moment?
It was about outside or by the car.
Well, how about by the car?
Probably about 10-ish people,
And how many people were outside in total?
probably 20-ish.
So there were around 10 people near the car and another 10 people maybe.
Yeah, more
where you
people in
were.
the driveway.
And can you describe what the interaction was with regards to the people who were near the car?
So I just heard bickering back and forth. People were yelling, and it was loud. I did not hear exactly what it was, but that's all I was able to pick up from it, arguing.
Do you know who went and approached the car when you were outside?
No, I do not recall exactly who.
Okay. But they were your friends.
Yes, they were my friends.
And do you recall if when they had this bickering back and forth with the individuals in the car, do you recall what, if anything, they were doing? Did they do anything to the car?
Nothing that I saw, no.
Nothing that you saw. Do you recall if anything was being done from the car?
No, I do not recall if anything.
At some point in time, well, how long did the back and forth bickering last for?
Probably a good 5 minutes.
And at some point, did the car leave?
Yes, the car sped away very fast.
Can you describe what happened as the car sped away?
So the car drove down the road towards that way, and it sped off like full speed, full throttle.
And if I'm pointing to stage 1 that's behind you, I think you have a pointer near you. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where it sped off to?
So it was here, right here,
Yep.
and it sped off this way.
Okay. So if the record can reflect, he was motioning down Laurel Glen Drive towards Farmhouse Lane.
Record Shelton.
Where were you when you saw the car drive away?
When I was driving away, I was still in the driveway in this area.
Okay. And when the car drove down the street, did you move at that point to see where the car had gone?
No, I went back into the house at this point.
And when you went back into the house, how'd you go back into the house?
Through the Bilco doors the way I came in.
Okay. And when the car sped off down the street and you went back into the house, what did you do when you went back inside the house?
I was just talking to my friends, like, what was going on in out there? Like, it's over now. Let's go back inside and hang out.
So did you hang out inside for a little bit?
Yeah, I would say 2 minutes.
And were you guys drinking still?
No, there's no drink at this point. It was so brief between the incident that went outside.
Prior to you going back inside the house, do you recall seeing the car drive back towards the house at any point?
No.
Okay. At some point in time, you say you're hanging out inside the house. Do you exit the house again?
Yes, I do.
And why do you do that?
They said they were down the road just sitting waiting, and that people didn't leave yet, and they were still on the road. So I went outside to see what was going on, and I walked out through the Bilco doors.
What, if anything, did you observe down the street?
I just saw a bunch of people in the road, and it immediately just made me think, what is going on? And I just didn't want to entertain it, so I went back inside again.
Prior to the car going down the street, did you recognize anybody in the car from your vantage point in the driveway?
Yes, when I was in the driveway, I saw the kid Jack Snyder was driving it, and Lido Valle was in the back seat behind the driver's seat.
And when you say Lido Valle, does he have another name?
Yes, his real name is Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a black suit with a black tie.
Those the only people you noticed in the car?
Yes, those were the only people I was able to notice.
Do you know whether or not there were other people in the car?
Yes, there was other people in the car.
But you couldn't see who
I
they
couldn't
were?
see who, no.
So now the car's down the street. You're watching down the street, and you're thinking to yourself, what's going on?
Yeah, I was like, what is this going on right now?
Could you tell who was outside the car down the street?
No.
Do you know whether or not anybody from your group of friends was down the street?
There were people, but I was not able to identify who.
Okay. And how long would you say you were watching what was going on down the street?
Maybe 30 seconds.
And after 30 seconds, what did you do?
I went back inside to the Bilco doors.
And when you went back inside, what were you doing inside at that point?
The same thing, just kind of talking to the people about what's going on and saying that they're still out there. People are just in the road.
And how long would you say you were inside at that point?
Probably another 2 to 5 minutes.
And at some point in time, did you exit the house for any reason?
Yes, I later exited through the doors.
And why did you do that?
I heard they came back and they were back in front of the house parked.
When you left the house, did you go outside the Bilco doors again?
Yes, I did.
And when you left the Bilco doors, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what path of travel you walked outside the house.
So I walked out to the Bilco doors here and went right to under this tree area.
Okay, so if we're looking at States 49 again, you were under the street area here,
Correct.
right? And that would be the area in front of the blue truck in States 49.
Yes.
At some point in time, did you make your way over anywhere else in States 49?
No, not until a fight broke out.
What did you observe when you walked out of the house the 14th of 2022?
I noticed that there was a group of Shelton kids face to face with who was Raul Valle and Teele DaSilva.
Do you recall what they were wearing that night?
Who, my friends or the other kids?
What was Teele DaSilva?
He was wearing a blue, like a baby blue jersey.
And do you recall what the defendant?
Same color, but a t-shirt.
I'm going to show you States 6, just so we understand what you're talking about here. Can you pinpoint where you were standing when you observed State 6, when you observed the initial?
Yeah, so I was standing in front of the blue truck by that mulch pile.
Okay, so if I point right here,
Yes, sir, right there.
so the reflect in front of the blue truck at State 6, there is a brown mulch pile just to the left of the bush, but obviously it's behind the red bush.
Portal noted on the record. Thank you.
So in regards to State 6, can you tell us where the defendant and DaSilva were standing?
Yeah, they were standing to the road side of the red bush facing Shelton kids.
Around here?
Yes,
Okay, so the left, so below the red bush to the left, down in this area here.
correct. Maybe a little more to the right for your finger.
Around
Yeah,
here?
no, left more a little bit. Yeah, right there.
Okay,
There.
so it's right, like I'm pointing to the left lower hand portion of the exhibit, which is in the grass area, which is down just slightly below to the left of the red bush.
All right. Court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And when you saw the defendant and Mr. DaSilva in the yard, where were they standing? Were they close to each other?
Yes, they're close.
And who was on the right? Who was on the left? Do you remember?
The driveway side was Teele DaSilva, and the other side was Lido Valle.
And do you recall if any of your friends had approached them?
They approached my friends, and my friends were, yes, face to face with them.
And do you recall who out of your friends were face to face with them?
So from the driveway, starting, then going to the left from the driveway was Tyler Rich, then Tyler Wood, and then Ryan Heinz at the time, who I believe was my brother.
Oh, you thought Ty Woods was your brother?
No, I thought Ryan Heinz was my brother. In that
Oh,
moment.
okay. And who was Ryan Heinz and Ty Wood closer to?
They were closer to Lido.
Okay. And Ty Rich, who was he closer to?
Teele DaSilva, I'd say.
And when did you observe them interacting?
Yes, they were.
What was the interaction like?
It was just talking back and forth, arguing at first.
They were arguing?
It was, yeah, they were talking. They weren't being,
Was it peaceful?
I guess so, maybe. Not really. They were just arguing. So I wouldn't say peaceful, no.
Okay. And Do you recall what they were arguing about?
No, I could not hear exactly what it was.
You just saw arguing.
Yes.
And when you were witnessing the arguing, can you explain how long the arguing took place for?
For the time that I was there, it was about 20 seconds, and then there was movements.
Can you describe what happens when there's movement?
Yes, so it looked as Raul Valle was to go make a punch, and then someone from Shelton threw a punch and it hit him.
You recall who punched him?
No, I didn't, but it was someone on the right side.
But you say you recall watching the defendant make a move.
Yes, his body jolted like he was going to do something.
Can you show us physically what you saw? Like, can you see?
Yeah, he was like this. He was like went back.
He like cocked like he was.
Yeah, it's like that. Yes.
Okay. With his right hand, he cocked with his right hand.
Yes.
Now, after you said someone from Shelton threw a punch,
Yes. As
is that
that
who
was
they
going.
punched?
Do I know who he punched?
Yeah.
Yes, Lito.
Can you describe what happened next?
Yeah. So right when that happened, I knew there was a fight breaking out. So I ran over from the mulch pile into that fight. And then as that happened, I went to the far left which was Ryan Heinz was standing, and I pushed him and Lito were going at it at that moment. I pushed him and Lito away from each other, but I ended up taking his place. So now it was Lito and me face to face with each other.
Why did you run over into the fight?
Well, one, because I immediately thought he was my brother, since he was standing next to Ty Wood, who's my brother's best friend. And I knew that there was a fight going on, and I didn't want to see people fighting.
So what did you witness about the interaction between the defendant and who you now know as Ryan Heinz prior to you going over?
They were just tussling, no, like just pushing each other, like hand movement, no like full punches.
Now, prior to you going over to push Ryan Heinz out of the way, did you have a weapon on you when you went over?
No, I did not.
Now, when you went over, you thought Ryan was your brother?
Yes.
When you said you took his place?
Yes.
What does that mean? Describe what
I
happened.
pushed him and Lito away from each other. And as that happened, I kind of mostly pushed Ryan, and I was now face to face with Lito, and he was to the side of me.
Okay, so when you say face to face, if the microphone is Lito, are you like this?
Yes.
Okay, so you push Ryan out of the way with, you get in between them. Push
Yeah,
Ryan
I
out
in
of the
between them, yes.
Now, when you push Ryan out of the way, describe what happens next.
So me and Raul had made eye contact, and he slipped back. So he was kind of down like waist level with me.
So he was like on a knee.
Yeah, something like that. Not a knee, but bent over, like he was slipping, holding himself up. And he looked at me, and then he proceeded to, at the time, I thought he was punching me in the leg, which he was stabbing me.
So wait, so I want you to.
You want me to demonstrate?
Yeah, let's demonstrate. He stepped down your spine. So if I'm you, and I'm standing like this. Yeah. He's like this. Like under this. 1, okay, 2, 3. Okay. At the time when he was hitting you in your left leg,
Yes.
did you know you were being stabbed?
No, I did not, but I felt like being punched.
Okay. And did you have any other feelings when this was happening other than being?
Yeah, I was able to feel like almost like a sharp pop, but I didn't acknowledge it was a stab. I didn't know in the moment, but I did feel stronger than a fist.
And at that point in time, when that happened and you had withdrawn, did the defendant hit you more than 4 times at that point?
Not that I know, no.
And after he hit you 4 times, what happened next?
So as he was hitting me, I was pushing him away, trying to get him to stop hitting me.
How were you trying to push him away?
Do you want me to just demonstrate? So you are underneath, and I'm like this. Heinz is here in this moment, and I was like this. Yeah.
And did the move away from you at that point?
After the times he was punching me and him, for some reason, just separated. The fight just stopped, and I just walked back, and he walked away towards the road.
Do you recall where the defendant went to after that?
No, but he went towards the curbside.
After you and him separated, what do you recall about the things you went through after that?
So in that moment, I kind of just stood there and sat around I was in shock, my body. I didn't really have anything that I fully did after that I could, recall. I was just sitting there. My body was bleeding, and I was just looking around, like trying to soak in what's going on.
Did you realize you were bleeding? When did you realize you were bleeding?
But when the car eventually drove away, I realized I was bleeding.
And when you realized you were, who did somebody bring it to your attention that you were bleeding?
No, I brought it to my attention because I knew it was drizzling out, but I didn't think it was pouring. And I was like, why is my leg soaked? I feel like I'm covered in water. And then I took a flashlight out from my phone and I put it on my leg. And then I realized my leg from my quad all the way down to my ankle was covered in blood. There was no skin to see, and my shoes were covered in blood.
And when you realized that when you were stabbed at that point, what happened?
I immediately was like, I need stitches. And then I dropped to my right hip and laid there waiting for people to come over.
And who came over to help you when you dropped to your hip?
The first person there was my cousin, Will Berardi.
Your cousin, Will Berardi?
Yes.
And did he render aid to you?
Immediately, no. I was like, call 911, call 911.
And did somebody call 911?
Yes, he called 911.
And when he was calling 911, did you notice anything else about your surroundings.
So when I was on my legs, I was on my right side, laying down like this, looking up towards Will, saying, "Call 911." And I looked over to my left, and I saw Jimmy McGrath standing there by himself by the basketball hoop.
And what did you notice about Jimmy McGrath?
He was standing there by himself, and I was like, "Jimmy, are you okay?" And there was no response, but he slowly pulled up his shirt to see that he had a blood coming out. And as I looked at that, I was like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And there was no response, and he collapsed to the floor. Like, he didn't put himself down, he just fell.
And when he fell, what, if anything, happened next?
People started running over to him because I was like, "Jimmy's not okay." And he sat there and bled out for a while.
Now, when you were fighting, when the defendant was hitting you in the leg, did you observe any type of weapon at that point?
I saw something black in his hand, but I didn't realize it was a knife or anything. I didn't think anything of it. But I saw a hole in his hand as like a black spot.
And did you notice any of your other friends that were injured that night? Did you see any of them get stabbed?
No, I did not.
And when Jimmy fell to the ground, did you say anything to your friends with regards to helping Jimmy?
I was telling people to go help him, yes.
First responders arrive at the scene?
Yes, first responders arrived sometime later. The officer came up to me, and he was asking me if I needed assistance. And he gave me a tourniquet, and he put a tourniquet on my leg, as I already had some homemade tourniquets on my leg.
Now, prior to your testimony today, were you able to review a video in relation to this case?
Yes.
And that video, in reviewing that video, do you recall whether or not that video was shot at the beginning of the fight or the middle of the fight or at the end?
It was middle towards end, was not the beginning.
And in your review of the video of the fight, do you know whether or not when this video starts, based on your review of it, can you determine if you were already stabbed at this point, or are you stabbed during the video or after the video?
I believe I was stabbed before the video.
Before the video starts?
Yes.
Sorry. Can we just... So when that video starts, the fight had already been going on?
Yes.
How long did the fight go on for, do you think, total?
In total, 45 seconds to a minute, if that.
That video was about 17 seconds. There was about maybe 30 seconds that happened prior to the video started.
Maybe a little less, 20.
Was this picture taken the night that you got stabbed at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
And I see that there's these things on your legs here and here. Can you tell us what these are?
Yeah, so the black one is a tourniquet that was provided by the police officer.
It's right here?
Yes. And the one on the left, right there, that is my T-shirt.
So you took your T-shirt off?
Yes, when I went to the ground, I took my T-shirt off.
And when the cops got there, they put the top one on?
Yes.
What is Stage 24? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, that is my shirt, one shoe, and one sock.
Okay, you see how it looks like it appears to be ripped.
Yes.
Why is it ripped?
So at first, we only knew there was one stab wound. So what we did was my friend Brett Wadico ripped my shirt to put that one on. And then later to realize there was a lot more stab wounds. So we needed to cover them up and try to cover as many as we can.
So you took your shirt off, you wrapped part of it around you, and at some point was that left on the front lawn of 43 Little?
Yes.
What time of year was this taken?
This was weeks later. I would say this is probably the last week of May, 2 weeks after it. The doctor only gave me 2 stitches. He gave one on the really big one and then one on the top left one because they said my wounds were too deep and they were dirty. So they could not stitch them properly. So I wouldn't get infected to stay clean.
Seat 75. When was this picture taken?
This was the next morning.
And looks like here your left quad is affected.
Yeah, it's bulged up and swollen and bleeding. That's a couple days later. That's bruising and still bleeding. That's 1 month later, and I was still bleeding in that top one. That's the entrance wound where the scar is, and then above it is the deformed quad from the actual wound right there.
So do you have an issue with your left quad as a result of this?
Yeah, it's deformed. There's no lower left part of the quad.
So do you look at yourself in the mirror, you look at your legs,
They're very imbalanced, yes.
you're very balanced?
Yes, the right one is bigger than the left one.
Do you work out?
Yes.
How often do you work out?
5-6 days a week.
Have you hit legs hard?
I'm trying.
Has it made a difference as a result of the
Nope.
again scarring as a result of this incident?
Yep. And then you can see the indent
Back in
too.
November.
Yep. And you can also see the indent in the leg.
This is state 74. This is the most recent
Yeah.
picture of your scarring. Now, with regards to your friends that were at the Ridge's house that night, when you were outside and the fight broke out, how many people would you say were outside at that moment?
10 to 15.
And how many people were actually involved in the fight?
From what I saw, it only looked like 3.
Fair to say that everybody else not involved?
Yeah. In the
What were they
beginning.
doing? Do you know what they were doing just prior to the fight?
No, I did not.
You know what they were doing during the fight?
No, not during the fight, but I've seen the video. I've seen more.
It appears, what does it appear most people are doing?
Most people are sitting watching.
And with regards to the lighting that night, when the fight, just before the fight started and during the fight, were you able to see in front of you
Yeah, I was able to see in front of me.
You recognize people you knew?
Yeah, I was able to recognize faces.
Did anybody have any lighting or cameras or anything else?
Yeah, there was flashlights on.
Call anybody. We know now that there was a video of the fight. In the moment, though, is anybody videoing it?
No, I did not know it was being videoed.
This individual right here with the white shirt and pink shorts with the camera, the phone in their hand. You know who this is?
Yeah, that looks like Ricky Fuel.
This individual here with the green sweatshirt.
Yeah, that's Ryan Heinz.
Who is this person here with the to the right of Ryan Heinz with the white shirt and black shorts?
Sal Perry.
This guy here with the jeans on and no shirt on. Do you know who that is?
That's Alex Bernstein.
This guy right here with the black shirt, red hat, jeans. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, it's Michael Samperry.
Do you know who this is on their knees with their shirt pulled up?
Yeah, that's Tyler DaSilva.
Do you know Tyler DaSilva?
No, I do not.
Did you know him before that night?
I knew of him from his cousins. I knew his cousins.
Where did you know his cousins from?
I grew up playing baseball with them.
You know who this individual is right here on the right with the white shirt, black shorts?
Yeah, that's my brother.
Big brother?
Yes.
Do you know who this individual is? Looks like just to the right of Ryan Heinz with the white shirt, tan shorts.
Yeah, that Jacob Villalobos.
And this guy right here with no shirt on, with appears to be camouflage shorts, white shirt hanging up.
Yeah, that's Matthew Lokovich.
And this guy right here with the blue shirt, white pants. You know what that is?
Yes, Jimmy McGrath.
And this person who appears to be shoving somebody. You know who that is?
Yeah, that's Jacob Villalobos.
This guy right here with the jeans on and the shirt pulled up going towards the street. You know who that is?
Yeah, that's Tyler DaSilva.
How about this individual here to his left?
That's Raul Valle.
That's the defendant.
Yes, it is. That's Tyler DaSilva.
And the individual standing right here to the left in the dark shirt and white pants. Do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Jimmy McGrath.
Now, as a result of your wounds from May 14th of 2022, tell us about your recovery.
So the first night in the hospital, I was there for some time, and I wanted to stay the night because they weren't giving me stitches. So I thought I was going to bleed out. I didn't know. I'm not a doctor, so I didn't know how much blood is too much blood. So I was very scared, and I wanted to stay in the hospital. But they told me I was going to be good to go home. So they gave me the 2 stitches after asking, and they sent me home. And then exactly 1 week later after the incident, I stood up and I passed out and had to go back to the hospital.
And what happened when you went back to the hospital?
They had to, retreat me, just clean me up. And they told me that I was really deficient in iron in my blood. So that's why I was passing out. So I had to go back and get that.
Do you know why you were deficient in iron?
No, but I'm assuming it's from lack of blood, lost blood.
And what was your recovery time like as far as were you able to walk right away?
I was in a wheelchair for some time, I think 7 to 10-ish days. And then I was crutching around after. And I was crutching for a while. I couldn't walk for over a month, maybe like about a month.
And were you bedridden at all?
I was bedridden for 3 weeks, no movement. I couldn't bend my leg. It was stiff. And when all the bruising was happening, I couldn't do anything.
You were in fact still bleeding a month later?
Oh, yeah.
Show you States Exhibit 55. You know who that individual is?
Yes, that's me.
And do you recall about when this picture was taken?
A couple days later, maybe the next day.
Now, have you had any other effects as a result of this besides the physical effects?
Mentally, it was really hard to get through for the first month. My parents would try to help me, and I was telling them to get off of me. I wanted to try to do things on my own, but I couldn't. So I was frustrated with everybody around me, and then frustrated when I was trying to start to learn to walk again. And mentally, it hurts, but that's really it.
And on May 14th of 2022, did you give any type of statement to the police that night, or did you do it the next day?
I did the next day.
And was that the only statement you gave in regards to this case?
No.
You gave multiple statements?
Yeah, I gave 2.
And what you told police, is it any different today than what you told police back then?
I mistake my brother with Ryan Heinz.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Attorney.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Connery.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Sorry, it is under these circumstances. I want to go over your testimony and just review a few things. And you identified this person as being Ryan Heinz, correct?
Yes.
And he's wearing black shorts with a white stripe, you'd agree?
Yeah.
And a green hooded sweatshirt.
Yes.
And this person next to him, you identified that person as being Sal Perry.
Yes.
And the person on the ground identified that as being Tyler DaSilva, correct?
Correct.
You told us before that Mr. Heinz was fighting with Mr. Valle, correct?
Yes, I did.
And in this photo, you'd agree that Mr. Heinz is actually over near Mr. DaSilva, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you can't see Mr. Valle in that picture, can you?
No.
Do you see your brother anywhere in that picture?
No, not in that one, no.
You see Alex Bernstein here.
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you what is States Exhibit 64. You still see Alex Bernstein there?
Yep.
You see Ryan Heinz here, correct?
Correct.
And you see your brother here, correct?
Correct.
Where are you at the time this picture was taken?
So I am behind that crowd towards the not towards the curb, but behind that crowd. So away from the driveway.
You are behind this crowd towards the driveway?
No. Like directly behind that crowd. Like you cannot see me.
Closer to the pile of mulch that you described earlier?
No. Like if towards the other property line. So directly behind it from our point of view. The pile of mulch is to the left in this angle.
Okay. This is your brother Charlie here.
Correct.
And you are somewhere behind Charlie and this other unidentified individual?
No, I'm behind the Alex Bernstein angle.
You think you're behind Alex Bernstein?
Yes,
How far behind him do you think you were at that time?
5 to 10 feet.
Did you see Faison Teele?
No, I did not.
Did you see Faison at any point that evening?
No. Well, during the evening, yes, but not during the fights.
And you see Mr. DaSilva in this photo, correct?
Yeah, you could see him a little bit.
You see that Mr. Bernstein appears to have his hand somewhat on Mr. DaSilva, right?
Yes.
And when this photo was taken, you're behind Mr. Bernstein.
Yes.
Where was Mr. Valle?
In the moment he was towards the road.
He was towards the road.
Yes.
And who was around Mr. Valle?
I do not recall.
But you recall seeing Mr. Valle?
Yes.
Was he by himself?
After he was with me, I do not know where he went besides towards the road.
So when this photograph is taken, or with the image captured here, this is a still shot from the video, right?
Yes.
This image captured here, you think you had already separated Mr. Heinz from Mr. Valle at that point?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So at this point, Mr. Heinz has already been stabbed.
Yes.
You've already been stabbed.
Yes.
When you were stabbed over behind Mr. Bernstein.
Yes.
And then after Mr. Heinz was stabbed, he got up and he came over to the fight where Mr. DaSilva was.
That's what it looks like, yes.
Is that what you saw?
No, I didn't see him.
And at this point, are you already laying down on the ground on your right
No,
leg?
I'm not.
What are you doing at this point?
Standing in the back, just in shock.
I'm going to show you now. States 65. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, I can.
And do you still see Mr. Heinz here with the black shorts and the green sweatshirt?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us who's beside him?
No, I can't tell on that.
This is your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
Who's behind him?
I think that is Joy Romano.
Joey Romano. Where is Will Berardi in this picture?
Nowhere to be found.
Now I'm going to show you States 66. You see that photo?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Vines here with the black shorts and the green hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, I do.
And he's still standing over top of Mr. DaSilva, who's blocked by Mr. Villalobos and
Yes.
Mr. Lakovich, correct?
Yes.
And you see Jimmy McGrath here to the right, correct?
Yes.
Wearing a navy blue shirt and white shorts, correct?
Correct.
That evening, you yourself were wearing a dark shirt, correct?
Yes.
Was it navy blue?
Yes, it was.
Did it have anything on it?
Not that I recall, no.
No graphic on the back?
Nope.
And I'm going to now show you States Exhibit 67. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
And do you still see Mr. Heinz' black shorts with the white trim at the bottom?
Yes.
And you would agree that this is showing Mr. Villalobos is shoving Mr. DaSilva into the road, correct?
Yes.
And do you see a figure here with a dark shirt on?
Yes.
Do you think that could be you, sir?
Not that I know, no.
You see what you think is Mr. McGrath here to the right again, correct?
Yes.
You testified here that you were only engaged in fighting with Mr. Valle, correct?
Correct.
You were never engaged in the fight that was going on with Mr. DaSilva.
No, I was not.
Okay. So let's go back to the beginning of the night. All right. You told us that you'd started off hanging out over at Tyler Rich's house sometime between 7 and 8 p.m., right?
Correct.
Because he had told you to come over and hang out at that time, right?
Correct.
When you got there, you went down to the basement after going first to the kitchen.
Yes.
Correct. What did you do in the kitchen?
Said hi, greeted each other.
Who was there in the kitchen?
I don't recall exactly, but a couple of our friends.
Okay. Was there any drinking going on in the kitchen?
No.
You said you went down to the basement and just normal things were going on, correct?
Correct.
And those normal things, that involved drinking down there, right?
Correct.
You would typically go over to Mr. Rich's house and there would be underage drinking going on, right?
Yes.
And you couldn't tell us, you didn't recall who provided that liquor, correct?
I cannot recall.
But you said you think you had 2 beers, right?
Yeah.
Just 2?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes.
How can you be so sure that it was only 2?
That's what I recall.
Could it have been more?
Not that I know of, no.
And you said when you got there that there were 10 kids there, right?
Yes, about.
Were there any drinking games being played downstairs?
No.
Just music, hanging out,
Yeah, music,
drinking
hanging
some
out.
beers. Did anybody have anything other than beers?
Not that I know of, no.
And you said that later that night, younger kids showed up, right?
Correct.
And those younger kids were Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Heinz, right?
Yes.
And you had some inkling, did you not, that they were on their way over because your brother Charlie had picked them up to bring them there, right?
He did, but I did not know that.
He didn't let you know ahead of time, hey,
No.
picking these folks up?
Nope.
Had Charlie been at 43 Laurel Glen Drive at any point prior to bringing Mr. Marcek and Mr. Heinz?
Yes, I believe so.
While you were also there?
I believe so, yes.
So you were there, he was there, he left at some point to go get Ryan and Griffin.
Yes.
He didn't tell you he was leaving to go
No.
meet them, but you had seen him there that night, right?
Yeah, I've seen him there.
Was he also drinking?
Not before he left.
Not before he left.
No.
After he left, he was drinking?
I guess. Maybe.
Well, did you see him drink?
No, I did not.
So you don't know whether or not he was
No, I
drinking?
do not know.
You assume he was drinking because that's what was typically done.
Yeah, I assume. Yeah.
Anybody ever drink to the point of getting sick there?
No.
Not on that night.
Not on that night, no.
That is the shirt and a shoe that you were wearing that night, correct?
Yes.
And what color shorts were you wearing that night?
Think gray.
And are those gray shorts you were wearing reflected here in States Exhibit 77?
Yes.
They some sort of a sweatsuit material?
Yeah, they're cotton.
And you identified that as being Jimmy McGrath, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. McGrath is wearing the same shirt and shorts as we see later on in the video, correct?
Yeah.
You weren't there when that photo was taken, were you?
No.
Do you know whose home that is?
Yes.
Whose home is that?
That's Mr. Jesus' home.
Mr. DeJesus.
Yes.
And who is he to you?
He is a family friend and a father figure to people.
He's a family friend and a father figure to people. How old?
I don't know. I don't know his age. I'd say the 50s.
Is this also a place where drinking goes on a regular occasion?
Yes.
You see a Bud Light there in the photograph?
Yeah.
You weren't there that night at Mr. DeJesus.
No.
Do you know Tanner Chernowski?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Tanner Chernowski?
We grew up playing football together when we were young.
Did you see him there that night?
I do not recall seeing him, no.
You don't recall seeing Mr. Chernowski that evening?
No.
Do you hear him in the video that we watched of the fight?
In the video?
Yes.
Yes.
What do you hear him doing in that video?
Saying, yes, sir.
Do you recall hearing him say that when the fight was going on?
No.
So Mr. Heinz and Mr. Marcinzik show up with your brother around what time?
I would say 9:30, 10ish.
And once they arrived, shortly thereafter, you learned that Mr. Heinz claimed that he had been jumped over at a party earlier that night at Five Lit, right?
Yes, I heard that.
And what was the reaction of the folks in the basement at that point?
Who did it?
I'm sorry?
Who jumped you? Why were you jumped?
So they started to ask, who did it?
Yeah, who and why?
And then once they asked who did it, shortly thereafter, they started texting the people that they thought did it, correct?
That's what I heard, but I did not know that night.
You didn't see anybody texting?
No, I did not know that.
You didn't hear from anybody that, hey, we're trying to get these kids to come over here?
No, I did not know that.
You didn't see Griffin Marsons taking a photograph of the address and sending it out on a group chat?
No.
Did you see Griffin Marcinzik that evening?
Yes, I did.
What did you see him doing?
He was in the basement hanging out.
Just hanging out?
Yes.
You didn't see him on his phone?
I mean, everybody's always on their phone. He was probably on it. That's what I thought.
Did you see him on it?
Not that I recall, no.
And you don't recall Mr. Marcinzik, Mr. Heinz, your brother telling you that they were texting with these kids that they claimed did this to them?
No, I did not know there was a text.
Did you hear from anybody that they were trying to get these kids to come there?
Not that I know of, but probably I'd say that.
What do you mean, not that you know of, but probably, yeah?
That people were talking about that there was something going on, but I didn't know exactly that they were getting them to come over.
What did you think they were talking about when they said something was going on?
I was staying out of it. I'm not involved in the younger kids' situation.
That was just the younger kids' situation?
It wasn't my friend's situation, no.
The other kids weren't talking about this as well?
They were not talking about it, no. They heard about it, but they weren't going on about it.
And so it was a surprise to you then when the Honda Pilot showed up outside?
Oh, yeah, it was.
Nobody was outside waiting that time?
Not that I knew of.
And you heard that the car had showed up, right?
Yes.
Who did you hear that from?
I don't recall who.
Just someone said the St. Joe's kids were outside, right?
They said somebody was outside, yes.
Right. And someone said that, but you can't tell us who that was.
No, I don't know who.
How did they know to look outside to see that somebody was out there?
It was probably related to...
It's speculation.
Sustained.
Was anybody looking outside to see if there was a car arriving?
Objection.
I know.
No.
It's been answered, and it seems sufficient that he didn't now allow it to stand.
So you don't recall who said someone's here.
No.
But then everybody got up and went outside as a group together, correct?
People went outside, yes.
Well, you say people went outside. Who went outside?
I don't know exactly who, but people went outside.
Who was in front of you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone in front of you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone behind you?
I don't recall.
Was there someone to your side?
I don't recall.
Did you walk outside by yourself?
I walked outside.
By yourself?
I don't recall.
You do recall that there was a group of you and you said at least 10 people were by the car and 10 people were in the driveway, right?
Yes.
But you don't recall who any of those people were.
I don't recall who I went out with, no.
These were all very good friends of yours that you had grown up with and played sports with since you were little.
Yes.
You can't recall who any of them were.
Wasn't important to me at the time, so no.
Wasn't important to you that your brother was going outside towards this car that you didn't know anything about?
I didn't know my brother was going outside.
You didn't see your brother outside?
No.
You can't tell us anybody that you saw outside.
There's people outside. I don't know the specifics of who was where and what was what.
How close was the nearest person to you while you were standing in the driveway?
Probably me to the judge.
And there were 10 of you in the driveway?
About, yeah.
Who were the other 9?
I don't recall
It's
exactly.
asked and answered.
It has been asked and answered, counsel. I'll sustain the objection.
There were 10 people by the car?
Yes.
Can you tell us who any of them were?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did you see Tyler Rich by the car?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. He's already answered. He doesn't know, counsel.
Did you see anybody reach into the front driver's side window?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody put their upper body into the front driver's side window?
No, I did not.
The 10 people that were around the car, they were surrounding the car, right?
They weren't surrounding it. They were on one side of the car. From what I
Only on one side of the car?
from my vision, yes.
How far away from the car would you say you were?
It's about 25 feet, 30 feet.
25 to 30 feet away?
Yeah, maybe a little farther.
Further than that even?
Yeah.
35, 40 feet away?
30.
You told us all you could hear was bickering, right?
Correct.
Did you hear anybody say somebody was flashing a knife?
I don't recall hearing that.
Did you see anybody flashing a knife?
No.
Did you see anybody throw anything from the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody throw anything at the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Did you hear a smash or a shattering sound?
No, I did not.
Did you see the car being rocked by the 10 people that were surrounding it?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody put hands on the car?
No, I did not.
Were you watching this whole thing the entire time?
No.
What were you doing?
Probably engaged, talking to other friends.
So your attention was back and forth from the car to your friends?
In that moment, yes.
But you're sure that you looked over at that car and you saw Jack Snyder driving and Raul Valle in the car as well.
Yes.
Were you familiar with Jack Snyder?
Not really. I've seen photos of him on social medias.
So you couldn't identify any of your friends that were around the car, but you'd seen photos of Jack Snyder before, and you could tell that that was him from 30 feet away.
Yeah, I saw people on social media from other times.
Okay. Were you familiar with Raul Valle?
Yes.
Had you known him just from social media like Jack Snyder, or had you had interactions with him?
No interaction, just knew him from social media.
So you knew him from social media, and again, you could tell that that was him from 30 feet away.
Yeah.
But you couldn't tell who your friends were that were around the car.
No, I was able to tell from his hair.
Did you see Faison Teele?
No.
Did you see Jamie McGrath?
Not in that moment, no.
Who were you talking to in the driveway?
I don't know.
You said the bickering lasted 5 minutes or so, correct?
About, yeah.
And then without any other interaction between the vehicle, just the bickering, it sped off towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Correct.
And you stayed in the driveway, correct?
I went inside.
Well, you were still in the driveway, and then you went back into the house through the Bilco doors, right?
I went into the Bilco doors, yes.
Who did you go back into the house with?
I don't recall who exactly.
Was it just you?
Probably.
When you got down into the basement, how many people were in there?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anybody that was in the basement?
No, not really.
Did you think about calling the cops at that point?
No,
Why not?
because I thought they had left. They sped away.
Didn't feel like it was a threat and you should call the cops?
No, they were told to leave, and they sped away, so they left.
And if you called the cops and they came and they found out that there was some underage drinking going on, that might be a problem, right?
Objection. That calls for speculation.
I'll allow it. You can answer.
So you didn't want to call the cops because you didn't want them to come and get everybody in trouble. Is that fair to say?
No.
When you went back inside, you told us you talked with your friends about the incident, right?
So we briefly talked about it, not a full conversation. More of mimicking it. Like, what was that?
Mimicking it.
Just saying, like, why did that happen? Why is that important?
Was there some talk about these guys are pussies, they didn't even get out of the car?
No.
None of that.
No.
Did you see Griffin Marcinzik?
No.
Did you see Ryan Heinz?
No.
Did you see Faison Teele?
No.
Did you see Matthew Lakovich?
No.
Did you see Michael Sampieri?
Nope.
Did you see Sal Perry?
Nope.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos?
Nope.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski?
No.
Did you see Charlie Connery?
No.
You were all alone in that basement?
No, there's older kids my age and girls my age.
Oh, okay. Who were they?
I don't recall exactly who.
And you told us that you were down there for about 10 minutes. There was no drinking going on at that point, right?
I said 2 to 5 minutes.
I'm sorry?
I said like 5 minutes.
You said 5 minutes
About, yeah.
that you were down in the basement?
Yeah.
You don't recall telling us just earlier when you were speaking with the state's attorney that you were down there for 10 minutes?
No, I said 5, I believe.
5 minutes, no drinking going on?
No.
You were talking to some folks, but you can't tell us who.
I don't recall who, no.
And then you exited the house again, correct?
Correct.
You said that was because people claimed the car was outside still waiting, right?
Yep.
Who were those people?
I don't recall. It's just people.
More than one?
People were saying it, yeah.
People were saying it.
Yeah.
But you can't tell us who.
I don't recall who exactly.
But whoever it was that told you this, it grabbed your attention enough that though you don't remember them, you do remember them going outside to see what was going on, right?
Yes.
And you went outside Could you see the car when you first came out the door?
No.
You had to go down along the tree line, correct?
Correct.
Over to where your car was by the far end of the tree line, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And you looked down the street, right?
Yep.
Did you see Faison Teele?
No.
He wasn't there in the yard?
No. That I saw.
Kind of hard to miss Faison, right?
Why? I didn't see him.
You didn't see him at all.
No.
He wasn't there in the yard.
No. I was by myself along the tree line and right into where my car was.
Okay. And you didn't see anybody else in the yard.
No, I didn't even look for that.
You looked down the street, you told us, and you saw people down there, right?
Yeah.
Who were those people?
I couldn't tell they were far away.
Did you see the car down there?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell that it was the car?
Same car, yeah.
How could you tell that?
It was the same SUV car with a Honda facing this way. I know the structure of the car.
Well, it wasn't the only car that was in the street that night, was it?
The only one I saw.
That was the only car that you saw?
Yes, when it became
There weren't other cars parked along both sides of the street, up and down?
Well, where the cars were parked at the house, yes, but not down where that car was.
That was the only car that was down there.
That I saw, yeah.
And what was the lighting like?
There was streetlights that way, and there was also flashlights in people's phones. It wasn't too dark. It was not dark at all.
Did you see a group of Shelton High kids going down the street chasing that car?
They were already down there by the time I viewed it. They weren't chasing.
What were they doing?
I couldn't hear or see how far what they were doing exactly.
You couldn't hear or see what they were doing.
Not exactly, but I saw people.
Who did you see?
It was too far to judge.
Did you see any fighting going on?
Down there, no.
Did you see anybody throwing anything?
No.
Did you see anybody spraying anyone in the face with a can of PB Blaster?
No.
Did you ever hear about a can of PB Blaster that night?
No, not that night.
Did you see Tyler Rich anywhere?
In that moment, no. Later, yes.
How many people did you see in the Shelton High kid group that was down the street?
They were scattered through the road, so I wasn't counting.
How many would you estimate were down there?
I don't know. I never thought to count how many people were down there.
No, but you went back inside and you told everybody what you saw, right?
I went inside and I was like, they're down there, sitting there. That's all.
Like that, calm and just, they're down there, they're sitting there.
Sure, yeah.
That's how you told the folks?
I don't recall exactly.
Who was it that you told?
I don't recall who.
Who was in the basement at that point?
The older crowd.
Who's the older crowd?
Kids my age. So the kids who graduated in 2021.
Like who?
The girls as like Michaela Holton and them, and then my cousin Will.
So it was just you, Will, and Michaela Holton and another girl that were in the basement at that point?
No, there's a little more people, but I wasn't engaging with them, so I wasn't picking up on who it was.
Where was your brother at this point?
I don't know.
And again, you told us that you heard that they came back, right?
Correct.
Who said they came back?
I don't know who.
How did you hear that they came back?
Someone said it.
How did they say it?
They came back.
Like that?
Yes.
They just calmly said they came back.
They said they came back.
You can't tell us who that was.
I don't recall who it was.
You're sure you were down in the basement?
Yes.
You didn't see Faison Teele down there?
No.
You didn't see Tyler Rich down there?
No.
You didn't see Matthew Lokovich down there?
No.
You didn't see Alex Bernson down there?
Nope.
Didn't see Michael Samperi down there?
No.
Didn't see Sal Perry down there?
Nope.
Didn't see your brother down there?
No.
Didn't see Ryan Heinz down there?
No.
In any event, you went back outside once you heard that they were there.
Correct.
Why did you go back outside at that point?
Because I heard they were back, and I was curious to see what was going on.
Did you go out by yourself?
Yes.
Nobody else was with you.
No, I went alone.
So when you got outside, people were already there in the yard.
Correct.
You went to the tree area in front of the blue truck in the exhibit that you were shown, correct?
Correct. By the mulch pile.
By the mulch pile. And you stayed there until the fight broke out, you told us.
Yeah.
And when you came out, you saw a group of Shelton High kids face to face with Tyler DaSilva and Raul Valle, correct?
Correct.
Who were those kids that you saw face to face with Tyler DaSilva?
Tyler Rich was on the right. Ty Wood was in the middle. And then I thought was my brother Charlie Connor on the left, but that was Ryan Heinz.
That was it. There were just 3 kids that were there
Face
with
to
him?
face. Face to face, yes.
Okay.
Those kids in the driveway who I did not identify.
Only these 3 kids that you saw were in the yard.
That's all I saw, yes.
You didn't see Faison Teele in the yard?
No.
You didn't see Alex Bernson in the yard?
No.
Didn't see Matthew Lokovich in the yard?
No.
Didn't see Sal Perry in the yard?
Nope.
Didn't see Michael Samperi in the yard?
No, I did not.
Didn't see your brother in the yard?
No, I did not. Well,
Were you
that's what I
looking
did. I thought it was him.
I'm sorry?
I thought it was my brother, but that was Ryan Heinz to the left,
You'd seen your brother earlier that night, correct?
briefly.
And he was wearing a white shirt, right?
Correct.
Ryan Heinz was wearing a green hooded sweatshirt, correct?
Yes, that's what I was able to tell from the video, yes.
I'm sorry?
That's what I was able to tell from the pictures, yes.
But you thought that Ryan Heinz in the green hooded sweatshirt was your brother in the white shirt.
Correct. I wasn't picking out what color clothes they were wearing. I did not think to take notes of that.
So, as best you recollect, it was just those 3 people in the yard facing the tube from the St. Joe's.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Was anybody blocking your view of things?
Of where they were?
Of
No.
what was in the yard?
No. Not where they were, no.
How close, when you came out, were Mr. DaSilva and Mr. Valle to the curb there, the road?
I can't tell how close they were to the road. That was their backside. So I'd be looking through two lines of people.
Well, you described for us where you saw them in one of the exhibits before. Do you recall doing that?
Yeah, I do.
How far into the yard were they?
Right by that bush.
Right by that red bush that you had
Do you want me to
described
point?
before?
To where?
The red bush?
Yes, the red bush of the exhibit sign up.
And you told us you stayed there until the fight broke out. And that was to the roadside of the left red bush, correct?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. They were Mr. DaSilva and Mr. Valle were to the roadside of the leftmost red bush. Do you recall describing that to us?
Can you pull up an exhibit so I can see what you're talking about?
Just a big one behind it.
States Exhibit 6 is what I'm showing you there. Is this the red bush that you're describing here? This one?
Yes, right. Yep.
And do you see this sort of debris field here in the front?
Yes.
And you see the curve here.
Yes.
How far is it from the curb to the red bush?
I don't know. 15 feet, 20 feet.
15 feet, 20 feet. How far into the yard were Mr. DaSilva and Mr. Valle?
I would say a little more than halfway to that bush.
So 7 to 10 feet in, if that bush is 15, 20 feet.
Yeah, in that range, yeah.
Halfway or so to that bush.
And they were standing close together, right?
Yes, they were.
And you could see their faces.
Yes.
You could see their hands.
Yes.
And did you see any weapons?
No, I did not see any weapons.
You didn't see Mr. Valle with the knife out, flashing it around?
Not in that moment, no.
Did you see Mr. DaSilva with any weapons?
No, I did not.
Did you see their hands?
Yes, I did.
Were they in fists?
They were by their side. I don't know if they were in fists or not.
They weren't raised.
Not until I saw the jolt.
And you said that they approached your friends, right?
Yes, they came onto the grass.
They came onto the grass. And you said initially they were just talking back and forth, right?
Yes.
And then you described it, well, maybe it was arguing, right?
Talking and arguing, yeah.
And you were asked, was it peaceful? And you said, peaceful, I guess so, maybe. Do you recall that?
I recall saying that.
And that's what you saw that night, right? Mr. DaSilva was trying to talk with Mr. Rich.
It wasn't talking. It was not so peaceful as I described. Like they were arguing with each other face to face.
Okay, so it's not as peaceful as you described it?
Yeah, it was not, no.
Okay. So now it's your testimony that, in fact, it was not peaceful at all.
It didn't start off as immediately throwing hands, but they did walk up. There was talking before a fight.
What was the talking about?
I was 10 feet away. I was not listening.
You weren't listening?
No.
And then you said it looked as though Mr. Valle was going to do something. Do you recall that?
Correct.
You told us that he cocked his right hand, right?
I didn't say cocked. I said he made a jolt like he was going to.
So you don't remember when the state's attorney asked you, he cocked his right hand and you agreed with that?
He jolted. He went back. He went like this.
He flinched.
No, he did not flinch. A
Can
flinch is someone
You're
moves.
showing your shoulder coming back.
Yes, like that. Like you're going to do something.
Was his hand in a fist?
I did not see that, no.
Who was close to him when he did that?
Ryan Heinz and Ty Wood.
Neither of them punched Mr. Valle, did they?
I didn't see who it was that punched him.
And again, at this point, your recollection is that there were only 3 people facing Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva, correct?
Yes, that's from my view, yes.
Did you see Mr. Teele anywhere?
No.
Did you see Mr. Lokovich anywhere?
No.
Did you see anybody other than those 3?
No, those are the only 5 people that I saw.
And then you said a Shelton High kid threw a punch, right?
Someone in that line, yes.
In fact, that was Tyler Rich, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, I didn't.
What blocked your view?
I just didn't see who it was. I said it came from the right side.
And that person threw that punch at Mr. Valle, correct?
Correct.
Knocked him down to the ground, correct?
Stumbled. Didn't fall to the ground.
He didn't fall to the ground?
No, that I saw, no.
Do you recall telling officers when you gave a statement to them that you saw Mr. Valle on the ground?
When he was stabbing me, yes. He was bent over as I described.
And you described not that he was bent over, that he was crawling on the ground, right?
He was on one knee coming towards me as I described with
You told police officers that he was crawling on the ground, correct?
I do not recall.
And you told police officers that they were trying to start things, and one of them said, "We have a knife on us," right?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall telling that to officers Kozlowski, Inati, Muyo, and Bango on May 15th at 12:30 in the afternoon when you were at your parents' house?
No, I don't.
Do you recall them saying, one of them saying that they had a knife on them?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall telling officers that you all went over to help?
I don't recall that saying that exactly now.
Okay. You've told us that it was just you who went over to break this up, right?
Yeah, that's what I was engaged with, yes.
Nobody else was with you when you went over to break
No,
this
I
up?
ran by myself. There could have been other people, but not with me, no.
And you described for us that you were able to just get in between the two of these folks and push Mr. Heinz away, right?
Yes, I pushed him down.
Then
to
you
his spot.
took his place.
Yes.
Nobody else around you at that point.
Not that I was thinking of, no.
Did you see anybody with a phone in their hand filming anything?
No.
Did you see anybody with a phone in their hand with the light on?
No.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski anywhere around?
No.
Did you see your brother Charlie anywhere?
I thought my brother was Ryan Heinz.
Okay, I understand that. Now you understand that he's not your brother. He was Ryan Heinz, right?
Correct.
Did you see your brother Charlie anywhere?
Not after that, no.
I can reorient myself to where we were. Okay. I think you had just told us that a Shelton High School kid threw a punch, but you can't recall who that person was, right?
Correct.
How far away were you from where the person threw the punch?
I was at the mulch pile, so 5 to 10 feet.
5 to 10 feet away.
Yeah, that's about that. From the
You couldn't tell who it was that threw the punch.
No.
But you could tell that it was a Shelton High kid.
Yes, it was from someone's back. Their backside was towards me.
And you said that when you ran over to where Ryan Heinz and Raul Valle were fighting, that they were just tussling, right?
Yeah, they were fighting.
No full punches were going on.
I don't recall the specifics, but they were fighting.
And they were fighting on the ground, right?
I don't think so.
And you said at some point you took Mr. Heinz's place after you'd pushed them apart, right?
Correct.
And that you made eye contact with Mr. Valle, right?
Correct.
And in fact, when you described that to Officer Bango on July 9th, you told him that he stared into your soul and made creepy, demonic eye contact with you, correct?
Yes.
Demonic eye contact?
It was eye contact of someone who knew what they were going to do. It looked very unpleasant and very scary.
And then you said at some point the fight just stopped, right?
Yeah.
Do we see the fight just stop on that video?
No, it keeps going.
So this end of the fight where it just stopped, that occurred sometime after the end of the video, right?
When I referred to the fight just stopped, that's referring to when me and Raul have separated.
Okay. So after you and Mr. Valle separated, the fight continued, right?
Yes.
And who did you see involved in the fight at that point?
I don't recall seeing what happened after that point.
Did you see Faison Teele?
No, I did not.
Did you see Matthew Lockridge?
No, I did not.
Did you see Alex Burnson?
No, I did not.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski?
No, I did not.
Did you hear Tanner Chernowski?
No, I did not.
I'm going to ask you to watch what is labeled as States Exhibit 60. And if we can see the 25% with the frame numbers on them, please. Down in first seconds. And I may ask this to be paused at various points, okay? Yes. Pause right there. Do you see at frame 330 the person that you've described as Ryan Heinz?
Yes.
And is he the person to the left of the screen wearing the green sweatshirt and the black shorts with the white trim?
Yes.
Can you play it again, please? Just from where we are. Did you see rain falling through the course of that video?
Yeah.
Do you recall it being misty and rainy that evening?
Yes, I do.
Do we have the ability to go to certain frame numbers on there? Yeah. Okay. Can you take us to frame, just start at the beginning at frame 0? This is the very beginning of this video, correct?
Correct.
And in this video, I'm going to point that on this screen, your screen. Do you see the green sweatshirt, black shorts with white trim here to the right-hand side of the screen?
Yes.
See beside that, a pair of lighter colored shorts with a dark shirt on top.
I'm sorry. I can't see where you're pointing.
I'm sorry, just to the right of the person you described as Ryan Heinz.
Yes, I can see that.
You can see that on your screen as well?
Yes.
Is that you?
No.
You were wearing a dark top and light shorts that day?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's not me.
How do you know that's not you?
It looks like there's a logo on the back of the shirt.
Okay. Can we go to frame 10, please? And I'm going to point here on this screen again. Do you see the green top, black shorts with white trim that you've identified previously as being Mr. Heinz?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the dark graphic on the back?
Yes.
Do you see beside that another person apparently wearing light shorts and the dark top?
Yes.
Is that you?
Not that I recall, no.
You recall telling us that you were close to Mr. Heinz, correct?
Yes, but before the video is when I had my interaction with him.
Before this video is when you had the interaction.
Yes.
And go to frame. We're going to have a little trouble zooming into that pinpoint. Okay, that's fine. Let's go with 16 there. Oh, okay. And do you see in frame 14, again, green, black shorts with white trim over to the right-hand side?
Yes, yes.
And do you now see two people with lighter shorts and dark tops, one of which has a graphic on the back, which does not appear to have a graphic on the back?
I see they both have graphics on the back.
When you say they both have graphics on the back, the farthest one to the right, you believe that's a graphic as
Yes, it looks like a graphic to me.
What color shoes were you wearing that evening?
White.
Would you agree that these two people both appear to be wearing white shoes?
No.
No. Okay.
That looks like black.
Can we play through to frame 29? Would you pay particular attention to frames 25 and 29? Can you see the counter on?
Yes, I can.
Do you see from frame, here we are at 22, is there a way to make it progress frame by frame?
Oh.
Do you see now, okay, here we go. Let's stop there. Did you see those two people kicking their legs?
No.
No. Is there a way to slow it down? I just want to focus in on 25 to 29. Can we go back then to frame 79? Thank you. That's fine. Yes, thank you. Now, can you see this on your screen as well?
Oh, yes, I can.
And do you see sort of center left, again, Mr. Heinz, green top, black shorts, and white shirt?
Yes, I see that.
And do you see this person with pants on top and some sort of multicolored graphic on the back?
I can't see where you're pointing, sir.
To the right, sir.
Oh, you're talking about the looks like long black pants, like the closest person?
So yes.
Can you point again? Because I actually, I'm sorry, you're blocking my vision.
Do you
Really
have
no
the-
way for me to do so.
Do you have a pointer here?
Yeah.
Could you use it?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you see this person right
Yes.
here with the dark pants and the white top and the multicolored graphic on the back?
Yes, I do.
Do you know who that is?
I cannot tell, no.
Where were you while this frame is being seen?
I believe I'm in the far back.
In the far back behind this group of people?
Yes, behind that, yes.
And you see Mr. Heinz here,
Correct.
and you believe at this point you'd already been stabbed.
Correct.
You believe Mr. Heinz has already been stabbed.
Correct.
Can we play forward to 112? You see a person on the ground here, Mr. Connery?
Yes, I do see that.
Do you believe that to be Tyler DaSilva?
I can't tell in this, but
Well, you described him before as wearing a blue baseball style jersey, correct?
yes.
And can we play it to 135? Here we are at frame 135. You see the gentleman with the white shirt, multicolored graphic on the back, and the dark pants to the right.
Yes.
You see beside him a person with a dark shirt, light shorts, and some light shoes.
Yes, I do.
You see beside him another person, dark shirt, light shorts, white shoes.
Yes.
Would you agree that this person that we've just described in the dark shirt, light shorts, and white shoes is going to the left of the screen towards this altercation happening to the left?
Yes, it looks like that.
Would you agree that these other folks we've described, these two on the right-hand side, they are participating in something that's going on to the right side of the screen?
Yes, they look like they're looking that way.
And do you see on the far left what we've already identified before as being Enrico Fiola holding a camera?
Yes.
And can we play that ahead to frame 182, please? This is frame 182. Would you agree that's the still shot that we've seen earlier when you were shown the exhibit? Easy for me to do. Would you agree?
Yeah, it looks similar to it, yes.
Right, because we see Enrico Fiola here again, right? He's looking towards the screen. We can see the light in his eyes.
Yes.
And he's again holding the camera, correct?
Correct.
And there's, again, this person on the ground, which I believe earlier you identified as being Tyler DaSilva.
Yes, that's him.
And that's Tyler DaSilva on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And then can we play it forward to ahead? I'm sorry. Can you back that up? Maybe 180. Yep. And one more. There we go. And do you see here, again, Mr. Heinz with the black shorts, the white trim, and the green top?
Yes, I see him.
What is he doing there?
Standing over the kid on the ground.
Can we play that forward to 183? Sir, would you agree that he is kicking that person that is on the ground?
It looks like he's doing something.
Doing something, but you're not sure what.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
All right. Can we play that forward? And I'll just ask you when to stop. Thank you. Can you stop? Do you know who this gentleman is that's standing here in the front of the frame with the white shirt and looks like some sort of dark bottom?
It's hard to tell with the light on his face.
Can we play that forward just a little bit more? And again, stop, please. Any idea who that was?
It looks like someone named Alex Zaborek.
I'm sorry?
Alex Zaborek.
Alex Zaborek.
Yes.
Do you remember him being there that evening?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody about Alex Zaborek being there that evening?
No one was asking me about him.
No one's asked you about it. Can you play that forward again? Can you pause it there? We're at frame 332. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And do you see here to the left, standing beside somebody with their camera out, Ryan Heinz with the white trim, black shorts, green top?
Yes, I see him.
Do you see Mr. DaSilva on the ground with his baseball jersey up over his head, hockey style?
Yes, I see that.
Do you see Alex Burnson leaning over him?
Yes, I see that.
Do you see Michael Sampieri also coming towards him?
Yes.
Is this your brother coming into the frame here from the right-hand side?
Yes, it looks like it.
Can we play that again? Forward ahead. And can we pause that? And do you see your brother being followed by this gentleman in the gray top with the dark shorts?
Yes.
Who did you tell us that was before?
Joey Romano.
Joey Romano. Did you tell anybody that Joey Romano was there that evening?
None.
You weren't asked?
No, and no, I was not asked.
Do you see this gentleman here with his shirt off and the dark colored, maybe camouflage shorts?
Yes.
That's Matthew Lakovich.
Correct.
And he's in a group, you would agree, with Mr. Romano and your brother.
Correct.
Can we play that forward again, please? Can you pause it, please? Do you see right behind Mr. Lakovich a person with white shorts and a dark top?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that to be Mr. McGrath?
Yes.
Can you play that forward again, please? There, please. And you see Mr. Heinz standing to the left of frame 400, correct?
Correct.
Green top, black shorts, white trim, correct?
Correct.
Jacob Villalobos shoving Mr. DaSilva, correct?
Correct.
You see the leg and part of the body of Mr. McGrath, correct?
Correct.
And he's standing in close proximity to this group that is shoving Mr. DaSilva away. You would agree?
Yes, somewhat close.
Can we play that forward, please? Can we pause it there, please? We're at frame 490 now. Can you see that?
Yes.
Where were you located when that was going on?
In the back area where I was that I was saying before, behind the crowd.
Still behind the crowd.
Correct.
Are you laying down at this point?
No, I was not.
What were you watching at this point?
I was just in shock and just staring off.
You still see Mr. McGrath here in frame 490, correct?
Correct.
Where were the rest of those people that were just with Mr. McGrath?
There to the left of him?
You could see them?
No, but just from the clip before.
You're inferring that they didn't just disappear.
No, they did not disappear.
I'm just going to hand this back to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, it was your testimony that at least when you saw Mr. Heinz engage with Mr. Valle, that they were just tussling and there was no punches, correct?
They were tussling. I didn't see punches or anything else.
Did you see Mr. Heinz kick anybody?
No, I did not see him kick.
You didn't see him punch anybody?
I didn't see punches.
Did you see him tackle anybody?
It wasn't tackling. It was just tussling. I don't know how to exactly describe it, but they were going at each other.
And after you claim to have separated them, did you see Mr. Heinz go and do any of the things that we just saw there on the video?
No, I was not looking for that.
You couldn't see any of that.
No, I was not looking for it.
Did you see Faison Teele stomping anybody?
No, I was not looking for him.
And it's your claim or your recollection that you were stabbed even before the video started.
Correct.
And it's your claim that there were only 3 people involved in the fighting.
From what I saw, from what I was looking at, the angle I was at, yes.
And that most people are just sitting watching.
From my point of view, correct.
You were dressed similarly to Mr. McGrath that evening?
Different color shorts and no logo shirt.
Dark top?
Yes.
No logo on your shirt?
Nope.
White shoes?
Correct.
Light gray shorts?
Correct.
All of the kids that were there at that party that night, other than the kids who showed up in the pilot, were very close friends of yours, were they not?
Oh, yeah, they were, I wouldn't say super close. Some were closer than others, but they were friends of mine, yes.
Many of them you had grown up with since childhood, correct?
Correct.
You would get together almost every weekend over at Mr. Rich's house, correct?
Not at his house, but we would get together with everybody every weekend, different places.
Different places, but engage in a similar sort of party wherever those places were, correct?
Not every weekend, but here and there, there'd be something to do.
And when you would get together, there would typically be drinking, you told us.
It depended on the situation.
And you wouldn't want to see your friend's reputation or memories be harmed in any way, would you?
No.
After watching that video the way we just watched it, does that change your recollection of anything that you've told us?
No. What I remember is what I remember.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Hey, Tom.
How's it going?
Council just asked you about this video.
Correct.
This is frame 252. Do you know who that is by the car?
Yeah, that's Raul Valle.
You didn't see that, right?
No.
Time?
No.
You know that now.
Yeah, I know it now.
You play the video. Stop.
And frame 287 on the ground, that's Tyler DaSilva, right?
Correct.
But you didn't actually see that at the time of the video, right?
No.
Now, frame 397, who is this individual starting to push Tyler DaSilva out into the street?
Jacob Villalobos.
Now, frame 416, who is that stumbling out towards the street?
Towards the street is Tyler DaSilva.
Who's directly behind him?
Raul Valle.
Do you remember that happening on the night?
No.
And who is this individual standing by himself right here on the left side of the frame?
The one with his arm right
Yes.
there? That's Jimmy McGrath.
And was it at this point that you looked over and you saw Jimmy McGrath stabbed?
No, no.
Okay, please. Stop. Who's standing out on the street all by himself in frame 453?
Tyler DaSilva.
That's not the defendant right there?
No, that's not the defendant.
Please. Now, this individual on frame 489, who is this right here?
I'm sorry, you're blocking.
Frame 489 on the left side of the frame.
That's Jimmy McGrath.
standing all by himself?
That's what it looks like.
Do you remember seeing this happen May 14th of 2022?
I saw him standing by himself, but after they drove away.
Please play frame 533. Do you see Mr. McGrath?
Yes, I do.
What does he appear to be doing at this moment?
He's backing up away from something.
Did you see that happen on May 14th?
No, I didn't see that.
Who is next to Mr. McGrath in this frame?
Tyler DaSilva.
So you remember certain things happening that night, but not everything that you saw in the video.
Yes.
So at what point in time do you remember seeing Mr. McGrath after you realized you're stabbed?
So after I realized I was stabbed, they have already driven off, and actually he was standing somewhere near where he is in this video. And that's when I saw him stabbed and fall to the floor.
So
He pulled up his shirt, there's blood, and he just dropped.
now, counsel asked you a little bit about you giving a statement to the police about the defendant making eye contact with you just prior to him coming towards you and hitting you in the leg, right?
Correct.
Describe why you said what you said.
Because the way he looked me in the eyes, no one's ever looked at me that way before. And it was, now when I think about it, the punches that I thought were being punches was someone who looked at me knowing what they were going to do.
When he looked at you, is that the moment that he came towards you?
Yeah, we made eye contact and then we engaged.
So describe how, when he made eye contact with you, how he engaged you.
He was on a little like bent over, as I described before. He looked me up right into the eyes, and I looked at him, and then he came right at me with the leg, and that's when he was doing the hooking motion into my leg.
And when he came at you, what was your reaction to that?
I immediately was doing the thing, get off, like this.
And when counsel asked you the fight just stopped, what did that mean? The fight just stopped. It didn't just stop.
Me and him had our separation, and then that's when I stood there in that back, just looking around in shock.
And when you were in shock, what were you doing? Were you focusing on what was happening?
I think
you?
I don't recall exactly what was happening around me because my body was just telling me like, you're hurt, like figure out yourself. So I was just sitting there, standing.
Were you engaged in who was around you and taking notes on all your friends around you?
Not at all.
So when counsel asked you, was Matt Lockovich there? And you said you can't recall. Why did you say you couldn't recall?
Because that night I was not thinking, where is Matt Lockovich right now at this moment?
And when he asked you where Mike Samperi was at any particular moment, why weren't you?
I wasn't thinking, where is Michael Samperi?
And how about where your brother was?
I thought I already had pulled my brother out.
And what about where Jimmy McGrath?
I wasn't thinking, where is Jimmy McGrath right now?
And how about any of your other friends that have been mentioned?
Not a single person I was thinking about, no, not there.
So with regards to when counsel asked you about when the car initially drives up and people say someone's out in the front yard or the car's here and you walk out into the driveway, but you stand at about, I think, 30 feet away. How many people were around you that were from the Shelton party?
Like I said, there was 10 people in the driveway around me,
How
about
many people were close to the car?
another 10.
And at that moment, were you taking notes about who was to the right of you, who was to the left of you?
Not at all.
Why weren't you taking note of that?
Because I was taking note of who were the people that were not supposed to be here in the car.
Where was your main focus at that point in time?
The people in the car.
And with regards to when you go back into the house and then you come back out a second time, remember when you just testified on cross that the car was down the street and you come down the tree line area?
Correct.
So I think your testimony, this is State's Exhibit 49, testimonies you were somewhere down near the second red bush towards the street,
Yeah, correct.
down the street. You remember what counsel asked you about? Do you recall Faison Teele was in the yard at that time?
Yes, I remember that.
Do you remember what your response was?
No, I did not see him. I do not recall seeing him.
Why didn't you see Faison there?
I wasn't in the yard. Hey, where's Faison Teele? Thinking that.
But was Faison Teele at Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah, he was at the party, yes.
You just can't recall whether or not he was in the yard at that particular moment?
No, I cannot recall.
Could he have been at the yard?
Sure, he could have been, yes.
Maybe you didn't see him?
Wasn't looking for him.
So with regards to anybody that may have been around you, in addition to Faison Teele, again, was your focus on your friends around you or what was happening down the street?
I was looking down the street. I wasn't thinking who's next to me in this moment.
Do you know where that picture was taken?
Yes, I do.
Where was that picture taken?
Mr. DeJesus' house?
You didn't take that picture, right?
No,
How do you know that this is Mr. DeJesus?
I've been over there before.
And when you say Mr. DeJesus, who are we talking about?
The father, the person who owns the house.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. DeJesus has any children?
Yes, he does.
And who are his children?
He has 3 boys and 1 daughter.
And are you friends with any of the children? Who are you friends with?
DeJesus through my brother, and then Joey DeJesus because he's older than me.
And was any of those individuals at Tyler Rich's house?
Yeah, Nikki was.
Nikki was?
Yeah.
So when you're referring to Mr. DeJesus, who's 50-something years old, you're talking about the father, not the son.
Yeah, the father.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
You were just asked about when you had been out in the driveway looking across the way. There were 10 of you in the driveway, you recall, and another 10 across the street with the car, correct?
Correct.
And you told us you were just focused on who was in the car that wasn't supposed to be there, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you didn't see anybody rocking that car, correct?
Correct.
That's why you didn't see anybody put their hands on that car, correct?
No, I did not see that.
That's why you didn't see anybody throw anything at that car, correct?
No, I did not see that.
That's why you didn't see any of your friends do anything to that car that night, correct? Because
No, I did
you were
not see
just
that.
focused on who was in that car.
Correct. I was
So
in it.
focused that from 30 feet away, you could tell us, despite the 10 people being in front of you, that Jack Snyder was the driver and Mr. Valle was a passenger, right?
Yeah, I had a sight on them. I looked at them, and that's what I acknowledged.
Thank you. Nothing further.
When you noticed the defendant and Jack Snyder in the car, did you hang out there the whole time or did you make your way back into the
No, I went inside.
Okay, so you didn't stay outside the entire time during that
No, there was
time?
already so many people out there. I didn't need to be out there.
No further questions.
Nothing further.
Roselle, Crombie, C-R-O, M as in Mary, B-I-E.
Dr. Crombie, what is your current profession?
I am a surgeon.
And explain to members of the jury what degrees you hold.
I hold several degrees. I have MD, MPH, which is a Master's in Public Health. I have a FACS, which is a Fellow of the American College of Surgeons, and FABA, which is a Fellow of the ABA. I'm double boarded in general surgery and surgical critical care, and I am fellowship trained in burn surgery, which is traumatic burns and reconstructive plastics.
And what hospitals are you affiliated with?
I'm part of the New Haven Health System. My primary home hospital is Bridgeport Hospital, but I do also at times go down to Greenwich Hospital. And many years ago when I first started, I was at Yale New Haven Hospital.
In Bridgeport Hospital, that's located in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
That's correct.
And how often are you at Bridgeport Hospital?
At this point in my career, most of my practice is outpatient ambulatory surgery that's done at Park Avenue Medical Center. And then I'm on service, meaning in the hospital to cover burns a certain number of weeks per year. But about once a week, I cover on call, which means that for a period of time, my surgical group has to cover trauma, general surgery, surgical critical care, burns, and wounds over a period of time. It's typically a 30-hour shift.
And for how long have you been affiliated with Bridgeport Hospital?
I'm at the end of my 16th year of practice. It's been a very long time.
If you can give us a rundown of your work experience.
My work experience, it's all of those specialties, in addition to some outpatient and ambulatory surgery as well. So it's general surgery, burns, trauma, critical care, which means people that are sick or very sick on ventilators, need a lot of vitals. I do wound surgery. I do a lot of reconstructive plastics as well.
And could you please explain to the members of the jury in what capacity your expertise is needed at Bridgeport Hospital?
Primarily for burns is what I'm renowned for. You look up my name nationally. But additionally, again, I do reconstructive plastics. I cover trauma when I'm called to about once a week, whatever comes in through the emergency room that needs addressing by a surgeon at certain times.
In your specialty of trauma, explain to the members of the jury, are you in one particular department at Bridgeport Hospital, or are you called into any department when needed?
Good question. So a lot of the general perception is that we're just sitting there in the emergency room, and that's exactly not what happens. So I'm a surgeon. I'm part of the Department of Surgery, Surgical Critical Care, General Surgery, Burns, Wounds. I know I keep repeating, but just to stand the point, when there are different types of consults that come throughout the hospital or outside of the hospital, and we're called to either different floors or different sections of the hospital, then we go and we see the patient and we evaluate them. Sometimes it's up on the 10th floor where there's a cardiology issue. Sometimes it's in GI or gastroenterology. Anywhere where there is a need for either any of those particular specialties that we cover, that's where we go. The emergency room obviously is one as well.
Have you testified in court before?
Multiple times.
And do you have any teaching responsibilities?
I do. I'm faculty at Yale School of Medicine, Department of Surgery.
Does that involve teaching residents?
It does, yes. Many residents, about over 100.
Do you belong to any professional societies?
Multiple professional societies. So the American Burn Association, the American College of Surgeons. I also belong to a number of wound societies as well. I'm chair of the Physicians Special Interest Group for the American Burn Association. I am I'm a board director at large for the American Board of Wound and Surgery, effectively. I'm the chair of a conference that's called the John Boswick Symposium, named after a former burn surgeon. So I do quite a bit at the national level and also within the state of Connecticut, the American College of Surgeons within the state of Connecticut.
I'm going to direct your attention to May of 2022.
Yes,
Do you recall working at Bridgeport Hospital at that time?
I do.
And at any given day or night, how many patients would you see?
So I'm on call tonight. I was on call Saturday. I'm typically the Tuesday person or the Saturday person. It can be anytime, anywhere between typically 17 and 20 consults. And then I'm covering about 60 to 65 patients that are on the floor. In addition to that, if anything emergently needs to go to the operating room that needs to be addressed, then I'm also operating on that as well.
What you just recounted, was that about the same way in 2022?
That's a typical night on call for me.
And directing your attention specifically to May 15th, the early morning hours, May 15th of 2022. Do you recall working at Bridgeport Hospital on that morning?
I was the overnight person, yes.
And overnight, what hours is that again?
So we usually, in addition to working a regular day, which for me starts about 7 a.m. operating, at about 4, somewhere between 4 and 6, I have to come back to the hospital and relieve my partners that have been covering the hospital. And then I cover all of those services until about 8 a.m. the next morning. So it covers the overnight shift effectively. Each one of us takes our turn. That happened to have been my turn.
Did there come a time when you examined a patient by the name of Thomas Connery?
Yes,
And do you recall reviewing Thomas Connery's medical records before testifying here today?
I did.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? Your witness. Dr. Crombie, I'm going to be showing you what's marked as State Exhibit 81 for ID purposes only. Could you just please review this and let members of the jury know what is that document?
This is the medical record of the said patient, Thomas Connery. It gives a medical record number, which is a number within our Healing Heaven Health System and a date of birth, 11/27/2023. And it is the contents of what is taken out of our electronic chart now since 2015, but the government required us to be electronic and it's printed into paper.
Were those records made in the regular course of business of Bridgeport Hospital?
Yes,
And is it in the regular course of business for Bridgeport Hospital to record such documentation?
it is.
And you had an opportunity to review these records before coming to court today?
I did.
And are those records the same records that were generated on the date of service?
That is correct.
And are these records certified?
Yes.
I'd ask that you mark as a full exhibit.
Attorney Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will accept into evidence states 81 full.
Dr. Crombie, giving you back states 81. Now a full exhibit, you can now reference states 81. Dr. Crombie, looking at states 81, when was Thomas Connery admitted into the hospital that morning?
5/15/2022. I recall that it was just at the turn of midnight is when we got paged
To your knowledge, how was he brought to the hospital?
by ambulance.
Where was he brought upon his arrival?
In the ER, there is an ambulance bay where the EMS providers bring them down the hallway and it goes into a trauma room. We have 3 of them and effectively they're just big rooms that have a lot of equipment that we might need for emergencies or anything that we need to do.
When Thomas Connery arrived, did he arrive as any kind of specific level, meaning a trauma level or something otherwise? And how do you know this?
So so the American College of Surgeons and the American Association of Society of Trauma, they grade the levels of trauma on 3 levels. So the lowest one, meaning that you can just consult the physician, it's not emergent. The second one being that there are some injuries that may be concerning and we require certain people to be there. And then the top level, which means that the patient is an extremis, everybody should be there, including respiratory anesthesia, surgery, everybody that is needed possible. It denotes a call to the blood bank, et cetera, et cetera.
Do you know what level Thomas Connery came in as?
I believe he was a trauma alert, which is the mid-level.
From your experience and expertise, why was he labeled as a trauma alert?
So per the criteria of the American College of Surgeons for certified, verified trauma centers, because he had a penetrating injury of some sort, he immediately bumps up to at least a 2nd level, maybe even a 3rd, depending on a bunch of different factors.
Would that be for all patients who come in with similar injuries such as his?
Penetrating trauma does trigger the 2nd level.
And please explain to the members of the jury how you came about, how you were asked to assess his injuries. How were you called to assess his injuries?
So in a typical night on call, I'm the attending on call. I have a chief resident, which is anywhere between a PGY3 and a PGY postgrad year 3 to postgrad year 7, basically. And then there's a mid-level resident, which is the person that primarily covers any consults that come through the ER or any emergencies like this, and then an intern. So what typically happens in many hospitals throughout the United States is that the mid-level or the consult resident goes and evaluates the patient. There's also a separate residency program called the Emergency Medicine Residency Program that also evaluates the patient. And it's part of both the learning process and the incredible need to have multiple parts to patients' care in medical care. And the mid-level resident, we all got the page. The mid-level resident then speaks to the chief resident, and then they evaluate the patient and call me and give me a head to toe. And then I go and examine the patient.
I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit, I believe it's 81, page 2, under where it says History Chief Complaint. Can you please read what it says under that line?
Stab wound, multiple stabbings to the left thigh, trauma alert called at 0042, so 12:42 a.m., direct to trauma 4, which is one of our main trauma rooms in the ED.
Trauma room was trauma
4, correct.
And how many do you have?
We have 3. that are active, but we can spin to more than that if needed in a mass casualty incident.
I'm going to direct your attention to States 81, page 6, towards the bottom of that exhibit under the heading ED Notes by Messer Marissa N. Can you please read what it says there, starting with the sentence on assessment?
So on assessment, the patient with 4 puncture wounds to the lateral aspect of the left thigh, inferior and superior wounds with hematoma, bleeding controlled, pedal pulses present bilaterally. Cardiopulmonary monitoring initiated, VSS, which means vital signs stable. GCS is a measure of the activity and movement and response of the patient. IV access established in the right AC, which means antecubital, which is the inner part of the arm. Lab work collected. Please refer to the trauma narrator for further documentation.
What does all of that mean that you just read?
Okay, let me break it down. So the assessment we do, there's parts of a note in the way that we communicate in medicine, which is basically, and the medical students and the residents, they evaluate by hearing the history first, and then by doing a physical exam head to toe. And then there is an assessment, meaning based on the description of the history, the physical exam, and examination of all of the imaging labs, et cetera, what is your assessment? So this is the individual that wrote this, who is a nurse. And this is what she is reporting as her assessment for this patient. So 4 puncture wounds, so 4 stab wounds, lateral aspect of the left thigh. So there's laterality, so there's left and right. Lateral means to the outside of the body. Medial means to the inside of the body. So it appears that there were 4 puncture wounds to the lateral, so outside of the left thigh. Inferior means, again, inside. Superior is above, so towards the top, with a hematoma, which is basically a collection of clotted blood. Bleeding is controlled, it appears, is what she is assessing. Pedal pulses means that she touched or somebody touched the bottom of the feet and examined the arteries there. And what that indicates is that there is good blood flow that goes beyond those stab wounds to the feet. And cardiopulmonary monitoring was initiated, meaning that they hooked them up to the monitor, which is blood pressure, O2 saturations, respiratory rate, amongst other things. Vital signs were stable, so they fell within a specific range. GCS is a Glasgow Coma Scale. It is a universal way that in the emergency room and surgeons communicate, and it's based on eye movement, verbal, and then overall movement. And there's a score, 15 is the best that you can get. The minimum we typically give if somebody is even deceased is a 3, because they got basically a 1 for nothing. IV access means that the nurses were able to put the IVs in the right arm, and then they collected the typical blood work that we do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Referring you to States Exhibit 81, bottom of page 6 into page 7. Is this where your notations begin?
This is part of my note. Yes,
Okay. And is your electronic signature on this documentation?
it is.
You personally examined Thomas Craig.
I did.
Correct? And on in that same Exhibit 81, where it says pre-hospital information, what does that refer to?
Pre-hospital information means that before they got to the hospital and rolled in, emergency medicine services are also providing some type of medical care, and they're documenting that in some capacity. Now, I don't see anything other than when the patient rolls in. So I know nothing about whether or not that's valid or invalid. It just is.
And emergency medicine services, that's EMS.
That's correct.
And it indicates here on States 81, page 7, arrival time and exam time. Is that when you actually examined Thomas Connery?
No, as I stated before, the way that it works is based on the grading of the system. He is a middle grade, so I don't technically need to examine him for a certain period of time. If it's the highest grade, we have to be there within 15 minutes.
Moving to page 8 of States 81, what is the difference between a primary survey and a secondary survey that is listed there?
So again, with the American College of Surgeons and the trauma, a primary service survey means primarily we're identifying the things that can kill you. So airway, breathing, and circulation. And so those are the primary survey that we have to evaluate. Airway, I'll give you for an example. So if airway is not working because they don't have a breathing tube and you stop there, you cannot move on to identify whether or not they're breathing, because they may not stop breathing until you have an open airway. So that's the time that we get anesthesia to come in, put a breathing tube. And then you keep going down until you're done with circulation, evaluating all the vessels throughout the entire body and making sure that they have good pulses. The secondary survey is then after you've got the patient stable and you've got all that documentation, is really looking at things like eye movement. Do you have blood in your ear? Are there any other deformities because of fractures and stuff like that? So that's all documented as a methodical way so that nobody misses anything.
Now, prior to you assessing Thomas Connery that morning, had you had occasion to treat patients with stab wounds in the past?
I have.
And upon examination of Thomas Connery, were his wounds consistent with stabs to the thigh?
They were.
And do you base your conclusions on self-reporting, your personal observations, or a little bit of both?
In terms of that they were stab wounds. So it's a little bit of both, but there are also some imaging studies that are done. And within the imaging studies, things that we're looking for are communication of air into the deeper tissues. And he did get what we call a CAT scan. So it's evaluation of the actual soft tissues and bones that showed that the injuries on the skin were consistent with a deeper injury down below.
I'm going to direct your attention back to State Exhibit 81 on page 9. Are those notations a continuation of your secondary survey of Thomas Connery?
They are.
And directing your attention to page 9 under where it says extremities. If you can please read that to the jury and then explain why this was concerning to you.
Sure. So this is an evaluation of the extremity on the secondary survey. Left thigh with 4 stab wounds with no active exsanguination, meaning no active bleeding at the time when we saw him. Inferior anterior stab wound, again, that's the inferior, so inside in the front anterior stab wound with a small hematoma, so small clotted blood. Range, ROM means range of motion intact at the hip joint, knee joint, and with the foot, meaning that his hip, his knee, and his foot moved completely normally for what we would expect of this age. No focal neurological deficits, which means that we tested both motor and nerve, and it was equal to the other side, and there was nothing missing. No vascular deficits, meaning that they were palpable with the different pulses, femoral, popliteal, dorsal. These are all anatomic as we're working down from the hip all the way down to the foot with an ABI of 0.94. Distal pulses palpable and symmetric, except for, as noted above, no gross deformities or bony tenderness of the extremities, normal passive range of motion, meaning that there wasn't anything inhibiting us from bending his legs of the extremities without pain, except noted above, no abrasions, lacerations, contusions, ecchymosis, hematomas, or foreign bodies were noted on the physical exam. I just also want to point out the ABI, which stands for the ankle brachial index, is another completely subjective where we measure the blood pressure at the brachial, meaning arm, and the ankle index. It should be equal and bilateral on both sides, and it should be 1. There are some elderly patients that have some vascular disease, meaning that they have smoked or they've got atherosclerosis. Sometimes you can have a decrease between 1, but in a normal young man, such as it should be close to 1. So in the area where the stab wound was on the left thigh, that limb was slightly decreased.
Why was it alarming to you?
So when you cut through a muscle, and if you think about it like a steak on end, there's a white, thick tissue on the end called fascia. And what that does is as you injure the muscles, which are very vascular with a lot of arteries and vessels and lymphatics, they can swell to the point where it swells within that tight vascular tissue, that tight tissue called the fascia, and it can actually compress important structures like veins, nerves, and arteries. So that's why that number was concerning to me, because A, in a young man, it should not be less than 1, and B, it just shows that there's a significant amount of hematoma, meaning blood, that was starting to decrease some of the flow that was adding to our measurements.
In your professional expertise, would that be something that would be life-threatening?
It can be life-threatening, and it also can be limb-threatening for a young man. So limb-threatening, meaning that as it starts to compress some of those arteries and veins, what happens is effectively it decreases the perfusion or the carrying of blood to the areas distal or further away from where the blood comes. The blood comes from your heart, it comes down into your hips where your femoral artery is, and then it goes out to the furthest point in the lower extremity. And what can happen is if the thigh's pretty muscular, if you continue to bleed, you can actually squeeze to the point where no blood flow is going down to below the knee or below where the thigh is. So that can typically in a non-responsive patient end up being an issue. And even in a responsive patient, it can lead to something called a compartment syndrome, meaning that the compartment is so tight that the pressures in the different area are damaging key structures. And that can ultimately, obviously, we call it ischemia, meaning not blood flow to a limb. And if it's not dealt with in a timely fashion, it can be devastating.
Now, directing your attention to page 11 to page 12 of 81, at the very bottom of that page where it indicates soft tissues, there's a subcutaneous gas noted within the soft tissue of the anterior lateral thigh, best visualized on lateral view. What does that indicate?
That means kind of like I was describing for the CAT scan before. It just means that there was a communication between the outside air and the inside air. And what happens is, you can imagine, is just when you I kind of akin it to like if you were cutting like gelatin, the knife goes in and there's parts of it that will close, but there's going to be a track of air that communicates with the outside that basically is illustrated by this picture.
And that would be indicative of a knife penetrating.
Some sort of, not specifically a knife, but a penetrating object.
At the very end of page 12 in States 81, it indicates attending comments that Thomas Connery was admitted for observation as the thigh muscles were highly vascular. Why was it important to keep Mr. Connery for a little bit of time at the hospital?
To make sure that he wasn't going to continue to bleed to cause that ultimate demise of what I was alluding to before called compartment syndrome.
And at some point in looking at I believe it's page 14 of States 81, there's a notation there from the nurse that indicates that at 3:15 a.m., dressings found to be drenched in blood, dressing changed with Sarah, who was one of the nurses. Is that a notation indicating that the wounds that Mr. Connery had sustained were still bleeding even?
That's correct. That's correct.
Dr. Crombie, are you aware of Thomas Connery what blood was taken to be tested for anything at the hospital?
It's very standard for all trauma patients to have their blood drawn.
Standard, and why is that?
Because we are looking for not only to see how physiologically deranged they are, because often despite the fact that our EMT providers are excellent, it just gives us a better clinical picture of what we need to do. But additionally, related to that, it gives us a little bit of an insight into some of the substances that may be masking some of the physical exam symptoms and the radiologic symptoms.
Direct your attention to page 23 of States 81. It does indicate that Mr. Connery's blood was tested, and it was tested for ethanol, which is alcohol. Do you recall what the level was?
125.
And what is that for BIC?
So blood alcohol level is a way for us to measure what the law has deemed as being impaired. And 0.8 or 80 milligrams per deciliter is what's considered the impaired amount. I mean, obviously that's going to vary depending on your body mass and et cetera, but that's what's legally done. So technically at 125, he has an alcohol on board, and it's significant enough to cause impairment.
Is that a BAC of 0.125? Would that be the conversion?
0.125. Yep.
With the fact that Thomas Connery had alcohol in his system, would that have affected his injuries or how he was treated at all?
So full disclosure, we don't get these numbers right off the bat. Like this is something that comes afterwards, but it is incredibly helpful when it comes afterwards that then the team knows that they need to give more fluid and that the alcohol might be affecting the type of injury that he has. More specifically for him, it's just that he is intravascularly, so he bled, and then he's intravascularly dry because of the alcohol, because alcohol is a diuretic. It actually signals, it overrides your kidney's normal homeostasis or balance and doesn't allow you to reabsorb the water when you're dry. It actually signals for you to pee, and that will make you drier effectively. So that's the significance of that in him.
Being that you did not have these levels beforehand, did you see anything that was concerning to you that you thought maybe he had alcohol in his system, hence causing more bleeding, or he wouldn't heal as fast because he had alcohol? Anything to that effect?
No, that shouldn't affect it.
Dr. Crombie, I'm going to show you what's been marked. One moment. It's 77. Can you see that on your screen over there?
I can. Yes.
This was a picture that was taken
At the scene.
Do you recall if this is similar, Mr. Connery?
It is similar. So we don't see these pictures, obviously, unless EMS has it. I just see the patient as they roll into the emergency room.
Just take one moment, Your Honor. Showing you with marked state 73. This was a photograph that was taken of Thomas's injuries a week after, I believe. Are those consistent with where you saw the wounds the night of the morning?
Correct. They are consistent. So the left leg, and you can kind of delineate that because there is another leg underneath it that shows the right leg. Lateral is the outside of the leg, like I was saying, and those are three of them. There was one on the other side. So when we talk about this is the lateral, the opposite of that is the medial. There's clear description throughout the chart multiple times of an inferior medial one as well. And the significance of that means that the object, whatever it was, went through and through could have gone through and through to the other side. And that's the concern that I have as a surgeon.
You're pointing to this exhibit indicating here, I don't know if you can see that. Which injury was this? You termed it as?
It should be superior lateral.
And pointing here to the middle exhibit.
That should just be lateral or anterior lateral.
And pointing to the lower end.
It's technically inferior lateral because it's still on the outside of the leg. Yeah.
And the one we're not seeing here in this state is you said on the
inferior, so inferior medial thigh. So inside thigh.
Now, Dr. Crombie, referring you back to States 81, page 12, under assessment plan, what does this say was initially done to help heal or tend to Mr. Connery's wounds?
So the wounds were washed thoroughly with betadine, which is an antimicrobial, and saline, which is effectively salt water. Xeroform gauze, which is a yellow gauze that has some bismuth salts in it, was applied and secured in place with Kerlix dressings, which are the types of gauze that you can kind of wrap around a leg.
Why weren't sutures used?
Good question. So I don't know what he got stabbed with. It could have been a branch for all I know. And that is not sterile. That's got a ton of bacteria, a ton of stuff that might still be in the wound. So you do not want to close the wound, because then what that allows is to have growth of specific bacteria that are not, they're called anaerobic bacteria. So they thrive where there's no oxygen. So we always leave stab wounds open when we don't know what it is, how deep it was based on the imaging. So it heals from the inside out. So you just need to clean them, irrigate them out, and allow them to heal.
If Thomas had told you or told one of the nurses that he had gotten stabbed with a knife, would you still have not put sutures? So even if it was a knife, not a tree branch as you indicated, would you still have had the same course of treatment?
Yes. I don't know how clean the knife is.
And I'm going to direct you, well, withdrawn. To your knowledge, do you know how long Thomas Connery was in the hospital for?
I don't know. I know that he came in around 12:54. I know that the dressings were changed at 3:15. That's why my note and my attending note doesn't match my resident's note, because I wanted him to be observed. So, and then what happens is 8 a.m. is there's a new team and a new partner of mine that comes and takes over.
But you do know that he was kept for some time for observation.
He was.
Dr. Crombie, I am going to ask you, in addition to treating Thomas Connery that night on May 15th of 2022, did you also recall attending to a patient by the name of James McGrath?
I did not know his name at but yes.
And do you have a clear recollection of when James McGrath was brought into the hospital on May 15th?
Yes. So in my recollection, the way that we kind of describe it in the surgery team is they both came in around the same time. What we have to do is identify and treat the more critically ill patient, which was, he was unidentified at that time.
Is it safe to say that James McGrath you tended to him prior to attending to Thomas Connery based on the level?
Correct.
Of the critical care?
So he came in as a trauma code, which is the highest level. So anesthesia was there. I was there. Everybody that I mentioned earlier was there.
And how did your team initially know that he was coming into the hospital? Was it an alert that you had gotten from EMS?
So throughout the emergency room, and again, we're not there, there's something called CMED, which is a radio system that the EMTs and the paramedics and the ambulances do to basically triage and give a heads up for the patients that are coming into the emergency room. They had given them a heads up of the nature of how in extremis he was, how much blood there was on the scene. So that automatically bumps him up to a trauma code. So the way that I'm notified is I get on my pager, it says trauma code and gives a very brief description of what it is.
And why did he come in as an unknown? Explain that a little bit.
Oh, that's just if there is nobody at the scene that can identify them, very well, that's one reason. The other reason is it's unclear whether or not he's a victim of violence. And we also want to just make them an alias and be unknown so that we can just focus on that and not have to worry about all the other stuff.
Prior to you coming today, did you have an opportunity to review medical records for James McGrath?
I did.
And when he came in, do you recall what his appearance was?
Very pale and white. And he was on a Lucas machine, which is an automatic machine that performs CPR. There is a plunger that goes over the chest. And then there's an archway where they put the patient's arms to, and it's Velcro too. And the EMS can start and stop, as can the team. The Lucas machine is what it's called. And that allows the EMTs or the paramedics to focus on things such as fluids, managing his airway, etc., things that need to be done, yet CPR is being performed.
If it's noted that his appearance was toxic, what does that refer to, or what does that mean?
The nurses say that if for some reason the patient looks like they're either dead or imminently dying, but very sick, not good.
Do you know what the acronym E refers to?
Yes, endotracheal tube.
And what is that?
That is the breathing tube that gets put into your airway when you can't breathe for yourself.
And the term asystole, what does that refer to?
So there are different types of heart rhythms. Asystole means that there's no electrical activity that the heart is actually showing, nor is there any waveform that will transduce to the heart to be able to give meaningful pumping to circulate your blood.
From both your personal recollection as well as your review of the medical records of James McGrath, When patient presented, do you recall what type of a stretcher he was in?
He was in a bucket loader stretcher.
And what is that?
So backboards are typically flat. If you've gone to any swimming pool, you've seen it on the side there, and it's to allow people when they fall down, emergency people, to be able to slide them onto some sort of board and fix their neck and make them secure and seatbelt them in. I don't know why he was in a bucket loader. I'll be honest with you. Maybe there was a lot of things going on at the scene and that's the only stretcher that they had, but they scooped him up into that and then they put him onto the regular rolling stretcher. So they brought him in and we moved the bucket loader over to the ambulance, stretcher that fits in the ambulance comes in. They put it side by side with the emergency room stretcher. And then they move the patient over, whether it be in the bucket loader or typically just the backboard, over to that. And then we try to take the backboard off, but he was in such extremis that we didn't even, it was just really scoop done all the way into and continued CPR.
So you immediately started working on him without even taking
There
him out
was
of the stretcher.
there was no stoppage whatsoever.
Now, the term ED disposition, what does that refer to?
So at the end of the evaluation of care, sometimes we have to decide where we're going to put the patient. So like, for instance, somebody that needs ICU level care, their ED disposition is to the ICU. If they need to be admitted and they are floor level care, meaning they're not as sick, they don't need intensive care, then they go to the surgical or medical floor.
This is ED disposition expired. What does that refer to?
So that means that the patient is deceased. This is my history and physical note that is written after the event occurs.
And page 15 into 16 of that exhibit, attending comments. for
That's
that
me.
Page. That's you?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just please read what it says at the bottom there.
From my attending comments?
Yes.
Patient came from over 20 minutes away and clearly was on scene for greater than 20 minutes prior to that per EMS. The patient remained in cardiac arrest, meaning his heart had stopped per EMS and no other rhythm other than asystole, which is what I described to you before. Since they had picked him up, a significant amount of blood was described at the scene. Head to toe exam. His pupils were fixed and dilated and non-reactive. Stab wound noted in the left chest, axillary region. No other injuries were noted on the secondary survey. Patient was intubated. However, there was clearly food substance near the E-tube as he vomited on intubation per EMS. End tidal CO2 was confirmed and placement was confirmed of the endotracheal tube. Upon turning off the Lucas CPR assist device, there were no pulses noted in any of the proximal carotid or femoral areas. Asystole was confirmed multiple times between the Lucas device and self-performing CPR. One round of ATLS, ACLS was done to include treatment as well with bicarbon calcium in addition to the epi that was given. No return of any signs of life were noted. Again, it is confirmed on the monitor that he was in asystole and an ultrasound evaluation of the FAST reveals no cardiac motion, so time of death was called. Father was told of the condition of the patient.
Referring to page 14 of your notes, where it indicates under chief complaint HPI, where it indicates patient was reportedly found on scene in extremis with asystole as his read. What does that mean?
So meaning that the first note of what the EMS does is they have their own monitors that are portable monitors. And when they hooked it up to his chest with all the leads in the proper area, there was no cardiac rhythm whatsoever.
And EMS, and he presented in extremis 30 minutes after starting CPR. On arrival, he had a GCS of 3. What does that refer to?
So that is the Glasgow Coma Scale that I was telling you about earlier. And it's an evaluation of eye, verbal, and movement. So his eye exam was not moving. He was not talking and he was not moving. So that's a 3.
No palpable central pulses. That's pulses anywhere.
So central specifically means that the first place that your heart pumps to is your carotids, which are the 2 big vessels in your neck, and then your femorals, which are down in your groin.
And bilaterally dilated unresponsive pupils and ongoing CPR.
So what that means is when the brain does not have oxygen for a period of 3 to 4 minutes, you start to lose, your brain dies and you lose the ability to react to light. And that's seen typically in exactly this fixed and dilated unresponsive pupils.
Directing your attention to page 6, I believe we're on 82, page 15 of James McGrath's medical records under trauma bay events, where it indicates resuscitation, those 4 bullets underneath.
Yep. So epinephrine times 2. So they gave adrenaline, which is a drug that we typically give that is naturally occurring in our bodies in the adrenal gland to try to kickstart the heart. It was given 2 times with continuous CPR. No ROSC achieve means that basically there were no spontaneous live events that were return of spontaneous circulation was not achieved. Cardiac ultrasound, we have a ultrasound in the trauma bay that can look at a bunch of different things, but we specifically looked at the heart and it was not moving whatsoever. And then patient declared dead at 12:52 a.m.
Dr. Crombie, who declared James McGrath dead?
It was technically my resident, but I was there supervising.
And do you recall who went out to tell James' father that his son had passed away?
So I immediately asked so there's a team that comes in with everybody, and we have pastoral care. We have pastoral care residency program. So they typically try to figure out where the family is. So I turned and I asked where the family was, and they brought me to where Mr. McGrath was. And
do you have a recollection of telling the father that his son had passed away?
I do, very vividly.
And directing your attention, withdrawn. Dr. Crombie, there was some indication that James McGrath had an elevated blood alcohol level that night. Anything about that fact that would have affected his injuries or the fact that he had died?
No.
Regarding the alcohol?
No.
Would you have treated him any differently if
we would have
he had
not.
alcohol in his system?
We don't know that at the time, as I stated earlier.
And would he have still succumbed to his injuries even if the alcohol was present?
For this particular injury, yes.
And is there anything, Dr. Crombie, that you vividly remember when you withdrawn? Was James McGrath ever taken out of that stretcher and put somewhere else at some point?
Yes. So before I went out to go find Mr. McGrath, what we typically do to try to help the family see their loved one for the last time is the whole team, particularly the nurses, will clean up. It's a little messy after we've been working on somebody particularly that had bled significantly. So what we had done is all hands on deck, because it was a big bucket stretcher, which is much heavier than it. And when we went to basically pull the bucket stretcher onto a clean stretcher, there was liters and liters of blood that spilled all over the floor in the trauma bay. All over. It was in the bottom of that. So we had to clean that up again. Which is consistent with the type of injury that he had.
Do you have a vivid memory of that?
I do, because I did not want to go get his dad before we cleaned all of that up.
Final question, Dr. Crombie, from your expertise with an injury to the heart, such as the one that James McGrath suffered, what were the chances that he would ever survive such an injury?
Impossible, unless it happened in the hospital and we were right there to crack his chest.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Would you like me to begin, Your Honor?
Do you have an estimate on how long the class will be?
I think if Your Honor is okay with going perhaps a little past 3:30, that we should be able to complete the cross-examination.
Why don't we keep going then? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
We have not.
We've never discussed this case before.
We have not.
You are here to tell us today about the things that you did after the events that led to these injuries, correct?
That's correct.
And you were telling us that as part of what you did, that some blood was drawn from Mr. Connery, correct?
Correct.
You didn't know that at the time, but you told us that his blood alcohol level was a 0.125, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that 0.8 is considered impaired, correct?
Correct.
And 0.8 is considered impaired as far as for legal purposes for driving or for medical purposes or both?
Well, it could be a little bit of both. And I believe it's 0.08 when we do the conversion over.
So a 0.08 is too impaired to drive under the law, correct?
Correct.
And is also medically, is that a different sort of level of impairment than what we
It is.
use?
It
Okay.
is. So I guess I should explain that to you. So just like I was saying, like depending on your body mass index, depending on your age, depending on there is a enzyme in our livers called alcohol dehydrogenase, which breaks down the alcohol into the different components. And then the free components are what make us impaired. And depending on how fast those enzymes work, and then the size of our bodies has to do with the depot, and then our bodies, processing through that. The enzymes itself can be affected by multiple different factors, including any meds that you're on. Even if you were to take a Tylenol because you had a sore knee and you were 21 years old, it's going to be a little bit delayed in the metabolism or breakdown of that and clearance of that. In individuals that have a history of utilizing alcohol regularly, they tend to have more of this enzyme around and can clear it quite quickly. So they can seem very functional, despite the fact that the legal limit or what's measured is, significant. There are various tables on this, but there's various different things that affect that. But, when this all evolved years ago, legally driving and operating motor vehicles was the 80 liters or the 0.08.
And in fact, it used to be higher than that.
That's
0.10,
correct.
And it's
Yeah.
been lowered as
That's
we
correct.
developed more information about the impairment effects of the alcohol.
Correct. That's correct.
And when we have a BAC, that number reflects the amount of alcohol that's already been metabolized and is in the bloodstream at that point, correct?
That's correct.
And there's a fairly standard sort of metabolism rate for most people. Is that fair to say?
In general, yes, but just like I was saying, with all of those different factors, and it's kind of like dive tables. They create them based on a bunch of different data, and they come up with the metabolism. It's certain. In an hour, it should be this, and an hour it should be this, and another hour it should be this.
Have you heard that for a male, about 2 drinks per hour would get you to a 0.08?
It's again, I have heard that. I don't know if I necessarily think that that's totally accurate, because when you say male, it could be a 5'2" male, it could be a 6'7" male, and it could be something that one guy's never had a drink in his life. This guy drinks regularly, so it's completely different.
Age can affect that as well?
Age can affect it, yes.
And you mentioned a dive table. What's a dive table?
So for those individuals that do scuba diving, the Navy tested exactly almost similar to alcohol, the amount of nitrogen that is in your blood that precipitates out if you dive a certain depth. And they tested it on various naval individuals. And then very similar to the alcohol tables, they have a level of clearance per hour, depending on the depth and the time that you were exposed to the oxygen.
And you told us that a 0.125 would indicate significant impairment, correct?
Well, I wouldn't say it's significant, but it is impaired again.
So you don't recall telling us that would be significantly impaired?
No, significant is 500, 600, which I have seen. That's significant.
500 or 600, that would be close to fatal, would it not?
Depends on the individual again.
A 0.50, half of their blood being alcohol, and that would not be fatal?
So it's not a half. So you think 0.5 is 50% of your blood volume. It's actually a measurement of the ethanol or whatever is in your system. So they measure it on an assay, and they actually, it doesn't mean 50% of your blood. It's an assay.
And at a 0.125, you said that may have some effect on his injuries as far as bleeding or things of that nature?
It has an effect, exactly what I was explaining before, is that it's a diuretic. So what that means is that he's legally drunk. Level of impairment, as we've just discussed, depends on the individual. But what doesn't depend on the individual is that alcohol signals you to pee out and override your kidneys' regular homeostasis. So how that can affect your injuries is that if you're already dry to begin with, you have a certain blood alcohol level that your body's trying to clear. I'm assuming they aren't drinking water in between the alcohol that they're drinking. He's bleeding. And then in addition to that, his kidneys are peeing out, taking some of the intravascular volume out of his body. So that can affect your injuries.
0.125, would you also expect that to affect his ability to accurately describe how he'd come by these injuries?
Again, it depends. When I examined him, he was telling me exactly what was described to him.
Could it affect his perception at that level?
It's hard to say. Again, it just depends.
Depends on the person.
It depends on the person. It's very different.
Would you expect somebody who had only had 2 beers a few hours beforehand to have a 0.125?
It depends. It has to go back to that alcohol dehydrogenase enzyme that I'm talking about, how active it is or how inactive it is. And then some of it is also just genetically, some people have more active alcohol dehydrogenase than others.
So you're saying that you would expect somebody who'd had 2 beers a few hours before you saw them to still have a 0.125?
It can happen.
Just 2 beers to get us to 0.125,
Depends on the individual.
even if it was a number of hours beforehand.
It depends. How do you know it was 2 hours before?
If that's what the person said.
It's hard to say.
It is hard to say, isn't it? It would be unusual. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't say it's unusual, but it's possible.
And we also talked about a 0.20 blood alcohol content level. You recall that?
I do.
That is more than twice the legal level of impairment of
It
0.08, correct? And would you consider that to be a significant level of impairment?
It depends on the individual. So if it's a 6'8" football player, maybe not.
When you say if it was a 6'8" football player, why would a 0.20 not be significant impairment?
So again, the way that the law, and I didn't make the law, deemed it is they took an average of individuals' impairments and they measured what their deciliter was. They did a bunch of tests and they said, do this cognitively, move this way. And that's how they came out with a 0.8. And that's now in a larger more massed individual with a bigger liver, they can metabolize just better is the line. And if it happens to be an individual that, has a history or has that genetic predisposition, each one of us is different. We're a mosaic of all of our genes. It depends on what their level of impairment is.
But you would agree that the law has said that 0.08 is
To operate a motor vehicle or motor, yes,
or both
or both.
heavy machinery.
Correct.
And so if this jury was interested in why Mr. Valle did what he did that night, that's not anything that you could help them learn about, is it?
So I am here to describe the two patients that I took care of. I don't actually know who Mr. Valle is, I'll be honest with you, but I'm here to talk to you about the injuries that we treated that night and how we intended to save one of the victims.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can you read your Thank you, doctor. Thank you. Just watch your step as you exit the witness stand.
Brian Heinz and Heinz, 91.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how old you are?
I'm 19 years old.
And you go to school?
Yeah, I'm going to be attending Alfred State University.
What are you going to study?
Heavy machinery operations.
And prior to Alfred State University, were you in school?
I just ended a postgraduate year at Bridgeton Academy.
And did you play any sports?
Yeah, I played football there. I'm working at the UPS store in Fairfield.
Now, prior to your testimony today, have you and I met?
Yes, we have.
How many times?
3, 4.
And why did we meet?
To talk about today.
And I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
I was 16 years old.
And did you go to school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go to school?
I was in Shelton High School.
And did you play any sports?
Yeah, I played football and baseball.
And what year in school were you?
I was a sophomore at the time.
You were a rising sophomore, or were you ending your sophomore?
I was ending my sophomore year.
So I want to direct your attention to earlier on in the day on May 14th of 2022. You familiar with Griffin Marcy?
Yes, I am.
How do you know Griffin?
Griffin's a really good friend of mine. Ever since I moved to Shelton, he's been one of my first buddies.
And did you and Griffin hang out somewhere earlier in the day on May 14th of 2022?
Oh, yeah. I think we hung out at his house for a little bit that day.
Around what time would you say you were at his house?
Getting closer to the evening time.
And at some point, did you leave his house?
Yes, I did.
And where did you guys go?
Natalia Rizdik's house.
And how did you get to Natalia Ridzik's house?
I believe we walked.
Is it close?
Yeah, it's only 2-3 streets away.
And when you got to Natalia Ridzik's house, what kind of things were you guys doing there?
Just sat down, hanging out. She had a couple people over. No more than like eight of us there.
Now, were you guys drinking alcohol?
Yes, we were.
And were you drinking?
Yes, I was.
And how much were you drinking?
I would say at her house, no more than 2 beers.
Did you drink at Griffin's house prior to going to
No.
Natalia's house? When you went to Natalia's house, did you bring any alcohol with you?
Yes, I did.
And what did you have with you?
I had a 12-pack of Bud Light with me.
And you said you drank 2 beers out of that Bud Light?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long would you say you were at Natalia Ridzik's house?
30, 40 minutes, something like that.
And at some point in time, did you and Griffin leave Natalia's?
Yes, we did.
Why did you leave Natalia's?
Because we were invited to Austin Leifer's house.
And do you know where Austin Leifer's house is?
Yes, it's on the Lazy.
And did you in fact go to Lazy Brook Road?
Yes, we did.
And how did you get there?
Ternowski drove us there.
And when Tanner Chernowski drove you there, was it just you and Griffin?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, did he drop you off?
Yeah, he did.
Brook Road, around what time do you think he dropped you off?
Gosh, around like 7, 8 o'clock, somewhere around there.
And around 7, 8 o'clock, what was the lighting up?
It was still daylight out.
And at some point in time, was it getting dark?
Yeah.
And when you got to Lazy Brook Road, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened when you got there?
So we showed up there. We were just walking up the driveway, and then the garage door was open, and we just heard music and noise, and we walked into the garage, and that's about as far as we got in.
Now, when you got to Lazy Brook Road, were you drinking a beer down the driveway?
No, I still was only at 2 beers.
And you say you got as far as the garage. Why did you only get as far as the garage?
Because as we're about to walk into like what you would like the door from the garage, like into the house, there's 3 or 4 people getting kicked out, it seemed like, of that door and getting told to leave.
And do you know who those people were?
At the time, no.
Do you know who they are now?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
The defendant, Jack Snyder, and Tyler DaSilva.
And you say the defendant. Who is the defendant?
Raul Valle.
And is Raul Valle in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And what is he wearing?
A black suit.
When you say you were trying to get into the house and the defendant and his friends were what you deemed being kicked out of the party, tell me what happened at that time.
Him and his friends started just questioning us who we were and asking what our business was there.
And what was your response to that?
Austin had invited us over. I played football with Austin for a year in 8th grade. for Shelton. Became pretty good friends with him. And he had told me and Griffin that night, come over, I'm having a party, come over.
When you got to Laserbrook, did you notice if there was any drinking going on at that house?
Oh, yes, sir.
And when you responded to the defendant and his friends telling them that you were there because you were invited by Austin, what was their reaction to that?
They didn't care. They didn't seem to ask Austin who we were. They didn't care. They weren't worried about if we were invited or not. They weren't worried about that.
Was the defendant saying anything to you in particular during those?
No, not really. It was more of Snyder that was saying stuff to me.
And at some point in time, how long would you think that interaction between you and the defendant and his friends lasted for?
About 2 or 3 minutes.
Did this interaction happen inside the
Yeah,
garage?
all in the garage.
At some point in time, did the interaction between you and the defendant and his friends extend to outside the garage?
Yes, it did.
Tell us about how that happened.
So basically, it started with Snyder asking me for a beer because I had my 12-pack in my hands. And I actually said, yeah, sure, you can have a beer. And then the defendant asked me for a beer also. I said, yeah, sure, you can have a beer. I gave each of them a beer. And they were just like, they weren't okay with that. They started getting very argumentative with us, still wanting to know who we were, why we're there, and insisting that I give up my whole entire pack of beers for them.
And what happened after they insisted that you give up your beers?
Like I said, I gave each of them one beer. I was just like, is that all right? Like, can we just be cool about this? And for a second, it seemed like, yeah. They were like, yeah, sure. It's cool. It's fine. And we're like, all right, cool. Like, can we get by? And then all of a sudden I get my beer grabbed from out of my hands by Snyder. And then all of a sudden me and Griffin are getting pushed out, not on our own.
And how were you getting pushed out?
Literally got grabbed and just started being walked out by Snyder out of the garage into the driveway.
And once you got out into the driveway, what was your reaction to how you were being treated?
I was in shock. Like I wasn't trying to be an aggressor in any sort of way. I just had given them a beer, trying to be cool, make some friends, whatever. But they were very just like, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. Who are you? All this, that, and another thing.
And at some point in time, did you get angry with him?
Yes, I did. I got upset with Snyder and I simply said to him, listen, like, that's not how this is going to happen. And I told him, like, I'll fight you for my beer right now.
And so when you told him you would fight for your beer, what did you do at that point?
He said, okay, sure. I don't know where or who had my beer at that point in time. And I kind of just put my hands up, getting ready to fight him.
Now, prior to you getting ready to fight Snyder, do you remember what he was wearing at that point in time?
He was wearing, I believe, some sort of Nike hoodie and some shorts.
Do you remember what the defendant was wearing?
Oh, yeah, he had an Ole Miss baseball shirt on.
You see that the defendant has some helmet on?
Yeah.
Did he have that on?
Old time.
And he has some type of neck pillow on?
Oh, yeah.
Did he have that on when you spoke to him in the garage?
I don't recall.
So when you get out into the driveway, you square it up with Jack. What does that mean, you square it up?
I put my fists up, like just kind of saying, all right, let's go. Let's do this.
And did Jack, in fact, put his hands up?
Yes, he did.
What happened after that?
I'm kind of looking at Jack, just like kind of walking closer to him, like about to go and punch him. But then it happened so fast where I get hit, like right here, I get hit. And I'm thinking it's Jack that hit me. Like it happened so fast, but then I'm like, whoa, like he's far away. But it just instincts took over and I just went and tackled Snyder to the ground.
And at some point in time, how long would you say the fight lasted for?
30 seconds.
And do you know who you were fighting with at that moment?
I was just trying to fight Snyder.
And do you know if anybody else was fighting with you?
I felt a lot of blows to the back of my head multiple times, over and over, repeated, getting like what felt like being punched in the back of my head many times while I was just on top of Snyder. And then all of a sudden I'm getting ripped off by my neck, and that was about it.
So I'm going to give a pointer right there.
Yeah.
So this is frame 47. The
Yep.
individual here in the red sweatshirt, do you know who that is?
That's Snyder.
Okay. And the guy here in the green sweatshirt and the
That's
black
me.
shorts,
That's me.
do you know who this is behind you?
Oh, that's the defendant.
Okay. Just play a little bit. Right there. Frame 100. This individual right here to the left, do you know who that is?
That's DaSilva.
Now, after this fight ended, what did you do?
I got my beer back and I left.
Do you know how you got your beer back?
I believe the lifer's mother gave it back to me.
And was there any arguing back and forth going on after this fight ended?
No.
You just grabbed your beer and you took off? Now, when this fight occurred, do you know whether or not, would you recall where Griffin was at the time?
He was like,
You can't see him in the video.
no, he's not in the video. He's like over to the right. Like,
But he
you
was
kind of
close.
see where those people are standing behind it to the right.
Yep.
He's like a little bit more behind them and to the right. I don't know. I think somebody like grabbed him and like held him back, not letting him.
But in other words, he was close to see what was going on, right?
Yes, Griffin definitely saw.
Now, at some point in time, you grabbed your beer. What did you do? Walk up the driveway?
We'll walk down the driveway.
Walk down the driveway, excuse
Yeah.
me. Okay, when you walked down the driveway, what did you do when you got to the end of the driveway?
Me and Griffin were kind of just standing there like, well, we got to leave, but we don't have a ride or anything like that. But then I can remember there were girls down at the bottom of the driveway and they offered to give us a ride home.
Who's this individual in the back here?
That's me.
Was this picture taken before or after the fight?
Oh, that's after.
And can you see, you look close enough, looks like you have, look like you're like a bloody lip there?
Yeah,
Who's this individual here?
that's Griffin.
And did you know any of these girls that when you walked down the
I
driveway?
did not know.
Why were you involved in this picture?
I don't know.
Because somebody else took it?
Yeah,
Did you get a ride home from, or a ride from Lazy Brook after this picture was taken? Who took you?
one of these girls.
And where did they take you?
Back to Natalia's house.
And when you were at Natalia's house, did you drink any alcohol there?
No, I didn't.
How long would you say you were at Natalia's house after they gave you a ride there? How long were you there?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Now, at some point in time between Lazy Brook and Natalia's house, did you become aware of a group chat that had started?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
That was a group chat that I had been added to a week or two prior, actually.
Why were you added to it? Do you know why?
I really don't know, to be honest. My buddy Michael Kinnick added me to it. It was his little like basketball group chat to go play at the community center with some buddies. And I just remember that group chat. Like there would be a lot of shit talking that happened in that group chat, like all the time. And he just one day added me to it and was just like, talk some shit to these kids, blah, blah, blah. That's really all I remember
So
about
you didn't actually go play basketball?
No, you could ask any of my friends. I don't really like playing basketball.
The individuals that you just got into an altercation with back at Lazy Brook, did they go to school with you?
Just Griffin.
Griffin went to school with you, but did the defendant go to school with you?
No.
Do you know where he went to school?
He went to St. Joe's.
What about Jack Snyder?
He went to St. Joe's as well.
What about Tyler DaSilva?
He went to St. Joe's.
Do you know if any of the girls in this picture here, that's States 59, do you know if any of the girls in this picture, did you go to school with any of these girls?
No.
Do you know where they went to school?
I believe St. Joe's.
Now, in this group chat, were you aware as to whether or not individuals from St. Joe's were added to the group chat?
I was not aware. I saw a lot of phone numbers being added to it, but I didn't know who was who and all that.
Do you know whether or not what was said, but do you know whether or not any commentary that was going on in the group chat when you were driving from Lazy Brook to Laurel to Natalia's house had anything to do with what had just happened at Lazy Brook? Were you in fact involved in the group chat from Lazy Brook to Natalia's house?
Not that I recall.
Do you know whether or not Griffin was at that point?
Not that I recall.
So when you get to Natalia's house, you said you're there for 10 to 15 minutes. You leave Natalia's house.
Yes, I did.
Why?
Charlie came and picked us up.
Charlie who? And how do you know Charlie Connery?
Good friend of mine.
And did you go to high school with him?
Yes, I did.
After you leave Lazy Brook, when you get to Natalia's house, do you text message anybody about what happened to you at Lazy Brook?
No, everybody like already knew for some reason. Like I didn't go around telling people all this and that about what happened. I didn't really care that much. I didn't tell anybody about it. Everybody just already knew.
Well, in fact, at Lazy Brook, did you go there to fight?
No, I just came because Austin invited me
So Charlie Connery came and picked you up from Natalia's house. Where did he take you?
to the richest house,
And when you say the richest house, who's the richest?
Tyler Rich.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
I just played football with him that past year.
Did you go to school with him?
Just for like that sophomore year because due to COVID, like freshman year, all that stuff. So freshman, sophomore year, you could say, yeah, I went to school with him.
States Exhibit 5, do you recognize this house?
Yes,
Whose house?
Tyler Rich's house.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, did you go in immediately inside the house?
Yes, I did.
And how many people would you say were there when you got there?
20 to 30.
And when you got there, what kind of things were going on inside the house?
I just had like people coming up to me and questioning me like what had happened, just wanted to know what had happened. I wasn't like everybody like I said before, they already knew. I don't know how they knew, but they knew what had happened. And I just simply explained to the people that asked me what happened, what had happened.
And did you in fact tell them what happened at Lazy Brook?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you were, aside from what you told people, happened at Lazy Brook, what other things were going on inside Tyler Rich's house?
Conversation.
People hanging out? Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Did you see who was drinking alcohol, or was it just kind of just there and people?
Yeah. Just
What kind of alcohol was being consumed? Do you remember?
just beers or a seltzer, something like that.
Did you bring your beer
Yes.
or what was left of them with you to Tyler Rich's house? Did you in fact drink any alcohol when you were at Tyler Rich's house? One beer. Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house, how did you enter the house? Do you remember?
Through the cellar side doors.
Do you recall where the cellar side doors are?
Yeah, it's on the right of the house.
So if I'm pointing to this area here, is this around the area where you came into the house?
Yeah.
So it would be what, on the other side of this AC unit? Do you know who that is?
It's Faison.
And how do you know?
Just went to school with him and played a season of football with him.
Do you know whether or not Faison was at Tyler Rich's house when you got there?
I don't know.
Or was he there at some point in the
Yes.
night? Showing you States 55? Do you know who that is?
Yeah,
Who is that?
that's Tommy Connery.
And how do you know Tommy?
He's Charlie's older brother.
And was he there when you got to Tyler Rich's house?
I believe so. I wasn't really looking around to see who was there, who wasn't there, but yeah, I believe
You
he
said there
was
were 30 people there.
Yeah, he was there.
Did you take into account every single person that was at that night? But do you recall seeing Charlie there? I mean, Tommy there?
Yeah.
How do you know Jimmy McGrath?
I'd met him one time previously at Tyler's house, I think a few months beforehand. That's really my only relation with Jimmy.
Do you recall seeing Jimmy at Tyler's house?
Yes, actually, I remember talking to him. He was one of the first people I did talk to when I got there. He was asking me what had happened that night. Exactly. Yep.
56, who's that?
Me.
And do you know when this picture was taken?
In the hospital.
Now, are you familiar with Enrico Fiola?
Yes.
How do you know Ricky?
Very good friend of mine.
And did you go to school with him?
Yes, I did.
And how about Sal Perry? You know
Yeah,
Sal
I know
Perry?
Sal.
And how do you know him?
Played football with him.
How about Mike Samperry?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Just friends. Like, just got to meet him when I first got to Shelton. We became good friends. He went to a different high school, but we still remained good friends.
How about Alex Bernston?
I'd met him like 2 or 3 times prior, just when I was with Tanner, hanging out with him. Alex would come around every now and then.
Now, the individuals I just mentioned, were they all at Tyler Rich's party? Do you remember seeing them?
Yes.
Now, after you got to Tyler Rich's house and you were telling people what had happened, did you guys kind of just hang out for a little bit?
Yeah.
Do you know whether or not this basketball group chat, was this going on at the time?
Yeah, like I wasn't really too involved in it, but I was feeling the notifications going off in my pocket on my phone. I felt the buzz going off on my phone, and I knew there was stuff being said in there. I just don't know what was being said exactly.
Do you know who was saying anything? And you don't know? You
No.
just, did you glance at it and say, oh, that's
I would just look at it and be like, whatever, put it back in my pocket.
Now, at some point in the night, did individuals show up to Tyler Rich's house that weren't invited?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And how long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house before that happened?
10, 15 minutes.
How were you made aware that these individuals showed up to Tyler Rich's house?
Everybody was just like, they're here. They showed up and people started walking outside.
Were you made aware of it through other individuals in the house, or were you also made aware of it through the group chat?
Just other individuals in the house.
Where did you walk from the house?
Through the side where the cellar doors are, and then kind of through the driveway, and then the car was parked roughly right in front of the driveway.
Notice what type of car it was?
Yeah, it was an SUV.
Was it facing towards Adams, or was it facing towards farmhouse? Exhibit 1's behind you if you want
It was facing towards farmhouse.
Okay. And did you approach this vehicle?
Oh, yes, I did.
And when you approached the vehicle, what side of the vehicle did you approach?
The driver's side.
How far away did you get from the vehicle when you stopped, when you walked up to it? How far away?
Oh, I was right next to it.
And did you talk to anybody in the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anybody in the vehicle?
Yes.
Who did you notice?
I noticed Snyder driving, and then I noticed DaSilva, Raul, and Mackenzie Trafecante.
Did you notice anybody else in the vehicle?
A few others, but I didn't know who they were.
How many of you approached the vehicle?
10, 15.
And when you approached the vehicle, did anybody have a conversation with anybody in that vehicle?
Yes.
What was the conversation like? Not what was said, but what was it like?
It was, I don't really know how to explain it. Like, I feel like there was multiple different conversations going on throughout the vehicle. Like, I feel like someone was having a conversation with the front passenger, someone was having a conversation with the driver, somebody was having a conversation with the people in the back seats. So I'm not really too sure what was said, but it was, the overall tone of it was totally like chill and like normal. And then there were parts of it that were aggressive. And
why did it get aggressive?
Because they had jumped me.
Did you say anything to anybody when you were there?
No, not that I recall.
Do you recall if the defendant said anything to anybody? You said that it got aggressive?
Yeah.
What happened when it was getting aggressive?
Cans started getting thrown at the car, and then the car started whipping up and down the road.
Now, when you say cans got thrown at the car, who threw cans?
Multiple different people.
Did you throw any cans?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of cans did you throw?
I threw my Bud Lights that I had still.
Were they empty cans or were they full cans?
They were full cans.
Okay. Do you recall where you threw the can?
I believe I was on the other side of the car at this point, so on the passenger side now. And I believe I hit the door, the passenger side door, and then the other can I threw completely missed the car because I believe the car was moving at the time.
So you see this defect in the windshield here?
Yeah.
Did you recall doing that yourself?
I did not do that, no.
So if that was done, that was done by somebody else?
Yeah.
If it was done that night?
Yeah.
After the beer cans were being thrown, other things were being thrown at the car, did anybody else put their hands on the car? Was there anybody else doing anything else to the car?
Not that I recall, no.
And you said the car at some point left?
Yeah.
And where did it go?
Just up and down the road.
When you say up and down the road, if you're looking at State's Exhibit 1,
It was just going back and forth.
and when it was going back and forth, what, if anything, was the car doing?
Going really fast.
Were they throwing anything from the car? You don't remember any of that? Where were you when the car was going up and down the road?
In the driveway.
And were you paying attention to it the whole time, or were you talking
Pretty
to other
much.
people?
Like I would pay attention to it, and then I'd talk to the person next to me, something like that.
Now, when you were initially at the car, do you recall who was with you out of all your friends?
No, I wasn't worried about any of that.
Why can't you recall who was with you at the time?
I wasn't looking for who was with me. I just knew it was my friends, people that I knew weren't going to do anything to me.
Do you know if Tyler Rich was there?
No.
Do you know if Griffin Marcinzik was there? Do you know if Ricky Fiola was there? Now, when the car went up and down the road and you were in the driveway, you said you were just talking to your friends, kind of paying attention. Were you kind of looking down the road?
Yeah.
What were you doing? You said you were talking to your friends. What friends were you talking to? You remember? Why can't you remember?
Just normal conversation. Just can't remember.
Can't remember the particular person you were talking to. Did the car stop driving up and down the road?
Yes.
And where did you see it stop?
Like right at the corner of Farmhouse and Laurel.
And when it stopped at that corner, what, if anything, do you remember happening next?
I can remember Tyler Rich running down there after the car. And I actually I didn't go fully down there, but I also kind of like walked about halfway down the road towards it.
Can you show me State's Exhibit 49 where you walked?
To about like where all the trees are. I just remember the trees on my side,
The trees here,
the other side of the road.
these trees?
Yeah.
So just past Tyler Rich's property on the left-hand side where there's, looks like pine trees?
Yeah.
You stopped right around here?
Yep.
And when you were there, how far away were you from where the car was?
Several feet away from the car.
Like hundreds of feet, maybe 100 feet, a couple hundred
I
feet?
don't know.
Were you close enough to see anything going on down there?
Not really. I was just able to like make out like people and that there were people down there.
And what did you see?
Just like people talking, it looked like, really.
So people were outside the car or inside the car?
Both.
And when people were down there talking, do you recall if any of your friends were down there at the same time?
Yeah, I know Tyler Rich was down there.
Did you know if anybody else went down there? Did more than just Tyler Rich go down there though?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not outside of talking, did you see anybody get into any physical altercation or fight down there? Did you see anybody throw anything down? How long would you say that you were watching what was going on down the road at that point in time?
I think I watched for like 3 seconds and I just stopped caring and I walked back to the house.
You walked back to the house. Did you go back inside the house?
Yeah.
When you got back inside Tyler Rich's house, what did you do when you got back inside the basement?
I just like kind of stood there for a minute or two. Everybody seemed to be in there. And then all of a sudden I just hear, they're back. They're back. They're in the yard.
Now, before you heard they're back, what kind of things were you guys doing? Were people still drinking, having a good time, hanging out?
Not really anymore. Everybody's kind of just like, this night's over. Nothing good about it.
What time of day was it? Was it late?
I don't know. Like
If you
10,
can't recall, you
11,
can't recall.
back.
It wasn't light out though, right?
No.
And was it, when you were outside, was it dark enough that you couldn't see in front of you?
No, it was a nice night. Like it wasn't dark. Like it wasn't pitch black outside. Like you could see the person in front of you. You could see like somebody 10 feet away from you. You
And-
could make them out.
Were there any other lights around the area? If there were any lights?
There was like a sensor light from the house, but that's really all I.
And you said at some point in time, you heard somebody say they're back.
Yeah.
When you heard somebody say they're back, what did that mean to you?
I don't really know what it meant to me. I just instantly was like, I want to go see what it is.
So you were curious?
Yes.
Because you wanted to go see what it was, what did you do as a result?
I immediately went right back out the cellar door and walked into the yard.
And when you walked into the yard, showing you State's Exhibit 5, where did you go? Do you recall where you went? Can you show me in State's Exhibit 5?
I'm somewhere behind like this red bush.
Okay, so you're somewhere over here?
Yeah.
So I'm pointing to the left side, just behind the red bush.
Good, can reflect. Thank you.
And when you come outside and you're near this bush here, what do you see when you come outside?
I see the defendant and then I see DaSilva.
And can you tell us on State's Exhibit 5 where you saw them?
About the same area. DaSilva was like, if I'm looking at them, DaSilva was behind the defendant to his right a little bit, maybe 3 or 4 feet.
So if you're looking this way,
Yeah.
DaSilva's over here.
Yeah.
And the defendant is where?
Right in front of me.
And tell us about your did you have an interaction with these two?
Yes.
Just tell us about that.
So when I walk outside, the defendant had just like put his shirt up over his head. And like, I can't do it right now, but he like put his shirt over his head and was just like quietly, very calmly saying, "Where is Aiden King? Where is Aiden King? I want to see Aiden King." And just kept repeating that over and over again.
Did you ask him why he wanted to see Aiden King?
I wasn't really worried about it. I didn't care.
And what was your reaction when he was asking about where Aiden King was?
I just was like, "Don't worry about it. I'm right here. What's your problem? Like, why are you back here?"
Yeah. And what was his response?
"Where's Aiden King?" And then I caught like, I was like, "Why do you have your shirt on your head like that?" I was saying that. And then I pulled the shirt off of his head, not like hard or anything like that, but I just grabbed it, I pulled it off of his head. And then all of a sudden like that, it was just a totally different person. And it like just got crazy.
What do you mean?
Like the defendant was really calm and just quiet and was just like, "Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King?" And like I said, I don't know. I don't care. Like, I'm right here. What's the problem here? Pulling the shirt off of his head. And then the second I pulled the shirt off of his head, just starts freaking out, like get very upset and argumentative and forgot about Aiden King and did worry only about me and the people next to me.
And when you say argumentative, what was he doing?
Just like getting real fast and just like you took my shirt off my head. Like there's going to be a problem now, blah, blah, blah. Like just all types of stuff like that.
Do you recall when you were talking to the defendant in the yard, do you recall who was near you at the time?
Oh yeah, Nikki DeJesus and Tywood right next to me.
And do you recall, if you can, was there anybody near Tyler DaSilva?
No, I wasn't worried or paying attention to Tyler DaSilva at that point in time.
And when the defendant started to react the way he did and get crazy,
Yeah.
what happened? What, if anything, happened next?
Me, Nikki, and Ty immediately were just like, we're from me to the microphone at this point now, away from him, just looking him right in the eyes, and we're just chirping each other back and forth.
And when you say chirping each other, what does that mean?
Talking shit.
Okay. And how long did that last for?
30 seconds, 45 seconds.
At any point during your chirping back and forth, did you ever tell the defendant to leave?
No.
So after about 30 or 40 seconds, what happens next?
Out of nowhere, really, Tyler Rich punched him in the face.
Do you know why he punched him in the face?
He was on his property. I'm not really sure other than that, though.
But how did you see Tyler Rich punch him in the face?
I just saw like his fist and just hit him in the face.
Come over. Where was Tyler?
I don't know where Tyler was. I just like literally like I was looking the defendant right in his eyes, like right in his face. Like that's all I was looking at. I was locked in on that, and Tyler Rich's fist just punches him.
How do you know it was Tyler's?
I figured that out after the fact.
So you didn't know it at the time?
No, at the time.
But it was one of your friends that punched the defendant in the face?
Yes.
And when that happened, what happened after that?
I kind of, it's like weird from there. Like I just kind of go at the defendant and I punch him in the face like 2 times.
And when you did that, did the defendant engage you?
Yes, he did.
Can you tell us a little bit about how
So
he
like he was stumped, like he's like when he got punched in the face, he stumbled back and just kind of fell. And then that's where like I kind of like got over him and I punched him in the face. And then all of a sudden I just feel like a weird sharp pain in my side. And I just kind of went like this and I went like this and I looked down to this and I see him with his fist clenched up like this and kind of like his shoulder and like bicep area right here were like held back by something, but he was going like this. And I'm like, you can say I was like on top of him at this point, but he's going like this. And I just see like a jabbing motion towards my side. And that's where I felt like the stick right prior. And then all of a sudden I'm just like, I gotta get away. Like I gotta get out of here. And I get off and I just walk away.
And how many times would you say the defendant hit you?
Oh,
Do you recall?
I I mean, I got stabbed 3 times, but I don't know. He was just going and going. Like it was not like he wasn't trying to hit me in a certain spot. It was just like jabbing over and over and over, just trying to poke me basically.
And once that happened, you said you had to walk away.
Yeah, I just I don't know, some instinct in me was just get up, get off, get out of there.
And when that happened, how did you feel?
I was just dazed, and it's really blurry and just I don't know. It's just it's honestly that entire part of the night is the least there I am, I would say.
What are you doing in the yard after this happens?
I realized that DaSilva is in a fight with his own group of people, and I kind of just stood there and watched.
And do you recall whether or not you engaged in that fight at all? Now, how long would you say that whole fight took place? And when the fight was going on, what kinds of things do you recall seeing about kind of watching the DaSilva fight?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, you kind of just stood there, you said, and watched, right? What were you watching? What were you seeing?
People throwing punches, I guess, and that's really all I can recall about it.
When you were engaged with the defendant, do you know whether or not there was more than one person engaged with him?
No.
It was just you and him? And at some point in time, when you stop, when you back off from the defendant, do you see where he goes?
No.
Now, when you recall, if you can recall the DaSilva fight, do you recall how many people were engaged with DaSilva?
3, 4 people.
3, 4. After the fight ends, at some point, do you realize that you're injured?
So, kind of as DaSilva's getting pushed out, my buddy Ty Wood was right next to me again, and he's like, "Dude, are you okay?" And he's seen my clothes and pointed it out, and I had already started to bleed through my sweatshirt and my shorts, and that's also when I heard my lung collapse in my chest, and I don't know how to describe it, but it was bubbles coming from out of my chest, and I just immediately got super scared, and I didn't know what was going on.
And when you say you were bleeding, so did you say anything how did you realize that you had been injured?
I just kind of lifted up my shirt and looked, and I was like, holy shit, I was stabbed.
And when you realized you were stabbed at that moment, did you hear anybody scream anything?
No.
Did you see anything else at that point? What was going on?
I kind of just went into I don't even know how to describe it. I thought I was going to die. I heard the bubbles come from out of my chest, and I just immediately thought the worst. And I walked myself back in through the cellar doors into the basement and sat down and was like, I want water.
Now, when you were fighting with the defendant, did you have a weapon on you?
No.
Do you recall if Ty Wood had a weapon on him that night?
No.
Do you recall if Nikki DeJesus had a weapon on him that night?
No, none of my friends carry weapons.
Yes, sir! Let's go with it.
Is this video before or after you were already stabbed?
This is after I was stabbed.
So how is it that you're standing there watching Tyler DaSilva, and how is it that you don't know you're stabbed?
I just didn't know. I just had so much adrenaline going through me. I was this is the point in time where I just something told me in my head, get up, get away from this. That's where I am now. That's where I kind of got up, and I kind of just walked and was like, all right. And that's when I realized there was a whole nother fight going on. I didn't even know really there was another fight going on. I really thought it was just me and the defendant.
You recall hearing, he's got a knife, he's got a knife?
Yeah.
At what point in time do you realize that you're stabbed, and then you indicated you went down, that you talked to Ty Wood, and then you go into the basement? At what point, I guess, in that timeline?
The same exact time.
So you hear, he's got a knife, he's got a knife.
Wood's pointing out to me that I got stabbed.
And then you're lifting up your shirt. This individual here on the left with the phone out.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
That's Ricky Fiola.
And at this point in the video, you're already stabbed.
Yes.
Again, this is
Me.
Do you know who this is here?
Oh, that's Sal.
Sal Perry.
Yes.
This individual here with no shirt on. You know?
Alex.
Alex Simpson. How about this kid here with the red hat?
Michael Samperi.
And this is
DaSilva.
And do you recall being here in this moment in the video?
That's the only point of view I remember of watching DaSilva. This is what I remembered from that. Yeah.
And it's a few seconds after this that you realize the Ty Wood's over.
That's when everybody started figuring out they were stabbed. I want to say Faison might have been the first one that realized he was stabbed, and he was like, holy shit, like I was stabbed. And then everybody is just like, whoa, like what's going on? And
Did anybody else follow you into the basement?
some people did, but I just don't, I don't remember who it was. Some people did follow me into the basement, and somebody did grab me a glass of water, and then they helped me out back outside because they were like, the ambulances are coming. They're about to be here. You got to come back outside. But I don't remember who it was.
Why don't you remember?
There was just so much going through my head at that point in time. Like I truthfully thought like I was going to die. And like, it was so hard for me to breathe. I didn't know I had a collapsed lung. I heard those bubbles happen in my chest. And I was just thinking the worst. And I truthfully thought like I was going to die in that front yard or basement that night.
Did you know what was going on at that moment?
No, not really. I was just kind of in my own world, just like, don't die, one breath at a time. Kind of like that's literally what I got down to. I by the time I was brought back into the yard and my lung was so like collapsed and stuff, like,
Could you breathe?
Like barely. I was like that. I barely was able to breathe, and I was just like one breath at a time. I literally took it down to seconds. Like I was thinking so small. I was just like, just one step at a time, and I'll make it. I'll be okay, and all that stuff. But yeah, I was just so in my own world, just thinking about life and my life to that point in time. I truthfully thought I was going to die.
Ryan, I think yesterday when we left off, we were talking about the fight. Just prior to the fight starting, was the group chat still going on?
I can't. I don't know.
Do you know whether or not you had indicated your phone was buzzing in your pocket?
Yeah.
Do you recall whether or not you said anything in the group chat?
I think I mentioned one time just calling them pussies, but that's it. That's all I said. I only said one thing.
Okay. And when you came out into the yard to confront the defendant and Mr. DaSilva, were you closer to Mr. DaSilva or the
defendant?
And at any point in time during the night, do you recall fighting anybody other than the defendant?
No.
With regards to the video,
yeah.
When did the fight happen? Was it?
That video is probably 20 seconds into the fight.
Tell us again how you fought with the defendant.
I kind of was just over top of the defendant. I punched him in the face 2 times, and then I just felt a jab in my side, and I looked down and I see the defendant with his right hand clenched up in a ball like this, and he's just poking at my side.
Did you see any weapon on him?
No, I didn't see a weapon or anything. I just seen his fist and just going like this repeatedly over and over again, and just right there on my side.
After that happened, what did you do?
I just, like, some instinct in me just was like, get off, get away, like just like that. I don't know how to explain it.
And at some point in time, did you lose sight of the defendant?
Yes.
Did you see where he went?
No.
Did you see him after the fight ended?
No.
At some point in time, do you recall watching the fight with Mr. DaSilva?
Yes.
And when you were watching that fight with Mr. DaSilva, when did it become apparent to you that you were injured?
Like when I heard somebody scream out, he's got a knife, he's got a knife.
So when you heard that, what triggered in your head?
I was just like, I just heard that, and I was like, he's got a knife, like, who's hurt? Like, is everybody okay? I didn't even realize I was hurt or anything. And then my buddy Ty Wood came up to me and was like, are you okay? Like, you're bleeding. And he pointed down at my side, and I had bled through all my clothing.
And when you realized that you were bleeding, what did you do?
I like lifted up my shirt, and I wanted to see like what was wrong with me. I didn't know what had happened. I didn't know how many times I had been stabbed or anything like that. And like right at the same time I'm realizing I had gotten stabbed, I hear all the bubbles and like my lung collapsing basically. And like bubbles in my chest. It was a really weird sound. I don't know how to describe it. I never want to hear that sound ever again. It kind of like, it like haunts me in a way, but I just got super scared, and I didn't know what was going to happen.
Were you able to breathe?
Barely.
And when you realized that you were injured, what did you do next?
I went inside, and I just wanted to sit down and get a glass of water. That's all I could think of was sit down, get a glass of water.
And did somebody bring you a glass of water?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was? Why don't you recall it?
I just was in such like a fog of like mentally, all I could think of was just like one breath at a time, pretty much.
At some point in time, did somebody come in the house to get you and bring you outside? Do you recall who that was?
No.
And at some point in time, did you exit the house?
Yeah.
Why did you exit the house?
Because the ambulances were arriving.
And when the ambulances arrived, did somebody render aid to you?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did they do for you when you were on scene?
They just were asking me my injuries and what was wrong, and I just had to explain to the best I could what I felt.
And were you taken to the hospital?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, we started doing this yesterday, so State's Exhibit 61. Remember seeing this picture yesterday?
Yeah.
This individual here on the left, you know who that is?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Ricky Fiola.
You got the white shirt and the pink shorts on the left side of 61 there. Exhibit 62, do you know who this individual is?
The defendant.
Exhibit 63, I'm going to point this kid here to the left. He appears to be a green sweatshirt, black shorts with white trim. Who's that?
That's me.
This kid here with the white shirt and the black shorts next to you. Who's
Sal Perry.
kid next to him with jeans on with the no shirt on? Do you know who that is?
Alex.
Alex Bernstein?
Yeah.
This guy here with the jeans on, the black shirt and the red hat, do you know who that is?
Yeah, Michael Samperi.
And this guy here on his knees with what appears to be a shirt pulled up with jeans on, do you know who that is?
Yeah, Jack DaSilva.
Who's that?
Tyler DaSilva, I mean.
64. Guy right here to the right with the white shirt, black shorts on, do you know who that is?
That's Charlie.
Charlie who? Again, 65. Charlie Connery?
Yeah.
66. This guy right here with the white shirt, appears to be tan shorts next to you.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
That's Jake Bills, right?
This guy right here with the shirt off, with the camouflage pants on, with the shirt hanging out the back. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, that's Matt Lockovich.
And this individual right here with the navy blue shirt, white pants. Do you know who that is?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
67. This individual who appears to be pushing somebody for the picture. Do you know who that is?
Bill Lobos.
And this individual here, navy blue shirt, white pants.
Jimmy McGrath.
Exhibit 68, this individual with the jeans, appears to be a shirt still pulled up, with their back to us. Do you know who that is?
Tyler DaSilva.
And this individual to his left, do you know who that is?
That's the defendant.
Finally, State 69, this individual appears to be near the curb in the street with the light blue jersey on. Do you know who that is?
That's DaSilva.
And this person here with the navy blue shirt on and white pants,
That's Jimmy.
Jimmy McGrath.
Yep.
At some point in time when paramedics came and rendered aid to you, do you recall whether or not you took your shirt off at the scene?
I think I did take my shirt off. I think I was using it to like cover up my stab wound.
Show you State's Exhibits 25 exhibit. These items that you were wearing tonight, May 14th of 2022,
Yes.
appears to be a black shirt. Does that appear to be inside out?
Yeah.
State's Exhibit 26, is that the same shirt but right side in? And obviously the green sweatshirt, is that yours?
Yeah. I don't know whose shoes those are.
Those are not your shoes.
Those are not my shoes.
Exhibit 27, a picture of the shirt that you were wearing that night. I may approach the witness, Your Honor. See this defect in the shirt here?
Yeah.
Is that about where your upper stab wound was?
Yes.
And is this the front of the t-shirt?
Yes.
And do you see this defect here?
Yes, I do.
Is that the right about where you received your first stab wound?
Yes.
Your upper chest?
Yep.
The defect in the shirt, is this where one of the stab wounds was?
Yes.
Exhibit 29. Is this your sweatshirt with the defect in it from the?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83 for identification purposes. Do you recognize 83?
Yep.
And what is 83?
In the hospital.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you look like in the hospital the day after?
Yes.
Showing you marked as State's Exhibit 84 for identification. You recognize State's 84? And what is State's 84?
Me with a wound to my head.
And does this accurately reflect the wound to your head on May 15th of 2022?
Yes, it does.
Start showing you State's 85. You recognize State's 85?
Yes.
And what is State's 85?
The tube that had to be put in my chest.
And does this accurately reflect what the tube looked like in your chest on May 15th of 2022?
Yes.
Showing you State's 86. Do you recognize 86?
Yes.
And what is State's 86?
Tube that was coming out of my chest, and then that's where I got stabbed.
And does this picture accurately reflect the upper wound area but covered on May 15th of 2022?
Yeah.
Showing you State's 87. For identification purposes, do you recognize 87?
Yes.
And what is State's 87? Again, what is State's 83?
Me in the hospital.
Now, these injuries to you point out, looks like you have injuries to your nose, your face area, and your head. Were those injuries caused during the fight at 43 Laurel Glen?
No, those were at Lazy Brook.
So when you got into the initial fight at Lazy Brook, the defendant and his friends, that's when that happened?
Yeah.
State's 84. This injury here to the top of your head, which looks like the left side of your head. Do you know when that injury happened?
That's from Lazy Brook as well.
That's also from Lazy Brook. State's 85. Can you tell us where State's 85 was from?
That's the tube that had to be put in my chest
Do you know why the tube had to be put in your chest at the hospital?
to reinflate my lung.
State's 86. What are we looking at in State's 86?
So the gauze is where I was stabbed, and then that is part of the tube that was coming out of my chest.
And this, obviously, this is the left side of your chest?
Yes.
That is where you got your injuries?
Yeah, on my left side.
State's 87. Can you tell us what State's 87 is?
That would be my stab wound to my upper chest.
And this is the stab wound that caused the collapsed lung?
Yes, it is.
State's 88. Can you tell us what we're looking at in State's 88?
That is my stab wound to my hip.
Around here?
Yeah.
Right. And this is the tube?
Yeah, that's the same tube.
States 89. Is this the same wound but uncovered?
Yes.
This is what, a few days after?
Yeah.
States 90. What are we looking at here? This is what?
That would be my stab wound to like my lower butt cheek, pretty much.
So like the hip area?
Yeah.
And again, this tube that's running down, is that, where is that?
That's the same tube that was in my chest.
91. Is this the same wound you just mentioned but uncovered?
Yes, it is.
Showing you states 92. So it appears to be the right side of your body, but are these injuries on the right side of your body?
No, they're on my left side.
So is this picture being taken in a mirror?
Yes.
So this would be your upper left chest area where the first stab wound was.
Mhm.
Second stab wound to your lower abdomen area.
Yep.
And then your third stab wound would be on your left side of your hip.
Yes.
And when were these pictures taken? Do you know?
A couple weeks after.
Now, after you were at the hospital, well, how long did you stay in the hospital for? You remember?
I was there for 2 nights and 3 days.
And do you recall what you were diagnosed with?
A collapsed lung. I believe I had a fracture in my nose and some head trauma. And I don't remember.
And what was the treatment that, aside from getting to the hospital and initially getting diagnosed, what treatment did you have to go through?
Well, I couldn't get stitches because they didn't want my wounds to get infected. So it was really cleaning them out multiple times a day, keeping fresh gauze on them at all times, and just a lot of rest.
And what has your recovery been like?
Physically, they healed up, but mentally, I've never been the same person.
Was that?
I can't stop thinking about that. Like every single day, multiple times a day, I just think about that night and things that I could have done different, things that anybody could have done different. And I just didn't think things like this happen in the world. I don't know. I didn't know there was people like that out there that really wanted to cause harm.
When you were at Laurel Glen that night and those individuals walked on the front lawn and the fight started, did you anticipate the fight being a fist fight?
Yes.
Did you anticipate there ever being any weapons used?
No.
Did you have any weapons at Lazy Brook that night with
No.
you? Did you have any weapons with you at Laurel Glen that night?
No.
Did Ty Wood have any weapons on him?
No.
Did anybody near you, did you recall anybody near you when you were face to face with the defendant having any weapons?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Heinz.
We go.
We have never met before, never talked about this case before. Let me go over with you some of your testimony that you've given here. You told us yesterday you thought you'd met with the state's attorney 3 or 4 times prior to this.
Yep.
To discuss your testimony here.
Yes.
You recall that? And when you're answering, you just have to say either yes or no. The court reporter can't get it on the record, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so let's review that evening. You told us that Griffin Marcinzik was a really good friend of yours since childhood, basically, right?
No, I moved to Shelton in the winter when I was in 8th grade. So right about when COVID started, I moved to Shelton, but Griffin was one of the first kids I met and I became very good friends with.
Okay, so good friends since you moved to Shelton.
Yes.
You say that was in the 8th grade. And at this time, May 14th, 2022, you told us that you were ending your sophomore year. So you would have been a rising junior.
Yes.
And you went over to a friend's house. Was that Natalia Ritz?
Yes.
And you hung out there at Natalia's, right? You told us that you were doing some drinking there while you were hanging out.
Yes.
And that was, you had no more than 2 beers, right?
No more than 2 beers.
How do you know no more than 2?
Because I know it was no more than 2 beers.
What makes you so certain about that? No more than 2.
Because it was only 2 beers.
And that was only in 30 to 40 minutes of being there that you had those 2 beers?
Yes.
Power drinking that night?
I'm sorry?
Was that power drinking? Was that a fairly regular speed to have 2 beers in a 30 to 40 minute period?
That's pretty normal.
And then you told us that you got invited over to Austin Leifer's house, right?
Yes.
How did you know Austin?
I met him in 8th grade when I moved to Shelton.
Also when you moved to Shelton?
Yes.
Did Austin go to Shelton High School?
No, he didn't.
Was Austin on the basketball group text chat?
I don't recall.
And Tanner Chernowski drove you to Austin's house, right?
Yes.
How did Tanner Chernowski know to take you to Austin Leifer's house?
Me and Griffin asked him.
And who is Tanner Chernowski to you?
Another guy that I met when I first moved to Shelton and became a really good friend of mine. He happens to live not too far from me. Hang out.
Did you play football with Tanner?
No.
You played football with Griffin?
Yes.
Did you play any sports with Tanner?
No.
He was a couple years older than you.
Yes.
Did Tanner Chernowski provide you with any of those beers that evening?
No.
And you said that he drove you over to 5 Lazy Brook, and that was somewhere between 7 or 8 o'clock, right?
Yes.
And that you got there to the house while it was still daylight, but by the time you left, you would agree it was no longer daylight, right?
It was like the evening time, yes.
Because we've seen the video of the fight outside of 5 Lazy Brook, and it appears to be pretty dark then. Are you saying that at that point there was still some daylight?
Yes, there was still some daylight.
And when you showed up, you heard music and noise, and you thought that was a party, so you walked into the garage, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you still only had the 2 beers?
Yes.
But you didn't make it into the house. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You just got into the garage?
Yeah.
And how many people were in the garage when you got in there?
I don't think anybody was in there.
Nobody in the garage?
No.
So as you're going from the garage to the door into the interior of the house, you see some people coming out of the house, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you came to learn that the party was being shut down or something of that nature, right?
Not really that. I just found out after the fact that the people that were coming out that I saw were happening to be getting kicked out at the time.
Okay. This wasn't your party, right?
No.
And so you saw some people coming out of the house, but you don't know why they were coming out of the house?
No.
In fact, some people thought you hadn't been invited to the party, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, you were confronted by some folks who said they didn't know what you were doing there, right?
Yeah, but the homeowner invited me and Griffin.
Well, not the homeowner, right? Austin doesn't own
Homeowner's
the
son.
home, does he, right? And in fact, Madigan was having the party, right?
I'm not sure.
Well, did you see a number of girls there that evening?
Yes.
You caught a ride with some of those girls at the end of the evening?
Yeah.
Did you know that they were all members of the lacrosse team from that school?
No.
And you never saw Austin that night, right?
No.
Because he was outside throwing up and ill from drinking, right?
Objection,
what I
how
heard.
would you know?
Sustained. So hold on a minute, Attorney Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury court's going to strike the the witness's response to that particular question. And I'm going to ask you to not consider the question, and you'll learn that questions are not evidence, okay? So the stricken response, not evidence, not to be considered. You'll hear more about stricken evidence at the end of the evidence. And the question obviously is not to be considered evidence either. Thank you.
You didn't see Austin that night, right?
No.
And these three folks that come out the door, you say that they confronted you about coming there, prevented you from going inside, right?
Yes.
And ultimately, you claim that they didn't care about that, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you said they didn't care that you told them that you had been invited.
Yes.
And Mr. Valle, you told us, didn't say anything to you, right?
No, he was speaking to Griffin.
It was Mr. Snyder who was having this interaction with you, right?
Yes.
And you saw him on that photo and identified him as wearing that red hoodie that evening, correct? Yes. And in fact, you say that Mr. Snyder asked you for a beer and you told him, yeah, sure, right? You gave him a beer.
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Valle asked you if he could have a beer and you said, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And you gave him a beer, right?
Just trying to be a peacemaker.
You gave both of them a beer that night, correct?
Yes.
Griffin Marcinzik was right there when that happened.
Yes.
Were you blocking his view so that he couldn't see you give the beers to these two people?
Griffin?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Do you recall where Griffin was?
I believe he was right next to me.
And that wasn't enough for Mr. Snyder, right? He
No.
decided he was going to grab those beers from you.
Yes.
Mr. Valle didn't grab the beers from you.
No.
Mr. DaSilva, did you see him?
Yes.
He didn't say anything to you.
No.
He didn't grab the beers from you.
No.
Ultimately, Snyder grabs the beers from you. You said you were trying to be cool and make some friends.
Yes.
And at that point, you got upset with Snyder, right?
Yes.
He said you weren't going to stand for this, right?
Yes.
You were upset at that.
I was. I wasn't going to get pushed out and bullied.
You said, I'll fight you right now for this beer, right?
Yes, I did.
And you put your hands up to fight.
Yes.
And y'all make it out into the driveway from the garage, right?
Mhm.
And we saw the video there.
Yes.
And in that video, we see you and Mr. Snyder squared up, right?
Yes.
And you're circling a little bit for position, right? It's a fight going on.
Yeah.
You're not just standing there toe to toe like we see some old school bare knuckles boxers, right? You're moving around. You're circling.
A little bit. Yes.
You bump into Mr. Valle?
No.
No, you
No.
don't bump into Mr. Valle.
No, I do not bump Mr. Valle.
Where was Mr. Valle?
He was hiding behind me.
Hiding behind you?
You could say that. Yes.
Hiding behind what?
Me. Just he was behind me. I
He
didn't know
was
he
just
was there.
behind you,
Yeah,
right? He
he was-
wasn't hiding.
Sure.
You were aware he was there.
No.
You knew there was a circle of people around you watching, correct?
Yes.
And you were circling for position.
No.
No. You were just going to stand still and let Mr. Snyder come towards you.
I wouldn't really say it was circling, but it was more of just like a little like get a better position. You could say that. Yeah.
Right. You're not just going to stand still and let somebody who you've just challenged to a fight just come at you and start throwing blows, right?
Well, in all honesty, that was my first fight ever that night. I never had been in a fight before that. So I very well could have been standing right there. I don't have a fighting background.
Okay. But you saw the video.
Yes.
You'd agree you were moving,
A little bit. Yes.
right? You weren't just standing there. And you told us that Mr. Valle comes out and he sucker punches you, right?
Yes.
He didn't tackle you.
No.
He didn't throw any more blows than that, correct?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
In fact, he moves away from you and gives more space after this interaction, right?
What interaction?
The interaction where you say he sucker punched you.
Yeah.
At that point, you come forward and you tackle Mr. Snyder, right?
Yes.
Get him down on the ground, right? You go off the screen, right? We can't see the rest of that as you guys are sort of behind a minivan. And at that point, people come in and they're trying to break it up, right?
No, not really.
No?
No.
Well, did you see Emily Robinson in that video coming in?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Did you see any of the girls that were there coming in?
No.
Did you hear any of them?
No.
Fair to say your attention was focused on Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mr. Valle, he had this helmet on, correct?
Yes.
And he had that helmet on the whole time, right?
No.
No. You believe he took that helmet off?
He did take that helmet off.
You believe he took that helmet off?
I see it in the video. Yes.
In the video, you see him take the helmet off?
Yes.
And what does he do with it?
He smashes me in the back of the head with it.
And then what does he do with it?
Hits me again in the back of the head with it.
And then what does he do with it?
Not sure.
Does he put it back on?
I don't know.
So it's your testimony, sir, that he takes the helmet off of his head, swings it at you, and hits you with it twice.
Yes.
And then you're not sure if he puts it back on or not.
No, the video's over.
And ultimately, somebody pulls you by the neck up off the ground, you said?
Yes.
So you would agree somebody was trying to break this thing up?
Yes.
Do you know who it was that pulled you off? And at that point, you said, Mama Lifer gave you your beer back.
Yes.
And you guys took off, right?
Yep.
You and Griffin went down to the end of the driveway and you got a ride from the girls that we saw in the photograph later,
Yes.
right? And it appeared that a number of the folks in there, including yourself, were holding blue cans of Bud Light. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that you were holding a blue can of Bud Light?
I believe I had the box in my hand.
Okay. A number of the girls were holding what appeared to be blue cans of Bud Light, correct?
Yeah.
So y'all were drinking in the car on the way back to where you went, which was back to Ms. Ridzik's house?
I don't recall if I was.
Okay. There was drinking going on in the car.
I'm sure.
You
Yes.
can see that at least.
I don't know.
Well, you gave them those Bud Lights, right?
I don't recall.
In any event, you got back to Natalia's house.
Yes.
They dropped you off there.
Yes.
You do recall that?
Them dropping us off there?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were there for about 10 minutes before you got picked up by Charlie Connery, right?
Yes.
How did Charlie Connery know to come and pick you up from Natalia Ritzik's
I
house?
don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Well, you told us that about a week earlier you'd been added to the basketball group chat, right?
Yes.
And that basketball group chat, that included Griffin Marsenzik, right?
Yes.
Did that include Tanner Chernowski?
I don't know.
Did it include Sal Perry?
I don't know.
Michael Samperi?
I don't know.
Did it include Alex Bernston?
I don't know.
Did it include Tanner Chernowski?
I don't know.
You don't know anybody that was included on this group chat that you got added to.
I didn't know anybody in that group chat other than a few of my Shelton friends.
Oh, okay. Well, which of your Shelton friends did you know in that group
Just
chat?
ones that weren't involved in anything.
Like who?
Like Michael Kinnick, for example.
That's the only one of your friends that you knew that was in that?
Yeah.
How many people were on that group chat?
I don't know.
10?
I don't know.
15?
Don't know.
20?
That's the answer. He doesn't know.
Don't know.
Sustained.
You have no idea how many people were on that basketball group chat.
No.
That you told us was about a lot of shit talking, right?
Yeah.
But you don't know anybody that was on it.
No.
Sustained.
And somehow Charlie Connery knew to come pick you up at Natalia Ridzik's and take you over to Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yep.
Had you had plans that night to go to Tyler Rich's house already?
No.
And along the way, you told Charlie Connery about what had happened at Five Lazy Brook, right?
You already had known.
How did he already know?
I don't know.
How would he know? Speculation.
Sustained. Again. All right. So, Mr. Heinz, I'm going to ask you to just pause in between the questions so counsel can go forward with his objection. So once he objects, please refrain from providing an answer. Okay. Thank you so much. And again, direction to the jury, the last response should be stricken from evidence. Thank you.
You say he already knew when he came to pick you up about the fight at Five Lazy Brook.
Yes.
How did you know that he already knew?
Because he asked me about it.
He asked you about the fight
Yes.
at Five Lazy Brook. And based upon that question, you determined he already knew about it.
Yes.
And how long did it take you to get over to Tyler Rich's house?
Another 10 minutes.
Any drinking along the way?
Not that I recall, no.
And you told us yesterday that you weren't involved on that group chat, right?
No.
But then you told us today that in fact, maybe you had sent a message, just one message, right?
Yes.
What was that message?
Saying that they were pussies for jumping me at the Lifer household.
And to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
No.
You didn't send out the address?
No.
But somebody did, didn't they?
I believe so, yes.
On that group chat, right?
I would assume so, yes.
Well, you wouldn't assume so. You told us you were aware of that group chat. It was going off and it was buzzing in your pocket when you told us yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you would look at it from time to time and just say, oh, that's nothing. I'm not worried about that, right?
Yeah.
Except today you told us, in fact, no, you had been involved. You would agree that's different than just looking at it and ignoring it, right?
This is before, like, I was at the Rich's house. I was not sending any texts. This was all, like, before I even got picked up by Charlie.
Do you recall speaking to officers on May 15th at about noon when you were at St. Vincent's Hospital?
Slightly.
Officers Millington and Nugent came in and they talked to you while you were there, right?
Yes.
And you told them that your friends and you had reached out to the kids who jumped you and told them to come to Tyler Rich's house at 43 Laurel Glen Drive now that you had your friends with you, right?
I don't recall that, no.
You don't recall that?
No.
Do you generally, in your everyday speaking, say that you don't recall something?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you recall speaking to detectives on June 9th around 3:30 with your parents at your home, Detectives Iannati and Bango?
Somewhat, yes.
Do you recall telling them that someone from the Shelton High School group texted the St. Joe's kids and challenged them to show up at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I do recall that, yes.
You do recall that?
Yes.
So again, it's not that you were just feeling your phone buzz and thinking, gosh, I don't want to pay attention to this. I don't have any idea what's going on. You were aware of what was happening, right?
No.
Well, how were you not aware of what was happening?
Because I wasn't reading the text messages. I just saw the notifications.
But you texted on that same group chat, right?
Hours previously.
Hours previously.
Yeah.
Hours previously, you told these kids that they were pussies, correct?
Yes.
On this group chat,
Yes.
correct? What time was that?
Around like 8 or 9 o'clock.
So at least around 8 or 9 o'clock, you knew that you could use that basketball group chat to text with these St. Joe's kids?
Yes.
Sir, would it surprise you if you learned that those kids weren't added to that group chat until after 5 Lazy Brook?
I'm not sure. What do you mean by that?
You're telling us that you texted these kids using this basketball group chat between 8 to 9 o'clock, right?
I believe so, yes.
Told them that they were pussies, right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell them to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive because now you had your friends with you.
I did not tell them that, no.
You didn't tell them
I
that.
did not.
Or you don't recall telling
I did
them that.
not tell them that.
Did somebody tell them that?
I'm sure.
You know somebody told them that, right? You were part of that group chat. You had to open it up and text on that group chat, right?
Object.
Sustained.
Asked and answered. No speculation.
So you would agree that when you texted on that group chat, you would have to open it up. You couldn't just look at the notification, right?
No, you can just look at the notification.
In order to text something back,
I wasn't texting anything back
you were texting on that group chat, right?
beforehand.
And in order to text on the group chat, you had to open the group chat, right?
Yes.
And you were with Griffin Marcinzik, right?
Yes.
And you could see where Griffin Marcinzik was, right?
When?
When he was with you in the car?
Yes.
When he was with you at the Ridzik house?
Yes.
When he was with you when Charlie Connery came to pick you up?
Yes.
You were side by side most of the time, right?
No.
Not in the car?
No.
Where was Griffin in the car?
Which car?
Well, where was Griffin in Charlie Connery's car?
I don't know.
Where were you?
In the back seat?
You couldn't see Griffin texting?
No.
Did you see him with his phone out?
Yes.
Did you see him with his phone open?
I don't know.
You don't know. You think he just had his phone out in his hand, but you saw that, but you don't know if it was open or not.
Not sure. No.
What'd you see him doing with the phone when you saw him with it?
I don't know.
What were y'all talking about on the way there?
Just what had happened.
With Charlie?
Like in Charlie's car?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's you, Charlie, and Griffin in the car, right?
Yes.
And you guys are talking about what happened at 5 Lazy Brook.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Yes.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
And you're talking about what is going to happen next when you get to Tyler Rich's house, right?
No.
And there's no talk about payback or anything like that, right?
No.
And so there's this basketball group chat that you've now told us you actually did participate in which there's a lot of shit talking, but nothing's going on like that on the way to the house in Charlie Connery's car, right?
No.
You guys are just calm, cool, collected,
Yes.
not excited,
No.
not angry about what happened.
No.
Nobody's saying, hey, we should text these kids and get them to come over here.
I was not. No.
You weren't.
I was not.
Was Griffin?
Objection. That calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
You told us yesterday that when you got to Tyler Rich's house, everybody already knew about what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
How many people were there when you got to the house?
20 or 30.
And you told us yesterday you didn't really care though, right?
No.
You didn't really care. Why did you text these guys and tell them that they were pussies?
Because I had been jumped.
So you did care.
I'd been jumped.
You did care.
Not really. No.
Not really. Didn't anger you.
No.
Didn't upset you.
No.
Didn't make you want payback.
No.
You went to school with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
You played football with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
He was a couple years older than you?
Yes.
And he was the captain of the football team for 1 year while you were there?
Yes.
You'd been to his house before?
Yes.
You knew to go in through the Bilko doors on the side, right?
Yes.
You knew when you got there that there was going to be some drinking going on?
Yes.
And you said that people were coming up to you and questioning you, and they already knew about what had happened, right?
Yes.
Who came up to you and questioned you about it?
I don't recall.
Well, you told us yesterday Jimmy McGrath was one of the first ones to come up to you, right?
He was one of the people that did come up.
And he came up to you and asked you about what happened at 5 Lazy Brook,
Yes.
right? And he was interested in what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
I think that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did his demeanor and his questioning indicate to you that he was interested in what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
Yes.
Did it indicate to you that he was concerned about what had happened at Lazy Brook?
No.
He wasn't concerned.
No. He just wanted to hear what happened.
So it didn't indicate to you that he was excited in any way about it?
No.
Didn't indicate in any way that he was upset about it?
No.
Didn't indicate in any way to you that he was angry about it?
No.
It's just calm, cool, collected. First thing he asked you was, hey, what happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
Pretty much.
That
Yes.
calls for hearsay.
I'll allow it.
Do you remember anybody other than Jimmy McGrath coming up to you and asking you about it?
No.
But everybody there already knew, you told us, right?
Yes.
So you would agree that it was more than just Jimmy McGrath who came up to you and asked you about it, right?
Certainly, yes.
And in fact, there was some conversation that occurred, right? With everybody that was there yesterday. Conversation, hanging out, people drinking.
Yes.
And one of the main topics of conversation was what had happened to you at 5 Lazy Brook.
Yes.
He told us you only drank one beer at that time, right?
Yes.
How do you know it was only one beer?
Because it was only one beer.
You recall that?
Yes.
And people were planning to reach out to these kids and ask them to come over to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
I believe so.
You know so, right? Because your phone's buzzing and going off and people are talking about it. And there's talk about getting these kids over there, isn't there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And at one point, Griffin Marcinzik texts the address and a picture of 43 Laurel Glen Drive on this group chat to these kids, correct?
I don't know.
And then you told us at some point a car shows up outside, right?
Yes.
And that car is a Honda Pilot, right?
Yes.
And nobody was surprised by that, were they?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, they knew that car was going to show up. They texted it to come there, right?
Sustained.
And so because nobody is surprised, everybody empties out of the house to go confront the car, right?
No.
How many people emptied out of the house to go confront the car?
I don't know.
Well, you told us yesterday that at least 10 to 15 approached the vehicle, right?
Yes, but that's not everybody.
No, that's about half of you, isn't it?
Somewhat, yes.
And you could be wrong about 10 to 15. You would agree?
Yeah.
Could have been more. Could have been 20.
Could have been less.
Could it have been more?
I don't know.
And you told us yesterday that the car parked right in front of the drive, right?
No, it was not exactly right in front of the driveway, but it was a little farther back. It was about halfway in front of the driveway.
Okay. And if you would, can you show us where that vehicle parked when it showed up that first time?
It's not in that frame.
It's not in that frame.
No.
So it's not that close to the driveway.
It was back here. It's over here.
All right. We are going to use State's Exhibit 49. State's Exhibit 49 on your screen there. Looking at that, do you see the driveway in front of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the what looks like some sort of pathway down to the house across the street?
Yes.
And do you see the corner, the intersection of Adams and Laurel Glen Drive?
Yes, I do.
And do you see what appears to be a sewer or drainage grate there?
Yes.
And do you see across the street on the other side of Laurel Glen 43, a sort of area of large trees there?
Yes.
Okay. Now that we've oriented ourselves, can you describe for us where that vehicle parked first?
More near the bushes across the street.
More near these, would you agree maybe these are trees given their apparent height?
Yes.
So you think that the vehicle parked more near trees on the opposite side of Laurel Glen Drive?
Yeah.
And so in relation to the driveway, you would agree that that is not near the driveway?
It was like that general area.
Somewhere over there, closer to the curb on that side of the street?
Oh, no, they were in the middle of the road.
They're in the middle of the road.
Yes.
There were other cars parked up and down the street as well, correct?
Yes.
All right. So now we've got the vehicle out there, and you told us that 10 to 15 of you approached the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you got right next to the vehicle, you didn't talk to anyone, right?
No.
But you noticed that, in fact, these were the kids that had been told on the basketball group chat to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You noticed that these were Mr. Snyder, Mr. DaSilva, and Mr. Valle in the car, you told us, right?
Yes.
Those were the kids from 5 Lazy Brook, correct?
Yes.
And these were, therefore, the kids that had been told to come to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Again, it didn't surprise you that those kids had showed up, right?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
You don't remember whether or not you were surprised that they showed up?
No.
Then you just tell us moments ago that you weren't surprised? And that car was facing towards Farmhouse Lane, correct?
That's at the other end of the street, right?
That is at the other end of the street, yes,
Yes.
sir. And you noticed the three that I've just mentioned, as well as Mackenzie Trafecante.
Yes.
How did you know Mackenzie?
I just knew who she was from India.
And you said the 10 or 15 of you approached the vehicle and someone had a conversation, right?
Yes.
And you were standing right beside the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you were on the driver's side of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I was kind of going back and forth,
When you say back and forth between what 2 points?
like driver's side and passenger side.
So you were going back and forth around the vehicle from one side to the other?
Yeah.
Behind the vehicle or in front of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Was anybody else going back and forth with you?
I don't know.
Who else was there at the vehicle with you? You don't know any of the other people that were at the vehicle with you?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich there?
No.
Did you see Faison Teele there? Did you see Michael Samperi there? Did you see Sal Perry there? Did you see Alex Bernstein there? Did you see Matthew Lokovich there? Did you see Tanner Chernowski there? You didn't see Tyler Rich there?
No.
So there were 10 or 15 of you there, and these were all friends that you'd had and played football with at least since the 8th grade.
Yes.
But you can't tell who was there with you at the car.
No.
You heard voices.
Yes.
Whose voices did you hear?
I don't know.
You said you heard someone having a conversation.
Yes.
Who was that was having the conversation?
I don't know.
Well, you said that initially that conversation was normal, right?
Yes.
When you say normal, what do you mean by normal conversation?
Like the one me and you are having right now.
Okay. So it was just a questioning back and forth. Hey, how you doing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any mention of McDonald's?
No.
You didn't think this was an Uber that had showed up to deliver something, right?
No.
And you can't tell us who was having this conversation, but it seemed to be a normal conversation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then you said, then it became aggressive, right?
Yes.
It didn't just get aggressive, right?
What do you mean by that?
Somebody did something for it to become aggressive, for it to change, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you see Tyler Rich reach inside the front driver's side window?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich put his body halfway into the front driver's side window?
No.
Did you see Aiden King at the car?
No.
And then you told us that cans started getting thrown at the car, right?
Yes.
Again, sir, they didn't just start getting thrown, right?
Yes.
No, somebody threw something, right?
They threw a can. Yes.
Yes. It didn't just start from nothing, right?
I don't know.
You've described it as cans just started getting thrown at the car.
From what I was aware of, yes, that's what had happened.
But then you told us that you threw a can at the car.
Yes, I did.
So it didn't just start getting thrown, you threw a can at the car.
I didn't start throwing the cans.
Okay, you joined in of the throwing of the cans.
Yes, I did.
You would agree that it was other people, not some anonymous entity that was throwing cans at the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And those people that were throwing cans at the vehicle were aggressive. Would you agree?
They were aggressive, you said?
Yes.
Sure.
That's an aggressive act, right?
Yeah.
What would you expect the response to be to a can being thrown?
I'm not sure.
Sustained.
What did you intend to happen when you threw the can at the car?
For my can to hit the car?
You wanted those kids to get out of the car, right?
No.
You heard somebody say, leave or get out.
No.
You didn't want them to get out of the car.
I didn't hear them say that. I didn't want them to get out of the car. I didn't care if they got out of the car.
You didn't want them to get out of the car. You didn't care if they got out of the car. So why'd you throw the can at the car?
I just wanted to throw the can at the car.
Is that a normal thing for you to want to do?
No.
Why did you want to throw a can at that car?
I just saw other people doing it.
Do you generally just do what you see other people doing, even if it's criminal?
No.
But in this instance, something about the occasion made you want to do that.
Yes.
What was it about the occasion that made you want to do that?
I don't know.
Okay. In any event, you threw a can and you hit the car. And other people were throwing cans too, right?
Yes.
Were you still circling around the vehicle while you did this?
No.
Where were you now?
I was on the passenger side.
On the passenger side.
Yes.
Who did you see on the passenger side?
I don't remember.
How many other people were on the passenger side with you?
Maybe 5.
5 people on the passenger side?
Maybe.
How many people were on the driver's side?
I don't know.
More people were on the other side, right?
I don't know.
Sustained.
Could you see other people on the other side?
Yes.
So there were other people on the other side.
Yes.
You just don't know how many.
No.
Or you know, but you won't tell us.
I don't know how many.
Sustained.
You never saw Tyler Rich on the driver's side of the vehicle.
No.
You saw in the picture yesterday of the vehicle that it had a defect in the windshield, right?
Yes.
Did you see that when you were on the passenger side?
No.
You saw it in that video, in that picture though?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shatter?
No.
And you didn't see anybody throw anything from that vehicle, did you?
Not that I recall. No.
You didn't see anybody put their hands on the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anybody kick the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anybody rock the vehicle?
No.
But at some point you said the car pulled away and started driving back and forth really fast, right?
Yes.
But they weren't throwing anything out the windows.
No.
And at that point, you were in the driveway, you told us.
Yes.
And who else was in the driveway with you?
I don't remember.
Were there other people in the driveway with you?
I'm sure there was.
Was Faison Teele in the driveway? Was Tyler Rich in the driveway?
I don't know.
Can you tell us anybody who was in the driveway with you?
No.
But you told us you were talking to the person that was next to you, right?
Yes.
Who was that?
I don't know.
And you said at some point you do remember that the car stopped at the corner near Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
Where were you standing at that point?
When it stopped,
Yes.
I believe I was in the driveway still.
And you told us that you did remember that Tyler Rich at that point was running down the street after the car, right?
Yes.
Where had he been before he was running down the street after the car?
I don't know.
But you remember that he was running down the street after the car.
Yes.
Was anybody else with him?
There were some people. I don't know who they were though.
How many?
2 or 3.
2 or 3. And you told us that you walked halfway down there by yourself, right?
Yes.
You weren't with Tyler Rich?
No.
You weren't with Faison Teele?
No.
You weren't with Enrique Fiola?
No.
And you said you were by the trees on the left-hand side of Laurel Glen by pine trees just past 43 Laurel Glen Drive. Do you remember telling us that yesterday?
Yeah, like where the shade is in the picture.
But you weren't close enough to see what was going on, you told us.
No.
So at that point, you couldn't see Tyler Rich anymore?
No.
At that point, you couldn't see Faison Teele?
No.
Couldn't see Enrico Fiola?
No.
Could you see Charlie Connery?
No.
Did you see Mr. Valley?
No.
You didn't see Mr. Valley emerge from the bushes on the other side?
No.
Did you see anybody throwing anything at that point?
No.
Did you hear anybody saying anything at that point?
No.
Where was the vehicle now?
Still at the end of the road.
Still at the end of the road. So you could see the vehicle. What was it doing?
Parked.
Were the doors open?
Yes.
So you could see that the doors were open.
Yes.
And did you see anybody come out of the car?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Who?
I don't know.
And where was Tyler Rich at that point?
I believe down at the car.
And sir, do you recall telling officers on June 9th when you spoke to them at your home that in fact you, Enrico Fiola, and Tyler Rich approached and told them to leave?
No, I don't.
You don't recall telling them?
No.
Did you tell them that?
I don't recall saying that.
You're telling us now that you only walked halfway down there, right?
Yes.
And you weren't close enough to see what was going on?
No.
But you told us yesterday that people appeared to be talking.
Yes.
What was it about their appearance that led you to believe they were talking?
Like hand gestures, stuff like that. Looked like they were having a conversation.
Civil conversation?
Yes.
Hand gestures like what?
Just normal hand gestures that you would say while you're having a conversation.
Didn't appear to be aggressive to you at that point?
No.
You didn't throw anything down there at that point?
No.
You were done throwing things?
Yes.
And you weren't upset anymore at that point?
No.
And you watched that for 30 seconds before you went back to the house, correct?
Yes.
Through the Bilko doors?
Yes.
Back inside to Tyler Rich's?
Yes.
And you said when you got back there, everyone seemed to be in there then, right?
Yes.
Did they pass you, the group of folks that you had seen down at the end of Farmhouse Lane?
No.
How did everyone get back in before you got back into the basement?
Because I was halfway down the street. Not that many people walked there. Everybody just went inside.
Did you see Tyler Rich inside?
No.
Did you see Faison Teele inside?
No.
Did you see Matthew Lockovich inside?
No.
Did you see Alex Bernstein inside?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry inside?
No.
Did you see Michael Sampieri inside?
No.
Did you see Charlie Connery inside?
No.
Did you see Tommy Connery inside?
No.
Did you see Ty Wood inside?
No.
Who did you see inside?
Don't remember.
But everyone seemed to be in there.
Yes.
And did they all seem to be calm?
I don't remember.
Did they seem to be agitated in any way?
I don't remember.
What were they doing?
I don't remember. I just remember being in there and there was people in there.
So before, when everybody was in there and nobody had even arrived, everybody was interested in what had happened at Lazybrook. You would agree?
Yes.
But now, after all of this commotion, everybody's back in the basement and you're telling us that nothing was going on. It was all just business as usual.
Yeah.
Was there any drinking going on?
I don't know.
And then you said you heard they're back, right?
Yes.
Who said they're back?
I don't know.
Whose voice was it?
I don't know.
Was it just one person?
I believe so.
And how did they say they're back?
They're back.
Just like that?
Yeah. They're in the front yard. They're back. Just like that.
Just like, oh, they're in the front yard. They're back.
Yeah, pretty much.
Not excited or agitated in any way?
No.
Not they're in the yard. Let's go. They're back.
No.
No, because you said instantly you were like, I want to go see what it is, right?
Yeah.
What did you think it was going to be?
I don't know.
You just were curious about what might be going on.
Yes.
So you decided, I'm going to go out and just see what it is.
Yes.
Did you walk leisurely back to the front yard?
Yes, I did.
Didn't run?
No.
But you told the state's attorney that you were anticipating a fight in the front yard, right?
No.
You said you anticipated a fist fight when you talked to him.
No.
You don't recall telling him before that you anticipated a fist fight when he was asking you about whether or not there were weapons?
No.
Were you anticipating a fist fight?
No, I really wasn't.
So the truth of the matter is when you walked out there,
Yeah.
you were anticipating a fight because you wanted payback for 5 Lazybrook, right?
No, I just walked out there to see who was out there.
Well, you'd heard they're back, right?
Yes.
That's what drew your attention to going out there, right?
Yes.
You thought they're back meant you were going to see the kids in the pilot again, right?
Most likely, yes.
The kids that you had thrown the can at before, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't want payback.
No.
You weren't anticipating a fight.
No.
You didn't think, man, I've got 20 of my buddies from the Shelton High football team here. We got pretty good odds on our side.
No.
You were just curious.
Yes.
He told us that you walked into the yard and you were somewhere behind the red bush, right?
Yes.
And you saw, well, first off, when you were somewhere behind the red bush, did you see Tommy Connery?
No.
He wasn't in that area with you?
No. I remember I was one of the first people that walked outside.
You were one of the first people that walked outside.
Yes.
When you walked outside, did you see Faison Teele?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich?
No.
Who did you see when you walked outside?
The defendant in DaSilva.
That's it?
Yes.
So you were the first one outside?
One of, yes.
Well, who else was out there with you?
I don't know.
Well, how do you know you were one of?
Because I can remember I never made it, like I was inside the basement, but I never like left the area of like where the stairs were, like to lead back outside through the corridors. So when somebody said they're here, I was already right there, right by the stairs. So I was one of the first person that stepped up the stairs and walked outside.
I thought you told us before that you had gotten back, went inside his house, and you're in the basement, and everyone seemed to be in there.
Yeah, they were all in there, and I was one of the last people in there.
So now you're saying you didn't get into the basement, you were still on the stairs.
No, I was in there. I was just next to the stairs, like at the bottom of the steps, you could say.
The person who said they're back, were they inside or outside?
I don't know.
And you came back up the stairs and you went and you stood behind the red bush and you just saw these two people in the yard.
Yes.
Do you see the exhibit behind you, sir?
Yes, I do.
Do you still have the pointer with the little red tip on it?
I do.
Can you show us where you saw the two individuals?
They're right about in this area.
Okay, so they're back by the red bush.
Yes.
Okay, beside the black truck?
Yeah.
In front of the cement square.
Around there, yeah.
They look like they were coming into the house.
I don't know.
That's the same path that people take to get to the Bilko doors, right?
Yes.
Where was Mr. DaSilva?
He was behind the defendant.
Behind the defendant.
Yes.
Could you see him?
Yes.
So was he behind and to the side or directly behind you?
Behind and to the side.
Which side?
My right side. So it
Because
would
you're
have been-
facing the street.
Yes, I'm facing the street. So
So Mr. DaSilva is on the side by the, we've described before as Belgian blocks there that go along the side of the driveway.
yes,
And where was Mr. Valle?
in front of him and in like more like this area up here a little more.
Okay, so up close to the tree line.
Yeah.
And you were one of the first ones out, you told us.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything in Mr. DaSilva's hands?
No.
Didn't see anything in Mr. Valle's hands?
No.
Didn't have a knife out that he was flashing around and saying, who wants?
No.
In fact, he wasn't talking to you, right?
Who?
Mr. Valle.
About.
Well, he wasn't talking to you. He was asking, where's Aiden King, you told us.
Well, he was talking to me, asking me where Aiden King was.
You thought he was asking you where Aiden King was.
Yes, he was.
Do you know Aiden King?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Aiden King?
I played football with him.
Do you know if he knows Mr. Valle?
I don't know.
Objection, how?
Sustained.
And you said that you interacted with them, right?
Yes.
And what did that interaction involve?
The defendant walked up with like his shirt up over his head, like trying to hide his face almost. And he was saying, where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Where's Aiden King? Just repeatedly over and over again. And by this time, it was me, Ty Wood, and Nikki DeJesus all next to each other. And we're like, don't worry about it. Like, it doesn't matter where he is. And I pulled the shirt off of his head and I was questioning him saying, but what are you doing with that on your head? Why are you wearing a shirt on your head? You look
So
stupid.
you reached out and you put hands on Mr. Valle.
No, I just kind of went like that because he had his shirt up on his head. So I just pulled it down.
Shirt was on his head.
Yes.
You reached out and touched the shirt,
Yes.
but that's not you putting hands on Mr. Valle.
Not in a physical way. No.
You thought you were straightening his shirt out for him, making sure he looked okay.
Yeah. I mean, I never really seen people put their shirt up on their head like that before. I didn't know what he meant by it.
You didn't tell him, Aiden, I don't know where Aiden is.
Yeah, I did say that.
Oh, you did?
I don't know where Aiden is.
I thought you told him, don't worry about it. I'm right here.
Pretty much, yes.
So that's not, I don't know where Aiden is, right?
I said all of it. Yes.
You said, I'm right here,
Believe so. Yes.
indicating to him that you were the person he needed to deal with, right?
No, I was just the person in front of him.
The tip of the spear, so to speak.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you were the first one that was confronting him, right?
Yeah.
And you told us that at this point, you know that you had been joined by at least two others that you've identified to us, right?
Yes.
And that was Ty Wood.
Yes.
And who was the other person?
Nikki Jesus.
Can you show us on that exhibit behind you there where they were?
Right next to me.
Yes.
So like right in this area.
And there's now three of you at least.
Yes.
Was there anybody else out there?
Not that I know of. No.
So you think it was just the three of you and Mr. Valle?
Yes.
You weren't aware that other people had started to come out of the house?
No.
Could you hear other people?
No.
What was Mr. DaSilva doing?
I don't know. He was kind of just standing behind and to the right. I wasn't really paying attention to him. Like after I took off the defendant's shirt off of his head, I was really just locked in, staring him right in the eyes. I wasn't worried about Mr. DaSilva.
You were staring him right in the eyes?
Yes.
And you say he had his own shirt up over his head before you reached out and pulled it down. Were you standing in such a way that you were blocking anybody else's view from seeing Mr. Valle?
And how would he know?
Sustained.
You said after you pulled his shirt off of his head that he got crazy and started freaking out, right?
Yes.
Became very argumentative.
Yes.
Asked you, why'd you take his shirt off his head?
Yes.
Asked you, what are you doing touching me?
No.
He took a swing at you.
Who?
Mr. Valle.
No.
No?
No.
You didn't see him take a swing or flinch?
Oh, he was flinching the whole time.
He was flinching the whole time.
Yeah.
Because there were, by your account, 3 people that were facing him.
Yes.
Did you become aware at some point that there were more than just 3 of you out there?
No.
You never became aware that there was more than 3 of you out there?
Well, after I had gotten up from the altercation I had with the defendant.
You said that at least you, Nikki DeJesus, and Ty Wood are talking shit back and forth, right?
Yes.
And that lasted, you said, for 30 to 45 seconds.
Probably, yes.
And you were challenging him to fight, right?
No.
What were you saying?
Just talking shit.
And that shit talk didn't involve any challenge to fight?
No, that's not like, no, it's not at all. None of us really were saying that at all. Nobody was saying.
The shit talk just involved what? Insulting his clothing?
Could say that, yes.
Did you ever feel anybody push against you from behind?
No.
But out of nowhere, Tyler Rich punches Mr. Valle in the face, right?
Yes.
Where did Tyler Rich come from?
I don't know.
You don't know. So at that point, you would agree it's not just 3 of you, it's at least now 4 of you that are fighting with Mr. Valle.
I'm not sure.
Well, there's you, right? There's Ty Wood, right?
Well, I don't know if he was fighting.
Well, he was right there with you.
Doesn't mean he was fighting.
Okay, fair enough. Nikki DeJesus was right there with you.
Yes.
And now Tyler Rich was right there with you as well.
No, he just came out of nowhere and punched him in the face.
You would agree he at least was now fighting Mr. Valle, right?
Not that I don't know.
Well, you would at least agree that he punched him in the face out of nowhere, right?
Yes.
And so the 3 of you, Ty Wood, yourself, Nikki DeJesus, you were distracting Mr. Valle so that Ty Rich could punch him in the face.
No.
No. After Tyler Rich punched him in the face, you backed off, right? And you were like, oh, Tyler Rich has got this.
No.
No. You went forward, you got on top of Mr. Valle, and you told us that you punched him at least twice in the face, right?
Yes.
In fact, people crowded forward at that point, right?
Not sure.
You're not sure.
I just know of my actions.
And your actions, at least, were that you punched him twice in the face, right?
Yes.
While he's down on the ground, right?
Yes.
You're over top of him, right?
Yes.
You've got control of him, right?
No.
No. You don't have a handful of shirt in one hand and punch in the other, but you would agree you're at least over top of him,
Yes.
delivering these 2 blows.
Yes.
Only 2 blows.
Yes.
Nobody else has joined you in this attack.
Not that I know of, no.
And the crowd didn't push forward.
I don't know what the crowd did.
Crowd didn't swarm around.
I don't know.
You heard screaming?
Yeah.
You heard yelling?
Yeah.
You heard somebody say, yes, sir.
No.
You saw it in the video at least? That was Tanner Chernowski
Yes.
filming this, right?
Not the beginning of the fight, no. He got the end of the fight.
The video that we see, that was Tanner Chernowski who recorded it, right?
Yeah.
And he was recording that and yelling, yes, sir, right?
Yeah.
And that was sort of celebratory, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You described to us that while you were on top of Mr. Valle punching him, his shoulder and his bicep were held back.
It seemed like that, yeah.
What was holding it back?
I don't know.
And you could see his fist, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you got off of him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
After you felt the stick, right?
Yes.
And you said he wasn't trying to hit you in a certain spot.
No, he was just like, I just seen his fist like this, just going like this repeatedly over and over again.
Flailing wildly.
Yeah.
And your injuries, sir, start sort of at the middle of your body and make their way down into the backside, right?
So yeah, my first one is up more near my armpit. One's down more by my hip. The other one is like my thigh.
Where was Tommy Connery at that point?
I don't know.
Didn't see Tommy Connery. Did you see other people punching or kicking Mr. Valle?
No.
It was just the 2 of you isolated.
Yes.
And you told us that after you got off of him, you realized that Tyler DaSilva was in a fight, right?
Yes.
And that he was fighting with his own group of people, right?
Yes.
And how many people were fighting with him?
Like 2 or 3.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
And you did not engage with Tyler DaSilva, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't throw any punches or throw any kicks at Tyler DaSilva?
No.
The fight took a minute?
Around that, yeah.
Could have been more, maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
No, it was probably less.
Probably less. Less than a minute?
Yeah.
You said you only watched the fight with Tyler DaSilva, but you agree that other people were throwing punches and blows at Mr. DaSilva, right?
Yes.
Tommy Connery didn't come over and get involved and throw some blows at Mr. Valle?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Didn't jump in the middle and separate you?
I don't remember that, no.
Did you see Charlie Connery?
No.
And it was when you heard he's got a knife that Ty Wood pointed out to you that you were bleeding, right?
Yes.
And where was Ty Wood at that point?
He was like right next to me,
And where were you?
right next to him.
And could you show us where that was on the exhibit behind you? Okay. So by that point, you had moved away from where you were originally when you started with Mr. Valle, correct? In fact, when this original interaction or confrontation occurs, it was where you've described as being by the red bush, over by the tree line and the black truck, right? How did you get from there over to by the tree where you've just pointed to?
I walked.
The fight itself with Mr. Valle, you say, all occurred over where the initial confrontation took place?
Yes.
And when you say you saw the defendant's fist clenched with something in it that you now believe was a knife, that was his right hand, correct?
Yeah, it's his right hand.
You told us when this started, it was just the three of you, Mr. DeJesus, yourself, and Mr. Wood, facing Mr. Valle, correct? At some point, Mr. Rich comes over and joins the three of you and throws this first punch, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Valle hadn't thrown any punches at that point?
No.
Hadn't shown you a knife at that point? Hadn't threatened you at that point?
No.
And you would agree, would you not, that at least in the video, there are well more than 3 kids involved with fighting?
Fighting who?
Fighting with whoever's out there. There's more than 3 kids that are out there fighting, right?
I don't object. That's confusing.
Sustained.
You would agree that in the video, we see more than 3 kids on the video, correct?
Yeah.
That it was a chaotic scene, right?
Of course.
That people were rolling around and it was hard to tell who was where, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And you never saw Jack Snyder leave the car, right?
No.
And after you backed off of Raul Valle, you could see that he was still fighting with some of the other Shelton kids, right?
Well, I have no idea.
You don't recall any of that. After you backed off of him, you don't recall anything about what else was going on with Mr. Valle. But you do recall that you saw Mr. DaSilva fighting.
Yeah, like I got up and I immediately like turn around and I see what's going on with DaSilva.
And you just watched.
Yes.
Didn't throw any kicks.
No.
Didn't throw any punches.
No.
Didn't get involved in any way with. And that night you were wearing the green hoodie,
Yes.
black shorts, and the white trim.
Yes.
Other than Tyler Rich throwing the punch at Mr. Valle, can you tell us anybody else who threw a punch that night? You never saw Mr. Valle punch anybody?
No.
And it was only after you were standing over top of him, punching him, that you felt a stick in your side.
Yeah.
And your recollection is that it was just you and Mr. Valle fighting alone.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
And there were some questions about the group chat that had started. And my question to you is, at what point after the fight at Laserbrook did you even participate in the group chat?
I really didn't. I think like maybe in that car ride back to Natalia's house, I might have said something, but after that, I didn't say anything.
So it wouldn't have been when you got to Tyler Rich's house.
No.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house, you said you were just getting notifications in your pocket.
Yeah, I
And
was.
you would look at it and put it back.
Yeah.
And when you get notifications, can you read what they say if you just pick it up and look at it?
If like my phone is unlocked, yes. But
If it's locked, what does it look like?
it just says like an iMessage notification.
Okay. And you didn't participate in that group messaging once you were at Tyler Rich's house?
No.
You were asked a little bit about where you were when you were at Tyler Rich's house after the car goes down the lane, parks down the street in your farmhouse.
Yeah.
Can you show us in 49 where you were?
I was over by like where the shade is coming across the street.
So here on the left side of the road here.
Yeah.
So you were maybe like one house up maybe, or just before the second property?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, you have a conversation with the defendant, you pull the shirt off.
Yes.
How long would you say that interaction happened before you noticed Tyler Rich punch the defendant in the face?
A minute.
Before the punch, did you anticipate that there was going to be a fight, physical fight?
No.
And when the fight starts, my question to you is, how soon after when that punch is thrown from Tyler Rich, when you're on top of the defendant, do you feel pain in your side?
No more than 30 seconds.
No more than 30 seconds? Could it have been more? Could it have been less?
Less.
So you punch him twice and then you feel pain. And soon after you punch him, you see this. What motion do you see?
It's like his like fist balled up like this and just going like that repeatedly.
Before you engaged with the defendant, before he got punched, did you see if he had anything in his hands at that point in time?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any cross?
Briefly said before Tyler Rich threw that punch, you never anticipated a fight.
No.
And you told us that how soon after was it when this fight broke out that you started to feel the pain? And you said that that was 30 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the state's attorney asked you, could have been more, right?
Yeah, he did.
And you said, no, less, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you would agree that it's always less. It could never have been a longer period of time when you've been asked on a series of questions about how long something lasted, right?
I'm going to object. It's argumentative.
I'm going to sustain the objection on that. It mischaracterizes an argument. Thank you.
Couldn't have been any longer than 30 seconds.
No.
And you told us yesterday that you didn't participate in any of that group chat. But now you've said maybe in that car ride is when you admit you sent at least one text, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't participate in that at all at Tyler Rich's house, right?
No.
You told us you didn't see anything in Mr. Valle's hands, correct? When
No.
he was standing there facing you.
I was not looking at his hands.
You reached out and you pulled the shirt off of him, you claim, correct?
Yes.
He didn't punch you at that point.
No,
He
he just got like super upset.
He didn't shove you at that point.
No.
He didn't touch you in any way.
No.
He didn't show you a knife.
No.
He didn't say, hey, I've got a knife, I'm going to cut you.
No.
And so from the time that Tyler Rich punched Mr. Valle in the face until the time that you felt the pain and got off of Mr. Valle, that was at least 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
30 seconds, you're standing over him, punching him in the face only 2 times.
Yes.
Nobody else has joined in with you.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Heinz, you're dismissed. Thank you.
Ryan S. Doss, DOSS.
Dr. Doss, where are you currently employed?
St. Vincent's Medical Center in Bridgeport.
And how long have you been employed at St. Vincent's?
I think 8 years.
And is there a particular branch of medicine in which you specialize in?
Emergency medicine.
And is there a particular department that you work in at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Just the emergency department.
And please tell members of the jury your educational background, including any degrees you hold.
I have a medical degree, of course, and a history and philosophy of science degree from undergraduate school.
And where did you attend school?
University of Washington in Seattle, and then Ross University for medical school.
And your residency was done?
Detroit Receiving Hospital.
And your work experience. Please tell the members of the jury where you've worked.
First, Detroit Receiving Hospital, and then I worked in a small hospital in Georgia, and then a hospital in New Zealand for about a year. And after that, returned to this country, and I've been at St. Vincent's ever since.
And what are your duties working at St. Vincent's?
I'm one of the attendings in the emergency department, so it's seeing patients that are presenting there and managing the physician's assistants who also work in the emergency department.
How many attendings are in the ER at St. Vincent's, approximately?
At a given time, there would be 3 or 4. In total, I think there are, it's going to be maybe 12 employed there, probably more, but I'm not good at keeping track of that.
Any given time on a night that you're working, there's about 3 or 4 of you attending?
Yes.
And have you ever testified in court before today?
No.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Yes, we teach the internal medicine residents that rotate through the emergency department, so they get work experience there, and medical students from Connecticut that come there too.
You had also mentioned physician's assistants. Do you supervise them or oversee them?
Yes.
And please explain in that capacity.
So they are employed there as fairly independent providers. They see patients on their own, but also work directly with the attendings and what we call staff patients with the attendings, meaning if, they describe to the attending what's going on and make sure the plan is appropriate and do some of the procedures to take some of the workload off of the attendings, like laceration repairs and things.
What would determine whether or not you do a procedure or a physician's assistant does a procedure?
A variety of things. Generally, how critical is the situation, how potentially dangerous is the procedure, and for things that are immediately life-threatening, intubations, meaning, taking over someone's breathing and such, is generally something the attending would do.
In back of May of 2022, did you work at the emergency medical center?
Yes.
And on any given day or night, how many patients did you see?
Typically about 16 to 20 per shift.
And that was you personally?
Yes.
Directing your attention specifically to Sunday, May 15th of 2022, do you recall working in the ER at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Yes.
And did there come a time when you examined a patient by the name of Ryan Heinz?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review Ryan Heinz's medical records before coming to the court today?
Yes.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor?
That's fine. Thank you.
And what do you recognize that document as?
The medical record for Ryan Heinz.
And is it in the regular course of St. Vincent's Medical Center to prepare such a document such as the one you see?
Yes.
And is it the regular course of business for nurses and doctors to maintain such records at St. Vincent's Medical Center?
Yes.
And is it procedure for doctors and nurses to record such things on such a document accurately at or around the time that a patient is seen?
Yes.
And is this documentation certified?
Yes.
To your recollection, or if you can look at State 93, what time was Ryan Heinz brought into the medical center on that day or morning?
12:24 a.m.
Where was he brought upon his arrival?
Directly to the emergency department in one of what we call the trauma rooms, which are a larger room in the front for with more space and more equipment for major injuries.
How many trauma rooms at St. Vincent's Hospital Center?
2.
And can you explain to members of the jury what indicates whether or not someone comes in as a trauma level, or what makes someone come in as a trauma level?
Right. There are some standard criteria that we go by that are primarily based on the mechanism of the injury, the type of injury the patient has, or how much force was involved, and also the condition of the patient. So if they are unstable or confused, and in this case, it was the penetrating wound to the chest that made him a trauma.
So the mere fact that Ryan Heinz came in with a penetrating wound to the chest indicates that he was labeled as a trauma level.
Yes.
And how is trauma level different than triage level?
A triage level is a general concept of how potentially sick someone might be that goes all the way from triage level 1, which is the most potentially deadly situation, and a triage level 5, which is something that is not concerning at all. And that is something that is determined by a nurse out front in triage based on vital signs and chief complaint, and helps organize who should be brought into the emergency department first and be seen before someone else who has likely a less serious condition. And so it's related, but the trauma criteria are specifically for injuries. And when someone is brought in as a particular trauma level 1 or 2, that automatically triggers the arrival of the trauma surgeons and different staff members to help stabilize the situation.
Now, to your knowledge, how was Ryan Heinz brought to the hospital?
By ambulance.
And explain to the members of the jury, do you get indication from EMS when a patient's being brought in? Is there an alert system that's put into effect?
Yes, they don't necessarily call ahead about every patient, but for potentially serious conditions, they will call ahead on the radio. We get a heads up that they're arriving. They give us a brief description of the situation so that we can prepare.
And can you please explain to members of the jury how the patient, Mr. Heinz, presented upon his arrival?
He presented, brought in by ambulance. He was awake and alert, but uncomfortable. And they had called ahead saying that he had a penetrating wound to the left chest and left leg.
So you knew at that point how many wounds there were?
We knew of at least two, I think 3 wounds. I think it was the chest and flank and leg. Yes, we knew it.
And do you recall where you specifically observed those wounds?
I observed them in the trauma room upon the patient's arrival.
And prior to that morning, had you had occasion to attend to patients who had suffered from stab wounds?
Yes.
And based on your training experience, were Ryan Heinz injuries consistent with stab wounds?
Yes.
Did you observe your withdrawn? Did you base your conclusions on self-reporting, or did you base that on your own personal observations, or both?
My own personal observations.
Did Mr. Heinz indicate to you, or do you recall if he indicated that he had been stabbed prior to?
We had been informed ahead of time by EMS that he had. I don't actually recall if I directly asked him that question.
But you had knowledge that he was.
Yes.
Were you aware of the apparatus or what was used to stab him?
I did not know the details of I was told it was a knife, but I didn't know anything about the size or length of the knife.
Prior to you seeing a patient, is it typical for the nurses to have contact or make contact with the patient?
Depending on the situation. In this case, everyone kind of met the patient at the same time, but oftentimes the nurses do initially evaluate the patient before the doctors do.
And why in this situation was it everyone hands on deck when the patient came immediately versus the patient going with the nurses, getting assessed? Explain why that was done in this case.
Because for this type of injury, our concern is that it may be immediately life-threatening and we need to intervene right away.
And direct your attention to States 93, page 5 of States 93. The last line of that page, if you can just please indicate to members of the jury what it says.
Is it this, the CT report on page 5 here? Or is this the CT of the abdomen pelvis with IV contrast?
Yes, so it indicates CT of the abdomen, pelvis with, okay. If you could read the last line of that.
Clinical data, trauma 1, stabbed chest and flank pain.
What is flank pain?
The flank is the side of your body below your ribs, essentially, the side of your abdomen.
And directing your attention still to that same exhibit, page 7, towards the bottom of that exhibit, what does it say under CT head without contrast final results?
It says, number 1, no acute post-traumatic intracranial abnormality. And number 2, undisplaced fractures of both nasal bones.
Number 2, undisplaced fractures of both nasal bones. What is that in layman's terms?
It means he had a broken nose.
Broken nose. And had you read about this information or known about this information prior to Ryan Heinz' arrival at the hospital?
No.
Directing your attention to page 12 of States 93, towards the mid to bottom portion of that page where your notes begin. Is that your electronic signature that appears there?
Yes.
Indicated there, it also indicates that it was signed, and it also indicates filed. Is that the time that you had seen him? Where's this 205, or is that just?
That's when the document was filed in the system. The date of service is when he was seen.
Looking at States 93, page 12, what does the acronym HPI refer to?
History of present illness.
And if you can please refer, John, in reference to HPI, what does it indicate you did?
Let's see. And I'm sorry, could you said,
Sure.
yeah.
Directing your attention onto page 13 of States 93, it indicates the continuation of the history of present illness.
Right.
You can please indicate what the chief complaint was and then what was presented.
Right. So the chief complaint here, stab wound to the left chest, left flank, and left thigh. And in the remaining history, I'm describing any medical conditions the patient has, a 16-year-old male with no chronic medical conditions, describing the situation that led to their arrival in the emergency department. Would you like me to read it? Or?
Yes.
Okay. This 16-year-old male with no chronic medical conditions who presents to the emergency department after being involved in an altercation, which resulted in a stab wound to the left lateral chest wall, left flank, and left thigh. He also suffered an abrasion to the superior scalp and head injury, likely from being kicked. The patient was at an event this evening, did ingest some alcohol but no illicit substances, got into an altercation with someone who left and returned with a knife, resulting in this further altercation. The patient is complaining of pain at the site of the stab wounds and some worsening difficulty breathing pre-hospital. He has been oxygenating while on room air, and he was getting enough oxygen. He has had no evidence of tension pneumothorax per EMS. However, they do note decreased or absent breath sounds on the left. The patient has been hemodynamically stable pre-hospital.
Are these all of your notes that you took?
Yes.
Okay. And taking you back through that paragraph, chief complaint, stab wound to the left chest, left flank, left thigh. If you can just demonstrate on your body where those areas would be.
So
members of the jury.
The left chest here, where the ribs are, and the left flank below the area of the ribs, and the left thigh here in the upper leg.
The record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is identifying stab wounds by pointing to his own body on his left chest, his left flank area, and as well as his left thigh.
Court will identify that the witness has identified by using physical motions on the stand as so stated.
Dr. Doss, stab wound to the left lateral chest wall, is that the same thing as the left chest?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say chest wall, what does that mean?
We're just referring to the external surface of the chest here, and the left lateral, the lateral aspect is kind of the side. You just have to have a fancy term for everything. So that's just referring to the stab wound in the chest wall on the left side of his body.
Abrasion to the superior scalp and head injury likely from being kicked. How did you determine that?
This was to tell you the truth, I can't recall how we determined that. This is generally from information we're obtaining from EMS and the patient, but I don't recall exactly who told me about the kick to the head.
So an abrasion, what is that?
A scratch.
Is it something that's deeper than a paper cut, for instance?
No, it's probably about the same depth. Generally, when we're talking about abrasions, thinking more, not such a simple little linear scratch, but kind of when a larger area of the skin is damaged and abraded, we call it just scraped.
Could it produce bleeding?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're saying likely being kicked, that could have been self-reporting or like you said from EMS?
Yes.
Where it indicates pain at the site of the stab wounds, is that something that Ryan Heinz would have indicated that you would have asked him his pain level, for instance?
Yes.
And worsening difficulty breathing pre-hospital. Explain that.
So this is a combination of information from the patient and EMS, basically describing that he was feeling that he was getting more short of breath. He was having more difficulty breathing as time passed in the time period it took to get to the hospital.
Would that be typical of a wound to the chest wall?
It can be. It depends on really how bad the wound is and what the situation is.
Could you have a wound at the chest wall that would not penetrate a lung?
Oh, absolutely. You know, obviously the ribs are protecting the area, and then whatever object does not penetrate through past the ribs into the lung, which can happen.
Being that the patient was complaining or indicating that he wasn't breathing very well, did that indicate to you that there was a possibility that his lung had been punctured?
Yes.
Back to States 93, page 13, that same paragraph. No evidence of tension.
Pneumothorax.
Pneumothorax, thank you for EMS. What is that terminology, pneumothorax?
So pneumothorax is just the fancy term for air in the chest wall outside of the lung and causing the lung to collapse. Tension pneumothorax is a specific type of that, which because of, not to get too far into the weeds, a one-way valve of a kind of, the pressure continues to increase inside the chest. The air can enter but not exit through that wound, and the lung is pushed further and further, and then ultimately, other structures in the neck and chest are pushed to the point where the heart cannot beat properly and people can die very quickly.
They do note decreased or absent breath sounds on the left. This patient has been hemodynamically stable pre-hospital. What is that?
It means that hemodynamically stable is just referring to things like his blood pressure and his heart rate. We're watching those to make sure that there isn't any sign of that kind of compromise to the function of the heart or the circulatory system, which we would see if his blood pressure were dropping and likely his heart rate is increasing to try to compensate. That was not, those kind of dynamic changes were not happening on the way to the hospital.
Directing your attention to that same exhibit, States 93, about mid-page on page 14, where it says pulmonary, chest, abdominal, and musculoskeletal. Under pulmonary, where it indicates absent breath sounds, diminished breath sounds, right upper lung fields. Was that, when you saw that, was that concerning to you at all, and why?
Yes, specifically the absent breath sounds on the left would be concerning in this context because that would make us worried that he had suffered an injury to his lung and that had collapsed and was not functioning properly. The diminished breath sounds in the right upper lung field are relatively non-specific, just meaning that we're not hearing quite as well in this area, so we need to make sure that that's okay as well.
And you had indicated earlier that a certain condition can occur if left unattended. Can you explain what that condition is and why that would be something that would be life-threatening?
The tension pneumothorax, specifically, yes. So that would be kind of this steadily increasing pressure within the chest cavity that is starting to push everything over to the opposite side and lead to a situation where the return of blood to the heart is impaired, and now the heart's not able to continue circulating blood, and this would result in death.
Okay. That's obviously a very serious situation.
Yes.
And if Ryan Heinz had been left unattended, not brought to the hospital to tend to that, is that something that could have caused death?
Yes.
Directing your attention to page 14 as well, on States 93, where it says stab wound under abdominal, stab wound left lateral flank, musculoskeletal stab wound left lateral thigh, left lateral flank and left lateral thigh. Anything about those wounds that were concerning to you regarding any arteries that were around that area or anything of the sort?
Right. I think we always get concerned with an abdominal or flank wound because, of course, there are many important organs in there that if they're directly injured, you could have quite a lot of internal bleeding quickly, like the spleen, the kidney on that side. And with the wound in the thigh, we have to, consider, of course, injury to a major blood vessel and bleeding from that. The location on the thigh was a little less concerning for that kind of problem.
Directing your attention to the bottom of page 14 on States 93, where it says MDM, clinical impression notes. What does MDM, that acronym, refer to?
Which is medical decision making. It's a section to describe what we were thinking and what we did.
And where it indicates in that paragraph, it says portable chest x-ray confirms left side pneumothorax, no evidence of hemothorax. What does that sentence refer to?
So that it says that when we took an x-ray of his chest, this is in the trauma room still, he's in the stretcher, we're taking a film right there, we can see that that left lung has collapsed. We do not see evidence of fluid filling the chest cavity, which in this context, we'd be worried about blood filling up his chest. That was not the case.
On an x-ray, what would you see to indicate that the lung had collapsed, for instance?
You can see for an inflated lung, the lung markings there and the absence of them. And often you can, in the case of a pneumothorax, often you can see kind of the border of the lung as well. So you can see how much it has collapsed.
Could you see in an x-ray any kind of penetrating wound, like a laceration or anything that would have caused that lung to collapse?
You can see secondary findings of it. It's not a study that's going to show the soft tissues like that, but you can see things like swelling in the air. You can see some air tract entering the chest wall, that type of thing. So you see secondary findings of it, stab wound.
It indicates also on page 14 of 93, a chest tube is in place for the trauma service and further trauma workup is pending. What was the purpose of that chest tube?
That is a device that's placed into the chest to suction essentially the air out of the chest cavity, allow that lung to reinflate. And if there were blood in the chest cavity, it would also be draining that fluid out of it.
Directing your attention to page 15 of SACE 93, at the top of that page, patient will be admitted in the trauma service for further care. What was the purpose of that?
The initial period of time after placing that chest tube, although, of course, a good thing that the lung is reinflating, that needs time to heal somewhat before the chest tube is removed, which would typically take place in the hospital before the patient is sent home. So they need time to make sure the lung is inflating again and staying that way, and remove the chest tube and ensure the lung doesn't collapse again once it's removed.
Page 15 of SACE 93 under critical care indicates the patient was critically ill with a high probability of imminent or life-threatening deterioration. That notation, does that reference what you described before regarding the, I'm going to say the word wrong, but the tension that you were describing, which could have caused death?
Well, not only that, but even without the tension pneumothorax component, this can be deadly injury. And so this is a situation where until the patient was stabilized, the likelihood of him dying was relatively high.
Now, I'm going to be showing you some photographs that have already been marked as evidence, showing you what's been marked as SACE 84. The screen in front of you, you can reference that, or you can hear. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes.
What would you describe that as?
This is the abrasion to the scalp, as mentioned.
And showing you SACE 83.
Right.
Towards the hairline there.
Right.
Same abrasion that you're describing.
Yes, it is.
And showing you what's been marked as SACE 5. Are you able to identify what this is and describe to the jury what the purpose of that would be?
This is that chest tube that was mentioned. There are different types of these and different sizes. This is a device that's placed in the front of the chest, and a relatively smaller size, which is mainly meant to pull air out of the chest rather than fluid.
And does that go directly into the wound?
No, it goes elsewhere in the chest wall in between the ribs in a way that is designed to be at a certain angle so that when the tube is removed, that space closes on its own.
Showing you SACE 6. If this is the wrong orientation of it. So are you able to see, is this the right rotation you need to do?
I think so. It's just the angle's a bit up. I think this is the left side. Yes, this is the left side of the patient's chest. So in this photograph, the way we have it oriented, his head would be up at the top off the side of the screen.
Okay. And this tube that you see pictured on SACE C6, is that connected to that port you just indicated?
Yes, that's the chest tube.
Okay. And this gauze here with the tape, what is that over?
I think that is over the stab wound itself.
Showing you SACE 87. What is this a photograph of?
That is the photograph of the stab wound to the chest wall.
That's the wound that punctured the lung.
Yes.
And showing you SACE 89. What is that a photograph of, Dr. Dawes?
And that's the stab wound to the left flank.
Left flank. And showing you SACE 91. What is that a photograph of?
That's the stab wound to the left thigh.
Okay. And that's obviously a different stab wound than the left flank stab wound you just indicated.
Yes.
And finally, SACE 92. Do you agree with me that these are photographs of all the puncture wounds that Heinz suffered?
Yes.
Okay. And the one at the top of SACE 92, this would be the left flank.
Oh, no, that's the left lateral chest. And the left flank is the one below that.
Thank you for correcting me.
No problem.
Left flank is the one below exhibit. And then the last stab wound is to the, what did you refer to that as?
The thigh.
Fine, thank you. Directing your attention back to States 93, page 20, where it says underneath H and P encounter notes. What does that mean, ED encounter notes?
So this is the history and physical that's written by the trauma service. And encounter notes is just a general term for notes we took regarding this encounter with the patient.
And that was a physician's assistant that took those notes, you can see.
Yes, it looks like it was Mate Manea.
Where it indicates a 16M, is that 16-year-old male?
Yes.
Okay, stabbed in left chest, mid-ax line with about a 4/5 intercostal, left flank, left lateral hip. What does that mean?
So he's describing the location of these stab wounds. That left chest mid-ax line is an abbreviation for mid-axillary line, and the axilla is the armpit, so the middle of the armpit, basically a line drawn from the armpit down, and then the other two stab wounds.
Hemodynamically stable with mild tachycardia, left with thorax without significant hemo. What does that mean?
He's abbreviating hemothorax there. So he's saying there is the collapse of the lung on the left without blood collected in the chest wall. And the hemodynamically stable means his blood pressure has been steady, but his heart rate is fast, probably compensating for the injuries.
Is it safe to say that the physician's assistant also tended to the wounds of Mr. Heinz? So where it says place a 14 French pigtail cath anterior second intercostal space, what does that mean?
So that's this chest tube. When they say pigtail catheter, it's a kind of catheter that is built to twist in there so it's not directly puncturing anything else. And this is describing where that was placed. It was the anterior, the front of the chest, and the second intercostal space, and they're just counting down the second rib and that space in below the rib.
Is that what we saw in the photographs that were just depicted?
Yes.
And adequate re-expansion of the lung, mild air leak. Is that something that repairs on its own?
Yes, they monitor that. When this chest tube is hooked up, it's connected to a kind of suction device, and they're monitoring that pressure over time, and that air leak typically would get better as the wound heals.
It also indicates washed out stab wounds small enough that will heal by secondary intention to avoid closing and having infection. What does that mean?
That means that the two wounds, the one on the flank and the thigh, well, actually, including the stab wound in the chest, they washed these out, but they did not want to suture them closed because they would worry that would increase the risk of an infection in the wound to kind of close everything up inside of there. So they let it heal by secondary intention, which is just the term for letting that kind of close on its own and heal from the inside out instead of closing the skin.
Is that pretty standard with wounds such as this to not suture them?
Yes.
Directing your attention to page 22 of Stage 93, where it indicates secondary withdrawn primary assessment and secondary assessment. What is the difference between the two of those?
These are specific to the trauma process. When patients come in after injuries like this, the primary assessment is what is immediately life-threatening happening right now. Is the patient breathing? Are they circulating blood well? Are they able to talk to us and they're what we call protecting their airway? They can keep their airway open. And then the secondary assessment is head to toe kind of protocolized examination to make sure there are no other injuries that are missed.
On page 22 of that exhibit, under primary assessment, where it indicates breathing, minimally labor with some associated
Dyspnea.
Thank you. What does that mean?
That means that his breathing was a little bit fast, a little bit difficult. He appeared to be having a little bit of a hard time breathing. That's what they say by minimally labored. And dyspnea is the subjective sensation of shortness of breath. When someone feels short of breath, that's called dyspnea.
How long does that typically last with an injury such as this?
After the chest tube is placed, that can resolve pretty quickly, but without that, it would last for a while. If the patient survives, it would be a process of healing that would take some time, days probably.
Do you know how long Mr. Heinz was kept in the hospital for?
2 nights. And then actually, I wasn't sure if it was 1 night or 2 nights. I think it's 2 nights though, ultimately.
What was the purpose of keeping him for so long?
That is to monitor the effectiveness of the chest tube and make sure that air leak resolves, that once that wound starts kind of closing on its own and there's no longer the passage to allow air out of the chest or into the chest cavity, then they can safely remove the chest tube. So it's really that period of time to monitor and make sure things are not getting worse and that they're getting better.
Under where it's the secondary assessment on page 22, states 93, it does indicate nose and it says no injury. That was a little surprising to me, as you had indicated that he did suffer some broken nose. Why does it say no injury there?
I think this is fairly common in a situation like this where that was not their primary focus, and so that can be missed. It may have been the case. I think looking back at the photographs, his nose was not visibly injured that badly, so it wasn't something that was focused. And it may not have been particularly tender when they felt the area, so they didn't appreciate looking at the nose that it looked injured. And then we saw in the CAT scan that he did have a broken.
That indeed was. States 93 on page 64 of that exhibit. Do you see any indication on this page of the patient if the patient's blood was tested for alcohol?
Yes, let's see. Yes, I do see that.
Okay. And what does it indicate?
That the result of that test was a value of 7 milligrams per deciliter.
What does that mean in BAC terms in blood alcohol?
Right.
content, if you can convert that.
So for the state of Connecticut, I think the legal limit of driving is if you blow a 0.08 on the breathalyzer, that would be an 80 on this measurement. So 80. So this is like a 0.007 or something.
0.007.
Right. Yes.
Now, based on your expertise with the fact that Ryan Heinz had a 0.007 BAC level, would that have affected his injuries, the way he was treated in any way?
No, I mean, it would really just indicate that he had something to drink earlier in the night, but this was not a level of alcohol that would have caused his injuries to be more complicated or caused him to really be intoxicated. Clinically, we say, like not, visibly intoxicated, that kind of thing.
Thank you, Dr. Goss. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Kamada.
Good afternoon, Dr. Dawson.
Hi, good afternoon.
We've never met before, correct?
Yes, correct.
So I'm just going to ask you a brief series of questions. You said as far as the nose, no injury, that could have been because it didn't appear to be visibly injured, correct?
Yes, correct.
Sorry, but the head nods aren't caught by the court.
Right.
Have you ever testified before?
No.
Oh, okay. So the court reporter here has got to hear a yes or a no. So if you could just do that for us.
Got it. Yes.
And you said the patient himself wasn't complaining of pain to the nose.
Not that I recall.
And then you said, and so then there was a CAT scan that was done, and that reflected that there was a, correct me if I'm wrong, non-displaced fracture, correct?
Correct.
Did that give you any indication of the age of that non-displaced fracture?
We can generally tell on imaging if the fracture is what we call acute, meaning this just happened or not, because healing starts pretty quickly. So
Okay.
this was an acute injury that
Okay.
just occurred.
Gotcha. And the description in the notes that you were looking at said that superior scalp and head injury likely from being kicked, correct?
Correct.
That's based on self-report?
I'm afraid I don't recall where that information came from, so I cannot speak to whether it was accurate or not. I think it was secondhand information. Of course, for me, it would have been secondhand information, but I don't know who told us that.
Okay. And that the patient did admit to some alcohol use, correct?
Yes.
And that was confirmed by the results of the toxicology, correct?
Yes.
And that he also denied any illicit substances, correct?
Correct.
But that, however, was not confirmed by the toxicology because that did reflect on page 11 positive for cannabinoid, correct?
Now let me take a look.
Page 11.
Let's see. Yes, that's the result is positive. It doesn't necessarily speak to when the cannabis was used.
Okay. All right. And so you've told us today what you did as far as treating him for his wounds, correct?
Yes.
But you couldn't tell us or help this jury if what they wanted to know was why what had happened to him that evening, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect? Nothing. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, state we call Keenan Fraczek to the stand.
Keenan Fraczek, 16 Woodcrest Avenue, KNAS, FRACZ.
How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to
Central
school?
Connecticut State University,
And what are you studying?
nursing.
And are you working for the summer?
I am.
What are you doing?
I'm working part-time at Bass Pro Shops and doing lawn work.
You know why you're here today?
I do.
Why are you here today?
To say my part in what happened leading up to and after the event.
Are you nervous to be here today?
Sure am.
I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. How old were you back then?
16,
Where did you go to school?
St. Joseph High School. I was in my sophomore year.
So you're a rising junior?
Yes.
Now, Keenan, I want to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022, specifically Madigan Lifer's house. Can you tell us what was going on at Madigan Lifer's house that night and what time you got there?
There was a party going on, a couple of grades mixed within the St. Joseph school community. We were all hanging out, having a good time, obviously drinking some alcohol. And I believe I got there around, I'd say 9 o'clock.
And were you drinking?
I was.
How much were you drinking?
3 beers.
And when we say beers, what kind of beer? Remember?
Busch Light.
Busch Light. At some point in time, when you were at Madigan Lifer's house, did individuals show up that you were not familiar with? Or are you aware that individuals showed up that you're not familiar
I am aware.
with? But you didn't see them?
Did not see it.
Around what time would you say, how long were you at Madigan Lifer's house between the time you got there and the time that you became aware that these individuals showed up?
I can't put an exact time on it, but it was around 1 to 2 hours.
What were you doing at the party at the Lifer house?
I'm socializing with my friends, maybe playing some drinking games like beer pong, something of those sorts.
Do you know whether or not when you were there, whether or not Jack Snyder was at that party?
Jack Snyder was present.
And was Tyler DaSilva there? He was. And was the defendant there?
He was.
Were you inside the house or outside the house when you were at this party?
Inside for most of the time.
At some point in time, did you exit the house for some reason?
I did.
And why did you exit the house?
My buddy named Ryan, he said he wasn't feeling well, felt uneasy, said he had to vomit. So I took him outside, went around the house into the back, and was with him while he was vomiting.
And when you were doing that, how long would you say you were out back with him for?
I'd say 20 minutes.
And after 20 minutes, did you return to the garage or driveway area of the home?
I did.
And when you did that, what, if anything, was occurring at that moment?
Nothing was occurring at that moment as we were driving, or I'd say walking around the house. We heard some shouting from a car driving past the road, and we're trying to figure out what was going on.
And did you, in fact, figure out what was going on?
We were informed.
Okay. And were you informed about a fight that had taken place?
We were informed.
You did not witness that fight?
Did not.
How long after did you hear about the fight that did the party break up?
Oh, within 20 minutes.
How did the party break up? Did parents inform you that the party was over? How did that happen?
I don't believe it was the parents. Older sister was telling everybody to disperse and get out of the house. The party was over.
And so when the party was over, what, if anything, were you concerned about at that point in time?
Trying to get home.
And did you have a ride home at that point?
I did not.
And were you hanging out with anybody at the moment, at that moment, who also needed a ride home?
Yes.
And who was that?
Dmitry Arfanis and Will Sinchwald.
And at some point in time, were you able to find a ride home?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, you recall seeing the defendant, Jack Snyder, at the house.
Yes. Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 53. Can you identify the people in State's 53? This person in the red?
Jack Snyder.
And how about this person here with the helmet on?
Raul Valle.
The defendant?
Yes.
At some point in time, you were able to find a ride from Lazy Brook?
I was.
And who offered you a ride?
Jack Snyder.
And anybody else offered a ride at that point in time?
Yes. Dmitry Arfanis was. He was planning from the beginning of the night to sleep over at my house after the party. And Will Sinchwald.
And at some point in time, did you get into Jack's car?
Yes.
That's Jack's car?
Yes.
And when you got into that vehicle, who else got into the vehicle with you?
Jack Snyder was driving his car. Tyler DaSilva, Lido Valley or Raul Valle. Demetrios, myself, Will Sinchwald, and Mackenzie, Trafecante.
Now, how do you know all those people?
We all went to school together at St. Joe's.
You were all St. Joe's students?
Yes.
Now, when you left Lazy Brook in Jack's car, did you know where you were headed?
We were going to Trumbull High.
Why were you going there?
To figure out where we were going to go after, whether it was a different party, hang out at somebody else's house. It was kind of just like a middle grounds almost to figure out where we were going to go next.
And did you, in fact, at some point get to Trumbull High School?
We did.
And when you got there, did you guys discuss what to do next?
Not really. When we got to Trumbull High, we met up with some other females that were at the party, and the whole group of people were split up. Lido, Jack, and Tyler were talking amongst themselves, and I was talking to a different group of individuals, and so I had my own separate conversation.
So were you close enough where you could hear what the defendant was talking about with Jack and Tyler?
No.
So how long would you say you were at Trumbull High School for?
I'd give it 20 minutes.
And when you were at Trumbull High School, did you have anything to drink between the time you left Lazy Brook and the time you got to Trumbull High School?
No.
Did you have anything to drink when you were at Trumbull High School?
No.
Now, after about 20 minutes, did you all get back into Jack's car?
We did.
And why did you do that?
Because everything was wrapped up and thought we were going home.
You thought you were going home?
Yes.
And did you leave Trumbull High School?
We did.
And when you left Trumbull High School, where were you headed? Did you think you were going home?
I thought we were heading home to my house with Demetrios.
At what point in time did you realize you weren't heading home?
So when we got out of Trumbull High, we took a right, and we were supposed to take a right, the next right back into Trumbull, but we took a left into Shelton, and that's how I knew we were not going to my house.
And what town do you live in?
Trumbull.
And so when you took the left to go into Shelton, was there any talk about where you're going? Drop me home, anything like that?
I assumed that we were dropping Mackenzie off because I knew she was from Shelton, but didn't know what part, didn't know where she lived.
At some point in time, did you pull up on a house in Shelton?
We did.
And do you recall what house that was?
The estate of Tyler Rich.
Show you States 9. Is that the house that you guys pulled up to?
Yes.
Show you States 49. Again, aerial view, is that the Tyler Rich house that you pulled up to?
Yes.
Can you tell us in States 49 where exactly you guys pulled up, if you can recall?
I can't exactly recall the road we came in on. I knew we were facing the direction of a cul-de-sac, and we were right in front of the driveway, and drove by, turned around at the cul-de-sac, and then went back towards the driveway.
And at some point in time, prior to arriving at Tyler Rich's house, did you were you aware of a group chat that was going on between some of your friends and some of the Shelton High School kids?
After the fact, I know about it now. I was not a part of that group chat, and there was no talk about that group chat. So no, I was not informed.
At some point in time when you pulled up to Tyler Rich's house, did you witness anybody exit that house?
When we initially drove by,
Sure.
there were people outside.
And at some point in time, when you stopped in front of the house, did people approach the car?
After we turned around the cul-de-sac and we got surrounded by people,
And how many people would you say, were outside at any given time?
at least 20.
At least 20. And when they surrounded the car, can you tell us a little bit about how that interaction initially took place?
So initially we got surrounded, and no, I believe they were on one side of the car and
What side of the car were they on?
the driver's side, and everything was cordial at first. And then someone from the back shouted something, and then Jack Snyder replied back, and then things started getting out of hand and the car got surrounded.
And when you say the things got out of hand, what kind of things were happening?
The tensions were escalating.
And when you say tensions, were people arguing?
They were.
Was anything thrown at the car, or did anybody touch the car?
Yes, things were thrown, and the people were on the back of the car, bouncing on the rear bumpers. People were outside in the passenger window, the backseat windows, banging on the windows.
And when that happened, what, if anything, happened next with regards to the car?
With regards to the car, things were just getting way too out of hand. I was pretty scared at the moment, and then I don't remember who shouted, but someone said go, and Jack Snyder hit the gas pedal, and we went.
And when you went, where did you go?
We went down the road about 2-3 houses, but they're pretty spread out.
And in States 49, can you see where you went down the road?
Yes, towards the top of the image.
So somewhere in this area here,
Yes.
like I'm pointing at the left side of on the right side of the picture towards the top of Laurel Glen, we're just before the intersection of Farmhouse Road and Laurel Glen.
Court will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And when the car went up that way, what, if anything, happened when you were up there?
The individuals inside of the car got out, including myself, and some Shelton kids ran up, and they were talking with Lido, Jack, and Tyler DaSilva.
And who, if you can recall, who exactly got out of the car at that moment?
I don't remember.
Did you get out of the car at some point?
I did get out of the car at some point.
Why did you get out of the car?
Really, because nothing good was happening there. Kind of walked into a trap and wanted to escape.
And you said people from down the street ran down.
Yes.
And did they speak to any of you guys down the road?
They did not speak to myself, Dimitrios, Mackenzie, or Will. We were sitting on the curb away from the car, and they were talking to Tyler, Jack, and Lido.
And when they were talking to Tyler and Jack, what was the tone of the conversation? Not what they said, but what was the tone of the back and forth?
At first, everything was cordial, and then it escalated a little bit.
Was there any arguing going on?
Not really too much shouting. I would say it was pretty cordial at first.
At some point, well, let me ask you this. Did you witness the Shelton kids interacting with the defendant and Tyler and Jack?
Yes.
And did you witness any physical altercation down the road when the kids came down the road? Was there any fighting, physical fighting?
No.
How long would you say the interaction was between your group of friends and the Shelton?
I'd give it 5 minutes.
Now, I want to show you the Mark the States Exhibit 44. Wait a second. Yeah. Have you seen that before?
I have.
You've seen that in my office?
Yes.
Now, do you know whether or not that part of the video happens before you get out of the car or after you get out of the car?
I believe it happened before.
So you're kind of still in the car, a couple people get out or 3 people get out, walk down the road, you're in the car, and at some point, does Jack turn the car around and come back? How does that happen? Let us know
How I got
Yeah,
to the curb area.
What's that?
How I got to the curb area.
Yeah. So based on that, if that happens before you get out of the car, help us understand when you get out of the car in relation to that exhibit.
That video was pretty much a blur. That's one part of the night. It was new to me once you showed me that video. Didn't exactly remember or recall exactly how all those events went down. I can't say if I got out of the car before that happened or after that happened, but I know before the individuals went back, I was already out of the car with a couple of my friends who I arrived with sitting on the curb.
So when you say the individuals went back, are you referring to the kids from the Shelton group?
No, I'm referring to Jack, Lito, and Tyler.
Okay. So, well, let me ask you this. At some point, this is a small picture or small video of what happened down the road, right? You get out of the car with Will, Mackenzie, and Dmitry,
Yes.
and you sit on the curb.
Yes.
When you do that, is there an interaction between Tyler, Jack, and the defendant?
Yes.
Can you please explain what that interaction is like?
So the interaction was, first of all, it was agitated. The scene was tense. Lito was searching for a weapon in the car. He said, Jack, where is your knife? Where the F is your knife? And he was looking around in the glove box and the center console and did not find anything.
I'm sorry?
I did not see a knife.
How was the defendant reacting prior to looking for the knife?
He was on edge
Why was he on edge?
because he was upset from what happened to Jack's car.
And what kind of things was he saying to make you feel like he was upset? How was he acting?
It's going pretty insane. I'd say he was using vulgar language, cussing. Jack, look what the F they did to your car.
And after he said, look what the F they did to your car, that's when he asked Jack, where's the knife?
Yes.
How long would you say that was going on for down the street?
That they were searching?
Well, that the defendant was acting in an aggressive manner and cursing and going insane because of what happened to the car and then looking for the knife.
No more than 30 seconds.
And you indicated that you did not see a knife.
I did not.
Do you know whether or not the defendant ended up finding a knife?
After the fact,
Right, but at the moment,
I
he didn't.
assume he found a knife, but in the moment, did not see a knife and believe for the rest of the night that he never found a knife because I never saw one.
Now, when you say that the three of them went back down the street, before they go back down the street, was there any talk about going back down the street by the defendant?
Yes.
What was he saying?
I don't remember the exact words they were saying, but there was conversation. I was too far away to hear the exact words, and they got back in and drove down.
Now, not telling us what either Jack or Tyler said, did any of those two individuals try to talk the defendant out of going back down the street?
Tyler did.
The car leaves to go down the street?
Yes.
Do you see who gets in Jack's car before going down the street?
Yes.
Oh.
Jack was driving, and Lito and Tyler DaSilva.
How long would you say the car was down the street for before it returned?
No more than 5 minutes.
And when it was down the street, what if anything did you hear when it was down the street?
So it went down the street, and the four of us were talking amongst ourselves, trying to really figure out what was going on and how we ended up in the situation. And they drove down, and you can kind of hear the tires screech a little bit. And so you know the car is stopping. And you can't see it, but you could hear it. 1, because we were far away. 2, because it was dark. 3, there might have been something obstructing our view. You hear a lot of yelling, but it wasn't high-pitched yelling, which came next. It was more of a rowdy yelling, shouting, and then eventually it turned into a very high-pitched scream.
After about 5 minutes of the yelling and then high-pitched screaming, did you witness the car return?
Yes.
And when the car returned, were you able to witness what Tyler DaSilva looked like?
Yes.
And what did he look like?
He was bleeding a lot, bruised everywhere. I asked him a simple question, and I didn't really get an answer, so he was just about unconscious.
And were you able to witness what the defendant looked like?
Yes.
And how did the defendant appear to you?
Shocked. He had like a shocked look on his face. Didn't look as battered as Tyler DaSilva was, nowhere near, but I wasn't inspecting him.
Now, at some point in time, when you, Will, Dmitry, and Mackenzie were waiting down the road, were you able to make arrangements to get another ride home?
Yes.
So how did that come about?
So once we were sitting on the curb, Carolyn, who was Will's girlfriend at the time, was picking him up. So Will was getting his ride home. And by the time the car returned before I saw Tyler and Lito after what happened, Will was already gone. His girlfriend picked him up. So he was gone. It was just me, Demetrios, and Mackenzie. And Mackenzie asked us if we needed a ride and her sister could bring us home.
And did you in fact get into the car with Mackenzie?
We did.
Again, Exhibit 44, I want to have you watch real quick. Is that Jack's car taken off?
Yes.
And these individuals are in the road getting into the car here, that's you and
Myself, Mackenzie, and Demetrios.
And that's at about 11:55 at night.
Sounds about right.
You hear the high-pitched screaming in the background? Did you hear that?
I did not hear it.
So when Jack's car took off, do you know who left in Jack's car with him and who got into Mackenzie's sister's car?
So it was myself and Dimitrios and Mackenzie. And then I shut the door. And then after, Lito got in.
Lito got in, the defendant.
Yes.
And when he got in, where did he sit in the car? Do you remember?
Rear side or back right.
And where were you seated in the car?
Right next to him.
In the middle?
In the middle.
And on the car ride from, withdrawn. When you guys left Laurel Glen, who was the first to get dropped off?
Myself and Dimitrios.
And how long was the ride from Laurel Glen to your house?
Say 8 minutes.
And in that 8-minute ride, did the defendant say anything in the 8-minute ride over?
No,
In that 8-minute ride, were you able to observe whether or not he had any blood on him?
I did not see any.
Did it appear that he had been in a fight?
You can assume so.
But you didn't see, it didn't appear so?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-exam.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fraczek.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
Nice to meet you.
We've never met before.
True.
Okay. You're nervous today.
Of course.
First time testifying in court.
It is.
Just going to go over with you some of your testimony, okay?
Sounds good.
Now, in this case, this isn't the first time that you've spoken about this particular matter, right?
No.
You mentioned you've met with the state's attorney a few times, correct?
Correct.
He showed you some videos, correct?
Correct.
He showed you these two videos that we saw today, correct?
Correct.
Have you also seen another video of the fight that took place in the front of Laurel Glen Drive?
No.
You've never seen a fight where Tyler DaSilva is down on the ground?
No.
Are you aware that such a video exists?
I've heard chat about it.
And in your case, you gave two statements, right? You spoke with Detectives Iannotti and Nugent on May 16th.
Sounds right.
And again with Detective Bango and McPadden on September 1st, correct?
Yes.
You were telling us about being at 5 Lazy Brook Road earlier. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were invited to that party by whom?
I don't recall whom, but friends.
Did you see Austin Leifer there?
I did.
And what was Austin Leifer doing while you were there?
Drinking like everybody else.
And you told us that you had gone outside with somebody that was ill and throwing up. Do you remember that?
I do.
Was that Austin Leifer?
No.
Did you see Austin Leifer while you were outside?
No.
And you told us that you were there around 1 to 2 hours before these other kids who you said were uninvited arrived, correct?
Sounds about right.
And you were there for 1 to 2 hours, as well as Mr. Snyder and Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva?
We were there roughly the same amount of time.
You didn't see anybody try to kick them out of that party?
Please rephrase that.
So you didn't see anybody try to tell them to leave that party while you were there for that 1 to 2 hours, did you?
You're talking about the defendant?
Yes, and Mr.
No.
and Mr. DaSilva.
Well, once the party ended, that's when everybody in a hole was asked to leave.
Everybody was kicked out at that point.
Yes. Yes.
But before that,
No.
you didn't see anybody tell them that they had to leave.
No.
And you saw a photograph earlier that states Exhibit 53. You see that? Can you see that on your screen there?
No.
Just the screen.
No, it's Herbie.
Technical. Okay, you can see it now.
I do.
Is that photograph taken at the Leifer's house?
I believe so, yes.
Appears to be.
Yes.
Can you identify either of these two folks in the background?
Cannot.
But to the best of your knowledge, that was taken down there in the basement because you recognize the basement where you work, correct?
If it's from the same night, I assume it's the basement.
Well, do you recall these outfits being the clothes that they were wearing?
Yes.
And did you see Mr. Valle that evening wearing some sort of neck pillow around his neck?
I don't recall seeing that now.
Do you recall seeing him wearing this motorcycle helmet?
No.
Does this banner on the back wall, does that look familiar to you?
I didn't pay too much attention to the decor.
Anything about that look to you like it's the basement where you were hanging out for 1 to 2 hours?
It's safe to say it is.
Okay. So you were there for 1 to 2 hours. This photograph you think was taken there in that basement. That's Mr. Valle and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
You don't recall anybody telling them, hey, you're not invited. You got to get out of here.
That never happened.
And while you were there, you were drinking Busch Light, you told us.
Yes.
You had 3 beers.
3.
And you said at some point you became aware that 3 uninvited individuals showed up. Did you actually see them show up?
No.
You were outside at that point.
My buddy was vomiting.
And what was your buddy's name again?
Ryan.
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 Was he also a St. Joe's student?
He was.
And you didn't see the fight that occurred in front of 5 Lazy Brook?
Did not.
Okay. But when you got back to the driveway, you said you saw a car go driving by and you heard some shouting coming from that car?
There was shouting.
What was the shouting?
F you, and then some vulgar language.
Some vulgar language, okay. Did that appear to be directed at anyone?
The people in the driveway.
And in the driveway, did that still include Mr. Snyder, Mr. DaSilva, Mr. Valle?
I can't recall if they were in the driveway still or who was out there. I would assume so.
And at that point, you told us you were concerned about trying to get home, right?
Yes.
And you had with you Dmitry, who had been planning to sleep over at your house that night,
Yes.
and Will Sinchwald, right?
I don't know if Will was supposed to sleep at my house. I can't recall what our plans with Will were, but if he needed someplace to sleep, it would have been my house.
Okay, he was a friend of yours.
He was.
And the three of you were offered a ride by Jack Snyder.
Yes.
Had you ever ridden with Jack Snyder before?
Not to my knowledge.
Was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
Tyler DaSilva, was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
And Raul Valle, was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
When you say in school, what does that mean exactly?
Like we wouldn't go out of our ways to hang out with each other outside of school.
Okay. But on this night, at least, you happened to be at the same party.
Yes, we'd see each other at numerous parties before.
Okay. And so when you got into Jack's car, it was yourself, Jack Snyder, Tyler DaSilva, Raul Valle, correct?
Yes.
Dimitrios, Will Sinchwald, and Mackenzie Trafecante.
Sounds right.
And so there were 7 of you in that pilot.
Yep.
Anybody else?
No.
And when you were in the car, what did it sound like in the car?
There was no music played.
No music playing?
No.
So you could hear everybody talking?
No.
Okay. Where were you seated?
In the back.
In the back as far as the trunk area, or in the back as far as the row
Not
of
in the
seats?
trunk area.
So the
In-
row of
in the
seats
seating.
directly behind the
seating.
passenger and the driver.
Yes.
And which end of that seat were you on?
I don't remember.
Were you by a door?
I don't remember. I was in the back row of seats.
Who were you sitting beside?
I don't remember. I just remember Jack was driving and the 6 other individuals, including myself, were in the car.
Do you remember Dimitrios being in the trunk area?
That I do remember.
Okay, why do you remember that in particular?
Because when we were surrounded outside the Rich house, I looked back to him and said, we have to get out of here.
Was he the only one that was in the trunk area?
Will Sinchwald could have been, but he was in the car.
And you were shown a photograph. Showing you States Exhibit 30. I'm trying to show you States Exhibit 30. There we go. And you identified that as the vehicle that you were riding in.
It was a Honda Pilot.
And when you got in the vehicle that night, it did not have this shattered windshield, did it?
When I initially got in,
When you initially got in.
it did not.
And you told us that you went over to Trumbull High School at that point, right?
We did.
And you met up with some girls there, you said.
Yes.
Were those also girls from the party that you had just been at?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know to meet up with them there at Trumbull High School?
Outside the Lifer household, everybody was piling into cars to try to find rides home. And we ended up mutually going to Trumbull High.
Okay. Was that a sort of known meetup spot?
No.
You saw 2 other folks there that night too, right? Not just the girls. There was a car with 2 gentlemen in it, right?
Yes.
Do you remember who they were?
Yes.
Who was that?
I know one of them was in there, Shane,
Shane,
Coacher.
Coach. And was one of them Mike Bagley?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And they were in a white BMW?
Yes.
And how do you know those 2 individuals?
I grew up with them.
Were they also students at St. Joe's?
They were students at Trumbull High School.
Okay, they were students at Trumbull High. The other 2 girls, though, they were students at St. Joe's.
Which girls are you referring to?
The 2 girls that you met at Trumbull High School.
I believe so, yes.
And when you got to Trumbull High School, did you tell us that everybody got out of the car?
Mostly everybody got out of the car. Can't exactly remember how it all happened, but people were scattered.
Okay. And how long did the ride from 5 Lazy Brook to Trumbull High School take?
A few minutes.
3 or 4, 5 or 6?
5 or 6.
5 or 6 minutes. No drinking in the car on the way there?
No.
Was there alcohol in the car?
There could have been. I don't recall.
You didn't see anybody drinking?
No.
You didn't drink yourself?
No.
And you said you stayed there for about 20 minutes, right?
Sounds about right, yes.
And then you got back into Jack's car and you thought that you were going home to your house, right?
Yes.
Because Jack had told you that he was going to be your ride home, right?
Because my ride, when I got to the Lifer household, left. So I didn't have a ride. Jack said he could bring me home.
And everybody got back into the car at that point, right?
The 7 individuals that were in the car leaving the Lifer household got back in the car.
Okay. And nobody said where you were going at that point. You just told us you assumed that you were going home, right?
I assumed I was going home with Dimitrios and Will, or maybe Will was getting dropped off after. My house, compared to everybody else, is the closest to Trumbull High. So I assumed I was going home first.
Gotcha. Nobody said, hey, we're going somewhere else, right?
Not that I remember.
And I think you told us that while you were there, well, who were you talking to while you were outside of the car at Trumbull High?
I can't recall everybody I talked to or even who I talked to. It just wasn't, I wasn't talking to Lito, Jack, and Tyler.
Okay. So you said they were somewhere among themselves.
That sounds right.
Did you see them or you just assumed that?
It was safe to assume.
So you didn't see them,
I saw that they weren't with me. So that means they have to be together.
but you didn't actually see them together is what I'm asking.
I wasn't focusing my attention on them.
I understand that. You were talking to other people.
Yes.
I'm just saying you assumed that they were somewhere together, but you didn't actually see them somewhere together, did you?
They were at the car.
Oh, you saw them at the car?
Yeah.
Where were they at the car?
I can't recall if they were inside or outside, but I was not near the car, so I wasn't with them.
Okay. So you don't have a clear recollection of seeing them together at the car, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's yes, you don't have a clear recollection, right?
Please repeat that.
You said yes, and it was either you do have a clear recollection of them being at the car or you don't have a clear recollection.
Yes, I have a clear recollection they were at the car.
You have a clear recollection
And I
now
was
of
not
seeing
with them.
them at the car.
Yes.
You just said that they could have been in the car, they could have been out of the car.
They
Were they
could
in the
have been.
car or out of the car?
It's been 3 years.
I'm sorry?
It's been 3 years.
I understand that, sir. I'm just asking you what your recollection is. You said they could have been in the car, they could have been out of the car. Now you're telling me you have a clear recollection. Were they in the car? Were they out of the car?
I guess my recollection's not clear enough. They were around the car.
Okay. And do you recall what they were doing when they were around the car?
Most likely chatting.
Not what were they most likely doing, sir? What do you recall them doing when you've told us now that they were around the car?
Chatting.
You saw them chatting?
Yes.
What did you see in their hands?
I don't recall seeing anything in their hands.
You sure you're not assuming that they must have been there because you don't recall seeing them with your groups of friends that you were talking to?
I'm going to object based on it's argumentative.
I'm going to overrule it.
I'm going to ask you to repeat that, please.
Are you sure that you're not assuming that they must have been by the car because you don't recall seeing them with the groups of friends that you were with?
So where we were near the baseball field at Trumbull High. The car was parked maybe 20 feet away. We were sitting near a curb or talking to a car near the curb. So they were in our point of view. So yes, I saw.
Okay, so you did see them at the car.
Yes.
You saw them inside the car?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow the follow-up. There's been some confusion. Go ahead.
They were in the car.
Not outside the car.
They were in the car.
They were in the car.
They were in the car.
Windows up or windows down?
I don't recall.
And when you left the parking lot at Trumbull High School, you said you knew that you weren't going to your house because the car took a left to Shelton, right?
Yes,
And you live in Trumbull.
I do.
And at that point, you said you assumed that they were going to drop off Mackenzie because you knew she lived in Shelton, right?
Yes.
And nobody said, hey, we're leaving right now and we're going somewhere, correct?
No, nobody said that.
The car just started following this direction, right?
Yes, I assumed I was going home.
And there was another car following you, right? The white BMW?
There was.
And that was Shane Cocher and Mike Bagley's car?
They don't share a car. I believe it was Shane's car.
Okay. It was Shane's car. Mike Bagley was with him.
Yes.
And you saw them following you?
They were going to follow me.
And how long was the ride from Trumbull High School to Tyler Rich's house?
More than 5 minutes.
More than 5 minutes? Less than 10?
I don't recall the exact time frame, but it was more than 5 minutes.
Had you been there before?
I have not.
And you said that initially the car came up to 43 Laurel Glen but drove by it, right?
Yes.
When you drove by, you could see that there were people already outside of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
How many people?
I can't put an exact number on it, but it was less than the amount of people that surrounded the car once we turned around.
Okay, and you said that was at least 20 people, right?
Yes.
Could have been as many as 30?
Could have been.
And so when you drove by the house the first time, was it 10 people in the yard, 15 people in the yard?
I can't put an exact number on it.
Was it 5 people in the yard?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You drove by, you saw these people in the yard, and then the car turned around at the cul-de-sac. Was that down at Farmhouse Lane where the car stopped later on?
Might have to look at a map, but we drove by the Rich house and turned around.
Mr. Fraczek, I don't mean to surprise you, but I'm going to come around you now and show you what is on the easel. States Exhibit 1, and see if that can help us a little bit, okay? You got a pointer right there beside you. All right, do you see the red dot? Yes. Does that look like 43 Laurel Glen that we saw in the other pictures?
It does.
And did the car that you were riding in come up Adams Drive and turn left onto Laurel Glen?
I don't recall the exact route we took in.
Okay, but at some point you went past 43 Laurel Glen, right?
We were in front of Laurel Glen and then turned around at the cul-de-sac.
And when you say turned around at the cul-de-sac, which cul-de-sac are you describing using that Exhibit 1 in front of you?
There's only one up there.
Okay, so you went down to the end of Adams Drive and turned around.
Yes.
And that is different than the other end of the street where you have the intersection with Laurel Glen and Farmhouse, correct?
Yes.
So you were in the vehicle and it drives past. You can see people in the yard, go up to the end of Adams Drive, car turns around, right?
Yes.
And at that point, where did the vehicle go?
After we turned around,
Yes.
it was back out in front of the Rich household,
And when you say back out in front of the Rich house,
in front of the driveway.
blocking the driveway so that cars couldn't get out?
I don't believe it was blocking the driveway, but it was in the road.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 49. Can you see that up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe for us using this picture where that car parked?
Where the driveway meets the road, in the middle of the road.
In the middle of the road?
It was not in the driveway.
Not in the driveway?
Yes.
Closer to the other side of the street or closer to the driveway?
I can't recall.
And then at that point, the car stopped, correct?
Yes.
And you said that at least 20 people surrounded the car, right?
Not at first.
Okay.
They were on the driver's side.
Okay. How many people were there at first on the driver's side?
Under 20.
Under 20.
Yes.
More than 10?
Yes.
And you said at first they were only on the driver's side and that at first it was peaceful.
Yes.
What was peaceful about it? Can you describe what was happening?
There wasn't any shouting. I would say that's peaceful.
Okay. Were people talking?
Yes.
Were the windows rolled down?
Mine was not. I believe the only window rolled down was the driver's side window.
When you say yours was not, where were you?
In the back.
And you were near a window? You were up against a door?
I don't recall, but I was in a back seat, and the nearest window would have been one of those two windows in the back.
Was there any music on inside the car as you drove there?
I can't recall.
And you said people were talking, correct?
Amongst themselves.
When you say amongst themselves, is that within the vehicle itself or between the two groups?
When we were surrounded,
Yes.
or when they're on the driver's side, like that time?
When they're on the driver's side and you've described it as being peaceful and people were talking.
Yep.
Who was talking? Was that within the car or was that between the two
It
groups?
was between the two groups.
Okay. Did you hear any threats being made?
At first, no.
Did you see any weapons?
No.
And then you said things started getting out of hand, right?
Sounds right.
You described tensions were escalating, right?
Sounds right.
And was Mr. Valle uttering threats at that point?
I can't recall Mr. Valle talking at that point.
You don't recall Mr. Valle talking to any of the people outside the vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Fair.
And do you recall where Ms. Trafecante was?
Can't recall. She was in the car.
She was in the car.
She was.
Was she sitting on Mr. Valle's lap?
I can't exactly recall.
Your attention was directed to the people outside the vehicle that were becoming more aggressive. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you've described that things were being thrown at the vehicle.
Things were thrown.
Do you know what was being thrown?
Objects.
What kind of objects?
Hard objects.
Hard objects. Do you know, can you describe any of those objects?
I can't.
How did you know they were hard objects?
Because it made a loud sound.
As they hit the car.
Yes.
Did you hear glass shatter?
I did not.
You said that people were on the back of the car,
Yes.
like on the bumper,
On the bumper.
standing on it,
Standing on the bumper.
bouncing up and down.
Bouncing up and down.
You could feel that inside the vehicle.
If someone's bouncing on the bumper, the car bounces. But
How
yes,
many people were on the back?
I can't put a number on it.
More than one?
I can't remember.
I'll allow it.
You can't put a number on.
No.
There were people on the passenger side as well at this point.
Once things got out of hand, yes.
Once things got out of hand, as you've described it, in fact, the car was completely surrounded, right? People on all sides.
Yes.
At least 20 people at that point.
Yes.
Could have been more.
Could have.
And you said you were pretty scared.
I was.
What did you think those people were going to do to the car?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
What was scary about that to you?
You're 7 people trapped inside a car, people banging on it, throwing things at it, bouncing the car.
You weren't driving the car, right?
No.
You had no ability to make that car move, did you?
Did not.
Why didn't you just get out the door and walk away from the vehicle at that point?
Because there was an individual right outside my window,
And what was that individual right outside your window doing?
banging on the car.
Banging on the door?
Yes.
How many people were on the passenger side at that point?
More than I could count.
People in front of the vehicle as well?
Yes.
And could you hear a rumbling sound of fists and feet kicking and punching the vehicle?
I wouldn't call it rumbling. I can't remember the exact sound, but you could definitely hear the car being hit.
Did anybody get on the front of the car and bounce up and down like they did on the back?
I don't believe so.
Did you see anybody reach into the driver's side of the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anybody put their body into the driver's side of the vehicle?
I don't recall seeing any of that.
Do you recall any sort of struggle between the driver, Jack Snyder, and anybody from the group?
No, I was too focused on what was going on around me. I didn't have enough time or the attention to look in front of me.
You said at that point you're pretty scared and someone said go, right?
Someone within the car did.
Someone in the car said go.
Someone outside of the car wouldn't tell them to go.
I'm sorry?
Someone outside of the car wouldn't tell Jack Snyder to go.
Somebody outside the car would not tell Jack Snyder to go.
Yes, it would not make sense.
So somebody in the car said, go. You felt the gas be hit and the car starts going down the road, right?
Yes.
Did you have a sense of relief at that point?
I don't remember how I was feeling, but I was not happy.
Still scared?
Yes.
Terrified?
That's a good way to put it.
And you said towards the top of the photo you were shown, which showed the intersection of Laurel Glen Drive and Farmhouse Lane, the vehicle stopped, right?
It did.
And you saw on the ring video people chasing the vehicle down there, correct?
That's what the video showed, yes.
Do you recall that?
I can't recall it. It's just a blank.
Just a blank.
Yes.
So you don't recall while the car was going down towards Farmhouse Lane that things were being thrown at the car?
I don't remember any of that.
You don't recall being chased?
I must have been in some sort of shock where that part is just a blur. All I remember is getting back on the curb.
Could you identify yourself as one of those people who got out of the car there and sat on the curb?
I was within the 4 people that sat on the curb.
So you say you were within the 4 people. You saw in that video that some people get out of the car, but the car itself continued to move, correct?
That's what the video looked like, yes.
Did you get out of the car before it continued to move?
I can't recall that.
So you don't know if you were one of those people that initially got out before it moved?
No.
And when you got out of the car and you went and sat on the curb, where were you as far as using Exhibit 1 there behind you? Can you show us where you sat? If you still have the pointer there, that might be helpful.
I believe we're around this area.
Can the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is pointing to the area just in front of what has been identified before as 36 Laurel Glen?
Court will allow the record to reflect that information. Thank you.
And which side of the road did you sit on?
After driving away from the Rich household, I was on the right side of the road.
You were on the right side of the road. So you were closest to that house, 36 Laurel Glen Drive, as opposed to the other side of the road?
Yes, I can't put a number on the house, but I remember there was a house behind us.
Okay, and you were on the side where the house was, right?
Yes.
And who was there with you when you were there by that house?
Mackenzie, Dimitrios, and Will.
So there's 4 of you there. How close are you to one another?
Pretty close.
As like you could reach out and touch all of them?
I probably could have.
And when you were there, where did the car go, the Pilot that was driven by Jack Snyder?
It went back towards the Rich household.
I'm sorry?
It went back towards the Rich household.
So immediately after you got out, the car turned around and went back?
The car was stationary.
So the car was stationary. Where was it when you were sitting on the curb?
I can't recall how far away it was, but it was within view.
It was within view?
Yes, it was.
Can you point out on Exhibit 1 there where that car was?
I cannot.
You can't?
No.
Do you see the intersection there on Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane?
I do.
Was it at the intersection?
I can't recall.
So you don't know if it was beyond that intersection?
I can't recall.
You can't recall how far away that car was?
No.
And while you were sitting on the curb, you told us that the cars moved some distance away, but you can't tell us how far away it was. But you did see some Shelton High kids come running up from the direction of 43 Laurel Glen. You recall that?
Yes.
How many kids were coming running up?
Can't put an exact number on it. I'd say less than 5.
Less than 5. Did you stay in this tight group of 4 throughout the course of while you were in front of that house, or did people split up a little bit?
I can't recall. They might have split up.
You told us before that you felt like you'd walked into a trap.
Sounds right.
And you said that you were sitting on the curb away from the car and you couldn't hear what was being said between the Shelton High kids and the other kids from St. Joe's, right?
I couldn't hear the exact words. You could obviously hear that they're talking. Can't make out the words, but yes, they were talking.
You said at first everything was cordial, right?
It was.
And then it escalated.
It did.
But you couldn't hear what was being said.
No.
And the car was still stationary at that point?
It was.
You don't know how far away it was?
Nope.
You didn't see any fighting going on between those groups?
I did not.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle over, if you're looking at Exhibit 1, just before the house where you've described yourself as sitting, you see there's an area where there are some woods or some bushes there?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle in that area?
If you don't mind, are you talking about this area over here?
No, sir. Remember where you described yourself as being? Okay, look, if you would, just before that house, on the same side where you described yourself as sitting. Sorry, just that. There we go. See that area of bushes?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle over there?
No.
Because he was down some direction away from that by the car, according to your recollection, right?
Yes.
You never saw anybody spray Mr. Valle in the face with anything?
No.
You never saw a can of heat blaster being thrown?
No.
And you think that that lasted about 5 minutes down there, correct?
Yes, it was pretty cordial.
It was pretty cordial, but then you said it escalated.
It did.
What was the nature of the escalation?
I believe it was between Mr. Rich and DaSilva. It turned into louder shouting, and then it almost looks like one's trying to calm another down. It looks like Tyler was trying to calm down Tyler Rich, who was pretty hot.
So now you can tell us that, in fact, you could identify two of those people that you saw down there as being Tyler Rich and Tyler DaSilva?
I know it was those two people.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
I know his name from social media, I'd say.
And Tyler Rich was one of the as many as 5 kids from Shelton High that you saw down there.
He was among them.
Could you identify any of the other kids that were down there from Shelton High?
I could not.
Did you see Mr. Valle interacting with Mr. Rich?
Maybe they were chatting, but I can't put a definite on that.
Okay, so you couldn't tell
But
that you saw Mr. Valle chatting
Mr.
with
Valle,
Mr. Rich.
Mr. DaSilva, and Jack Snyder were together.
They were together. Which way was the vehicle facing at that point?
I can't recall which way.
Did you see brake lights or did you see headlights?
I don't know.
Were the doors open or closed?
I don't know.
You saw Mr. Valle, Mr. DaSilva, and Mr. Snyder all outside of the car together.
All 3 of them were outside the car.
Which side of the car were they on?
I can't tell you that.
Were they moving around from place to place?
I don't remember.
The vehicle stayed down further away from you in this stationary position, correct?
Yes.
Until at some point you saw 3 people get back into it and the vehicle drove back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes, 3 individuals got in the car and drove back to Laurel Glen.
And you, Mackenzie, Demetrius, and Will were still on the curb in that same spot.
We were still on the curb.
Did you ever get up and move around to get closer to see what was going on down there?
When they went back?
No, when this was going on, what you've described down as the intersection with the Shelton High kids and the...
I can't recall. I believe we were on the curb.
You think you were just sitting on the curb?
Yes.
And then you said you heard Mr. Valle say to Jack Snyder, "Where's your knife? Where the fuck is your knife?" Right?
That did happen.
That's the only thing that you heard while you were seeing this interaction go on, that you told us you could not see or hear what else was going on?
No, you actually asked, you didn't ask me when I heard about the knife.
Okay.
It was, can't put an exact time frame on it, but it was when I was either in the car, just outside the car, but it happened before the 3 of them went back, and it happened after the 7 of us arrived initially on Laurel Glen.
Sometime between the time that you first got there and were surrounded
Yes.
and the time that they went back to the house,
Yes.
that's as close as you can tell us when you claim to have heard this.
Yes.
So you could have been in the vehicle when you heard this, or you could have been on the curb when you heard this.
I don't think I was on the curb because I saw with my eyes he was looking in the glove compartment and the center console.
Mr. Valle was seated in the back seat.
I don't know.
Well, sir, who was driving the car?
Jack Snyder.
And Tyler DaSilva was the front passenger, was he not?
He could have been. I don't remember.
But if Lido Valle was seated in the back seat, your recollection is that he was in the glove box looking for a knife.
If he happened to be in the back seat, I think it's within an arm's reach, the center console and the glove compartment. But I do not know if he was in the shotgun seat or in the back.
This Honda Pilot, do you recall it being, the interior being somehow different than the typical car where the glove box is right in front of the passenger?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Was there something different about this Honda Pilot that the glove box was not directly in front of the passenger?
I don't believe so. I believe it was a normal car.
But your recollection is that Mr. Valle was able to reach into the glove box and was tearing the whole place apart trying to get it.
The glove box and the center console were being rummaged through.
And you said that he was on edge and he was looking for the knife because he was upset from what happened to Jack Snyder's car, right?
I don't know exactly why he was looking for it, but he was searching for it.
Well, you told us he was in the glove box, he was on edge, he was upset from what had happened to Jack Snyder's car.
He was upset.
Right. So this must have occurred after you had already gotten there and the car had been surrounded, right?
Sounds right.
Okay. So did it happen as the car was driving from in front of 43 Laurel Glen to down where you got out of the vehicle?
Sounds about right.
Okay, so now you can tell us, oh, actually, you know what? That is what happened. It was while we drove from 43 Laurel Glen down to 36.
No, that's you narrowing it down, and it sounds right.
It sounds right. Are you just agreeing with me to agree with me, or do you have a
No,
recollection?
he wouldn't be rummaging through a glove box if there was nothing going on. Like when we were just approaching, he would not be rummaging through a glove box.
Do you recall the vehicle moving while he was, as you put it, rummaging through the glove box?
Cannot recall.
Do you recall him leaning up into the glove box area?
I cannot recall.
But you recall him being in the glove box?
The glove box was opened and the center console was opened.
You saw those things happen?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Snyder pull the knife out of the console?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Snyder with the knife?
No, I never saw a knife.
You never saw the knife?
Never saw a knife.
Of Mr. Snyder, Mr. DaSilva, and Mr. Valle, who did you know best?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. They were all friends.
They were all friends?
Yes.
How long had you known Mr. Snyder?
Since freshman year.
How long had you known Mr. DaSilva?
Freshman year.
And how long had you known Mr.
Freshman year.
All since freshman year?
Yes.
You were a sophomore at this point.
Yes.
So you'd only known them for about 2 school years?
Sounds right.
Never knew them before that?
No.
And you're certain that this occurred while you were in the vehicle?
I said in or around.
In or around?
Yes, I could have been just outside the vehicle, but I was able to see it.
So when you say in or around, you mean you might have been in the vehicle and you saw him going into the glove box, or you might have been outside the vehicle on the curb and you saw him go in the glove box?
No.
Okay.
I was not on the curb when this occurred.
You're sure of that now?
Yes.
What do you mean when you say around the vehicle?
Within 2 feet outside the car.
So you were outside the car possibly?
I said I could not recall whether I was inside or outside.
And you were within 2 feet. You couldn't tell us how far away that car was before. But now you're saying that when this happened, you were either in the car or you were outside of it, but only within 2 feet of it.
The knife, looking for the knife or a knife, did not happen when I was on the curb.
Well, when did it happen?
When I was either in the car, because I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Either when you were in the car would imply that there's an or, and you've told us before, or when you were outside of the car, right?
Possibly could have been once we drove away and we were all starting to get out of the car. Then I went and sat on the curb. But it was before I sat on the curb, before they went back, and it happened after we arrived.
So you can't be certain of where you were when this happened. Is that fair to say?
I can be certain that I saw it with my 2 eyes.
You can't be certain of where you were when you saw it with your 2 eyes. Is that fair to say?
I was within 2 feet of the car, if not in the car.
When you're down in front of that house, was the car only 2 feet away with you?
When we're where?
When you were down in front of the house where you described getting out on the curb, was the car only 2 feet away from you now?
When I was on the curb?
Yes.
I told you I couldn't put a number on the exact feet I was from the car, but it was further than 2 feet.
Further than 2 feet, right? So
Yes.
far away that you couldn't hear what was going on down there, you told us.
That's what I said, yes.
But you think that you could see the glove box rummaging going on.
Like I said before, it did not happen when I was on the curb. When I was on the curb, that's when Tyler Rich and everybody came over and they were talking. So it happened before I went and sat on the curb,
It happened either when you were in the car, right? Or when you were outside of the car, right?
not on the curb though.
But you can't tell us
I
which
said
of
I was
those two it
within
was.
2 feet.
And in fact, you told us you never saw a knife that night, right?
Never saw him.
But you heard about it afterwards, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you told us afterwards you came to learn that there was a claim of a knife being involved, right?
When the police contacted me, yes.
So the police told you, hey, there was a knife involved, right?
Objections to what the police.
Sustained.
You learned from the police that they thought there was a knife involved, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's when I got clarification.
Okay. And then you told us that the 4 of you, that being Mackenzie, Trafecante, Will Sinjwal, Demetrius Arfanis, you were talking amongst yourselves down there, right? The vehicle left.
Yes,
You could not see the car, but you could hear some yelling going on, correct?
correct.
You heard a high-pitched scream, you told us, correct?
Correct.
And then the car returned, right?
It did.
And at that point, you were how far away from the vehicle?
We got up and approached the vehicle.
Okay. And so you were close enough that you could see that Tyler DaSilva was bleeding, right?
Yes,
Bleeding a lot, you said, right?
profusely.
Bruised everywhere, right?
Sounds right.
And I think you described him as being just about unconscious, right?
That's what I said.
And you said you could also see Mr. Valley?
I could see him. I
Where
was
was he?
not. I was not inspecting him
Where was he?
in the car.
Where?
I can't tell you exactly.
You don't know if he was in the passenger side or in the back seat?
I know Tyler was in the back seat.
Tyler DaSilva was in the back seat.
Yes.
You don't know where you saw Mr. Valley?
No.
Could have been in the back seat?
Could have.
Could have been in the passenger seat?
He could have.
Could have been driving?
No.
No. Who was driving?
Jack Snyder.
The whole time, right?
I did not go down there and see what happened, but it's safe to assume so. Yes.
You didn't see anybody else drive that vehicle that night, right?
No.
That was Jack Snyder's car, right?
It was.
And you said that Mr. Valley looked shocked, correct?
Yes.
You said he did not look as battered as Mr. DaSilva,
I did say that.
but he looked battered.
He didn't look as bad as Mr. DaSilva, but it also looks like nothing happened to him. Like he looked like he was in a fight.
Looked like he was in a fight. Looked like he'd been punched in the face.
I can't tell if he was punched in the face. I was not inspecting him like that.
When you say he looked like he'd been in a fight, what do you mean?
Shocked, exhausted, could have been bruising, but my attention was more towards Mr. DaSilva.
You heard Mr. Valley say that he was on his back,
I did.
that he'd been on the ground.
That's calls for hearsay. It's a late objection, but as to what the defendant said,
This is what Mr. DaSilva said.
No, Your Honor, this is what Mr. Valley
Mr.
said.
said.
it's hearsay.
It is hearsay. It's
Yes, it's a statement of the defendants.
it's your client's statement. It's not a position. I'll sustain the objection based on the hearsay.
Ask that it be stricken from the record, please.
Court will strike it from the record.
Your Honor, may we have sidebar?
Certainly. Let me just take a moment to clarify. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court did strike the last response from the record. And again, the attorney's question is not to be considered evidence. Thank you.
You described him as being not as battered as Mr. DaSilva, but you admit you weren't inspecting him, so to speak.
Yes.
At that point, Mr. Sinjwald got a ride from Carolyn Takis,
Yes.
and Madison Trafecante came to pick you up, correct?
Yes, simultaneously.
It was about an 8-minute ride to your home, right?
Sounds about right, yes.
And you were sitting right beside Mr. Valle, correct?
I was.
Were you inspecting him at that point?
No.
Was there any music on in the car at that point?
I believe so, yes.
Loud music?
I don't know.
Do you recall when you spoke to officers about this before, telling them that you did not hear any comments about a knife when they drove down the road and everyone exited the vehicle?
Please repeat.
Do you recall telling officers when you spoke to them on September 1st that you do not recall hearing any comments about a knife when they drove down the road and everyone exited the vehicle?
I'm not too sure what you're talking about.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Keenan, counsel just asked you a little bit about when the car goes down the street, people are getting out. There's this moment where you say you get out of the car and then you go sit by the curb. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Car goes down the street. At what moment when the car goes down the street after the incident in front of 43 Laurel Glen, do you hear the defendant ask, Jack, where's the knife? Let me get the knife.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Well, this is redirect, so overruled.
Can you repeat that, please?
At what point do you hear in the timeline, right? To the
Yep.
best of your recollection, when you drive down the street towards Farmhouse Road, you say you get out of the car at some point and then you're close to the car and you sit on the curb. But do you hear the defendant ask for the knife as you're getting out of the car and then you go sit at the curb, or do you go sit at the curb and then come back closer to the car and hear the defendant ask for the knife?
It was before I sat on the curb.
So when you drive down the street, there's a conversation between the defendant and Jack Snyder where the defendant asks him for the knife prior to you getting out, or just as you're getting out of the car.
Yes, it was prior.
And when you get out of the car, after you hear that, when do you observe him looking inside the car for the knife?
It was prior to myself and others sitting on the curb.
And at some point after you witness him looking for the knife in the car, is that when you go sit by the curb?
Yes, it was after.
And when you're sitting by the curb, I think you indicated you were sitting on the curb if I may approach, Your Honor. Did you indicate you were sitting on the curb? This is stage one, in front of what has been referred to as 36. You were somewhere in this area here after that conversation occurred between the defendant and Jack Snyder?
Yes, I believe so.
So if the record can reflect, I'm referring to the area in front of 36 Laurel Glen on the right side of the road.
Record can reflect.
So at some point in time, you're seated on the curb. Does the car move away from where you were seated on the curb?
The car does move away.
How far away does it move?
Well, it eventually went back. And
Okay. So when the car is in that area where you're seated, is it facing Farmhouse Road at this point, or is it facing Laurel Glen? I mean, facing Adams?
I can't exactly recall which way it was facing.
But at some point, the car
Turned around and
the defendant, Jack and Tyler, get in that car, turns around and maybe goes back to 43 Laurel Glen.
they did go back.
So to the best of your recollection, the defendant asking for the knife happens after the incident in front of 43 Laurel Glen, but before they go back to 43.
And 43 Laurel Glen is the Rich household, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So the next thing I think you said on cross-examination that when counsel asked you, when did Lito ask for the knife? You said it happened before I went and sat on the curb and before Tyler Rich came over to talk. Is that right? Do you recall when the series of events?
Yes.
That's when it happened? Before Tyler Rich came down the street? Before there was
No,
that?
it was before they went back and after the car got surrounded.
Okay.
Outside the Rich household.
That's the best you can recall?
That is the best I can work with.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further by the defense?
You were seated on the curb and you claim you saw my client reaching into the glove box.
Not when I was on the curb.
Not when you were on the curb.
I just explained I wasn't on the curb.
You were in the car when you saw him reaching in the glove box.
I was within 2 feet, if not in the car, because I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
You weren't on the curb. You weren't in the car.
I could have been in the car.
You could have been in the car. You could have been out of the car.
I saw it with my own 2 eyes and heard it.
What did you see with your own 2 eyes?
The glove box and center console opened and rummaged through.
Was the defendant in the car or out of the car?
In the car.
Where was he seated?
I told you I don't remember.
The vehicle dropped you off by the curb where
I
you
got
sat down.
I got out of the car and sat on the curb.
You didn't walk a long distance from where you got out of the car?
I can't recall that.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. Watch this.
Your Honor, this thing we call Dmitry Arfanis to the stand.
Thank you.
Demetrius Arfanis, Arfanis.
Is it Demetrios or Dmitry?
The full name is Demetrius, but I go by Dmitry.
Do you mind if I call you Dmitry?
That's fine, yeah.
Dmitry, how old are you?
I'm 20.
And do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to school?
Clemson in
And what
South
year?
Carolina.
And what's year are you?
I'm going into my junior year.
And do you know why you're here today?
I do.
And why are you here today?
To talk about what happened back in May 2022.
Now, directing your attention to May 14th of 2022, how old were you back then?
I was 17.
And were you in school?
I was.
What school were you in?
St. Joseph's High School.
And where's St. Joseph's located?
In Trumbull.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
We went to the same school.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler DaSilva?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
We also went to the same school.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
Went to the same school.
Is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
He is.
And what is he wearing?
A blue suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
Record will reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valley. Thank you.
Now, Dmitry, does the defendant have a nickname that he goes by?
We called him Lito.
And I want to direct your attention to that day, May 14th, 2022. Sometime earlier in the night, did you attend a party at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
I did.
Can you please tell us the circumstances surrounding you attending that party?
I went to have a good night with my friends.
And were you invited there?
Yeah, I believe so.
Who invited you?
The lifer, Austin lifer.
And when you got there, what time of day do you think it was?
It was probably like 9 o'clock.
So it was nighttime?
Yes, sir.
And when you got there, what kinds of things were happening at the lifer household?
People were just drinking, having a good time, talking, catching up.
And when you say drinking and having a good time, what were the things that people were drinking?
Beer, alcohol.
And were you drinking that night?
I was.
How much did you have to drink?
Not that much. A few drinks.
What were you drinking?
Beer, I'd say.
So you had about 2 beers maybe?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, did you become aware of individuals from Shelton High School that arrived at the lifer household?
I found out after the fact. I
Okay.
never saw him.
So tell me the circumstances surrounding when you were there, what was going on, and then after the fact when you found out something had happened.
So I was just in the basement and I found out that some kids had gotten in a fight, but I didn't see it or anything.
Where were you when the fight happened?
I was in the basement.
And do you know who the fight was between?
Not sure, nah.
Not sure, okay. I'm going to show you this exhibit. I want you to tell me if you recognize anybody. State's Exhibit 53. Do you recognize anybody in this photo?
Yeah.
Who do you recognize?
Jack Snyder and Lito Valley.
Okay, which one is Jack Snyder?
In the red hoodie.
And which one's Lito?
In the blue Ole Miss t-shirt.
And you recall seeing the defendant dressed like this on May 14th of 2022?
I do.
And was he dressed like this the entire time he was at Lazy Brook?
The helmet wasn't always on, but for the most part, yeah.
So he was there with Jack?
Yeah.
Was Tyler DaSilva also there?
Yes.
Now, tell us about how long were you there at Lazy Brook before you left?
Like an hour.
You were there for like an hour? And why did you leave Lazy Brook?
The mom kicked everyone out.
When did you become aware that a fight had occurred at Lazy Brook?
Towards the end.
Towards the end?
Yeah.
Do you recall who told you?
No.
Do you recall everybody that was at that party that night?
No.
Is it safe to say they were all St. Joe's students?
Yeah.
How did you get to Lazy Brook?
My other friend drove me, but he left.
Which friend was that?
My friend Mickey.
Mickey? Was he also Keenan's ride home?
Yes.
And why was he going to bring you and Keenan home?
Because we didn't want to drive, and he offered to drive us.
Were you supposed to go straight home that night?
Yeah. I was sleeping at Keenan's that night.
And so Mickey left?
Yes.
When did Mickey leave? Do you recall?
Right when we got there. He didn't go in the house.
Okay. And he never came back to pick you up?
No.
And when the party got broken up that night, did you have a ride home when they kicked you out?
No.
So what did you do for a ride home?
Keenan told me that Jack had offered to drive us home.
Did you go with Jack that night?
Yes.
What kind of car was Jack driving that night?
A Honda Pilot.
Showing you State's Exhibit 30. Is that Jack's car?
It is.
And did you get into Jack's car with other people?
I did.
Who else was in the car with you when you were getting ready to leave Lazy Brook?
It was Jack, Tyler, Will, Keenan, Lito, Mackenzie, and myself.
Now you say Mackenzie. Who's Mackenzie?
It was Lito's girlfriend.
At the time?
At the time.
And you know her how?
It's just same school. We just mutual people.
And you say Will. Will who?
Will Sindwald.
And how do you know Will?
Again, we went to the same school.
So it was you, Keenan, Lito, Tyler, Jack, Mackenzie, and Will. Right?
Yes.
That's the Will.
I think so. Will twice. Yeah.
All right. So when you left Lazy Brook, prior to leaving Lazy Brook, did you become aware of a group chat that had started concerning the fight that happened at Lazy Brook?
No.
Now are you aware that there was a group chat that had happened that night?
I was aware when we were at Trumbull High, but not at Lazy Brook.
Okay. So at some point in time, when you left Lazy Brook, where did you go?
To Trumbull High.
And why did you guys go to Trumbull High School?
We were trying to find like another place to go to just to continue our night. And that was kind of like the closest spot.
And when you got to Trumbull High School, did you meet anybody there?
There was one other car there, yeah.
And who was there?
I don't know them.
Do you recall if they were girls or boys?
Girls.
Girls. And when you got to Trumbull High School, did you get out of Jack's car?
We did.
And when you got out of Jack's car, where did you go?
We just went to the bathroom.
Oh, you walked away from the car?
Yeah,
And when you were walking away from the car, were there people that stayed at the car?
I'd imagine, yeah.
Were you with anybody when you walked away from the car?
Yeah, I don't remember who.
Okay. How long would you say you were at Trumbull High School for?
Like 20 minutes, not that long.
After 20 minutes had come and gone, did you leave Trumbull High School?
We did.
Why did you leave Trumbull High School?
I guess Jack and Tyler were talking to these kids and they were driving to their house.
So when you were leaving Trumbull High School, you were aware that the car was headed towards another house?
Yes,
Do you know what purpose that was for?
I did. Yeah, they were having an issue with these other kids.
And when they were going to the house, do you know why they were going to the house?
To like go talk to them,
And why did they want, do you know why they wanted to talk to them?
to settle like the dispute or the issue that had occurred prior.
At Lazy Brook?
Yeah.
So when you were headed over, did you in fact leave Trumbull High School and head over to that house?
Yes.
Do you recall whose house that was or where it was?
No, I was in the trunk.
You were in the trunk?
Yeah.
So-
So I didn't see any like where we were going or anything.
Could you, so it was dark out, you couldn't see where you were going?
Yeah.
So who was driving the car when you left Trumbull High School?
Jack Snyder,
Do you recall who was in the front passenger seat?
Tyler DaSilva.
And who was in the back seat?
Behind the driver was Lito and Mackenzie was on his lap. And then it was Will in the middle and Keenan behind the passenger seat. And I was in the way back.
So you were in the way back. So in the way back of this exhibit here, you were seated in that trunk here. Okay. So do you recall, let me show you States 49. Do you recall if this is the house that you pulled up to when you left Trumbull High School?
Yeah.
And there's a States Exhibit 1 behind you. Do you recall how you arrived at that house? If the red mark is 43 Laurel Glen, do you recall how you came into the neighborhood?
Yeah.
Can you show us?
We went down the road and did like a U-turn and came back to be facing Farmhouse Lane.
Okay, and did you stop in front of the house? Where did you stop?
Well, we did the U-turn, then we stopped in front of the house.
Okay, can you show us on States 49 where you stopped? Can you describe it?
We stopped like right before the driveway starts,
Okay.
a little farther from the curb,
So would you have been on the right side of the road or the left side of the road, looking at States 49?
closer to the middle, I'd say.
So, and you said before the driveway, would it be on the lower portion of 49 or the upper portion?
The lower.
So you were somewhere, if I put my finger here, is this where you recall stopping the car?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the record can reflect, Your Honor, on States 49, my finger is pointed to the middle of Laurel Glen, just to the left of where the trees are, from the house across the street from 43 Laurel Glen, just above the intersection of Adams and Laurel Glen.
Court will allow the record to reflect.
And when you stopped there, did you notice if anybody was outside at 43 Laurel Glen?
There was a few kids outside.
Few kids? Did you know any of those kids?
No.
At the time, did you know whose house this was?
No.
And when you stopped there, were you aware as to whether or not people from your car were communicating with people from that house through the group chat?
I knew they were texting, yeah.
And do you know the things that were being texted?
No.
Do you recall whether or not anybody indicated that you had arrived at the house?
I'm sure, yeah.
And at some point in time, did people come out of the house?
They were already out when we got there.
But did more people come out?
Yeah, they kept flowing in.
And when people came out of the house, tell us what happened when they came out of the house.
They just started talking with Jack and Tyler.
So they approached the car?
Yeah.
How many people approached the car, do you think, at that point?
Like 8, 9.
Okay. And Jack rolled down his window?
Yeah.
And they were talking with Jack?
Yeah. And Tyler.
And Tyler?
Yeah, they were all talking.
So on the other side of the vehicle also?
I'm not sure about that, but they were talking.
Or talking through the?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. How would you describe, not what was said, but how would you describe the conversation between Jack, Tyler, and the people outside the car?
It was pretty peaceful at first, just talking.
And at some point, did it become not peaceful?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Somebody said something, I don't know, and then Jack said something back. Again, I don't remember exactly the words. And then people started like hitting the car, throwing stuff at the car. And like I was in the trunk, so I saw some kid jumping on the back of the car up and down, shaking it. And then Jack drove off, and they were still like throwing stuff at the car.
Okay. And when Jack drove off, where did he drive to?
Down the street near Farmhouse.
And when he got down towards Farmhouse, can you show us on States 1 where did he stop the car?
Yes.
Where did he stop the car? Show me.
Like a few houses down.
Okay. So if I can approach the witness, show me. Point to it. Can you point to where you believe the car stopped?
Like about here.
And when the car stopped there, what happened when the car stopped?
At first, some like kids approached the car from the house, and they were talking with like with Tyler and Lito again. And I think we drove off more. And then everybody got out of the car, and we like looked around the car.
So you go down the street. You have 44. You go down the street. Do people get out of the car initially?
Yeah,
Who gets out of the car initially?
Tyler and Lito.
Okay. And then what happens?
And then they were talking with some kids again. And then we drive farther down the street, and then everybody gets out the car and looks at the car.
Okay. And I'm going to show you States 44. Just play the, So do you remember this? Is this when people initially got out of the car?
Yeah.
The person that got out of the front passenger seat, do you know who that was?
No,
You don't know who that
I
was?
just can't tell now.
You can't tell from the video, but who was sitting in the front passenger seat when you drove down?
Tyler.
Tyler DaSilva? And when he got out of the car, do you recall what he did when he got out of the car?
No.
So again, States 44, does this fairly depict what happened when you initially went down the road?
Yes.
And at some point in time, some kids come down the road? Tell us about what happens when the kids come down the road.
I don't know. I didn't see that.
You didn't see
I
that?
saw it, but I didn't like hear what was going on.
So you were still in the car when
Yes.
the car took off a little bit further? At some point in time, did you get out of the car?
I did, yes.
When you got out of the car, were there still kids from the Shelton house down the street?
No.
So between the time you were in the car and the time you got out, did you observe any interactions that were going on between the Shelton kids and Tyler and the defendant?
No.
Okay. So you can't tell us if they were peaceful or argumentative?
No.
Can you tell us if there was any physical fight that happened down the street?
Not that I saw, no.
Do you recall whether or not seeing anybody from the Shelton kids from the time you were in front of 43 Laurel Glen to the time the car went down the street? Did any of them brandish any weapons?
No.
And when you got down the street, eventually everybody got out of the car?
Yes.
And they were inspecting the car?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What was going on when people were inspecting the car?
So we all get out the car. We look and see that there was some dents and stuff and scratches from how they were hitting it and throwing stuff. And then the defendant asked for a knife.
So tell me about that. When did that happen in relation to looking at the car?
That, like, right when he saw the car.
And how was the defendant reacting when he was inspecting the car?
Pretty upset.
How upset? Explain, describe it to me.
He was yelling.
What was he yelling?
I don't remember the exact words.
Was he cursing?
I don't remember.
Did he act like he was peaceful?
No.
Did he act more upset than Jack and Tyler?
Yes, in the moment.
Based on the way the defendant was reacting, how did it appear? Did he want to go and talk to those kids?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did the defendant say anything with regards to wanting to go back and talk to those kids?
Yeah.
What did he say?
I don't remember the exact words, but it was like, let's go back.
And did it appear that he was acting in an aggressive manner?
Yes.
How did he appear? How was he acting?
He was mad. He was like yelling and stuff. I don't remember the exact words that he was saying.
And at what point did he ask for the knife?
Right after we went out the car and inspected it, the damage.
Do you recall who he asked for the knife?
I think it was Jack.
And do you recall whether or not a knife was given to him or found?
No.
Did you ever see a knife that night?
No.
After the defendant asked for the knife, how long was this inspection and asking for the knife going on?
2 minutes.
2 minutes? At some point in time after the defendant asks for the knife, what happens after that?
The defendant, Jack and Tyler, get back in the car and drive back down to the house.
And at this point in time, it's just the three of them in the car?
Yes.
So where are you, Will, Keenan, and Mackenzie?
We're still on the side of the curb by the other house I just pointed out.
So are you on the curb? So I point to States 1 here. This has been previously identified as 36. Are you on the side of the curb here somewhere? Or are you on this side of the road? Paul, what side of the road?
We're on this side of the road, like around here.
Okay. And you waited there?
Yes.
Why did you wait there?
Because I don't want to go back.
Why didn't you want to go back?
Because I don't want to get in a fight with these kids that I don't know.
So at some point in time, the car leaves.
Yes.
Do you hear what goes on down the other end of the street?
All I heard was some people screaming.
And how long do you think the car was down the other end of the street?
Not that long, like 5 minutes.
And when we're talking about the other end of the street, are we talking about going back towards 43 Laurel Glen? Or are we talking going the other way when you say go down the street?
They go back down to the house that we were at.
So this states 49. They go back to this house.
Yes.
Did you see the car stop in front of the house from where you were seated?
No.
How do you know that they were down there?
I assume so.
Okay. And they were down there for 5 minutes, you said? And you heard screaming?
Yes.
Now, when you were waiting down the other end near Farmhouse Road or down the other end of Laurel Glen, did you have a ride home at that point?
No,
Did you have an idea of how you were going to get home at that point?
no,
At some point in time, after 5 minutes passes, does the car return?
yes.
And when the car returns, tell me about that. What happens?
The car returned and we didn't have a ride and we were about to get back in the car to leave. And I see Tyler all beat up and bloody. He could like barely form words. And at the same moment, Mackenzie, she'd called her sister previously and her sister drove up and Mackenzie told us to get in her car.
So did you get in Mackenzie's car?
Yes.
And who else got in Mackenzie's car?
At first, only me and Keenan. And then Lito also got in the car.
And when Lito got in the car, did you have an opportunity to observe him?
Not really, no.
And on the ride home, who got dropped off first?
Me and Keenan.
And on the ride home, after you got dropped off, did you subsequently, were you made aware of what had happened down the street at some point in time?
A lot later, yeah.
And when you were made aware later of what had happened, did the police contact you?
Not right away, no. It was a few days after.
A few days after? And did you in fact go to speak to the police?
I did.
Do you remember if you spoke to them on more than one occasion?
I did.
And when you spoke to the police, did you tell them exactly what you told us here today?
I did.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Arfanis.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before.
We have not.
We've never discussed this case before.
We have not.
Did you say that you are going to Clemson University
I am.
in South Carolina?
I am.
You were telling us about this evening, and I want to ask you a few questions about that, okay?
All right.
You started off the evening at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Correct.
And you were invited there by Austin Lang.
Correct.
Did you see Austin there that night?
I did.
Did you see him ill, throwing up outside?
I did not.
When you saw him, did he appear to be ill?
He was drunk, yeah.
Okay. Anybody else appear to be drunk there that night?
I assume most people were drinking. I wouldn't say anybody was out of the ordinary.
Okay. You said people were drinking, having a good time. There was beer and some alcohol. You didn't have that much to drink yourself.
Did not.
But you had arranged to have a ride home because you didn't want to be drinking and driving. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yeah.
You never saw these other kids that arrived and the fight went down
Never,
with.
no.
But you did see Mr. Snyder and Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva there, right?
I did.
You didn't see them fight with anybody there.
I did not.
And you were there for about an hour, you told us.
Correct.
And then Mama Lifer kicked everybody out.
She did.
And you told us you were driven there by Mickey.
Correct.
Is his name Mickey or Michael? Is Mickey a nickname?
Okay. Yeah.
And you were supposed to go straight to Keenan's, right?
After, yeah.
Because that's where you were going to spend the
That's
night,
where I
right?
was sleeping, correct.
And the plan was that you were going to stay at the 5 Lazy Brook Road party, and that was going to last until the end of the night. And then at the end of the night, you were going to go home to Keenan's.
Correct.
Okay. And so now you've been left in the lurch because the party has ended before it was supposed to, right?
Yes.
But you get a ride from Jack Snyder.
I did.
Okay? And you hop into that car with 6 other people, right? It's you, Jack, Tyler DaSilva, Will Sinjwald, Raul Valle, Mackenzie Trafecante, and Keenan Fraczek, right?
Yeah.
And as far as the positions in the car, you told us Jack Snyder was driving, Tyler DaSilva was the front passenger.
Yes.
In the back seat on behind the driver was Raul Valle, correct?
Correct.
In his lap was Mackenzie Trafecante, right?
Correct.
Beside him was Will Sinjwald, correct?
Correct.
And to the right, farthest, behind the passenger, close to the door, that was Keenan Fraczek, right?
Yes.
And you got stuck in the back in the trunk, right?
I did.
Was there anything back there with you in the trunk, or was it just you?
It was some stuff. I don't remember what. It was like some bats.
Some bats.
Like for softball, I think I had a sister.
Okay. Did those stay in the car the whole time?
They did.
And because the night had ended earlier than expected, you guys went to Trumbull High School, right? In order to try and figure out if there was something else that you could do that night.
Yes.
And when you got there were some girls there. Do you recall that there was also another car there, a BMW, a white BMW with maybe 2 other guys in it?
Not really, no.
You don't recall that?
No. I just remember the one car.
I'm sorry?
The one car because they were parked right next to us.
Parked right next to you. And when you got out of the car, you said you went to use the bathroom?
I did.
Were you, after you used the bathroom, you were there for another 20 minutes or so?
I'd say so, yeah.
Were you with Keenan the whole time?
Well, I was with everyone, not just Keenan.
Okay. You, Keenan, Will,
Lito, Jack, Tyler, Mackenzie.
all in a group together?
Yeah.
You don't recall splitting up and some people going one place, some people going another?
No.
Did you see Keenan drinking that night?
I don't remember him specifically drinking, but I knew he was just from, being at a party with him.
Okay. And it was Keenan who told you that Jack Snyder had offered the ride, right?
Yes.
Were you concerned at all getting in that car with Jack Snyder?
No.
Were you concerned getting in that car that Tyler DaSilva and Raul Valle were in there?
No.
You said his nickname is Lito. Do you know what that nickname means?
No.
That's not a nickname that he had been given by you or other kids at the school?
No, that's what I was introduced to him as freshman year.
And you said while you were at Trumbull High School, you became aware of this group chat that was going on, right?
Yeah.
You weren't a part of that group chat?
No.
How did you become aware of the group chat?
Just from them talking about it.
When you say them talking about it, Jack Snyder?
Jack and Tyler, yeah.
Jack and Tyler. And you were in the back in the trunk.
Correct.
So you could hear what Jack and Tyler were talking about up in the front of the car?
Parts and pieces, yeah. Not like, I knew they were talking in this group chat. I couldn't really get a grasp of like exactly what they were talking about though.
Was this talking that you're describing, was this going on in the car, or was this while you were at Trumbull High School in the parking lot?
In the car at Trumbull High.
Okay. But when you were there at Trumbull High, you all got out of the car at some point?
I don't know if everyone got out. I got out.
You got out. Did you get out of the car? Everybody stayed in the car, and then you came back to the vehicle?
It wasn't just me getting out the car. Like multiple people got out the car. I just don't remember exactly who.
Okay. Ultimately, you weren't able to find another place to go as far as you knew, right?
Yeah.
And did you think when you got back into the vehicle, ultimately to leave Trumbull High School, that you were going to go to Keenan Fraczek's house at that point?
I don't remember.
At some point, though, you told us you became aware that, in fact, you were not going to Keenan Fraczek's house, right?
Yeah.
And you thought that you were going to, Jack was driving this vehicle because Jack and Tyler were talking with these other kids and wanted to go talk to them to settle a dispute, right?
Yeah.
And so how long did that drive take to get from Trumbull High School to where you've described the car ultimately stopping at Laurel Glen Drive?
Like 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Not for sure, though.
Any drinking going on in the car while that's happening?
I don't remember.
Loud music being played in the car?
I'd imagine, yeah.
You'd imagine, or you remember it? I don't want you to imagine anything.
When we would drive, we'd have music on. I don't know why it'd be any different.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not there was loud music being played?
Yeah.
Loud enough that you couldn't hear what was going on up in the front of the car?
Yeah, I wasn't talking to anyone.
Okay, you were just sitting in the back?
Yeah.
Did you see the vehicle being followed by a white BMW?
I don't remember that.
And then I think you described on Exhibit 1 there, if you look behind you, can you see Exhibit 1?
I can.
And the vehicle came down Adams Drive and went up to the end of the cul-de-sac and turned around?
That's not how I remember. I remember
How do you-
driving down past the house in Glen and then doing a U-turn.
Okay, can you use the pointer there and show us what you recall?
I think that we went down here and did like a U-turn around here and it came back down that way.
Okay. And ultimately, the car came to a stop initially in front of Tyler Rich's house, 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
You said when the car came to a stop, or let's back up just a second. As you drove by the first time before taking the U-turn, did you look into the yard of 43 Laurel Glen?
I did.
And you could already see people out there, right?
Yeah.
Did it seem like they were waiting and expecting you to come?
Yeah. They knew we were coming.
They knew you were coming. How many people did you see?
That's speculative.
Sustained. I'm going to strike the response to the question that was asked by the attorney, that they knew that they were coming. Okay, so please strike that from the evidence. Thank you.
You could see the people in the yard?
I could.
From their demeanor, did they appear to be surprised to you that the car was there?
No.
And how many people did you see in the yard?
Like 8 or 9.
Could it have been more?
It could have, yeah. People kept flowing in afterwards too. So more people came out after we got there.
Did the crowd quickly grow?
Yeah.
And how many people ultimately would you say were there?
I couldn't give you like a number, but it was more than 8 or 9 at the end.
Okay. And they started to swarm the car, right?
Initially, not aggressively. They just came up to the car to talk.
Okay, that was the initial 8 or 9 or more than that?
The initial like 8 or 9.
And when they came up to the car to talk, they came up as a group?
They did, yeah.
And were they all on one side of the car or did they surround the car?
I think it was surrounded. Yeah.
And where was your attention focused at that point?
I was looking like towards the house through like the little window in the back.
All right. So not through the very rear window you're saying, but through a side window that was looking at the house.
Yeah.
And as you were watching that, you saw this initial group approach the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you were watching and you could see more people coming behind, correct?
Yes.
And those people were also coming at the car, correct?
Yes.
And you said that some of those people started talking with Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva, right?
Correct.
Do you know who those people were?
No, never met him.
These people were all strangers to you that were at the 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Yeah, all of them.
And you described that the conversation was peaceful at first.
It was.
Could you hear what was being said?
Not really, no, but I know it was in an aggressive manner.
Were the windows in the vehicle up or down?
Jack's was definitely down. I don't know about the rest.
Did any of the people in the back seat just in front of you, did any of them get out of the car?
No, not in the beginning. When we drove down afterwards.
Okay, let's focus on where we are right now, just in front of the house, okay? None of them got out of the vehicle at that point?
Nobody, no.
And you described that eventually the conversation was peaceful at first, but then it became less peaceful, shall we say. And that was because the folks that came out of 43 Laurel Glen said something, you're not sure what.
I'm not.
And then Jack said something back, you said.
Yeah.
Do you know what Jack said back?
No.
Was Tyler saying anything back?
At that point, they both started talking back and forth more aggressively with the people outside. I don't remember exact words.
Was Mr. Valle talking with anybody outside the car?
Not really, no.
Will Sinjwald talking with anybody outside the car?
No.
Keenan Fraczek talking with
No.
anybody outside the car? At this point, were there people on all sides of the vehicle?
Yeah.
And people started hitting the car?
Yes.
People started throwing stuff at the car?
Yes.
Could you hear things shatter or smash?
Yes.
You saw a kid on the back of the car?
Yes, jumping up and down.
He was just on the other side of where you were seated in the trunk?
Yeah.
Just one kid? A few kids?
Just one.
Okay. How long did that go on for?
Like a minute, and then Jack drove off.
How did you feel back there?
Wasn't a fun experience.
You were scared?
Yeah.
Terrified?
Sure.
And eventually the car drove off, he told us.
It did.
And that vehicle, this vehicle that we see here in State's Exhibit 30, right?
Correct.
When you got in the vehicle that night, it did not have this defect on the front windshield, did it?
It did not.
Did you ever see anybody reach into the driver's side window?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody lean in their upper half of their body into the driver's side window and struggle with Jack Snyder?
I did not know.
Are you certain that people were surrounding the car and jumping on it?
Yes.
The car drove off and stopped. I think you've described it as being just a little bit before 36 Laurel Glen Drive there. Can you point it out to us? Do you have the pointer there? In that area, okay. And that's what we saw on the video that was played for you, Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And there were 3 people that we saw get out of the vehicle at that point, right?
I thought it was just 2, but
Did you see one person get out and walk ahead of the vehicle and then 2 people remain behind the vehicle, sort of?
I saw 2 people for sure. I don't remember a third, no.
Okay. There were only 7 of you in the car though, right?
Correct, yeah.
You didn't pick anybody else up at any other point?
No.
None of the folks from Trumbull High School got in your car and rode with you?
No.
And when those people got out, you were still in the trunk area?
Correct.
And you saw in the video that people came chasing down the street, right?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing them do that while you were in the car?
Yes.
And do you recall things being thrown at the vehicle while that happened?
Yes.
Could you hear what was being shouted from inside the car?
No.
And when that car got out, and we saw that on the video in 44, you think that was Tyler DaSilva and Raul Valle who got out of the vehicle?
Correct.
Do you think there was another person who also got out of the vehicle?
I only remember 2 people getting out.
Okay. Those people got out, and then the car continued on down the road, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when that vehicle stopped there where you showed us before, and those people got out, can you point to that again for us?
Like right here.
Okay. And then the car, you remained in the vehicle, and it drove forward.
Correct.
It came to a stop again. Can you show us where it came to a stop again?
Probably like around here. Not that far down.
Not that far, but in front of that house there.
Yeah.
And then you've described yourself as getting out of the car at that point.
Yes.
You went and sat where?
By the curb, like along this curb here.
On the side of that house again?
Yes, on this side, not this side.
And where did the vehicle stop at that point?
Same spot. Like
Same spot?
Yeah.
In front of that house?
Correct.
But we don't see it on that video when it does that.
What do you mean?
That you just watched Exhibit 44, the video where the people get out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And we didn't see that vehicle come to a stop and you get out. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I did not get out then.
Those folks that had chased the car, did they continue to follow it as it went down the road with you still in it?
No.
Where did they go?
They went back to the house.
Okay. They didn't ever come down and talk to any of the people that were down there?
No. They, like I said, they came up to talk to Tyler and Lito. They did not come back when I got out the car, though. They were nowhere near me.
Okay. So when you're sitting on the curb and the vehicle is stopped by the intersection of Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen Drive, you're sitting over there with Keenan, Will Sinjwald, and Mackenzie Trafecante.
Correct.
And the 4 of you are sitting close together, right?
Yes.
How far away was the vehicle from you at that point?
A few steps.
Just a few steps?
Yeah, not far at all.
It didn't move from that position?
No.
And this conversation that you've described as being had between the Shelton High kids and Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva, that had already occurred at that point before you got out of the vehicle yourself.
Yeah.
And you say that those kids all went back to the house. You didn't see them anymore.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva, at least, and maybe one other person that we saw in the video who you're not sure it is, they had already gotten out of the car before you got out of the car.
Correct.
And before Mackenzie and before Will and before Keenan got out of the car, correct?
Yes.
But Jack was still driving the vehicle at that point.
Yeah.
So Jack drove up and parked the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Valle and Mr. Silva came walking down to the vehicle?
Yeah.
And You could see all of these people. Which way was the vehicle facing at that point?
Still facing down this way, like it was facing that way.
It was facing towards Farmhouse Lane.
Yeah.
You were looking at the rear of the vehicle where you had previously been sitting.
Yeah.
How did you get out of the vehicle? Through the rear hatch, or did you climb over the seat?
I climbed over.
And you said that you saw Mr. DaSilva, Mr. Snyder, and Mr. Valle inspecting the car.
We all were, not just like me and Will too.
So you got up off of the curb and went over to look at the car?
Yeah.
Okay. So now you are not just sitting on the curb with Mr. Fraczek and Ms. Trafecante and Mr. Sensual. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
You actually got up and went over to the car with those two folks.
Yeah, and we checked it out.
Okay. And you saw some dents and some scratches.
Yeah,
And you claim you heard Mr. Valle ask for a knife.
he did, yeah.
Where were you standing when that happened?
Near the rear of the car.
Near the rear of the car. Where was Mr. Valle when that happened?
Also, like in the same area.
Near the rear of the car.
Yeah,
Where was Mr. Fraczek when that happened?
next to me.
Next to you.
Yeah,
And where was Mr. Sensual?
also next to me.
Okay. And then you saw Mr. Valle go tearing through the glove box, right?
I never saw that now.
You saw him go tearing through the console, right?
I never saw that now.
You didn't see Mr. Valle go tearing through the glove box on the console, looking for a knife?
Sustained.
Mr. Fraczek was right beside you?
Correct.
And you said Mr. Valle was more upset than Jack.
Yeah,
Had you seen at any point in that evening Mr. Snyder with a knife?
I did not know.
And you can't remember Mr. Valle's exact words, but you said he was mad and he was yelling.
Yeah.
What was Mr. Snyder doing?
He was also very upset that his car had dents and scratches on it.
And what was Mr. DaSilva doing?
I'm not sure.
You didn't see a knife at any point?
No.
And you said you were down there for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Did you go back and sit on the curb?
Yeah.
How soon after you claimed to have heard Mr. Valle ask for the knife did you go sit on the curb?
After he asked, they went back and I sat there to wait.
And so you're sitting on the side of the curb when you see Mr. DaSilva, Mr. Snyder, and Mr. Valle get back into the vehicle.
Correct, yeah.
It's still facing down towards Farmhouse Lane at that point.
Yeah,
Mr. Snyder got in the driver's side.
correct.
Mr. DaSilva got in the front passenger side.
I don't remember where you sat at that point.
Do you remember where Mr. Valle got into the car?
No.
And did Mr. Fraczek go back and sit down on the curb with you at that point?
Yeah.
So Mr. Fraczek wasn't sitting on the curb the entire time. He came with you to where the car was to inspect it, and then he went back and he sat down on the curb.
We were all like around the car, yes. Then we sat down.
And you said you couldn't see where the car went, but it headed off in the direction of 43 Laurel Glen.
Yeah.
And that eventually the car returned, and you could see that Mr. DaSilva was all beat up, right?
Correct, yeah.
He was bloody.
Yes.
And you said he could barely form words.
Yeah.
Could you see injuries to his body or his face?
His face was definitely swollen.
Any other injuries that you could see that were apparent?
No.
But just blood?
Yeah.
And you also told officers on May 16th that you could see a cut on Mr. Valle's head, correct?
I don't remember saying that.
Do you recall in Madison's car seeing a cut on Mr. Valle's head?
I don't know.
You don't recall that?
I do not know.
You don't deny that you said that, you just don't recall it.
Yeah, right now I don't recall Connor's face.
And you've told us here that you heard Lito asking if there was a knife. Do you recall telling officers when you were interviewed that you think somebody was asking for it? You think that was Lito?
No.
You're certain that that was him?
Yeah, for sure.
Then you told us that Mr. Valle got in the car with you into Madison Trafecante's car, right?
Yeah.
And where was Mr. Valle sitting?
Behind the passenger seat.
And where were you sitting?
Behind the driver's seat.
Okay, so you were sitting on opposite sides of the vehicle.
Correct.
And who was sitting in between you, if anyone?
Keenan.
And where was Mackenzie?
In the passenger seat.
Okay. So in the back seat, it's you, Keenan, and then Mr. Valle.
Correct.
Did you get a good view of Mr. Valle?
Not really. It was dark.
Okay. Could you see when he got into the car whether or not he had any injuries?
No, he looked fine to me.
He looked fine to you?
Yeah.
Didn't appear to be bleeding?
No.
Didn't appear to be maybe not as battered as Mr. DaSilva?
He was not. He was not like Tyler at all.
And on the way home, was it quiet in the car?
Yeah.
Nobody was talking?
Keenan just asked Lito what happened. And that's
Mr. Valle didn't respond?
He said.
Objection calls for hearsay.
What the defendant said?
Yes, self-serving.
It's a statement of a party opponent, counsel.
What the
What
defendant
Mr.
said?
Valle said?
Beg your pardon?
What Mr. Valle said?
What the defendant said?
What the defendant said?
Yes.
So it's self-serving at this point.
Right.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. Thank you.
You heard talking in the car.
Yeah.
You never saw a knife that evening, correct?
I did not know.
But you claim that you heard Mr. Valle asking for a knife.
Yes.
And who was he asking for a knife?
Jack.
Did you see Jack Snyder with a knife?
I did not.
Nothing. Thank you.
Can you redraft?
Nothing further.
Okay. All right. You can exit the witness.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, we are going to be adjourning in just a moment. Again, I'm going to remind you to abide by the rules of juror conduct that I've repeatedly gone through with you and described to you at the beginning of the trial and at the end of our evidence. I just want to let you know that tomorrow we intend to have a half day of evidence, so you will come at your normal time, and we would be adjourning by 1 o'clock tomorrow, okay? Most likely before then, but by 1. So that would allow you to at least take a look at your schedules. And I told you I would continue to keep you apprised of any changes in our schedule. So there you have it, half day evidence tomorrow. Have a good night. We'll see you back tomorrow morning. Thank you.
For your testimony, the state of Connecticut agrees not to prosecute you for any crime or crimes that occurred on May 14th of 2022. You have to be truthful in your testimony. If you are not truthful, that you could be prosecuted for any crimes that occurred on that day. If you break this agreement, statements that you gave could be used against you at a subsequent trial. You could have been exposed as a co-conspirator to an excess of 60 years in prison. You'll be afforded full immunity from any crimes that could possibly be charged, correct?
From May 14th, 2022, correct. This was my truth. This is what I experienced on May 14th. And what I'm going to say is what happened.
You understand that this agreement is between you and the state's attorney, right? And that your end of the bargain is that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Yeah.
And that the prosecutor determines whether or not he thinks you broke this agreement by testifying truthfully or not truthfully, right?
Yes.
So it's the prosecutor who determines whether or not you've testified truthfully. Is that fair to say? That's what you understand. Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Jack Snyder.
Thank you.
You may be seated.
Good morning, Jack. Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen jury how old you are? And do you go to school? Where do you go to school?
Tampa.
And what are you studying?
Finance.
And do you know why you're here today? Can you tell me a little bit about the circumstances surrounding how we initially met?
So I hired my attorney, and the state of Connecticut, and they formed an agreement that I would provide full detail and truth about what happened that day.
What's your understanding with that agreement?
That I would not be prosecuted.
And is there any consequences if, based on what you tell us today?
If I were to lie about what happened or any more criminal charges, I'd be prosecuted or liable.
Now, Jack, I want to ask you, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler DaSilva? How are you familiar with him? And how did you become friends?
St. Joseph football.
And back on May 14th of 2022, how old were you?
16.
And where were you in school?
I was a junior.
Where? And did you go to school with Tyler DaSilva?
I did.
And what sports were you playing then?
Well,
are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle? Does he have a nickname?
No.
And how are you familiar with him?
Also a friend of mine.
And did he go to school with you at St. Joseph's High School? Is he present in the courtroom today? What is he wearing?
Black suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? Back to the events of May 14th of 2022. There was a party at Lazy Brook that night. Prior to the party at Lazy Brook, tell us what you were doing.
I was driving to go pick up Leo.
And what were you driving?
On the Pilot.
And you said you were going to this exhibit 30. Is that a picture? What's that a picture of?
On the Pilot.
Is that the car you were driving on May 14th of 2022? And you say you were going to pick up the defendant. Where were you going to pick him up? Where's his house? And what time of day would you say you were going to pick him up?
Yeah, probably around 9 p.m., 10 p.m.
It was dark already? And when you got to his house, where did you go after that? And where does Tyler live?
In Milford as well.
When you picked Tyler up, was there any alcohol in the car?
At that time, it wasn't.
Wasn't until who got in the car? So Tyler brought alcohol in the car? What kind of things did he bring in the car?
2 bottles of vodka.
And when you left Tyler's house, where did you go?
I think we went straight to the party.
The party at Lazy Brook? Do you know whether or not you were invited to that party, you and your friends? And when you got there, around what time of night would you say you got there?
10, maybe a little bit later.
And when you got there, how many people would you say were at the party?
Probably 40 people, maybe.
And what kinds of things were going on at this party?
I was just drinking and alcohol and stuff like that.
When you say drinking alcohol, was alcohol being provided at the house, or was it bring your own
alcohol?
And when you got to the party, were you drinking?
I was.
Were you drinking prior to getting to the party?
I was.
And when you got to the party, how long were you withdrawn? Did there come a point in time where you were under the impression that you guys had to leave?
That's how we were.
And when you were being told to leave, did you encounter 2 individuals that you were not familiar with at that party? And can you tell us a little bit about how that happened?
So we were under the impression that we'd be able to stay at the party if we removed people who were also uninvited. So when these 2 individuals came, I didn't know who they were, and we were told to ask them to leave. So we went up to them and we just told them that they weren't welcome there, that they needed to leave.
When you were at the party at Lazy Brook, between the time you got there and the time those people came, how long a period of time was it?
Maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
And when you got there, you recall what you were wearing that night?
I believe a red sweatshirt.
You recall what the defendant was wearing?
I believe New Jersey.
Show your states 53. Can you identify the people in states 53? And who's the person on the left in the red sweatshirt? Who's the person on the right?
That's Lido.
And is this what he was wearing on May 14th, 2022?
It is.
I noticed he's wearing a helmet and a neck pillow. Did he come to Lazy Brook like that? Can you tell us the circumstances surrounding how that he came to be wearing those items?
I think he just found them maybe in the mudroom or in the garage.
And just put them on? Did he put them on almost immediately when he got there?
I wouldn't say so. Maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes after we got there.
So shortly before the two individuals that were also not invited, at least that you're aware of, arrived at the house. So when you encountered these individuals, tell us about what happened during your interaction. Well, let me withdraw. Did you have an interaction with these two individuals when they came? Tell us about that.
So one of them was holding a case of beer, and we said that he'd be able to stay if he took his beer or he gave us his beer, and he didn't want to give us his beer. So conversation started to get a little bit more aggressive, and we moved from the garage to the driveway, and that's when I took his beer from him.
You took his beer from him? And when you took his beer from him, not what was said, but was there another more interaction between you and the individual you took the beer from? And what was that like?
I think he squared initially, and then I squared up with him.
So you were going to fight for the beer? Is that good? Right? And do you recall how the fight started? And how did the fight start?
After we squared up with each other, we opened, hit him in the back of the head, and then he lunged forward at me.
And how long did the fight last for? And you recall when he lunged at you, did you recall what happened after he lunged at you?
I fell to the floor.
And when you fell to the floor, do you recall if anybody else jumped in on the fight at that point in time?
I think Tyler and Lido were helping me out while I was on the floor.
And how long did the fight last for? Jack, have you seen a video of this fight before? So Jack, your point, you have your monitor in front of you. I'm going to ask you if you can identify this person in the red. You know who that is? The person in the green that it appears that you were fighting. Who's that?
That's the Shelton person that I was fighting.
Is that the kid you took the beer from?
Yes.
The kid here with the dark pants, the light blue shirt. Do you know who that is? Rewind it. Can you rewind it a little bit?
That's Lido.
That's Lido behind the kid from Shelton.
Yes.
You go a little forward now. This person right here with what appears to be a light blue jersey and jeans. Who's that? You recall the fight happening that way?
Yeah.
Now, the fight lasted about 30 seconds. You said after the fight broke up, can you tell us what happened after that?
We all got up. I think Shelton kicked me down the driveway. I caught a ride. Everyone from the party started dispersing outside, and the mother of the house shut the party down.
And when the mother shut the party down, what, if anything, were you guys planning to do at that point?
I think we'll just go home. I'm supposed to go maybe until we got added to a group chat.
You were added to a group chat? Do you know who added you?
Who added me?
What was the name of the group chat, do you recall?
Something along the lines of that.
And when you got added to this group chat, did you know why you got added to the group chat?
I was looking at the text. I did.
Why do you believe you were added to the group chat?
Kids were acting out what happened and wanted to meet somewhere to fight us.
Did you engage anybody in that group chat?
I might have sent a couple texts back.
Such as what?
Along the lines of that we were going to fight them, or they wanted to fight us while I was in a com or something along the lines of that.
You were willing to go meet them to fight. After the fight, did you get in your car?
Yeah.
And how long between the time the fight ended and the time you got in your car getting ready to leave? How long was that?
5 minutes.
Did anybody else get in the car with you? Who else got in the car with you?
It was Dmitry, Keenan, Will, Tyler, Lido, Mackenzie, and myself.
So you said Dmitry and Keenan. Who's Dmitry and Keenan?
Friends of ours.
Did you go to school with them? That would be Dimitrios Arfanis and Keenan Fraczek. And you said Will. Who's Will? And did you go to school with him at St. Joe's? You said Mackenzie. Who's Mackenzie?
Mackenzie Trafecante.
Did you go to school with her at St. Joe's? What was the significance of Mackenzie Trafecante at that moment in time?
She was dating Lido.
So it was 7 of you in the car?
It was.
Who drove the car? You recall who was in the front seat when you left? And you recall who was in your back seat?
Everyone else.
You don't recall where everybody was sitting at any particular time? When you left Lazy Brook, where did you guys head to?
Yeah, I think they were initially planning on meeting us at Trumbull High School. That was what I was under the impression of. So we went to Trumbull High and see a couple people there.
And when you got to Trumbull High School, what did you guys do when you got there?
We were in the parking lot, and there was a black BMW who apparently was one of, I believe, Keenan's friends or someone in the car knew them. 2 kids, but they weren't who we were looking for. We kind of just stayed in the parking lot for about 10 minutes or so.
And when you were in the parking lot for 10 minutes, did you all get out of the car?
I don't believe so.
No one got out of the car, maybe to go relieve themselves or walk someplace else, go talk to those kids in the BMW?
We were seeing through the windows of our cars.
And what kinds of things were you conversing about?
I think we were asking them to come along with us to go fight.
You made them aware of a potential fight that was going to happen? Were you having a conversation with the defendant when you were at Trumbull High School about what had occurred at Lazy Brook or this potential fight?
Conversation.
And what kinds of things were you guys talking about?
So we were going to then fight them.
And fight them? The intent was to fight them? Did you become aware that it was time to leave Trumbull High School? How did you become aware of that?
In the group chat, somebody sent an address and told us to go over to that house. And that's where they'd be.
Did you in fact drive over to that house? You in the front seat driving? And who was in the front passenger seat?
Tyler. So
when you got over there, do you recall the house looked like when you got there?
I just knew there was a driveway on the right, front lawn, couple of houses.
Exhibit 49. Does Exhibit 49 look familiar to you?
It does.
Is that the house that you went to?
It is.
14th of 2022?
Yes.
And you're from Norwalk?
Yeah.
Do you recall your path of travel when you got to that house that night?
Yeah, it was
From Adams? Show your state to Exhibit 1. Now, when you say that it was from Adams, you're talking about this road here to the right. Came in that way? Did you drive by the house?
right there at the end of the street.
Did you see anybody outside of the property at that point in time? And when you got there, did you or anybody from your group indicate to anybody in the group chat that you guys were at the house?
Good.
What occurred when that happened?
Going out, probably from the backyard of the house, we saw the driveway. They just head after head.
You know exactly what portion of the house they came from?
Yeah.
But they came down the driveway? And when they came down the driveway, did they approach your car? What was the lighting like out that night?
Dark.
It was dark, but could you see in front of you?
I couldn't tell faces, but I could see the outlines of people.
Yeah. Was there light from the house that was shining? Your headlights were on at some point, providing some light. Did they approach your car? When they approached your car, how close did they get to your car? Were you familiar with anybody that approached your car at that moment in time? Did you or anybody in the car have a conversation with anybody that approached your car? What was the conversation initially like?
I didn't expect to see so many people there, so we were kind of already on our backs and they surrounded the car. The windows were cracked so we could talk to them through the car, and they were screaming, cursing, throwing stuff at the car, to the car, stuff like that.
What were they doing? Spitting at the car? Touching the car?
Yeah.
Were you guys saying anything back to them?
I don't remember the conversation, but we were both going back and forth, kind of.
So were you arguing with them also?
I believe so, yes.
How long would you say that occurred for?
30, 40 seconds.
At some point in time after 30, 40 seconds, what did you do?
Kind of itched my car a little bit to clear the way, and then I drove off.
And when you drove off, where did you drive to?
I drove down the street about 5 houses down, and stopped.
When you stopped the car, what happened?
I got out of the.
Do you recall who got out of the car?
We have people in the back who wanted to get a ride home.
Do you know why they wanted to ride home?
Because they didn't want to be involved in what just occurred back there.
Are you driving down towards Farmhouse Lane? And do you recall where on Laurel Glen, or where on the road, I should say, did you stop the car?
Probably about 5 houses down.
Was it close to the intersection of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen?
Farmhouse.
And when you got out, when you stopped the car, did at some point in time you have an interaction with anybody else that was not related to your car?
I believe we did.
And then can you tell us a little bit about that?
I think there was a couple kids running down the street.
And when they ran down the street, do you know what they did?
I think they were talking to people who exited my car.
Do you know who they were talking to?
No, I don't recall.
Were you still in the car at this point? And do you recall what, if anything, was anything thrown from your car or towards your car at that point?
I don't remember it all the time. Towards my car.
At some point in time, did you drive the car down the road and turn back? And when you did that, what did you do? Did you get in the car? Did you get out of the car? What did you do?
We went out to check the damage on the car.
When you said we, who's we?
I think they were already down the street. I drove off and then I came back around and then I got out of the car and we were all kind of outside the car.
So were you the only person in the car that drove down and came back? And when you came back, Mackenzie was out of the car already? Tyler, the defendant, Will, Keenan, Dmitry. And when you got back, you stopped the car? And when you got out of the car, what did you do when you were looking at your car?
Just observing.
What did you observe?
Dents and nicks on the car and something on the windshield.
Showing your state's 31. Is this something that you saw on the night of May 14th, 2022?
Yes.
By the way, what time would you say you got to 43 Laurel on May 14th?
Maybe 11:30.
This defect in the windshield here, was that there prior to getting to Laurel Glen?
It's not.
Tell us how you felt about what had just occurred to your car.
Kind of distraught and upset. My car was damaged, destroyed.
Was anybody else distraught and upset? Can you please explain how he was upset with regards to your car?
He initially saw the damage before I did. That was the last thing out of my car. He was just going around and, look what they did to your car,
all around those lines.
He just said, look what they did to your car. He didn't say anything else.
He was just destroying what happened in my car.
Was he more upset than you?
Maybe visibly. I was quite upset.
Was he aggressive?
Yes.
When he was acting in this way, what, if anything, happened during inspection of your car?
He came back around and
when you say the knife, what do you mean?
I carried a pocket knife at the bottom of my center console, and it's always been there when I got the car initially.
Why was it there?
Just any really reason I would need a knife, it was there. You know, to cut any whatever, just at the bottom. So a bunch of random items were along with it, but I knew it was there. And when they initially surrounded my car, I had taken it out and put it on my waist.
You're talking about down in front of 43 Laurel Glen when your car started to get
around the car, and
you took the knife out and put it on your waist. And when you put it on your waist, did you open it up? Did you show it to anybody? And when you did that, why did you do that?
Just because I didn't have so many people there, and after seeing what they were doing in my car and how they were talking, I just felt like it was in regard to my own safety. I just took it out and put it down just in case anything were to happen.
Now, after you left that initial interaction where you say you took the knife out and you put it on your lap and you went down the street, could you have just left the area and not gone back? But you didn't do that, right? And you say that the defendant asked you for the knife. Tell me what kinds of things was he saying?
He just said, "Where's the knife?" The knife's along those lines.
Did he say it in an aggressive manner?
Not really. Just kind of asked me.
Is this the knife that you had in your vehicle on May 14th of 2022? Is this the knife that the defendant was looking for on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
You indicated that the car had this in your center console. I'll show you states 32, picture of the inside of your car. And when you say your center console, are you indicating that this area here, or are you indicating the glove box?
No, the center console.
So I'm pointing to the left of states 32, the center console area of the car.
Yep.
And you had taken it out of this area and put it on your lap. You initially got the 42 Laurel Glen. And when the defendant asked for the knife on May 14th, 22, tell us about what happened. Did you give it to him? What happened? You gave him the knife. And when you gave him the knife, why did you do that?
I wasn't really thinking. I just gave it to him. Yeah, before I gave it to him.
Now, is there any conversation between you or anybody else just slightly before or after you give the defendant the knife?
Yeah.
And what are you guys talking about?
Tyler, maybe Lito. I think they knew people at the party. I didn't, but they wanted to go back because maybe they recognized a couple kids and they were going to go try and talk to them, calm it down, maybe just make peace with them. That's the whole plan.
And did you in fact get in your car?
Good.
Who got in your car?
I got in the driver's seat and Lito got in the passenger and Tyler in the back.
And did anybody else get in the car at that point in time? And when you got in the car, where did you go?
We drove up towards the lawn.
So you drove up to the front lawn, states 49. States 49 where you drove up?
Right to the right of the red bush.
This bush?
That bush.
You stopped here? And when you stopped there, what happened when you stopped there?
My time Lito got out.
And where did they go?
I just started walking towards the crowd of people that was on the lawn.
And when they did that, what did you do?
I was at my window down and I was kind of watching them, just making sure they were okay.
And did you stay in that area?
I stayed right parallel to them the whole time.
Did you move the car up a little bit?
As they walked up.
And when you walked up, were you able to observe the interaction between Tyler and the defendant and the group from 43 Laurel Glen?
It was dark out and I could see what was going on.
Now, prior to getting there, were you ever under the impression that you were told to leave and get out of here? Do you recall that?
I can't recall that.
Okay. Now, when Tyler and the defendant get out of the car and they're on the property here, what kinds of things, was there any verbal interaction between the defendant and the people from 43 Laurel Glen?
Yeah, they were cursing. It didn't sound aggressive at first.
Show you states 4. You know where your car was in states 4 when you noticed they were conversing?
A little bit in between the bushes, maybe.
You over here somewhere?
Yeah,
Middle of the street. Were there cars parked on the side of the street?
Yeah.
You couldn't be near the curb, per se?
I was kind of in the middle of the street just watching it.
Okay. And you were in the driver's seat, car was on, you were looking over your shoulder?
Yep.
Through the window? Window was up?
It was down.
Down? And you said that you heard talking back and forth?
Yeah.
It was normal at first? And how long would you say it was normal for?
10, 20 seconds.
And then at some point in time, did it escalate? And can you tell us about that?
Someone came out in the crowd and punched Lito in the face.
And when that happened, what did you observe?
Just all out chaos at that point.
Did you observe where the defendant was after he got punched? Did you observe where Tyler was after that happened? At some point in time, do you stay in that area right as the fight's going on? And at some point during the fight, does anybody come back to your car?
Yeah, sure.
And when he comes back to your car, does he get in the car?
No. I think he opened the door.
Okay.
Came up to the door.
And after he opened the door, what, if anything, did you observe him do next?
Just went back.
And when he went back, at some point in time, how long did he From the time he left your car to go back, did he come back to the car at some point?
Came back, and then came back.
How long did that take, do you think?
10, 15 seconds.
Did you see where he went when he left your car the first time? Like, or the second time, I should say? You didn't see him if he went back into the fight? You just.
I think he went back into the fight. That's where I thought.
And when did you see him engage anybody in the fight at that point? At some point in time, does the fight end? Or was this
I think Lito got back in the car
first? And where did he get in the car?
He got in the passenger seat.
The front passenger seat? Okay. And at some point in time, did Tyler come back to the car?
He came in after Lito. Lito got in the passenger seat, and then first, and he was like all this and said something along the lines of like, I think I just stabbed like 4 people or something like that, holding the knife.
He said he stabbed 4 people. He was holding the knife. And how soon after he said that did Tyler DaSilva get in the car?
Maybe 10 seconds after I kind of crept up a little bit more.
So you started to move, and then Tyler jumped in. Where did he jump in? Was it on the passenger side or the driver's side? And when he got in the car, what did you do next?
I took off down the street towards Adams.
You where you stopped the car? No. So park on the side of the cul-de-sac there? Yep. You stopped the car. What if anything happened? You stopped.
Lito got through the night.
Saw him through the night?
Did.
Where did you go?
Directly into the woods area that was right there.
So you exhibit 45, the cul-de-sac, Adams Road, you pull that?
Yeah, I do.
This looked like States 46. This looked like the wooded area where the knife was tossed.
Yes.
And after he threw the knife in the woods, what happened after that? Did he get back in the car? And when he got back in the car, what, if anything, did he say?
I'm saying anything when he got back.
So you got back in the car, and what did you do?
Took off and took a right back on the street, which is where I believe people were getting their rides.
So you drove back down Laurel Glen. So you came back on Stage 1, back down this way, took a right on Laurel Glen. And people down here, the people that were originally. And when you got down to that end of the street, what, if anything, happened when you got there?
Dropped Lito off. I think that's where he was getting picked up.
Do you know who he was getting picked up by?
I think Mackenzie's sister was coming to pick her and pick him up.
And when he got out of the car at that point? And when he got out of the car, what happened when he got out of the car?
I took off towards Tyler's house.
And when you took off, did you know how to get home from where you were?
I used to go maps to get to Tyler's.
You drove down to Tyler's house? And when you got to Tyler's house, did you have, what happened when you got to Tyler's house?
We met Owen DaSilva. Tyler's cousin's side.
And were you talking with Owen DaSilva? Did you tell him what happened? Did you and Tyler, not what you guys said, but did you have a conversation with Tyler on the way from Laurel Glen to Milford when you talked to Owen DaSilva?
Good.
And what kinds of things were you saying to Tyler DaSilva?
I kind of told him that Lito said something like, oh my God, I think I stabbed people or something. We're talking about his injuries because Tyler was all bloodied up, in bad condition.
How did Lito appear? Did you get a good look at Lito?
He was also pretty bloodied up. They were both kind of beat up.
Yeah. And did you say anything else when you were talking, when you were going to Milford?
The conversation was kind of along the lines of like, how are we going to get back at these people? Because like, at the time, we had no idea the severity of the situation. Like Lito said, like I stabbed people thinking like he's on the ground and maybe someone in the leg or something, and they didn't got back in my car. So it was kind of like the tension was kind of still there. And in the group chat, kids were still texting in the group chat. So it was kind of just still kind of aggressive in the group. So we were just kind of talking about like, how are we going to get back at these guys?
And you didn't understand the severity of it?
It's always or something. We were going home.
And did you text anything in the group chat after the incident, 43 Laurel Glen?
I did.
What did you text?
I said something along the lines of like, enjoy the hospital visit or something.
And at some point in time, you talked to Owen DaSilva. Do you stay in Milford that night or do you leave? You go to home and home back to Norwalk. And when you go back to Norwalk, when you get home, do you have any conversation with anybody when you get home? Yeah. And did you tell your father what had happened? And not what he said to you, but what was his appearance to you when you told him what had happened?
He kind of looked shocked. Kind of gave me this is going to be something more serious than I kind of thought it was.
At some point in time, did you have another conversation with another family member? Who did you have a conversation with?
My cousin.
And who's your cousin?
Mario.
And you talked about what had happened at 43 Laurel Glen. And at some point in time, were you contacted by the Shelton Police Department in any way? Was it how close in time was it from the time of the incident to the time Shelton Police Department contacted?
It was that morning.
And did you talk to the police at that point in time?
Father picked the phone up and just told me that we were hiring an attorney.
So you hired a lawyer at that point? And again, that was May 15th of 2022. And at some point in time, do you recall in consulting with your lawyer and your father or your parents, do you recall wanting to meet with the state's attorney's office with regards, or the state Shelton Police Department, the state's attorney's office with regards to this incident? And is that when your lawyer approached state's attorney's office to give us potential information about this case, in particular where the knife was discarded? And is the first time that you spoke to law enforcement regarding this case, was that on November 2nd of 2022? And did you give a subsequent interview with law enforcement to clarify anything that may have been misunderstood? May have a moment here. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Snyder. You and I have never met before. Never talked about this case before. Well, so let's talk a little bit about it now. You told us that the evening began with you picking up Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva in your Honda Pilot that evening sometime, correct? And then you took everybody over to 5 Lazy Brook, correct? And that's where you had been invited over to the Lifer's house, right?
No.
No.
We weren't invited. I think we just got word that there was a party there.
Okay. Who'd you get that word from?
Can't remember who told us to go, but just eventually went.
Okay. You got there and you were there for 1 or 2 hours.
So that sounds right.
Did you see the Lifers when you were there?
We did.
You knew Madigan from school?
I did.
And you knew Austin from school. Did you see Austin that evening?
I think briefly I did, yeah.
You said there were maybe 40 people there when you got there? You'd been drinking at the party and beforehand?
Yes.
But you didn't bring the alcohol. That was Tyler DaSilva who brought the alcohol. And then 2 individuals that you didn't know arrived and you told them that they had to leave, right? Did one of those individuals, the one holding the case of beer, did he give you a beer?
I can't remember giving me a beer, no.
Did he give Mr. Valle a beer?
I can't remember that.
Did he seem to you like he was trying to make friends with you?
Initially, maybe at the party, yeah.
At the end of the party?
No, to get into the party.
To get into the party. Gotcha. And you told him that he needed to give you that beer.
Yes.
A dispute broke out about whether or not you were going to actually get that beer from him, correct?
Yeah, it was about like him giving us the beer and then in turn he'd be able to stay at the party.
When you say giving us the beer, you were the one asking for the beer, right?
Yeah.
You were the one who was talking with this individual, right? Okay. Tyler DaSilva was talking to him?
Oh, yeah. Neolito and Tyler.
Okay. And yet the person that squares up, that's you, right? Because you're the person who took the beer from him, right? So would you agree that you were the person that was having the most direct interaction with Mr. Heinz? And you later come to find out that that person was Ryan Heinz?
Yes.
And you said that you moved to the driveway and that's where you squared up and you had the fight, right? You guys were moving around in that course of that fight. The video that we watched, that doesn't catch the initial stages of that fight, does it?
I believe it does. I don't think the fight started until into that video.
Okay, that catches the very beginning of that fight. So you guys had not begun fighting until you got out into the driveway. And people sort of formed a circle around, right? There were some folks watching, and it was just you and Mr. Heinz that were going to have this square off. And you said Mr. Valle came around and hit him in the back of the head, right? And that he lunged at you?
Yeah.
Or you lunged at him?
Right.
Sorry. So Ryan lunges at you. You'd already taken a punch at Mr. Heinz at that point. He tackles you to the ground. He's on top of you. A group descends and tries to break that thing up, right? At some point, you all get up and you go your separate ways.
Yeah.
The kids from Shelton High that had just been involved with the fight, they walk down the driveway and get in the car somewhere. Did you see them do that?
Yeah.
And where was your car parked?
Looking down the driveway, it was off to the left.
Okay, so nearby. And you, how long before you got in your car and left?
5-10 minutes. Maybe.
Did you see at any point Mrs. Lifer come out, shut the party down, and give the beer back to Mr. Heinz?
I remember that. I remember giving back the beer.
In any event, you didn't have the beer anymore at that point, correct? He said after that, the plan was to go home, right? When you say go home, to your own home?
No, I was sleeping out that night.
Where were you going to be sleeping that night? Tyler DaSilva's. And as far as Tyler DaSilva, that was a close friend of yours? Do you remain close friends? And would you say you were closer with Mr. DaSilva than you were with Mr. Valle?
I would. I think that's fair to say.
Okay. You weren't going to sleep at Mr. Valle's house that night?
It was possible, but I think the plan was to sleep at Tyler's.
Okay.
We slept there.
And you said at some point you got added to this basketball group chat, right? Correct. Sorry, we've got the court reporter here and you have to say out loud something. You didn't create that group chat. Mr. Valle didn't create that group chat. Mr. DaSilva didn't create that group chat, but you got added to it. When you got added to it, was Mr. Valle also added to it at that same time?
I'm not sure if he was at it, but I knew a couple of us were. I'm not sure exactly who, but we were all kind of talking about it.
Okay. Who else was on that group chat?
There were probably a good 20 people in it and about 3 or 4 of us. So the majority kids I wasn't aware of. I didn't know.
So when you were looking at that group chat, you couldn't see the names of the folks that you didn't know. You just saw numbers. Is that fair?
Yep.
But you quickly got an understanding of who those unknown numbers were, right? And you understood that that was the kids, at least some of the kids and kids who were related to the kids that you had just gotten into the fight with, right? Because you said that there was, your understanding based on what they were texting was that they wanted you to fight with them, right? And you sent text back indicating you were willing to do that, right? And so you got back in the car with Demetrius, Keenan, Will, Tyler DaSilva, Raul, and Mackenzie Trafecante. And did they all know that you were getting in the car to go fight these kids?
People were going to be in my car. We're going to go fight.
So Mackenzie Trafecante knew that you were going in the car to go fight? When you say that people in the car knew that you were going to go fight, what led you to believe that they knew that?
I kind of went up, and after we were in the group chat, I was like, I can't remember in the car or driving, but I said, if you're in the car or you're getting in my car, we're going to go fight people. And I think the people in my car are very clear going with us.
Demetrius, Keenan, Will Sinjwal, Tyler DaSilva, Raul Valle, Mackenzie Trafecante.
I believe so.
You told us you were driving and that Tyler DaSilva was the passenger at this point, right? And so you got in the car and you went over to Trumbull High School. And there you said that you were expecting to find the kids who were using this basketball group chat to invite you to fight, right? They weren't there. You said there was a black BMW there?
Black or blue. I think it was a dark colored.
But you don't think it was a white BMW?
I don't think so. I don't remember the white.
It was dark.
So, yeah.
As far as the time of day, it was dark that night.
Yes.
And the people in that BMW, those were people that your group knew, right?
I didn't believe someone in my car did it.
And you said you were there for 10 minutes, nobody got out of the car.
I didn't get out of the
car. What were you doing in the car?
On my phone, probably.
Phone? Car running? 7 of you in the car talking through the window, you told us, to the other vehicle. Was there another vehicle there with a group of girls in it?
I don't remember that.
And then you said while you were sitting there on this group chat text, somebody, not from your group, sends the address 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? And it was your understanding that that was now where these kids wanted you to come in order to have a fight. And you drove there because you wanted to have a fight.
Yes.
Did you know these kids?
I didn't.
And you didn't even know where this was, right? You're from Norwalk. And so you get this address there, 43 Laurel Glen Drive. You got 6 other people in the car. You don't even know where it is. You don't even know who these kids are. And you decide you're going to drive everybody over there.
Well, I didn't know it was a party. I'm assuming that maybe the kid who was just in a scuffle with us maybe had a couple friends and wanted to settle it or something. So that's why we drove over to go fight them.
You're responsible when you're driving for the people that are in that vehicle, right?
Yes.
You thought that was a good idea to drive all those folks over there to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
It was a mutual understanding.
You thought it was a good idea?
I wasn't thinking about potential consequences.
You were 16 years old, right?
I was.
And you didn't think when you got there that there were going to be 30 or 40 people, did you?
Absolutely not.
And you didn't know where it was. You had to Jeep it, right?
Yes.
And it was a kind of confusing layout when you got there because there's through roads and cul-de-sacs, right? You didn't know which one was leading to which end, right? Could have been a dead end, could have been a through street, but you didn't know. And you say you didn't drive by the house when you first got there. You went straight there and you parked the car to the right, right? When you got there were people already out in the yard. Nobody was out in the yard. And you indicated to the folks in the group chat, we're here.
Yeah.
And then people started coming out of the house, right?
Yeah.
One person came out of the house, right?
Yes.
Quickly followed by a second person, right? Then a third person, right? Then a fourth person, right? A fifth, a sixth, a seventh, an eighth, right?
Yes.
At that point, you're outnumbered now, right?
Yes.
A ninth, a 10th, an 11th, a 12th, right? Now what are you starting to think in that car?
We're not going to be fighting anymore.
You're not going to be fighting anymore? Why not?
It seemed sensible at the time. It wasn't what we expected to see when we initially arrived. We were going to arrive.
You weren't in control of that situation at that point, were you? Drove all those folks over there, parked them. Wasn't what you expected, was it? It was getting scary, wasn't it?
It was.
It was getting terrifying, wasn't it?
It was.
You worried about what was going to happen now, I bet.
It was.
How many people do you think ultimately came out of that car, that house?
Maybe 30, maybe a little bit more.
All came over to your car.
Yes.
7 of you in there, 30 on the outside, right?
Yes.
Surrounding the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And at first they came up to the driver's side, some of them, didn't they?
Yeah.
You had your window down?
I had it cracked, I believe.
Cracked. Didn't want to put it the whole way down at that point, right? And people started coming up and started talking to you through the window, right?
Yes.
And you say at first that was peaceful.
I don't think it was peaceful at first when they all walked up. Everyone was kind of screaming. I think I heard something along the lines of like, where's the kid who did this to some party even before?
That was Ryan Heinz, right?
But I didn't see his face.
He spit at you?
Yes.
Did it make it into the car or just on the car?
I don't think it hit me. It made it into the car.
There's people in front of the car.
There's
people on both sides of the car.
That's true.
People behind the car. Some of those people get on the car.
That's possible. I don't remember anybody getting on top of the car.
Do you remember the car rocking?
Yeah.
Do you recall if somebody was on the back bumper jumping up and down?
Yeah, it's possible. I wasn't.
You know,
I wasn't looking at the back of the car. I was kind of focused on what was going on, and my area.
Why didn't you just drive away?
I did eventually, but I didn't want to run anybody over, so I kind of got out a little bit. Then people started making way. That's
You
fine.
couldn't just pull away, right? If you just pulled away, you'd have hit somebody who was standing directly in front of the car, right? You'd hit somebody who was on either side of you, possibly, right? There was lights on the street, but it was dark, right?
Yeah.
About 11 o'clock or so. Misty, kind of rainy that evening.
Sounds
People inside your car were terrified, weren't they?
Objections to what the people.
Sustained.
What was the demeanor from the people inside your car? What did that indicate to you?
they wanted to go home.
They didn't want to be there anymore, right? They were terrified, right?
Most likely, yeah.
And you were thinking to yourself, oh my God, what have I gotten these folks into, right?
Yeah.
I brought all these people here. I'm the driver of this vehicle. I'm the one who put us here, right?
I think that's fair that I drove them there, yeah.
Well, nobody could reach over and you wouldn't let them take the car from you and say, let me drive now, right?
Right, but I didn't drive anyone somewhere where they didn't want to be. And then I dropped them and they wanted to go home.
Because Mackenzie Trafecante wanted to go and get in a fight.
I think everyone was just kind of under the impression that they knew we were going to go meet a couple of days to fight. No one really expected people to walk out of the house.
Keenan Fraczek knew that you were going to go get into a fight. Something about Keenan's demeanor indicated to you that he wanted to go along for a fight.
I think I made it pretty apparent before that's what we were going to do.
Something about Dmitry Arfanis' demeanor indicated to you that he wanted to go get into a fight.
Yeah, I think I told the people that, that's what I'm doing.
You know Keenan?
I did.
How close were you to Keenan?
We weren't close. We were teammates.
Teammates on the football team. Dmitry Arfanis, was he a teammate on the football team?
Yes, sir.
They starters?
I don't believe at the time of the incident.
How many people were on the driver's side of the car?
Initially, when we were at the end of the street,
When you're right there parked in front of the house, when you first stopped at the house?
there was a crowd of people. I don't really know how many.
Too many to count?
Yeah.
How many people were on the passenger side?
It was kind of a big crowd all around.
And you said they were touching the car, right? Hands on the vehicle?
Objection asked.
Were they punching the car?
I believe so. Throwing stuff at the car, taking the car, stuff like that.
At some point, the windshield gets smashed while you were there in front of the house, while these people are surrounding the vehicle. Are people inside your car saying anything?
Objection as to what they said.
I asked, are they saying?
I'm going to overrule the objection at this point, just yes or no relative to. Please ask the question again.
Are people in your car at this point saying anything?
Yes.
Did that indicate to you that they were scared?
Yeah, I think we all were.
In fact, you were so scared, you reached into the center console where you knew you kept the pocket knife, right?
Sure.
And you did that because you were so scared, you thought, I might need to defend myself, right? You thought somebody might smash this window, right? They just smashed the windshield. What's going to stop them from smashing my window, right? And I'm stuck here in this vehicle, can't move forward because there's people surrounding it, right? And you thought, what am I going to do if people reach into this vehicle after smashing my window and pull me out of it, right? So you reached in and you grabbed the knife out. And you told us you put it on your waist. Did you mean you put it in your lap?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, because you didn't like take it and use the clip to put it on your belt or something, right? You didn't put it in your pocket, did you? You didn't think, well, it's right here in the center console. If I need it, I can get it out at that point, right?
There was some very random wires with that.
You didn't know what these people surrounding the car were going to do, did you? But you were scared enough to think that you needed that knife, right? Mr. Valle didn't know about that knife, did he?
Objection as to what Mr. Valle
Stand.
Had you ever told Mr. Valle about that knife?
Never in conversation.
Never came up in conversation. You had never told him about it, did you?
There wasn't a reason to.
So as far as you knew, he had no knowledge that that knife was there.
Stand.
And you were shown a picture of what you say is a copy of that knife, right? You said, though, that that knife that you had in the car had been in that vehicle since it was given down to you by your brother, right?
It was just in the family, that car. It was been,
And the knife had been in there as well, right?
and that's why I kept it for years. Yeah.
So it wasn't a brand new shiny knife that you got for that purpose alone that day, was it? It was a tool that you kept there. You said for fishing?
Yeah, for anything you'd really need a knife for, it was just there.
Were you raised as somebody who was told, it's useful, helpful to have a pocket knife when you need one?
I just think a knife is useful in a lot of scenarios in life, just to have, yes.
At some point, the situation became so terrifying inside that vehicle that despite the fact that there were people in front of it who might get hurt if you were moving, you thought that's what you needed to do to protect yourself and to protect the people in the car, right?
To grab the knife.
Well, you already had the knife, but now you thought, I've got to move this vehicle. Even if these people in front are going to get hurt, we might get hurt if I don't, right? And so you move the vehicle forward. People backed off of it or they stayed off, they fell to the side. What happened?
As I started to crawl forward, revving it and pushing it forward, people started dispersing a little bit, so it made a path. We just kind of spin right off.
You saw a path and you took it. Car took off down street at a high rate of speed, right?
Yeah.
And then you drove back and forth, up and down the street, right?
I don't remember.
Throwing things out the window at this group, right? That didn't happen, did it? You drove down, some people got out of the car around that area where you showed us on Exhibit 1, right? And in fact, do you recall that people from the party were now chasing the vehicle down the street as you were driving away?
Initially, yeah.
In fact, when you let these folks out, or when they got out of the car when it first stopped, a group of these Shelton kids were coming down chasing them, right?
So, yeah.
You could see that at least in your rear view mirror, could you not? And then you drove the car off up ahead, correct? And at that point, you were alone in the vehicle?
So, yeah.
And you drove up and you went and you turned down Farmhouse Lane, right?
You went down straight.
Down to the end of Laurel Glen?
Yeah, that I think it is.
Okay. We can't see that dead end on Exhibit 1, can we, behind you?
No.
It extends a further way down there, right? So you lost sight of the people that you had just dropped off at some point, did you not? You couldn't see them anymore because you had driven down to the end of the street, right? And you thought, oh my God, I just left all these folks at the street that I just drove them to with this crowd of people that just attacked the car, right? You were scared for them at that point, were you not?
I spun around and I went back.
You went back even though you were scared?
Yeah.
What did you think was going to happen if you didn't go back?
That calls for speculation.
You were worried if you didn't go back that your friends were going to get hurt, weren't you?
Yeah, that's fair to say.
Now, when you got back, can you show us again on Exhibit 1 where you stopped the vehicle when you came back to your friends after going down to the Laurel Glen, near the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse? And where at that point, and when you stopped the car, you got out at that point, right? And where at that point was Keenan Fraczek?
On the curb, I think.
Did he come over to the vehicle?
It was kind of right up to it. I don't remember him walking up on top of the vehicle, but he was around, I guess.
Did you talk to him or did he stay on the curb?
I don't remember any conversation I had with Keenan, but
And did Mackenzie Trafecante come up to the car or did she stay on the curb?
Mackenzie was up on the curb. I think she was on the curb. I don't remember any conversation with her either, her going up.
Will Sinjwald, did he stay on the curb? Demetrius, did he stay on the curb?
Yeah, they were just there.
And so at the vehicle then, near the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane, is yourself, Mr. Valle, and Tyler DaSilva?
Not yet in the car, but yeah, we were all there.
Inspecting the car, you told us?
Yeah, I got out and I started looking around.
And do you remember some Shelton High kids coming up and having an interaction with you?
I don't remember any conversation I had with them. I remember that they were there or at least around the area. Then I got back in the car.
How close were you to Mr. Valle?
Around the car. I was inside the car.
You didn't get out of the car or you got back in the car?
I got back in the car.
Okay. But do you know Tyler Rich?
I don't.
Do you know Ricky or Enrico Fiola?
I heard about him. I didn't know him.
Did you see either Mr. Rich or Mr. Fiola down there at the vehicle when you were at Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen Drive?
I think they were in the area. I don't remember. I don't recall seeing them.
Okay. And you've told us that there was some discussion down at the car about the damage, right?
Yeah.
You told us you were upset about the damage, right?
I was. Yeah, I was going around looking at the damage on my car.
You told us you were distraught about the damage, right?
I explained to my parents, stuff like that, damage, insurance, all that.
And you didn't know any of these kids, 43 Laurel Glen Drive.
I didn't know.
But you knew that the kid that you'd gotten in the fight with at 5 Lazy Brook was there at that party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yeah, I didn't see him particularly, but I kind of got the impression he was there. They were kind of screaming and stuff, and why we were there the first.
And you told us that there was discussion about, look what they did to your car, right?
Yes.
You were visibly upset. Mr. Valle, you said, was visibly upset. Mr. DaSilva also visibly upset.
Yeah, everyone kind of was. We were kind of all in a state of shock. What just happened?
While you're standing there by the car, and these Shelton High kids, how far away were they?
They were
further down towards the house.
I would assume so.
Not close enough that you could say to them, "Hey, what'd you guys do to my car?"
I don't remember having any conversation with them. They were there.
They were too far away to have a conversation, right? They didn't approach you guys and say, "Hey, let's squash this beef right now," did they?
No.
Did they approach anybody in your group?
When I drove off, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay. When you drove off, though, was before what you've just now described with everybody being at the car and inspecting it for damage, right? So when you're at the car inspecting it for damage, you didn't see any of these Shelton High kids come down and have a conversation with you guys as you're inspecting the car, did you? And then you told us at some point you understood that Tyler DaSilva wanted to go back 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? Because he knew, as far as you understood it, some of the kids there. You live in Norwalk, right? Is that where you grew up? So you're a lifelong Norwalk resident. And Tyler DaSilva is not from Norwalk, right? He was living in Milford at this time, but he had grown up in Shelton for some part of his life, had he not?
I believe so.
And he knew some of these kids at the Shelton party, right? And he told you
That's what he told me.
Your understanding was that he knew some of these kids at the Shelton party and he wanted to go back and make peace.
But his family, I guess, knew a lot of their families. So that was the whole purpose.
And at this point, you could have just left the area, right? Could have hopped in the car, said, everybody, let's go home. This is a bad idea.
Yeah.
You were 16 at the time.
I was.
How long had you been driving?
Maybe 8 months, 9 months.
Were you supposed to have these kids in your car?
I was not.
And then Mr. Valle came up to you and he said, where's the knife? Give me the knife, right?
Yeah.
Like that aggressively?
I would say it was not aggressive. It was asking for it.
He was just like, hey, where's that knife that you had, right?
I don't think it was that aggressive. No.
He wasn't that aggressive about it.
Aggressive, it wasn't super. It wasn't what you just presented.
And he didn't want something else at that point, did he?
Just the knife he didn't want.
He didn't indicate to you, hey, let's all grab some weapons and go back there, right? He didn't say, I want that knife so that, let's go back and get our revenge, right? In fact, you understood from his demeanor that he was also scared, right?
More upset, I presume.
You presume.
He was a little bit more angry in his demeanor.
You were still scared.
I was.
You thought these kids might come back down the street again, right?
Not necessarily.
That didn't cross your mind?
Well, I knew I had the car, so anything we could have just driven out of there.
But you didn't. Tyler DaSilva was adamant that he wanted to go back and make peace.
Yeah, that's what Tyler said.
Tyler DaSilva was adamant that he wanted to go back and make peace, correct?
Yeah, calls for years.
You understood that Tyler DaSilva wanted to go back and make peace?
Yeah, humanly though.
You understand?
People there.
Mr. Valle knew people there?
Both of them at the time knew people from Shelton since they were from Milford.
So you got back in the driver's seat, right?
Yeah.
You saw Mr. Valle go digging through the console to get the knife, right? You saw Mr. Valle go digging through the glove box to get the knife, right? You saw him tearing up the car to try and find the knife, right? You didn't see any of that, did you?
No.
You gave it to him?
When he asked.
He opened the blade to inspect it, right?
No.
Took that knife and he got it ready, right?
No.
Took that knife that you gave him and he put it in his pocket, right?
I believe so. I remember where he put it. Didn't open.
And you understood or felt like you needed to take Mr. DaSilva back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat that?
You didn't say, I'm not taking you back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? All three of you get back into the car. You say that Mr. Valle got into the passenger side?
Yes.
Beside you? And that Mr. DaSilva got in the back?
Yeah.
On the passenger side as well?
Yes.
You drove up, and did you park sort of near the driveway at that point?
No, further back. I wasn't ever parked. I was always in drive, just
Put on the brake.
Yeah.
You weren't expecting anybody to get out of that car and get into a fight, were you?
It wasn't aggressive at that point.
There was no talk in the car as you drove down there about, we're going to get them now.
Yeah, that's what was said.
And strike the last answer and on the jury. Thank you.
Was there conversation in the car on the way down there?
It was a very brief drive. I don't remember any conversation.
Nothing about what was occurring in the vehicle on the way down there led you to believe that there was about to be a fight, was there? And as you got there, you're in the middle of the street. There's cars parked on both sides, correct?
Yeah.
And you stop the car.
Yeah.
You don't put it in park, but you keep it running. You got your foot on the brake. You see Mr. DaSilva get out of the car. You see Mr. Valle get out of the car. Mr. Valle doesn't have the knife in his hand at that point, does he?
I don't remember what he had in his hand. I just know they both got out of the car and just started walking.
Not in an aggressive way. Not screaming threats at the people that are already in the yard, right? You saw them. You said you were looking over your shoulder, looking out the window, watching them the whole time. How many people were in the lawn?
The same amount, probably about 30 kids.
Your two friends get out and they walk up, right? You can see them approach these 30 kids. Those 30 kids swarm forward to meet them. They start getting aggressive with these two kids, right?
I don't remember getting aggressive until someone punched Lito. It was kind of cordial, I guess, initially.
Okay.
Maybe somebody in the crowd screaming or something, but it wasn't a fight at that point.
Could you hear either of your friends screaming anything? Did you see either of your friends approach them in a fighting posture?
No.
Did you see either of your friends square up with anybody? You just saw Mr. Valle get punched in the face, right?
About 10 seconds in, yeah. Someone just came and hit him.
Did you see Mr. Valle with his shirt up over his head?
No, I recall that.
And you told us that once Mr. Valle got punched in the face, chaos broke out, right? You couldn't see Mr. Valle anymore, could you? You couldn't see Mr. DaSilva anymore, could you? But you could see bodies moving and rolling around, right? And it looked like 30 people had descended onto two people, did it not?
Yeah.
You could see punching and kicking going on, could you not?
I did.
You could see stomping going on, could you not?
Yeah.
You were scared for your friends at that point, were you not?
Was.
Terrified about what was happening to them, right?
Was.
So scared that you didn't even get out of the car, did you?
I wanted to be there just in case they got out so I could get in my car and we could leave.
You didn't want to go get into that scrum, did you?
I felt like I'd be more helpful just as the way to escape. I jumped in, so I stayed in the car.
You didn't know if your friends were going to come out of that fight, did you?
I hope so.
But you didn't know, did you?
No.
You didn't know what was going to happen when 30 took on 2, did you?
No.
That was practically the whole Shelton High School football team, wasn't it?
That's fair to say, I guess.
You were so scared, you didn't want to get out of that car, right?
Yes.
Because it was terrifying to watch, was it not? At some point, you were able to see Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Valle came up to the car, correct?
Yes.
Door opens slightly, correct?
So, yeah.
Interior light comes on because the door is open, right?
Yeah.
In fact, when he came up to that car, his momentum was moving forward towards the car as though he'd been pushed, was it not?
I don't remember that. Just
Did you hear a bump as he hit the car?
I don't remember.
He opened the door. Did you see his face?
I don't remember at that moment. It was kind of real quick.
You didn't see Mr. DaSilva anywhere, did you? You could still see that a fight was going on, did you not? Did you see what appeared to be flashlights or phone lights at that point?
I believe so, yeah.
When you saw Mr. Valle, but you didn't see Mr. DaSilva, you were terrified about what had happened to Mr. DaSilva, were you not?
Yeah.
You wondered if he was going to get killed, didn't you?
Yeah.
And then you lost sight of Mr. Valle again as he headed back in towards the fight, right? You saw Mr. Valle go to the yard, right?
He left my car. I think he went towards the yard.
And at some point, as he got onto the yard, you couldn't see him anymore, could you?
No.
But you could still see that those 30 kids hadn't gone anywhere, right?
Everyone was kind of still scattered along the line, along the lawn.
And then at some point, you saw Mr. DaSilva come back to the car.
Yes.
He gets into the car, right?
Right.
And you can see him at that point, right?
I can.
He told us he's been battered, right?
Yeah.
He looked beaten and bloodied, right? You could tell he had obviously been injured in the course of the fight where you lost track of him, right? He said Mr. Valle got back into the car, into the passenger seat, right? He said he was all distraught, right? What was distraught about his face?
It wasn't necessarily his face. He just got in and he was just in shock, I think. And he said, oh my fucking God, I think I just stabbed somebody, or I think I just stabbed people, or something along those lines.
He didn't say, man, I just got us payback for what happened, right?
No.
He didn't seem happy about what had happened. He seemed distraught.
Yeah, he looked in shock, yeah.
Still scared?
Yeah, probably.
That's the answer. The question was already asked.
And then you took off down Laurel Glen Drive, right? That's what you told us.
Going to Adams.
Towards Adam.
Yeah.
You hit a cul-de-sac and you told us that Mr. Valle told you to stop the car. And he got out and threw the knife.
Yes.
You could see the knife in his hand?
Yes.
You could see it in his hand. Was it open or closed? Still open?
And he got in the car.
From when he got out of the car?
The car?
He got into the car and he still had the knife open on him, you're saying?
Yes, when he got in the car and said what he said, he had the knife in his hand.
Could you see blood on the knife?
Can't recall seeing any blood on it.
You saw the knife leave his hand and go flipping into the woods?
It was pretty dark.
It was pretty dark, but
It was.
how far away from the car did he get in order to throw that knife?
Stepped right outside.
Just right outside the car? In front?
I was angled parallel to the woods, so he just opened the door and stepped right out into it.
Said he got back into the car at that point, didn't say anything.
Yep.
You drove back down to Laurel Glen Drive where the people you had left were still there.
Yes.
And some of those people got into Madison Traficante's car, Mackenzie's sister.
His sister arrived around the same time we were driving down.
Mr. Valle got into the same vehicle. Tyler gets into the front passenger with you.
Yes.
You had to use Google Maps to get out of there, right? Because you didn't know where you were. And then you went and you met Owen DaSilva?
Yep.
Where was that?
At Tyler's house. His house.
And you said when you saw both Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva, they were both beat up and bloodied up, right?
Yeah.
There was no conversation in the car about what had happened. It was just, how are we going to get back at these guys?
That was kind of what was going through my head almost. I'm not sure, Tyler, but that was a conversation we were talking about majority of the time.
And you texted on this group chat, enjoy the hospital stay?
I didn't know the severity of the situation. When Lito told me he stabbed somebody, I just assumed it wasn't anything major, just because people were still texting in the group chat. The group chats were still flowing, like spamming after everything happened. So I just assumed that they just jumped us. Lito stabbed maybe someone in the leg or something. That was just my sparkly response, I guess. I didn't really know what was going on. I didn't know what happened.
You went home and you talked to your dad, and he said, this is more serious than what you think, son.
Yeah, it was kind of that tone. Yeah.
And when the cops called you on May 15th and said, we'd like to talk to you about this, you told them you weren't going to come in and talk to them, right?
I wasn't on the phone. I believe it's something my daughter said.
You didn't go in and talk to them, right? You were worried about your involvement in this, right?
Yes.
And you waited 6 months until you got an agreement concerning prosecution in place before you talked to them, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, You did that right here in this courthouse, did you not?
Yes,
And after you got that, first time that you talked to anybody about this, right?
that is true.
And you're telling us now today that you gave Mr. Valle the knife before driving everybody back down to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes,
And this prosecution agreement that you have, it's for complete immunity, right?
from the events that happened on that day, yeah.
You can't be prosecuted for anything that happened on May 14th, right?
Not at this time, though.
And those potential things that you might have been prosecuted for could be murder, right?
I was told assault in the first degree or something along those lines.
You would agree that the agreement itself talks about the homicide of James McGrath and the assaults on Thomas Connery Jr., Ryan Heinz, and Faison Teele that took place on May 14th, right?
That's correct.
One of the things that you could be prosecuted for would be being an accessory to a murder, right?
I think that's possible.
And could be prosecuted for assaults, correct?
I believe so.
You could be possibly prosecuted for conspiracy to commit those things, correct?
Yes.
And you've had what's explained to you, what's known as your maximum exposure explained to you, right? That if you were prosecuted for these things and if you were convicted of these things, you could spend your life in prison, correct?
Yes, so.
Right? 60 years for accessory to murder, right?
So.
20 years for an assault in the first degree, right?
No.
You didn't want to tell anybody your involvement in this case until you got that in place, right?
Yeah.
Your understanding is that you have to come in here and testify truthfully in order for this agreement to hold, right?
Yeah.
Your immunity from all those things depends upon who thinking that you testified truthfully.
I think the state.
Not me, right? I don't make that decision, do I? The state's attorney makes that decision, right?
I believe so.
You got to come in here, testify truthfully, or you could find yourself prosecuted for all those things.
I believe so.
And so you gave them a statement on November 2nd, right? And then they told you, you know what? We want to talk to you again. And you talked to them again on November 28th, right?
Yes.
Because they wanted to clarify some things, right? They wanted to clarify the timing of when the knife was exchanged, right?
I believe so.
And they wanted to clarify why your phone had been reset on October 1st, 2022, before you spoke to them, right? Factory reset, right?
No, I had water damage in the phone, and I got a new phone, and the iCloud messed up, syncing between my mother's and mine. Our texts are kind of merged. Nothing was deleted, but they couldn't find the group chat. I removed myself from that after the event happened.
So by the time you went and talked to the officers after you'd gotten your immunity agreement in place, your phone had been reset.
It wasn't reset.
It was a new phone altogether?
I got a new phone, but everything was still on it and intact.
That's what they told you? We want to come in and clarify why your phone is everything and intact?
I didn't respond. I didn't respond to anybody texting me for the first month, 3 weeks, a month after everything happened. People were texting me, so they think that I was removing messages that I was sending back, but I just wasn't responding. So I think they wanted to have me come in and just explain why text on my end. I was advised not to text people.
So, sir, you're coming in here, you're telling us, trying to tell us, as close to what you told those officers, right?
Yes.
Because you fear if you change any of that, the state's going to think you're not testifying truthfully, right?
There wouldn't be any need to change it. It's all been the truth.
And you're telling us that the knife that you gave to Mr. Valle, right?
He asked for it, yes.
That was your knife, right?
My knife.
That you kept in the vehicle, right? That you drove these folks back down to this party, right?
Yep, Tyler and Lito.
Tyler and Lito, right? After you gave them this knife, right?
After I handed it to Lito, yeah.
And now you're telling us that the knife was thrown by Mr. Valle.
Yeah.
That's why we can't find the knife, right?
I would assume so.
Sir, it's not that you needed to get rid of that knife because, again, for 6 months you didn't want to talk to anybody about this, right?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Jack, counsel just asked you a little bit about the group chat. You communicated on cross-examination that you removed yourself from the group chat. Why did you do that?
I wanted to disassociate myself from everything that happened.
So once you understood the severity of what happened, you got out of the group chat. So what happens when you remove yourself from the group chat on your phone? What happens?
I think it deletes off my device, but I think and it says something in other people's phones like I've left the group chat.
Left the group chat. So in other words, if you wanted to go back into the group chat, you couldn't do it?
I couldn't unless I was added back into it.
Is that something that is saved on the cloud for some reason or no? You know?
I think it would be.
Would be. And with regards to, tell me the circumstances surrounding you getting a new phone. Why did you get a new phone?
I think I'd gone to Block Island or I'd gone somewhere for just to get away, I think, and I had walked in the water where they got water damage. It was fine, but the battery was draining, so I just brought the Apple. Said it didn't repair it. The water damage, so I needed to get a new phone.
And when you got a new phone, did the contents of your old phone, was it saved in the cloud? And
Yeah, there was like a SIM card, and I just used the same one. I got a new phone. I got two new phones. One from my father's coworker right after everything happened because they had taken my phone from state. So when the state took my phone, I needed a phone, and I couldn't just buy a new one. So I had my dad's friend lend me her phone. So syncing with that phone, I have contacts on my phone right now from her phone still. Mom's phone on my phone still, so I think merging is kind of an error filled, I guess. But I got a new phone eventually after the water damage.
so the phone that you had on the night of May 14, 2022, that was seized by the state or Shelton PD, right?
Shelton PD.
And with regards to, we're asked a little bit about going over to 43 Laurel Glen. When you were driving over there, you told people, or at least the discussion in the car was apparent that you were going there to fight. And what was your understanding about going there to fight? Did you think you were going to fight a couple kids? It was going to be like a 3-on-3 fight?
I assumed it was.
And the fight back at Lazy Brook, that was 3-on-1, right? That was you, Lito, the defendant, and Tyler on Ryan Heinz, right? Right. So that wasn't really a fair fight. But you think you were going to go to 43 Laurel Glen to kind of hash it out and have a fist fight? Were you going there to going to 43 Laurel Glen to use any weapons and fight, or was it going to be a fist fight?
Fist fight.
And was the defendant in agreement to go there and fight?
Yeah.
And when you got there, you said that people came out of the house and surrounded the car, and then you guys eventually got scared, right? And you left and you went down the street, right? And people who didn't want to be involved got out of the car, right?
Yeah, I think everyone car.
But at some point when you were down the street, do you know whether or not people from the Shelton crew came down to talk to or confront anybody down the street?
He did.
They did, right? And was the defendant out of the car at that point?
Yeah.
And was Tyler out of the car at that point?
He was.
And was there any physical altercation down the street at that point when people were out of the car? What kind of things were going on? Were people arguing?
I don't remember any arguing at all, any fighting at all.
But at that point, at some point in time, that those individuals left. Do you recall them leaving? What do you recall about down the street?
Coming back down the street and then getting out of the car and then looking at the damage driven down the street.
And do you recall where the Shelton kids were at that moment in time or no? Okay. But there was no physical altercation that took place down near the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Road. Nobody complaining about we just got beat up, right? No one said we got beat up. No physical altercation. Did you observe anything? And you indicated that when the defendant asked for the knife, he was more aggressive, more angry with his demeanor. What do you mean by that?
It was just to tell he was angry.
Was he mad, pissed off?
Yeah.
Before you gave him the knife, do you know where it was before you gave it to him?
I think when I had gotten out of the car initially, to look at the damage, I just put it down at the center console, but the area right in between it.
Radio. States 32. So you're talking about this area here. So it would have been just below the radio area.
Yeah, that's a whole platform right there. So I knew we were right there.
By the way, while we're looking at States 32, in order to drive your car, put it into drive versus. That up here on the
Yeah.
This is one of those cars where it has the lower stuff on the column.
It's a lower. That's also a compartment, but it's also like a platform.
But in other words, if you have to drive this car forward or backwards, your gear shifter is on the column. Now, when you indicated that after you got out of the car, you assess the damage, the defendant asks for the knife. There's this conversation, and you agree to go back down to 43 Laurel Glen. You could have left Laurel Glen at that point, right? You could have driven the other way. Could you have?
I thought it was
Could you have put maybe Tyler's address into your phone and followed Waze or Google Maps and driven out of the area? But you didn't do that. And when you went back down to 43 Laurel Glen, you indicated there was a lot of people in the front yard. Counsel asked you on cross-examination about people swarming everybody, and you indicated that 30 people were involved. Are you certain that 30 people were fighting during the fight?
It just appeared like a lot of people. I asked probably 30 for there.
So you're not sure that not everybody was fighting. Were there a lot of people watching?
I couldn't really tell who was fighting and who wasn't. It was pretty chaotic.
So when counsel asked you about, the 30 people were fighting your friends, you can't really tell for sure who was fighting. You just know there was a lot of people and it was chaotic.
Right. I don't know who was fighting, but there was a lot of people there.
Right. So when he indicated that it could have been, 15 kids on each person, it could also have been 2 or 3 kids on your friends. You just couldn't say, right?
No, I saw more than 2 or 3.
All right. But it wasn't all 30.
No, I don't think so.
Now, when you get down to the Adams Drive and the defendant throws the knife, he doesn't say, let's get out of here, let's go?
That's possible, but I don't remember the conversation.
Now, with regards to your immunity agreement that the defense counsel brings up, did the state of Connecticut approach you about your testimony in this case?
I think my attorney did.
Your attorney approached us because you had information.
Yeah.
And with regards to your exposure in the case, was it explained to you that you could be paroled on certain crimes if you were convicted because of your age?
So.
And why did you withdraw? In your understanding about your agreement is what?
My understanding
of the agreement with the state of Connecticut is what?
I gave a detailed explanation on what happened, truth on what happened, and that I wouldn't be prosecuted for it.
And is that explanation from your perspective about what you remember happened on May 14th of 2022? Yes. No further questions.
Any additional questions?
And you were just asked, the state didn't approach you about this prosecution agreement, right?
Right.
Your attorney, I guess, approached them and said, hey, can we get a prosecution agreement here?
I was telling my attorney went to the state.
State's attorney didn't come to you and say, nope, sorry, son, we got to arrest you. We're not giving you an immunity agreement, right?
Objection is what the
State's attorney didn't say, no, we're not good. The state's attorney didn't refuse to give you this immunity agreement, did they?
I don't believe so.
No, you signed it, right? In this courthouse, right? Nothing further.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I indicated that it would be a half day today, so we are. I'm just going to once again remind you to abide by the rules that I have described to you again at the beginning, but as we've been going through file, just highlighting, please try to stay on media, also no conversation with anyone that you speak about subjects of the scene that has been discussed or any of the local.
Good morning, Tyler. Tyler, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you go to school?
Yes, I do.
Where do you go to school?
University of Dayton.
And what are you studying?
Entrepreneurship business.
Are you playing any sports there? Why are you here today?
What happened today?
What night? Do you remember?
14.
22? On a prior occasion, prior to your testimony today, have we met before?
Yes.
About how many times would you say?
3 times.
And prior to that, did you, through your lawyer, approach the state of Connecticut in connection to this case? And can you please describe how that occurred?
My attorney approached the state of Connecticut to come to agreement with them. If I came in and gave a statement fully of the truth, to my knowledge of what happened that night, I would not be prosecuted.
What is your understanding of the agreement?
My understanding of the agreement is basically I'm going to give my story, what I remember from that night, and I won't get prosecuted for anything.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jack Snyder?
He was one of my friends and a classmate at St. Joe's.
And St. Joseph's High School?
Yes.
Where is that located?
Trumbull, Connecticut.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valle?
I was a classmate at St. Joe's and I grew up playing football with him in Milford.
And does he have a nickname?
Lido.
And is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
Black suit.
Now, directing your attention to May 14th of 2022, how old were you back then?
17.
What school were you in?
St. Joseph High School.
What year were you in St. Joseph?
My junior year.
And did you play any sports?
At football.
Prior to going to Lazy Brook Road that night, where were you?
At my house.
Were you picked up?
I was.
Who picked you up?
Jack Snyder.
And when Jack picked you up, what time of day was it?
7:38.
And when you got into Jack's car, did you bring anything with you?
2 bottles of liqueur called Kinky.
And what is that? What is kinky?
Just like an alcohol.
And you brought that from, where did you bring that from, your house?
No, I got it from a liquor store.
And when you got into the car, had you already been drinking alcohol at that point in time?
I had a couple sips of the Kinky.
Did you drink when you were in the car?
Yeah, a little bit.
And when you got in the car, did you go right over to Lazy Brook when Jack picked you up?
No.
Where did you go?
I went to Lito's house.
And when you went to Lito's house, who did you pick up?
Lito, his girlfriend at the time.
And who was his girlfriend at the time?
Mackenzie Trafecante.
And when you were in the car after you picked Lito and the defendant, or the defendant Mackenzie up, was everybody drinking in the car?
Somewhat, yeah.
And when you say somewhat, what do you mean by that?
Like we had a couple sips of the kinky, not much though.
You weren't like, no
one was
taking huge chugs. Okay. And was Jack drinking at the time? Do you recall?
Not that I recall.
So you, Mackenzie, and the defendant were drinking?
Yes.
And after Jack picked up the defendant and Mackenzie, where did you go from Lito's house?
Lazy Brook.
And when you got to Lazy Brook, what kind of party was that?
A usual high school party.
Can you explain what the usual high school party is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yeah, so it was all St. Joe's kids. Your get together, beer pong, drinks, talking, socializing. Just your high school party.
So when you got to the party, how many kids would you say were there?
Say around 40 people.
And alcohol was being consumed?
Yes.
And when you got there, did you drink alcohol while you were there?
I did.
Did Jack drink alcohol did the defendant drink alcohol while
He did.
Mackenzie?
It's good.
Did you see most of your friends drinking alcohol there?
Yes, I did.
And when you say beer pong, what is beer pong?
You know, you take ping pongs, you set up these cups and throw them into the cups.
And if you get it in the cup, what happens?
Usually you fill them with water so you actually drink right out of the cup, but then you take a sip of your beer.
But it's a drinking game, right?
Yes.
At some point in the night, you said you had 2 bottles with you, and did the bottles have a specific color?
Yeah, there's one that was pink and one that was.
When you were at Lazy Brook, was it all people from St. Joseph's High School at that party?
That I knew of, yeah.
So you were familiar with most of the people there?
I was.
At some point in time, did a couple individuals show up that weren't from St. Joseph's High School?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happened?
One in time, 2 individuals came up, said they were invited to the party of the younger son of a Maddie lifer who was having the party. And basically, she said they could come in because there's way too many people already. And said, can you just tell them to leave? So we went over to them outside and told them to leave, which proceeded to like an altercation.
So when you say we, who are you talking about?
Me, Jack Snyder, Lido Valley.
And do you recall what you were wearing that night?
I was wearing a Ole Miss like baseball jersey.
Do you recall what kind of, did you have shorts on, pants on? What did you have on?
I believe I had short. I don't.
You don't recall? It's okay. Do you recall what the defendant was wearing?
He was wearing an Ole Miss t-shirt.
What color?
Blue.
And at some point in time, you talked to the 2 individuals that were at the party. What kind of things were you saying to them when they came?
I told them they couldn't come in. They argued with us saying they were invited by Austin. We said it doesn't matter if his sister doesn't want you here. Proceeded to more of an argument. We were kind of exchanging words, saying, get out of here, fuck you guys. And then eventually Jack Snyder actually went over and took their beer and it got a little more heated. He was like, I'm not leaving until you give me my beer. I'm like, no, not giving it back. And it led to a fight.
So where did the fight take place?
On the driveway.
And do you recall, well, who was involved in the fight before, right, just before it started? Like who was there, tell us the scene, who's where?
So Jack Snyder was facing one of the young kids, almost squaring up. The defendant, Lido, was almost like kind of behind him, to the side of him. And I was like behind Jack Snyder.
And do you recall how, did the fight at some point start?
Yes.
How do you recall the fight starting?
What I recalled was Jack Snyder threw a punch at the kid, and then they began to fight. The defendant came from the side and sucker punched him. And then he ended up almost like falling down into a corner. And I actually came in through a couple punches myself. Where then I was standing over him and they began to broken up. The defendant was wearing a motorcycle helmet and he fierce like headbutted him.
Did he headbutt him more than once?
I only saw one time. Jack Snyder in the red, Lido in the blue with the helmet on, and he has the kinky bottle in his hand.
So the helmet that he has on in this picture, is that the same helmet that you saw him headbutt the Shelton kid with that night?
Yes.
That blue pea bottle that he has in his hand, is that one of the bottles that you brought that night?
Yes.
Now, do you recall seeing the video of the fight? Now, you indicated a few moments ago that you recall Jack Snyder hitting the Shelton kid first.
Yeah.
In that video, does that refresh your recollection as to actually how the fight started?
I mean, in that video, I see the defendant hitting him first.
But that's not how you remember it? It's not. Now, at some point, how long would you say this fight lasted for?
In my head, probably 15, 16 seconds.
And after the fight ended, what happened next?
Got broken up. He kind of got up. His nose was bleeding a little bit. Words got exchanged, but then they evidently just left. They walked around.
Now, that fight that happened at Lazy Brook, for all intents and purposes, would you characterize that fight as you, Jack, and the defendant on the one Shelton kid?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not the Shelton kid had any weapons on him at the party that night?
Do not.
Now, after the fight ended, at some point in time, did the party continue a little bit? For about how long would you say?
30, 45 minutes.
And then at some point in time, did the party end?
It did.
Why did the party end?
My mother came down, shut it off, basically told everyone to get out of the house.
And did you in fact leave Lazy Brook Road after that?
We did.
And how did you leave Lazy Brook Road?
So when we were told to leave, like everyone else, we all went down into the road. There's a lot of cars there for people that were there, so everyone was kind of in the cars hanging out. We actually looked to go to another party. There's nothing else going on. And we were thinking about driving somewhere to figure out what we were going to do until a started.
Okay. Now, did the group chat that you just mentioned, did that start before or after you got in the car?
Let's say after.
Okay. Now, did you get in the car at some point?
I did.
Whose car did you get in?
Jack Snyder's.
Is that Jack Snyder's car?
It is.
And when you got in Jack Snyder's car, where did you get in the car?
The passenger seat.
The front passenger seat? Did anybody else get in the car with you?
Yeah.
Who?
The defendant, Lido, Mackenzie, Will Singlewald, Dmitry, and Keenan Fraczek.
And who was driving?
Jack was.
So there were 7 of you in the car?
Yes.
Do you recall where the defendant was sitting when he was initially in the car from Lazy Brook?
What I recall is he was sitting behind the driver's seat.
Okay. And do you recall who else was in the back seat?
Mackenzie, Will, and Keenan.
And where was Dmitry seated?
In the trunk.
In the trunk area? Okay. Now, at some point in time when you're in the car, group chat starts. What kind of group chat is this? Did it have a name?
Not that I remembered what the name was. It was kind of just a group chat of a bunch of Shelton kids and St. Joe's kids all intertwined.
And were you added to the group chat? Is that how you found out?
Eventually was added, yes.
Okay. And when you say a bunch of St. Joe's kids were in the group chat, who from St. Joe's was in the group chat?
Names that I can name would be Anthony Greco, Harley Jordan, Ryan DeMarco. Me, myself was added eventually. Jack Snyder was added. Leo was added.
The defendant was in the group chat. And when you left Lazy Brook, where were you guys headed at that point?
We were heading to Trumbull High School.
And why were you going to Trumbull High School?
Basically, it was like almost like a meeting point where we could figure out what we were going to do. Like if we were deciding to go to another party or I don't know.
Were you added to the group chat before or after you got to Trumbull High School?
Before, like on the way.
And were you able to view what was being said in the group chat?
Yes.
Now, without telling us what was said, what was the overall tone of the group chat when you were on the way to Trumbull High School?
Aggressive, violent, almost like people looking to pick fights.
And did you say anything in the group chat?
No.
Was there anything in the group chat said about meeting up at Trumbull High School?
Not that I knew of.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat about meeting up at Trumbull High School?
I don't.
Was there any talk in the group chat about fighting?
Yes. Basically, another group of individuals telling us to come meet them at a certain place and saying to come, like we're going to come, or come to us, or we'll fight.
Do you recall now whether or not the defendant said anything in the group chat regarding coming to Trumbull High School to meet up for this fight?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Said, come to Trumbull High, slide right now.
What does slide mean?
Usually it's used as a term to come here.
And did anybody show up at Trumbull High School?
No.
How long were you at Trumbull High School for?
Around 15 to 20 minutes.
And were you guys drinking any alcohol from Lazy Brook all the way until 15 to 20 minutes after you got to Trumbull High School? Was there any drinking going on?
I still had a bottle of Kinky, but I don't believe we were really drinking much.
When you got to Trumbull High School, in addition to the group chat, do you recall what other people were doing at any given moment?
I just talking.
Did you meet up with anybody at Trumbull High School?
There was a car of girls there. I don't remember the girls' names, but they were there. We were talking to them. And then there was a BMW there of Trumbull High kids, Keenan.
And did you have a conversation with those kids?
Yeah.
And what kinds of things were you telling them at Trumbull High School?
So they came around when we were looking to leave, and we had a conversation with them saying, would you guys come with us to 43 Glen?
And what was the purpose of them going to 43 Laurel Glen with you?
Was to fight.
And you had the address of 43 Laurel Glen. How did you get that address?
All the Shelton kids that were dropping it in.
And at some point in time, did you leave leave Trumbull High School? Excuse me. And where were you headed when you left Trumbull High School?
43 Glen.
And what was the purpose of going there? Just prior to leaving Trumbull High School, did you have a conversation with the defendant about going over to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
And tell me about that conversation. What was it like? What was he saying?
He was just saying, yeah, let's go fuck these kids up. Like, we already fucked them up once, kind of laughing about it. I was agreeing, yeah, let's go fight.
So you left Trumbull High School and you drove over to 43 Laurel Glen. Were you intoxicated at this point? What were you like? You were drinking alcohol. What were you like?
I would say I have like that warm feeling in my body. I wouldn't say I was too intoxicated, but I definitely had alcohol in my system.
Did you think you had beer muscles or anything like that? Now, at some point, did you arrive at Laurel Glen?
We did.
Can you tell us if you can recall how you got to Laurel Glen? There's a pointer right in front of you if you want to use the pointer.
What I recall is,
It's right to the, yeah.
I recall basically, my memory is kind of like almost coming down here and like turn right here, stop. Can you show us on stage 49 using your words, where all the car stopped?
In the middle of the street, in front of the mailbox area.
In front of the mailbox for 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes, 43, yeah.
Was there anybody outside?
There was a couple of kids hanging up in the back like yard, but no one like really outside yet.
At some point in time, did kids come outside?
Yes.
Why did was the group chat still going on at this point?
Yeah, it was.
And what, if anything, did you say in the group chat about your presence at 43 Laurel Glen?
I didn't say anything, but I'm pretty sure someone from our car told him that we were there.
And when that happened, did people start coming out of the house?
Yes.
Do you recall where they came out of the house?
Almost looked like from the backyard.
And when they came from the backyard, how did they make their way towards the car?
Running.
And did they come down the front lawn? Did they come down the driveway? How did they come out? Both. And when they, how many people would you say came out of the house at that point?
35, 40 people.
And when they came out of the house, did you have a conversation with any of these people?
I like a semi one.
Tell me about that.
So the car was surrounded quickly by a ton of people. The kid on my right, I started saying like, what happened? One of our boys saying you jumped him. And I was like, I kind of lied to him, said, no, we didn't. What do you mean? And then the kid that actually got in the fight earlier that night came over to my side, started screaming at me, fuck you, fuck you. So I started screaming back. And this is when it kind of almost got a little chaotic and the car started rocking a little bit. You could feel it getting kicked. Yeah.
Did the defendant say anything at this point in time?
Yeah, he did.
What did he say?
He was screaming out the window too, like, fuck you guys are pussies.
Now, when the kicking and punching of the car happened, how long did that go on for, would you say?
I would say 15 seconds.
And after 15 seconds, what happened?
Lito actually said drive to Jack. Jack started like almost like inching and people started to get out of the way and then he drove.
And where did he drive? Using State's Exhibit 1. Can you show us where he drove?
That's me. We were like right here and he drove up this road. Up here.
And did you recall if Jack drove up and down the road at all?
What I recall is he drove up here, everyone was in the car and drove back down and then turned around quickly and drove back up where people started to get out.
Now, when you were in the car, where were you seated at this point in time?
Passenger seat.
From passenger seat. Do you recall if anything was thrown at the car when Jack was driving up and down the street?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall if anything was thrown from the car when you guys were driving up and down the street? Now, at some point in time, you indicate that you stopped in the area just prior to 36 Laurel Glen, or Farmhouse Road, excuse me.
Yes.
And can you please describe when you get to that area, to the best of your recollection, what do you remember happening when does the car stop at that point? And what
The
happened?
car stops and he's actually screaming, let me out. She's crying. We all get out. Jack stays in the car. We all else get out. There's dents. There's a shattered windshield right in front of me. The car is very beat up. The defendant gets out as well, and he's looking at it.
I'm going to stop you there for a second. I want to show you a video first.
Just with regards to getting out of the car, do you remember who initially got out of the car?
Me and Lito.
Did anybody else get out of the car? That's your recollection.
That's my reaction. No,
This person getting out of the car, the right there in the front seat.
that's me.
That's you. I'm gonna point again. This person right here, do you know who that is outside the car? Do you see a person, what's on your mind? Do you see a person in between these two posts here?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kenzie.
That's Mackenzie? And Mackenzie, who's it, Mackenzie?
Kenzie Trapp.
How do you know her? School there? So is this the point, are you describing in your testimony, this is the point where you remember getting out down the street near Farmhouse Lane?
Yes.
Now, when you get out down the street near Farmhouse Lane, do you recall if anybody from the other party comes down and talks to you guys or comes at you guys?
I do not recall. Do you recall this happening on May 14th, 2022?
No.
Well, you're standing on the side of the road here, right?
Yes.
But you don't recall them coming down.
So to the best of recollection, do you recall any physical altercation happening at around this time down near Farmhouse in Laurel Glen? Do you recall anybody with any weapons on them at this point in time? Okay. So you said you got out of the car, you were looking at the car, you were looking at the damage of the car. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that. What were you guys doing with what you recall about looking at the damage to Jack's car?
Basically, what I recall of that is when I got out and I was looking at the car, I kind of saw it all. And with the cracked windshield, I already knew it was there because it was in front of me. And going around, seeing the bumpers kicked in, dents everywhere. I was thinking, like, how the fuck did they do this? And this is going to be very expensive for Jack himself, right? And then the defendant was with me while looking at it, and his demeanor was more, fuck these kids. Like, you really going to let them do you like this? And not to say, yes, I was upset as well, but I just basically came to a conclusion with Jack. I asked him, bring me back down there and let me go talk.
Now, when you said that the defendant was saying, you're going to let them do you like that, how was his demeanor? How was he acting?
Angry.
Was he more angry than anybody else?
I was sad.
And now you indicated that you wanted to go back down there. Why did you want to go back down to 43 Laurel Glen?
My cousin and their family know the Riches themselves. They actually over by them on that street, not that street, but street over. So I knew the Riches. I knew Tyler Rich. I also know a lot of kids too. So I thought I could talk to them. I didn't think I had a problem with them.
So when you were down at the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Road, did anybody else besides you, the defendant, and Jack get out of the car? Do you recall?
I think everyone else got out too.
So Will, Dmitry, Keenan, and Mackenzie. Do you recall at that point in time, you said Mackenzie was upset?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not anybody wanted to get a ride out of there at that point?
Not that I knew.
Do you know well, let me ask you this. At that point in time, could you have left the area and gone home? Could you have called the police at that point about the damage to Jack's car? But you did. At that point in time, if Jack didn't want to drive you home, could you have called somebody for a ride?
Yes.
When you were down there and the defendant was acting aggressively and indicating, Jack, you're going to let them do you like this, tell me, did anything else happen during that interaction with you, Jack, and the defendant?
Outside of the car, it was more exactly what you said. It was aggressive, anger from the defendant. I'm not to say, yes, I was upset as well, and so was Jack. When I mentioned to Jack, let me go down and talk to him. I know these kids better than any of you guys. We began to get back in.
And when you got back into the car, who was getting into the car?
Lito got into the front passenger seat before me, and I was going around the car to get into the back.
And when you were getting into the car, what, if anything, was said when you were getting into the car?
I heard the defendant say, Jack, give me the knife.
And did you see a knife that night?
I did not.
Did you see Jack hand the defendant the knife?
I did not.
And when you were getting back into the car, did you have a knife on you?
I did not.
And do you know whether or not the defendant knows anybody at the Rich household? Do you know why the defendant was getting in the car at that point in time?
Not really.
And at some point, did you drive back down to 43 Laurel Glen?
Did, yeah.
Tell me about that. What happened when you were driving?
We drove straight back down, like right when we get in that car, and I explained that point where I heard the defendant ask for a knife. That was very synced to me getting in and us driving down. And when we drove down, I got out of the car and walked straight up.
Where did you get out of the car?
I got out right here. I got out right in front of the mailbox almost.
Okay, so if I'm pointing in States 49, Jack pulled the car up somewhere in this area in front of the mailbox?
Yeah, right around that area.
Facing Adams?
Yes.
And you got out of the car and you walked up where?
I walked up right a little past the grass, but then onto the pavement.
Onto where?
Pavement, driveway.
States 5, maybe up this area here?
Yes,
Yeah. When you get out of the car, did you notice anybody with you?
so when I got out of the car, I thought it was just going to be me, and then I noticed Lito was on my right-hand side of it.
And when you saw Lito on your right-hand side, what did you think to yourself at that point?
I just kind of thought, what is he doing? There's no one he knows here. That's a smart idea for him to be coming up.
Why wouldn't it be a smart idea?
It's because no one knows him, right? Me being me and knowing people, I thought maybe I could talk to Tyler Rich and it wouldn't be a big thing. But seeing him coming up to the right side and having both of us walking up just would not be something that would be smart.
And why wouldn't it be smart?
And he was really angry before. I don't think he was looking to talk peacefully like I was to talk to Rich about the damages. He didn't know Tyler Rich, so what is he going to talk about?
And with regards to going back there and the defendant getting out, did you think that it was going to end well?
No.
Why?
Like I said, he was upset. He was angry. He was showing it way more. He wasn't looking. I feel like he wasn't looking for anything peaceful.
Did you, at that point in time when you got out of the car, did you notice if the defendant had any weapons on him?
I did not.
What was the lighting out like that night?
It was dark.
Could you see in front of you though?
Yes.
It wasn't pitch black. Was there some ambient light coming from the house?
Yes.
Jack's lights were on in his car. That light kind of helped out. Was there anybody outside at that point in time when you started walking up initially?
Not really.
And when you were walking up the house, what if anything happened as you were walking up?
When I was walking up, no one was really around. And then someone said, "They're back," screamed it out almost. And I was greeted by a large individual straight into my face in the first 3 seconds. Who got really close up to me, started screaming, yelling at me, "The fuck you doing back? What are you doing here?" And I was like, "Yo, I'm trying to talk to Tyler Rich." And then while that was going on, Tyler Rich came to the right side of me. And I was like, "Yo, Tyler." And then he just screamed at me, "Get the fuck off my property before I fuck you up."
So you were walking up, Tyler Rich was somewhere to your right,
Yes.
and he was telling you to get off his property. And when that was happening, where was the defendant at this point? Do you remember?
8 feet to the right of me.
So from maybe here at me to maybe the wood banister there? Or the jury.
But yeah.
Okay. And could you see what the defendant was doing at that point in time?
He had a group of kids almost like kind of surrounding him as well, and he was screaming back at them.
He was screaming at them? What kinds of things was he screaming?
I kind of hear.
Did it look like he was acting peacefully? Did it look like he was trying to calm the situation?
No.
Did it look like he was acting aggressively?
Yeah.
And at some point in time, tell me what happens next.
So right when Tyler Rich came to my face and screamed that into me, I knew this is not going to go the way I thought it was going to go. More kids kept funneling out, got louder, more chaotic. They started screaming at me. I started screaming back. And I'm looking over at Lito because he had a lot of people around him. And I see him get punched. And I almost like took a step forward and I got hit from the back of my head and almost fell forwards into a group like of people. And before I knew it, I was on the ground. And
Now, are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
I am.
Are you familiar with Jimmy McGrath?
Grew up playing lacrosse against him.
And so, you know who that is?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's Jimmy.
Now, do you recall seeing Jimmy during this initial part? Was he in the?
No.
Now, you say that you got hit and you fell?
Yeah.
And when you fell, do you recall what was going on when you fell?
It was so chaotic that it was almost like I just felt stuff coming from all different sides of me, getting like kicked, punched. I was just face down, so I don't really recall what was going on around me.
How long would you say the fight lasted for? Do you recall?
I would say like 10, 15 seconds.
And when the fight started, do you recall seeing where the defendant went?
Say again?
Did you see, once the defendant got hit, did you see what happened to him?
No.
Now, you said you didn't see Jimmy during that initial part of the fight. Did you see him involved in the fight, in the initial part of the fight? Now, at some point in time when you're on the ground, you said 10 to 15 seconds. What happens next that you remember?
What I remember is being on the ground, kind of like getting kicked, getting punched, whatever, then almost getting pushed, like, so my body would get like almost let go and like I glide into like the street, like get out of it. I remember like being over by that first red bush, like that's over there, I believe, where I was getting beat up, and then I come out straight out in front of it.
You said you got pushed out into the street?
Well, it almost felt like they let go of me.
Okay.
So
And when you are out into the street, what, if anything, do you recall doing at that point in time?
I like stumble out into the street, and I turn around, and there's just a big wall of kids screaming, like very chaotic.
Were the wall of kids that were screaming, were they coming after you at that point?
No.
Were you going after them at that point? No. Did you have a weapon on you at that point?
No.
Did you were screaming back at them?
I was, yeah.
They were screaming at you? Yes. Was the fight over at that point?
My knowledge, yes.
And how long would you say the fight was over? How long did that screaming go on?
Like 5 seconds.
And after that 5 seconds, what do you remember doing?
After that 5 seconds while I was screaming at them, almost like a screaming match, I looked to my left and I saw the car Jack Snyder was driving, almost driving away.
Yes, sir! Come on, let's go then!
You know who that is in State 62?
I do. Defendant?
State 63. You know who this individual is on the ground?
I do.
Who is that?
It's me.
Now, do you recall seeing Jimmy McGrath during this part of the fight?
I do not.
State 68, this person that's here with the jeans on with the shirt kind of pulled up going towards, looks like they're going towards the street. Do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That's me.
And this individual to your left, do you know who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
Defendant?
Lastly, State 69, do you know who this individual is at the street?
That's me.
Do you recall seeing Jimmy McGrath at all during this time? Do you recall seeing him involved in any of the fights during this time?
I do not.
Now, you indicated that you look to your left and you see the car driving away.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
I mean, I'm screaming at these kids, are screaming at me. Nothing's really occurring, but I don't know what's going to happen next. I turn to my left and my ride, Jack Snyder, is driving away. I almost went to like that flight mode of like, what the fuck? And I just right away just ran at the car, screaming stop.
And did you get in the car?
Did.
Where did you get in the car?
At the back
The back seat on the passenger side or the driver's side? And was the defendant in the car?
was.
Where was he seated?
See in the right passenger seat.
And when you got in the car, what, if anything, did you say to Jack or the defendant when you got in the car?
I was angry. I just started screaming at them.
What kind of thing were you saying?
I was like, fuck you guys. Just let me get my ass beat. Like, no one's going to help me out. You're also about to just leave me, drive away.
At some point, and now when you're saying this, are you just seated in the car or are you?
I'm like kind of head down, like in distraught. Like, my head was booming. The adrenaline was rushing through my body. Like, I wasn't.
At some point in time, tell us about where the car goes, if you can recall.
Yeah, so what I recall is, I mean, the car's going fast. We take this left turn and we're fast through. And the defendant goes, stop, stop, stop. And Jack slams on the brakes where I almost like, because my head was down, I smashed into the front seat with my head. And I'm like still screaming. I'm not thinking anything of like, stop, stop, stop. And I'm still screaming. I like look up. I see the defendant entering back into the car.
And did you know why the defendant got out of the car?
I did not.
And when the defendant got back into the car, what, if anything, did you hear him say next?
He said, go, go, go.
And do you recall the path the car took after the defendant said, go, go, go?
Yeah, almost like we were on like a roundabout. So like it was like a right and a straight, and then another right where we went straight back up.
Do you recall if you went past? Did you pass the house again? Do you recall?
Yeah, we did.
So if we can use states one, did you recall the path of travel to the best of your recollection?
My recollection is that when I got in, short left and drive, we came back out and moved back up here.
And when you flew back down the street, where did you go?
We were going back up the street, right around here. The defendant said, stop, stop, stop again. And he got out the car. He just looked at me and Jack and said, love you guys. I'm going home with Mackenzie. And I got out and got back into the front passenger seat.
And when you got back in the front passenger seat, do you recall where you guys went next?
Me and Jack just drove straight. We drove straight. We drove straight is where we eventually hit another dead end.
This is a very large overhead shot of the entire area.
Defense A, are you talking about hitting the dead end all the way at the end of Laurel Glen?
Yes.
When you got to the end of Laurel Glen, what did you guys do next?
Where are we right now? We had no idea. So I grabbed my phone and I put in my address in Milford. We let that go. We finally got it up. Once we got it up,
And on the way home, how long was the ride to your house in Milford from Shelton? And during that 20-minute ride, did you have a conversation with Jack about what had happened?
I did.
Now, without telling us what Jack said, what kind of things were you saying to him?
I was upset. I kind of was continuing old demeanor of like, why did you let me get my ass beat and just sit in the car? And then also, why were you going to drive off without me? And I felt like an anger towards him. Sort of adrenaline running through my body, and I was just like mad at him.
During the ride home, did you also talk about what had just happened at the house?
Not in the beginning, but yes, mid-drive, it got brought up.
Then tell us about that. Not what Jack said, but tell me what kinds of things were you saying?
So I actually called my cousin, told him about what happened to me. And this is the cousin that knows Tyler Rich. Tyler just jumped me with a bunch of kids. He said, hold up, like I'll call him. And he called me back, and that's when I learned that someone's been stabbed, or multiple people have been stabbed.
And when you had learned that multiple people had been stabbed, did you understand the gravity of the situation?
Not really. I didn't know the severity of it. He didn't know the severity of it. I didn't learn it. I knew that can't be good. That's crazy because I had no idea what the hell happened. I just got my I didn't know someone was stabbing people. So I didn't know the severity of it. And it basically just led me to ask. I did hear it. I asked Jack, yo, did you give Lito a knife?
And based on that conversation, not what Jack said, but what was your reply to what Jack said?
So Lito killed those kids, stabbed those kids.
And at some point in time, did you get back to your house at Seaview?
Yeah.
In Milford. And did you have a conversation with anybody when you got back to the house?
Oh, yeah, my cousin followed us.
Who's your cousin?
Owen.
And at that point in time, did you understand the severity of the situation?
This is where I learned more of the severity. I learned that there was a kid that might not make it.
And prior to learning the severity of the situation, did you and Jack, when you were talking, what was your conversation like with regards to, did you want payback?
Yes.
Once you learned the severity of the situation, tell us about what you did during those hours after you learned what had happened.
Once I learned what happened, Jack went home. Told him I loved him. Said just go home. He went home. Went upstairs with my cousin. I sat down. He asked me more of what happened, dude. This is not no normal fight. I kind of just told him everything that I knew. And I didn't know what actually happened, the severity of it. He ate a little something and he left. I went up to my room, and 30 minutes later, I called the defendant.
And did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yeah, I basically confronted him and said, yo, did you stab those kids?
And what was his response?
I fucked up. I'm sorry.
And is that all he said?
Yeah.
Now, since that night, have you had any other communication with the defendant?
No. Other than later that night, I did get a phone call from him, but it was just silence.
Now, at some point during the night, early morning hours of May 15th of 22, do you know whether or not the Shelton Police Department came to your house to discuss the matter with you?
Yeah, I do.
And did you in fact discuss the matter with them? Why not?
My attorney not to. They crossed my head.
And after that, the next morning, what did you do the next morning?
We left the advice of my counsel, and we drove up to Vermont, where we further stopped at a hospital halfway through.
Why did you stop at the hospital?
I was beginning to feel like I was throw up. My head was pounding, and I knew something wasn't right after what happened to me last night. Especially my mom, being the mom she is, she was like, let's just go get you checked out.
And when you got checked out, what was your diagnosis?
Concussion, multiple contusions all over my head and body, bruised ribs, bruises all over my body. The hospital basically said, what the fuck happened to you? I said, I just got on a basic fight, and they said, this is no basic fight.
And with regards to what kind of treatment did they say you had to go through? Did you have to take any medicine?
They gave me Advil for my bruised ribs and all the contusions, the inflammation. But for concussion, they just said rest.
No electronics?
Yeah.
Now, as far as you're concerned with regards to May 14th of 2022, when you got out of the car that night at Tyler Rich's house, did Jack get out of the car?
No.
So to the best of your recollection, who is the only people that got out of the car?
Me and Lito.
And when you got out of the car, did you have a weapon on you at that point?
I did not.
Did you have a weapon on you the entire time during that fight? To the best of your recollection, you, through your lawyer, decided to come and tell us your story to the state of Connecticut in December of 22. That was the first time we heard that story.
Yes.
Has that story changed at all between the time you told that story to Shelton Police Department and today?
No.
Looking back on it, did you have to go back to the house on 43 Laurel Glen that night, May 14th of 22? Could have left?
Should have left.
No further questions.
Good morning, Mr. DaSilva. We've never met before. So we've never discussed this case before.
No, we have not.
You don't have any agreement that you've signed with me about testifying here today. You do have one in place with the state, right?
Yeah.
And you didn't talk to anybody or give them this version of the story until you got that in place, correct?
Right.
You wanted immunity from anything that you had done that night, right?
Right.
Before you would tell anybody what you say happened that night.
Correct.
And that immunity covers criminal activity or investigation of a homicide, right?
Correct.
You understand that to be murder, correct? And that includes the assaults of Thomas Connery, correct? Ryan Heinz, correct? Faison Teele, correct? And you understand that you have exposure if you were going to be prosecuted and convicted of those crimes, right?
Yes.
And you understand that if you were tried and convicted for crimes of accessory to murder, conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to commit assault, that those crimes carry in excess of 100 years in jail, right?
Yes, I understand that, but with my age, I would have had that ability for parole.
Oh, you know about your ability for parole?
Something about it.
What do you know about it?
So I was told that since I was underage, there's ability for parole.
Ability for parole. Were you told you would get parole?
No.
What's 60% of 120?
Not good at math.
No. What would 50% of 120 be?
Objection as to relevance.
How long?
60. So 60% of 120 would be more than 60, right? A lot of time, right?
Yeah.
A lifetime, right?
I would say.
In jail.
Yes.
In fact, for you at the time, you were only 17 years old.
That's correct.
Even 60 years would be more than 3 lifetimes to you at that point, right?
That's correct.
Sounds like forever to you, doesn't it?
It does.
You don't want to spend forever in jail, do you?
So no.
No, you want immunity, right?
Right.
Without it, you're not telling us anything, right?
Correct.
That was a pretty big incentive for you.
I would say.
And once you got it, and you came in and you told the state what you claim happened that night, right?
From the truth.
Well, you understand that it is your obligation under that immunity agreement that you wanted, that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Yes, sir.
And who determines whether or not you testified truthfully?
I would say myself. It's my knowledge. And then to determine if I'm telling the truth would be the state of Connecticut.
That's right. The people sitting at this table, right?
Yeah.
Watching you testify here, right?
Correct.
And you did give a statement in this case, correct?
Yeah.
And prior to coming in here and testify, were you allowed to review that statement?
I was.
So you know what's expected of you to come in here and testify truthfully, right?
Yes.
And you said any deviation would equal prosecution, right?
That's correct.
So even if you wanted to, even if you had a change of heart and said, you know, some of that stuff I told him wasn't true, if you said that on this stand, do you think that this immunity agreement would still protect you?
It wouldn't.
Feeling a lot of pressure today, I bet.
Just nervous.
That's not the same as feeling pressure.
I would say it could be, but
So that evening started off at a party that you'd been invited to over at Five Lip, right?
Correct.
And that was a St. Joe's party, right?
Correct.
You didn't expect to see anybody there but St. Joe's kids. Is that fair to say?
Usually how it goes, yeah.
When you got there, you said there were as many as 40 people there, right?
Yeah.
Did you see Austin Lifer there?
I did.
And what was he doing?
Drinking, very, very.
In fact, so intoxicated he was throwing up?
Yeah.
Did you see Madigan Lifer there?
I did.
And in fact, she told you this party's getting a little out of hand. Can you keep people from coming in that aren't supposed to be here?
I did.
She asked you to bounce people effectively, right?
Not directly, but along those lines.
Keep people out. And some folks showed up that you didn't know, right? You never met Ryan Heinz before in your life. Never met Greg before in your life. And you guys, you approached them, or Jack approached them, or Raul approached them?
My recollection, we kind of found them waiting in the garage area.
Waiting in the garage area? What were they doing?
They're going to come in.
Okay. And then you approached these kids, or Jack approaches these kids?
I don't recall who went up first, but eventually it was all three of us approaching them.
Okay. And at some point, Jack grabs one of the kids' case of beer, right?
That's correct.
And at that point, at least, would you agree that it became more of a dispute between Jack and that kid directly?
Yes.
Everybody else is kind of watching to see what's going to happen. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Were you screaming anything at that kid at that point? Did you reach over and try and help Jack take the beer from the kid? How far away from Jack were you at that point?
6 feet.
Were you worried that this kid was going to do something to Jack?
I wouldn't say worried, but I was expecting a fight.
You were expecting a fight at that point. Everybody was expecting a fight between Jack and that kid, right?
Yes.
And that kid had come with another kid, right?
He did.
And where was that kid?
Just standing off in the distance.
And you told us before that you had brought 2 bottles of, is it Kinky? Like Kinky? Okay. And you got that from a liquor store?
I did.
You had a fake ID?
I did not.
How'd you get that at the liquor store? You stole it?
I talk well with people.
You talk well with people. Talked your way into getting 2 bottles of liquor without having to show an ID.
Yes.
Pretty slick. You'd agree?
Got lucky.
Got lucky. Had you done that before?
I have not.
First and only time you'd ever talked your way into some liquor?
Yeah.
Not the first and only time you'd ever talked your way into something you weren't supposed to have. You told us that you drank some of that in the car, correct?
Yes.
And that was on the way to go pick up Mr. Valle
Was.
from his house. He didn't come out with any liquor, right?
Did not.
He didn't come out with any weapons, did he? He came out with his girlfriend, Mackenzie Trafecante.
Correct.
They hopped in the car with you guys and you went over to 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Correct.
No talk in the car of anything violent, fighting going on, anything like that?
No, just,
Basketball, I'm sorry.
just socializing.
Just basketball group chat hadn't started yet, right? I mean, you described what you've called a usual high school party happening at 5 Lazy Brook.
Right.
And we saw the photograph. That was you, or that was Jack and Raul at that party, correct?
Yeah.
And did you see he had something around his neck, a pillow of some sort?
Hello?
What was that about?
I don't know. He's trying to be funny.
Okay. Was that fairly consistent with who Mr. Valle was, trying to be funny?
Yeah.
And there was beer pong going on?
Correct.
But it was actually water pong? Is that what you were telling us?
Oh, usually nowadays the way beer pong works is they fill up the cups of water, you have to refill them with beer, and you just take sips.
So as not to waste beer.
Yeah, that and I mean, so you're not chugging half a cup of beer every time you get a cup.
Evolution of the beer pong game.
I would say.
And you said that there were words exchanged and an argument between Mr. Snyder and Mr. Heinz, right?
What?
They squared off, right? Your recollection was that Mr. Snyder was the one who threw the first punch, right?
That's what I remembered, yeah.
But then you watch the video and you say you can see that Mr. Valle throws what you described as a sucker punch, right?
Yes.
Mr. Heinz and Mr. Snyder, you would agree, they were sort of squaring off and moving around, trying to get position on one another.
They were, yes.
People in that crowd that were watching, which you were one of, you didn't know which way they were going to go, right? Eventually, you saw Mr. Heinz tackle Mr. Snyder, right?
Yes.
And they go to the ground and sort of go off the screen, what looks like behind a minivan of some sort. You join the fray.
Yes.
Mr. Valle joins the fray. Who else joins the fray at that point?
Only 3 people I remember is us 3.
You would agree, however, after watching the video, there were more people that joined the fray, right? Some girls come over. Yes. Some other people come over, it appears.
What it looks like.
Did somebody pull you off or did you stand up on your own?
I standed up on my own.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle take that motorcycle helmet off?
No.
Did you see him swing it? People were struggling to get people off in that video, right?
That was a simple fight.
It was kind of a quick fight.
Most, yes.
He said folks got up, separated, right? The 2 kids who had come that you were trying to keep out, they left.
They did leave, yeah.
And you said then the party went on for another 30 to 45 minutes?
It did, yes.
What was going on during that 30 to 45 minutes? Just more of the same typical party?
Socializing.
No talk about let's go get into a fight, anything like that? And then you said Mama Lifer came and shut it down, right?
He did.
Told everybody to get out of there.
Yeah.
You left Lazy Brook Road, trying to figure out what to do with that. Is that fair to say?
Trying to look for another party.
Were you trying to look for these kids that had just come that you just kicked out of the fight? Was Jack, who had just sort of been getting the worst of that end of the fight, was he angry and wanted to go find those kids? And at that point, you described you'd already gotten into the car when this group chat began. And you claimed that you were added to the group chat, right?
Correct.
When you say that you were added to the group chat, how could you tell that this group chat pre-existed your being added to it?
Yeah, I couldn't really tell that was pre-existed. I just got added to it, and then they were chatting. So I just thought this was already going on.
Okay. You didn't create it.
Did not create it.
Mr. Valle didn't create it.
Did not.
Mr. Snyder didn't.
Did not.
And yet the three of you simultaneously got added to it?
I don't know the points of when we got added.
Okay. And at that point, you started, what you described was the group chat tone was aggressive and violent, right?
Yes.
And somehow you found your way over to Trumbull High School, right?
Did.
You yourself didn't go to Trumbull High School?
I was in the car.
But I'm saying you didn't attend Trumbull High School.
No, I didn't.
Nobody in your vehicle attended Trumbull High School, right?
I did.
How far was it from Lazy Brook Road to Trumbull High School?
Don't take my word on it. Probably 7 minutes, 10 minutes.
You weren't going to Trumbull High School looking for the kids from 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Not at the time.
How many people were on that group chat other than yourself, Mr. Valle, and Mr. Snyder?
I don't know the number, but there had to be a lot of people.
Most of the aggressiveness and violence, was that towards your group of 3, or was that from your group of 3 towards whatever this larger group was?
I would say it was coming from both sides.
Okay.
There was more St. Joe's kids in the group chat that were being the most aggressive with those Shelton kids than us 3.
So there were other St. Joe's kids on there in addition to the 3 of you?
Yes.
And you're saying that those other St. Joe's kids were being more aggressive than the 3 of you?
I would say.
Had those other St. Joe's kids been involved at 5 Lazy Brook?
No.
And at some point, you were being told to come and fight. Is that fair to say?
Yes, correct.
An address got sent to you, right?
Correct.
And at that point, you hadn't seen any knives or weapons in the car, correct?
Correct.
There was no mention of knives or weapons in the car, correct?
Correct.
No drinking on the way when you started to go towards this address?
I still had one of the kinky bottles, but my recollection, I believe we weren't drinking.
And at Trumbull High School, there were 2 other cars there, right?
Oh, yeah.
One car of girls and a white BMW with 2 guys in it, right?
Yes.
And those 2 guys attended Trumbull High School, you told us, and they were friends of Keenan Fraczek's.
They were, yeah.
You didn't know them.
I did not.
That address that got texted to you, that was not an address you were familiar with, was it?
It's not.
You didn't say, oh, 43 Laurel Glen Drive, I know who lives there.
I did not.
At that point, it didn't register to you that that was Tyler Rich's house. But you've told us that you were friends with Tyler Rich's cousins? Is that what you told us?
No, my cousins were friends with them.
And how did you know that?
How did I know that?
Yes.
Because my cousins lived in Misty Lane, which is a couple streets over, and they always would talk about Tyler Rich.
But you yourself had never met Tyler Rich before?
I've met him in the past, yes, before.
But you'd never been to his home before?
No.
That you can recall?
That I could recall. No, I have not.
And you said that there was a conversation about going to 43 Laurel Glen Drive with Mr. Valle, and you told us, he said, yeah, let's go. We fucked them up once already. Do you remember telling us that?
Yeah.
You never told the cops that when you spoke to them before, did you?
I believe not.
No, that's the first time any of us are ever hearing that, right?
Yeah.
That's a deviation from what you said before. Are you worried about telling the state something different?
No, because my truth and my memory.
No, and in fact, it's worse than anything you've told them before, right?
I wouldn't say so.
Well, you never before told them, told you, yeah, let's go. We fucked them up once already. Would you agree that that is worse than what you told them before?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Is it like that?
Now, you told us when you got to 43 Laurel Glen Drive that the car parked in front of the mailbox by the driveway, right?
Yes.
Not across the street from the house?
No, we're like almost in the middle of the road.
In the middle of the road the first time that you stopped there, or in the middle of the road when the car came back before the fight? And then you said you think someone from the car texted that you were there. Is it possible that Mr. Snyder honked the horn?
Yeah.
But somehow what went from what you claim was nobody being outside in the yard at first, right? People came running from the house, right?
Correct.
And you told us 35 to 40 people, right?
Oh, yeah.
Spilling down the driveway, right? Right? Sorry, she can't pick up a head. Coming down through the yard as well, right? Pouring out of the house. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And they were coming straight at the car, right?
Correct.
There's 7 of you in the car.
Correct.
There's 35 to 40 of them coming at you.
Correct.
What were you thinking at that point?
Oh, shit.
You were scared. This was a dumb idea. Yes?
Yes.
Did Mackenzie Trafecante indicate to you in any way that she thought going over to 43 LGD, Laurel Glen Drive, that she was expecting to get into a fight?
Not that I recall.
Did Demetrius Arfanis indicate in any way through his demeanor that he thought he was going over being taken to 43 Laurel Glen Drive to get to a fight?
Yes.
He did.
Yes. I
From his demeanor.
believe Dmitry, Keenan, and Will were coming with us to fight.
Keenan Fraczek,
Yes, I believe so.
smaller guy with kind of a mustache. Demetrius Arfanis?
Yeah.
Quiet kind of guy, was going over to get into a fight.
Yeah.
You said that you thought maybe kids were hanging outside in the backyard.
Yeah.
Could you see the backyard?
No, just that's where they came out of.
Okay. And these kids were running at the car,
I would say so.
and they surrounded the car quickly.
Very quickly.
Kids on the driver's side,
All sides.
kids on the passenger side too. Kids in front of the car, right? Kids behind the car, right?
Correct.
You could feel the car rocking and shaking, right? You could hear people kicking the car, pounding on the car, right?
Correct.
Some folks are outside screaming at the car, you said. One of them said, "You jumped our boys."
Correct.
You lied and said, "No, I didn't," right?
No.
You lied because you were scared, right?
Probably.
You were terrified, right?
I wouldn't say terrified, but I would say scared.
What's the difference between scared and terrified?
Objection is irrelevant.
I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to claim it, I'll hear it outside the jury.
You were scared but not terrified.
Correct.
Had you ever been surrounded in a car before like that?
I have not.
You weren't driving the vehicle, right?
I was not.
You didn't have any way to make that vehicle move, did you?
Not.
Well, but you could have gotten out of the car, right?
Not getting out of the car.
Well, why not?
40 kids surrounding it.
You were terrified of getting out of the car.
Objection asked and answered.
Were you scared of getting out of the car?
Yeah.
Did you see Mr. Snyder reach into the console and pull out a knife and put it in his lap?
I didn't.
Were you paying attention to what Mr. Snyder was doing at that point?
I wasn't.
You were focused on what was going on outside the car, right?
More to like the right side of my window where all the kids were.
And then you heard a windshield smash, right?
Yes.
Somebody threw something at it?
I don't know how I got smashed, but smashed right in front of me.
Right in front of you. At that point, you were terrified, right?
So you got a little more scared.
A little more. You were worried somebody was going to smash the window, right?
Yeah.
Reach in and try to pull you out of the car, right? You were scared that somebody could break that window, were you not?
After seeing what happened to the windshield, I would say yes.
And if somebody broke that window, you were scared that they might try and attack you, right?
The way they were acting, yes.
That car was starting to feel very small, wasn't it?
Yes.
You didn't feel like you had any way out of that situation that you found yourself in, did you?
Yeah.
You were worried that you might come to some great bodily harm, were you not?
Felt a little more protected since we were in the car, you know? But what you're saying, yes.
You felt protected, like this is a safe situation right now. I've got this in hand.
No.
You couldn't make Jack drive that car anywhere, could you?
No.
In fact, if he tried to drive the car forward, there were people blocking the way, right?
Right.
If he tried to back up, there was somebody bouncing on the rear bumper, right? Had you ever been in that situation before?
No.
Have you ever attacked a vehicle yourself?
No.
And people in the car, their demeanor led you to believe that they were scared as well, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Everybody in that car was terrified at that moment, were they not?
Yes.
And you told us here today that Mr. Valle was screaming at people, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
You never said that to the cops before, did you?
I believe I did.
When you talked to him on December 6th, that's what you told him?
I believe I did.
And you told us you thought that lasted for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Did it feel like it only lasted 15 seconds when it was going on?
Felt longer just because of the chaos, you know, because of what's going on. So if you're looking for a number of it, I would say, yeah, if I felt 20, 25 seconds.
20 or 25 seconds was all?
If you phrase it in that certain way.
Fair to say you didn't know while it was going on when or if it was going to come to an end, right?
Fair to say that, yeah.
So when it was happening, it felt like an eternity, did it not?
Objection asked and answered.
And Mr. Valle was saying drive, right?
You say drive, yeah.
He wanted to get out of there, right? And Jack somehow pulls the car out and gets it down the street.
Slowly started to drive and people
spread out of the way. Saw an opening, car spuds, or goes down to the end of the street. Drives up and down, back and forth a few times, right?
He did.
Throwing things out the windows.
Not that I remember.
And we watched a video here, State's Exhibit number 44, from in front of that house where you said later folks got out of the car. We didn't see the car going back and forth, up and down, right?
Not that I know.
But what we did see was some people getting out of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And then the vehicle pulls ahead and moves on.
Yes.
And you identified those three people that got out of the vehicle as Mackenzie Trafecante, correct?
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
And Mr. Valle, right?
Right.
And then you didn't remember what we saw on the video, and you would agree that the vehicle was chased by kids coming from the Shelton party, right?
Correct.
You didn't remember this, you told us, but you saw on the video that those people were throwing things at the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you heard people screaming things at the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you saw those people running at what you've told us now is yourself and Mr. Valle, correct?
Correct.
And then you saw in that video the vehicle pulls ahead and leaves you there with those kids from Shelton High, right?
Correct.
And where did the vehicle go when it pulled off and left you there?
I don't know.
You had no idea where that vehicle went, right? Do you remember being scared at that point?
I do not remember being scared at that point.
But you do remember that Mackenzie was screaming, "Let me out," right?
I do.
And at some point after leaving you there, you say Mr. Snyder came back and parked the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And at that point, everybody else in the car got out, right?
Yes.
And did some folks go over and sit away from the vehicle?
I did, yeah.
And who was that?
Pretty sure it was Mackenzie, Traf, Dmitry, and Keenan, and Will. Like everyone else kind of sat down.
And that left just the three of you, Mr. Snyder, Mr. Valle, and yourself around the vehicle?
Yes.
Were any of the Shelton High kids there at that point?
Not that I recall.
Do you know an Enrico Fiola?
I do.
And you recall Mr. Fiola coming down and talking to you while you're at the car, right?
I actually don't.
And you recall Tyler Rich coming down and talking to you while you're at the car, right?
Not.
You don't recall any of those Shelton High kids coming down while the three of you were at the car inspecting it for damage, right?
Not.
Because it never happened, right?
Objection.
And so you're inspecting the car, you said, and you see that it's damaged, right?
I do.
So now you're looking at the vehicle and seeing what happened to it while moments before you were trapped inside that car, right?
Correct.
And you can see that the windshield has in fact been smashed, right?
Correct.
You told us there was damage to the car all over it, right? And your thought was, this is a lot of damage. This is going to cost a lot of money for Jack Snyder, right?
Agreed.
Because it was Jack Snyder's car, right?
Was.
Not your car, not Mr. Valle's car.
Nope.
But you said that Mr. Valle was the angriest of anybody?
Seemed like it through his demeanor and his words.
And he was angrier than Jack Snyder about the car.
I mean, Jack was angry. I was angry. But it was like almost like he was more angry, at least more vocal about it than us.
You didn't see a weapon at that point?
Not.
No knife anywhere? Nope. Did you see, though, Mr. Valle, when he went scrambling through the glove box looking for the knife?
Not.
Well, then you saw him when he went scrambling through the console, right, to get the knife out?
Not.
And you heard him say, "Jack, where's the knife? Give me the knife."
I heard him say, Jack, give me the knife.
Just like that?
Yes.
Like you just said it?
The way he said it, I don't really recall.
Because you told us you weren't there right beside him, right? You were going around the car or something like that?
Correct.
But you overheard what you think was him saying, "Where's the knife?"
Correct.
And you got back in the car and got into the back passenger seat.
Yes.
And Mr. Valle got into the front of the car.
Correct.
And you told us before that you've known Mr. Valle from growing up in Milford, right?
Correct.
How old were you when you first met Mr. Valle?
I don't remember the age. I was young, but it was about third grade football.
Third grade football? You guys have been close ever since, right?
We got close around fifth grade.
A year and a half later, you got close with Mr. Valle. And since fifth grade, you'd been fast friends, right?
Correct.
Hung out almost every weekend?
Correct.
Slept at his house?
Many times.
He'd slept at your house?
Many times.
You felt like he had your back?
Objection as to what he felt the defendant thought.
And you told Mr. Snyder, "Take me back there. I know these kids," right?
Correct.
Were you still angry at that point?
I was upset for Jack's car, but me being angry didn't do anything.
Okay. And you said, "Take me back. I want to make peace. I know these kids."
I said, take me back, yes. Let me talk to Tyler Rich.
You were telling us about getting back into the vehicle to go back to 43 Glen Drive. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And you told us that you had been looking at the damage and you knew that it was going to be very expensive for Jack Snyder, right?
I assumed, yes, correct.
And you said that Mr. Valle said, "Fuck these kids. You're going to let them do you like that?" Remember that? And that he was more angry than anyone else, correct? And that because you knew Tyler Rich and the Riches through your cousin and lots of other Shelton High kids, right? That you thought it would be a good idea to go back down there and talk to them, right?
The little liquid courage, I thought it would be a good idea.
A little liquid courage. You thought it would be a good idea. Well, you told us, I didn't think I had a problem with them, right?
Didn't.
Been involved in the fight at 5 Lazy Brook earlier that night.
I was.
You just pulled up and been swarmed by 30 to 40 kids, right?
Correct.
Pounding on the car, right?
Correct.
Smashed the windshield, right?
Correct.
Chased you, as you saw in that video, down towards the end of the road, even after you'd left, right?
Correct.
You thought you didn't have a problem with them?
Just thought they wouldn't just jump me. I thought I would be able to talk to Tyler Rich.
If you were in a troubling or unsafe situation, you would expect Mr. Snyder to help you, right? That would be your expectation?
It's an expectation. I'll allow it over.
I would expect, yes.
If you were in a dangerous situation, you would expect Mr. Valle to help you, right?
Yes.
It didn't surprise you when Mr. Valle got into the car with you, did it?
Fully.
No, not at all, right? It didn't surprise you at all that somebody you'd known since fifth grade, spent nights at their homes with, saw every weekend, got into the vehicle when you were heading back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive. It did not surprise you, did it, sir?
Did not surprise me.
No, it didn't surprise you at all. You didn't say, whoa, Mr. Valle, you seem angrier than anybody else here. Don't get in this car with me, did you?
Did not say that.
And you weren't scared that if you went back there, these 30 to 40 people might swarm you again?
Like I said, knowing Tyler Rich and knowing the Shelton kids, no, I wasn't.
Well, Tyler Rich and the Shelton kids were the same ones that had just swarmed you only minutes before, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now for some reason you thought that they wouldn't do that again?
Well, I thought because, that's all of us in a car. Me coming up alone, trying to talk to them would be a different situation.
Well, again, you weren't expecting to go back there alone. You got into the car, so you knew that Mr. Snyder was going to be in there with you, right?
I knew Mr. Schneider. I knew Schneider. I knew Valle was going to be in the car, but I knew myself was going to get out. I did not know Lito was going to get out.
You didn't expect if you were going to get out and go face 30 or 40 people that had just swarmed you, that Mr. Valle would get out of the car to be there with you?
I did not expect that.
Allow it.
I did not expect that.
But you told us you would expect him to help you if you were in a dangerous situation.
Objection asked and answered.
Why didn't you just walk back to the house?
Asked Jack to drive me.
I understand what you did. I asked, why didn't you just walk back to the house?
I don't know. I don't have a clear answer for that.
Well, you just told us that you were expecting to go up there and talk to them by yourself.
Yeah.
But you got into the car.
I did.
That Mr. Valle and Mr. Snyder were already in, according to you.
Correct.
And you told Mr. Snyder, take me back there.
I did.
When you got back to the house, or at some point before you got back to the house, you say you heard Mr. Valle say, Jack, give me the knife.
Correct.
But you didn't see him give him the knife.
Did not.
And you didn't see the knife anytime thereafter.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valle with the knife in his hand opening the blade.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valle take the blade and flash it out the window.
Did not.
You didn't see Mr. Valle do anything with the knife at any time. Is that fair to say? And you get out of the car once you got back there, right?
Correct.
And you start walking into the yard.
Correct.
It's your recollection that there was nobody in the yard when you pulled up?
Yes.
And you got out and you walked straight up into the yard, right?
Correct.
You said right in front of the mailbox?
Yes. I walked almost like a straight shoot up.
And you were just a little past the grass and onto the driveway?
Correct.
Where were you heading?
I was heading to talk to someone. So I was greeted.
You were going to go knock on the front door?
Yeah.
Were you by the cars that were parked in the driveway?
Not that I could recall.
Do you remember any vehicles being along the sides of the road?
Not that I can recall.
And then at some point you realized that Mr. Valle was also out of the car with you, right?
Correct.
You turned to him, you said, Mr. Valle, go get back in the car, right?
No, I actually did not say that.
Well, you didn't say, what are you doing? Get out of here. You're going to cause a problem.
I said, what are you doing?
Oh, you did. You said, what are you doing?
Yes.
Did you tell that to the cops when you spoke to them?
I did.
What was his reaction when you said, what are you doing?
He just didn't say anything back.
They didn't pull the knife out and say, well, I'm here to kill somebody.
He did not.
Object based on.
You didn't turn around and get back in the car because now your plan that you told us about had changed because now it wasn't just you out of the car.
Correct.
Why didn't you just go get back in the car at that point? Your plan had changed.
In the moment, I didn't think of it. I kept walking. My plan was to talk to Tyler Rich.
Because it didn't surprise you that Mr. Valle was out of the car with you when you were going to do this, right?
I did, but I didn't think anything too heavy about it.
You knew this was a dangerous situation that you were walking into, right?
At the time, the way I felt, I didn't think it was going to be dangerous just because I thought it was just me walking up, talking to kids that I know and they know me and my family.
You thought those 30 or 40 kids that had surrounded the vehicle and knew you and your family and were jumping on it and smashed the windshield were now going to be happy to see you.
I wouldn't say happy.
Your expectation was that you would be greeted peacefully.
Yeah.
You knew some of the kids there at that party, correct?
Yeah.
How many?
I don't know.
And by your own account, Mr. Valle didn't know any of those kids, right?
My knowledge, no.
And you said seeing him coming up was not smart.
No, I don't think so.
But you walking up, that was smart.
My head, yes, it was.
And you described Mr. Valle as being upset and angry at that.
I did, correct.
And that was based on his face?
It was based on before we went down his words, the car.
Okay. So when you got out of the car and he was following you up, how close to you was he?
8 feet to my right.
To your right and behind you?
I would say a little bit behind.
You were leading the way?
I was, but he was at 6, 7 feet to the right, and maybe a little bit behind.
And watching your back?
You could say that.
At that point, he wasn't doing anything like squaring up with anybody.
No.
He wasn't flashing a knife at anybody.
Nope.
Didn't have his hands in his pockets.
Nope.
Didn't have his shirt pulled up over his head.
Nope.
And you heard somebody yell, "They're back."
Correct.
And you told us you thought you were going to go talk to Tyler Rich about the damages to Mr. Snyder's car.
Basically, yeah, about the whole situation.
And you thought Mr. Rich was going to want to talk about the damages to the vehicle.
Oh, he would hear me out.
You expected him to want to have a conversation about the damages to your car.
What do you expect? Speculation.
It's what he expected, his reason for going all out.
You expected Mr. Rich was going to want to talk to you about the damages to the vehicle.
I did at the time.
And after you heard their back, you told us you were confronted by a large individual that was screaming at you, right?
Correct.
Was that Tyler Rich?
No.
Did you know who it was?
I did not.
He was not alone, though, was he?
No.
Shortly thereafter, the 30 to 40 people swarmed out again, right?
Correct.
Looked like the whole house was pouring out from that backside, right?
Correct.
You were scared at that point, weren't you?
I was.
Not because of anything Mr. Valle was doing at that point, was it?
Correct.
Because of what you had just walked into, fair to say?
Correct.
At that point, were you terrified?
Correct.
You didn't know if any of those people had weapons, did you?
I did not.
You saw somebody throw things at you while you were down there at the end of 36 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
I don't remember that.
Did you ever see Mr. Valle get sprayed in the face with WD-40 or PB blaster?
I did not.
At the point when the large individual is screaming at you, 30 to 40 people come out and they start to surround you and Mr. Valle, correct? You notice people on all sides of you, right?
Correct.
In fact, how many people were in front of you?
I don't know the exact head count, but I would say around 10.
And were those 10 all just in front of you talking peacefully?
No one was talking peacefully.
And they weren't just in front of you, right? They were surrounding you,
Correct.
cutting off your exit.
You could say that.
You felt like you were being enclosed.
You could say that.
Didn't have a car around you now, did you?
I did not.
Did you think you were going to get beaten up?
Yeah.
Did it cross your mind that you might die?
No.
How badly did you think you might get beaten up?
Objection. That calls for.
I'll allow it. It's what he was thinking.
I mean, when shit hits the fan like that so quickly, there's only a certain amount of time to think. I could say I was like, I'm going to get my ass beat.
You didn't know if you're going to live through that, right?
Objection. Ask the answer.
And pretty soon you had confirmation that your idea that Tyler Rich might want to peacefully talk with you was wrong, right?
Yes. Correct.
Tyler Rich was screaming to you, get the fuck off my property or I will fuck you up.
Correct.
He had 9 other people that you could see supporting him, right?
Correct.
And you turned around and you ran back to the car, right?
No.
Why not?
Just wasn't how it's going to work. There's people behind me, people in front of me. It was chaotic. He's screaming that. I'm screaming at him to just let me talk to him. And then it all happened so fast before you knew it. It gets punched to the right of me. I get hit from the back of my head.
You were screaming at him, just let me talk to you.
On those lines.
You were pleading with him. Just let me talk to you. Just let me talk to you.
On those lines.
Our families know each other. I know you cousins.
On those lines.
You're trying to talk your way out of that situation, right?
On those lines, yeah.
Trying to use your words to save your life. Did you think you might die at that point?
Objection. Ask the answer.
What was your state of mind at that point?
Fight or fight.
To save your life?
Objection. Ask the answer.
Sustained.
Sir, at any point did it cross your mind that your life was in danger?
Objection. Ask and answer.
May we approach? And you told us things were happening so fast, right?
Correct.
Your pleading with Mr. Rich did not in any way calm the situation, right?
Not even close.
And then Mr. Valle got punched in the face, right?
Correct.
Chaos ensues.
Correct.
You're down on the ground, face first in the dirt, right?
That's what I remembered.
Getting punched and kicked by you don't know who.
No idea.
At that point, did you think you might die?
Objection. Ask the
I don't know, to be honest.
You didn't know if you're going to live.
Objection. Ask the answer.
I just didn't know what was going to happen. If I was going to get out of that or I was going to get knocked out and God knows what else.
God knows what else. You didn't, right?
No.
Had you ever been in a situation like that before?
Never.
Never in your 17 years to know.
Never.
Before Mr. Valle got punched, how far away from you was he?
6, 7 feet, 8 feet.
Close enough that you could reach out and touch him?
No.
Were you worried about what was going to happen to Mr. Valle?
A little bit.
How many people were facing Mr. Valle?
Don't know the head count. Probably another 10.
At least?
At least, yeah.
Surrounding him as well?
Correct.
You didn't see Mr. Valle take a swing at anybody?
I did not, because when I saw him get punched, or I knew I got punched from the back of my head.
You saw him punched. Crowd swarmed him, did they not?
Kinda, yeah.
He went down to the ground?
That's what I saw.
Because you were down on the ground.
Correct.
Face in the dirt.
Correct.
Couldn't tell who was punching you.
Objection. This is asked and answered.
You got punched in the back of your head.
Correct.
How many times?
I have no idea.
Did you lose consciousness?
No.
And you told us that you were familiar with Mr. McGrath because you grew up playing lacrosse with him.
Correct.
But you didn't see him there that night.
I did not.
You weren't watching to see what he was doing that evening. Is that fair to say?
It's fair.
You did see him in the video that was played for you.
Did see him.
You told us after you fell, it was so chaotic and you were getting kicked and punched on all different sides. Remember that?
Correct.
And you told us you thought maybe that went on for 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking now, right?
Correct.
At the time, it didn't feel like that, did it?
Probably not.
Felt like an eternity, right?
You could say that.
You didn't know if that was going to end at all, did you?
Yeah.
You didn't hear, okay, just a few more and then we're going to let you up.
No, I did not.
You couldn't see Mr. Valle.
No.
He told us you remember being on the ground and then getting shoved into the street, right?
Almost like people backed off of me, stumbled into the street. Yes.
People backed off of you?
Like a release, because before it was like I couldn't even get up if I wanted to.
Did you watch that video and see yourself getting shoved into the street by Jacob Villalobos?
Did see that? Yes.
Didn't look like he was just letting you up, did it?
No.
Did you know Jacob Villalobos?
I did not.
Shelton High, did they ever play St. Joe's in football?
I did not.
Did you know that any of these kids were members of the Shelton High football team?
I did not.
And then you said you turned around and it's just a big wall of kids.
Correct.
Could you see Mr. Valle at that point?
Couldn't.
That wall was blocking you from seeing Mr. Valle.
You say that? Yeah.
And you turned around and you were screaming at them, you said?
I was, yes.
Did you see yourself screaming at them in that video?
Yes.
After you got shoved into the street?
Yes.
You said you looked to your left and you saw Jack Snyder's car pulling away.
Correct.
Were you scared at that point?
I was.
Thought you were going to be left there with those kids, right?
Correct.
And you were terrified that you were being abandoned by Mr. Snyder.
Correct.
And ultimately you said you ran to the car and got into the car, correct?
Correct.
You said Mr. Valle was already in the car before you?
Was.
Did you see him run past you?
Did not.
Which side did you get in?
I remember I got in left side, back seats.
Behind the driver?
Yes.
And Mr. Snyder was still driving the car when you got in?
Was.
You didn't see Mr. Valle with a knife at that point?
I did not.
You said Mr. Valle takes off, he makes a left turn, slams on the brakes, and you almost hit your head
Correct.
on the glove box or the dash in front of you?
Seat in front of me.
The seat in front of you. Okay, right, because you're no longer in the front passenger side, you're behind it.
Correct.
And that you looked up after that quick stop and you saw Mr. Valle getting back into the car.
Correct.
How long did that take?
1-2 seconds.
Were the windows up or down in the car?
I have no idea.
But you remember Mr. Valle saying, go, go, go.
Correct.
You go past the house back to where everybody had been left.
Correct.
And that's when you saw Mr. Valle get out of the vehicle.
Yes, he said stop, exited the vehicle and turned back around to me and Jack. He said, love you guys. I'm going home with Mackenzie.
And at that point, you did get out of the car and got to the front passenger seat.
Back in his seat, yes.
Then there must have been a sense of relief on your part.
Not really.
No, because you still didn't know where you were, right?
Did not.
It was dark outside.
Correct.
You just had this terrifying experience.
Correct.
You told us that you were injured.
Correct.
You were in pain.
I wouldn't say too much just because of how much adrenaline that was running through my body.
Car takes off and drives, and you got to a dead end.
That's correct.
And at that point, again, you didn't know where you were, right?
Correct.
Were you worried that these kids might come and find you?
Not that I remember.
Your reaction at that point was, where are we? You said, right?
Correct.
So you were scared about being lost in a place that you had no idea where to get out.
All of that chaos, yes.
Why didn't you just get out of the car at that point and say, Jack, I'm done with this?
You want me to just sit there in the road by myself?
What might happen if you did?
I don't know.
You were yelling at Jack from the moment you got into that car about why did he abandon you, right?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to go down to that house alone. You didn't want him to abandon you there, right?
Sustained.
You said you were angry and mad, correct? Yes.
Correct.
At that point,
Correct. Yeah.
as mad as you claimed Mr. Valle had been before he got into that vehicle, but
I wouldn't say so.
not that mad. You were calm, cool, and collected.
No.
Just not as mad as Mr. Valle.
Yeah.
And along the way, you decided to call your cousin Owen, right?
Correct.
And you say at that point you learned that this was more serious than you thought it had been, right? You still wanted payback though, right?
Correct.
So you were angry, right?
Correct.
Just not as angry as you claimed Mr. Valle was.
Correct.
So when you want payback, you're only kind of angry. At that point, you told Jack Snyder to go home, right?
I got back to my house, yes.
You ate and you went to your room, right?
Correct.
And you claimed that you called Mr. Valle and you confronted him and you asked him, did you stab these kids?
Correct.
And all he said to you was, I fucked up, bro, sorry.
I fucked up. Sorry.
And then he hung up? Or you
I
hung up?
remember, yes.
Did he say it like that? I fucked up, bro, sorry.
My memory, I mean, I fucked up, bro. Sorry was more, how do you say it, meaningful sorry. It wasn't like a no emotion sorry.
So he didn't say, yeah, that's right, I stabbed those 4 kids.
I did not say that.
And then you called the cops, right?
Eventually later that night, after I found out through my brother who called me, when I learned the severity of how someone had passed away, I woke up my parents, called the cops.
You called the cops?
Called the cops. Called my attorney.
Call who?
My attorney.
Why didn't you call the cops?
Under advice of people around me.
You were scared to call the cops.
Since I knew, knowing me and I was involved, just under the advice of people around me, told me to contact Florida.
You weren't going to talk to the cops until you got them to agree not to prosecute you, right?
No.
You didn't talk to the cops until December 6th of 2022?
Correct.
Almost 7 months after this went down?
Correct.
After you'd gotten your immunity agreement?
Correct.
Not once before?
No.
In fact, you didn't call the cops. You went to Vermont, right?
That's correct.
And then on the way home, you were feeling ill, right?
The way up.
On the way up.
Correct.
And you were feeling ill.
Very.
From the injuries that you had gotten during the fight.
Correct.
And you went in and you sought some medical treatment.
That's correct.
And you told us that you had a concussion, multiple contusions and bruises all over your body, right? Right. The doctor looked at you and said, what is going on here? And you said, oh, I got into a fight, right? The doctor told you this is no basic fight.
Correct.
On roughly May 15th, you learned that somebody had died in this fight that you've been involved with.
Correct.
And you waited 7 months before you talked about it.
No advice of my attorney, yes.
Because you were worried you might get arrested and prosecuted for this.
I'll say that.
And your expectation is that by coming in here and testifying to us today, that you're not going to get prosecuted for anything, right?
Correct.
Have you talked with Jack Snyder since this happened?
We have, yeah. We're friends.
You and Jack remain friends, right?
Correct.
In fact, you've talked about this very incident together.
Yes.
Have you ever gone back to the scene?
No.
Prior to coming in here and testifying today, how many times have you watched those videos that you watched with us today?
Two times, 2 to 3 times.
That's it?
I want to say, yeah.
How many times have you reviewed the police reports of your statements?
Are you saying the interview video?
Well, okay, tell me about that. You watched your own interview video? How many times you watched that?
3 times.
3 times? 3 times you watched a video of yourself giving a statement on December 6th?
Correct.
Why'd you have to watch it 3 times?
Because we're 3 years now from that moment, and I still live my life, do my things, and I've been trying to put this in the past. So I have to watch that video and remember what my statement was.
You don't want to come in and deviate from that at all, do you?
Let the witness answer the question.
Oh, the witness.
I have to watch it. I remember stuff, but I might forget a couple stuffs. I just have to, memorize my memory of. People don't always remember things 3 years later.
Hard to tell the same story twice.
I wouldn't say that.
Not if you watch a video of yourself doing it 3 times.
It's always not going to be perfect, but everything will be around the same, as long as you're telling the truth.
When was the last time you watched that video?
Today is Friday.
Today is Friday.
Tuesday.
3 days ago, you watched the video of yourself giving your statement?
Correct.
From beginning to end?
Correct.
Did you pause it?
Yes.
Go back over it a few times in certain spots?
Not really.
Didn't want to deviate from it, did you?
I just really wanted to watch it and revamp my memory.
Well, that original statement was what you recalled at the time 3 years ago, right?
Correct.
And so now you've watched it 3 times as recently as Tuesday in order to come in today and testify under this immunity agreement. Nothing further. Thank you.
Any regional?
Jack, Tyler, counsel just asked you about the moments at the end of the fight when you get pushed out into the road. And I think you said during your testimony it was about 5, 6, 7 seconds at that time. What are you doing at that moment when you're pushed out into the road?
I'm looking back at a big crowd of people in chaos screaming towards my way.
Are they advancing towards you? Are you advancing towards them? Is the fight over at that point? Do you recall whether or not the fight was over at that?
Yeah, the fight was over.
And counsel asked you a little bit about, at some point, Days Exhibit 69, towards the end of that video, fair enough to say? This is what you're talking about?
Correct.
Shortly after the end of this video, a few seconds go by and you look to your left, the car's moving, right? So when you get in the car, shortly after this video ends, when you get in the car, counsel indicated you got in the back driver's side?
Yeah.
Who's in the car when you get back in the car?
Defendant and Jack Snyder.
So the defendant was already in the car when you got back. Correct. No further questions.
You just told the state's attorney that at that point the fight was over, right?
Right.
Because that big crowd of people said, fight's over. In that picture, sir, what are you doing with your hands?
Holding them up like that.
Hitching up your pants, right? Hitching up your pants because you're not sure what's going to happen with that crowd of people, right?
And that calls for speculation.
I'll allow it.
You could say that.
Your expectation at that point was these folks might still be coming at me, right?
Right.
You couldn't see Mr. Valle at that point
No,
because the people were still surrounding Mr. Valle, right?
I've seen.
Not that you saw. Did those people just disappear?
No, they were there, but I didn't see any fighting going on.
But you're hitching up because you don't know what's going to happen, right? But the fight was over.
My opinion, yes, it was.
Did you feel safe right there?
After what just happened, no.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Nothing further.
Mackenzie, Trafecante.
So Mackenzie, how are you feeling today?
Anxious a little bit, just being in the room, obviously. A little emotional, but I know I'll be okay.
It's a little bit nervous.
Yes.
If you need to stop at any point, just let us know. Okay. Mackenzie, I'm going to direct your attention to May 14th of 2022. Do you remember that day and why?
That was an awful day. One of my good friends' younger brothers died that day.
Previous to today, do you recall meeting with me, Mackenzie?
Yes.
Okay. And why did we meet?
We met to prep me for the trial as a witness.
And are you prepared to testify today?
Yes.
How old are you, Mackenzie?
I'm 20 years old.
And do you have a nickname? Do people call you something other than Mackenzie?
Not really. Mainly by my full name, Mackenzie.
And do you go to school?
Yes, I go to Fairfield University.
And what year are you?
I'm a rising senior.
And what is your major?
Finance and accounting.
You're home for the summer. What are you doing for the summertime?
Working.
In your area, your field?
Yes.
And other than when you're in school, you indicated that you live in Shelton?
Yes.
And who do you live in Shelton with?
I live with my family, my 4 older sisters and my mom and dad.
Did you attend Shelton schools growing up in Shelton?
Yes.
All schools, including high school? Or did you attend a different high school than a Shelton high school?
So up until high school, and then I attended St. Joseph High School in Trumbull.
And you indicated St. Joe's is located in Trumbull, Connecticut?
Yes.
And what year did you graduate St. Joe's?
2022.
Did you play any sports at St. Joe's or do any activities?
I was a cheerleader and a lacrosse player.
I'm going to direct your attention to the year of 2022. Were you a student at St. Joseph High School at that time?
Yes.
And what year were you?
I was a senior.
In May of 2022, were you dating anyone?
Yes.
And who were you dating?
Raul Valle.
Does Lido go by a different name?
Raul.
But you would refer to him as Lido?
Yes.
How long did you and Lido date?
3 months at the end of the year.
And what year was Lido in school when you were dating him?
Junior.
Mackenzie, do you happen to see Lido here today in the court?
Yes.
If you can please just point him out and describe what he's wearing.
He's wearing a black suit tie.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is identifying the defendant in court.
Order of the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valle.
Mackenzie, was it really difficult for you to just do that?
Yes.
This is the first time you've seen Lido since the date of incident.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mackenzie, I'm going to refer to Lido as the defendant moving forward, or Lido. I'm going to be going back and forth just so you're aware, okay? But I'm talking about the same person. How did you and the defendant meet?
We went to the same high school. I met him that year, my senior year.
And were you in the same friend group as Lido?
He was a grade below me, but mutual friends, I guess, yeah.
And I'm going to direct your attention back to May of 2022. What occurred on May 13th of 2022?
I had my senior prom.
And did you attend the prom?
Yes.
And who did you go with?
Leo.
And after the prom, did you do anything with your friends?
The night of the prom, there was a arcade thing that we went to. The next day, a bunch of my friends went up to a prom house, which they rented a house in either New York or Vermont. I wanted to go, but my parents didn't want me to go because they didn't think it was safe. So they kept me home that next night.
So it's fair to say you did not attend that prom house in upstate New York with your friends?
Yes.
You stayed in the area of Shelton?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next day, May 14th of 2022. What, if anything, did you and the defendant do during the daytime hours?
We went to the beach.
And approximately how long were you at the beach on May 14th of 2022?
Maybe a couple hours, sorry.
At some point later on in that evening, did you go back to the defendant's house?
Yeah, briefly.
And did you do something later on that evening with the defendant?
There was a party going on at a friend of mine's house. Her name is Madigan Liver, and I guess she was having a party, so we planned to go there.
And you indicated you were friends with Madigan Lifer?
Yes.
How were you friends with her?
She grew up with me. She was from Shelton. We went to school together. She went to my high school. My dad coached her in lacrosse as well.
Was she on the lacrosse team as well with you?
Yes.
Now, were you personally invited to the party at Madigan Lifer's house?
I had just heard through other people, and I've been there a ton of times, so I knew that I was welcome.
Do you know what kind of a party? What was the occasion for the party?
I think it was mainly juniors who attended the party because her brother was a junior, Austin Leifer. I think he invited his football friends, some girls in their grade, and I think Maddie also had a couple girls in her grade who came.
Now you see Maddie, is that Madigan Lifer, Maddie short for Madigan?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, what was the address of the house of Madigan Lifer?
I know she lives on Lazy Brook. I don't know what the actual number is.
Now, prior to leaving to go to the party, do you recall what clothes the defendant put on before he left?
I remember he was wearing an Ole Miss t-shirt. It was blue.
Dark blue, light blue?
Yeah, light blue.
And how did you get to the party at Madigan Lifer's house?
That night, Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva picked us up and drove us to the party.
And when you say Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva, who came to pick you up? Who drove?
Jack Snyder picked us up in his car and drove us.
And to your knowledge, what car did Jack Snyder drive? Or what car did he pick you up in that night?
I don't know the car type. It looked a little bit bigger. It wasn't like a tiny vehicle, but I'm not sure what type of car.
Mackenzie, I'm showing you what's been admitted to evidence, states 30. Does this look like the vehicle that Jack Snyder picked you up in that night?
Yes.
Now, Mackenzie, when Jack came to pick you up, who else was in the vehicle at that point?
Tyler DaSilva.
And had you been in this Honda Pilot prior to you getting into it that night?
No.
Now, are you familiar with either Jack Snyder or Tyler DaSilva?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with them?
They also went to my high school. They were on the football team, and I was a cheerleader.
So is it fair to say you, on occasion, hung out with them?
On occasion, they were in the grade below me. So if there was maybe a combined get-together or party that they would be at, that would probably be the main time I would see them.
And to your knowledge, were the defendant Tyler and Jack friends with the lifers?
Yes, they were friends with the younger brother, Austin, who was on their football team.
To your knowledge, do you know if Jack, Tyler, and the defendant were invited to the lifers party?
I believe so, yeah.
Prior to arriving at Lazy Brook, Madigan Lifers, and Austin Lifers' house, did Jack drive anywhere else?
I remember stopping to get alcohol somewhere. I didn't get out of the car and it was dark, so I'm not sure where we had stopped, but it was brief.
Now, when you say stopping somewhere, was that at a liquor store? Do you have a recollection of it being a store? You can explain.
Either a store or gas station, maybe.
And you indicated you did not get out of the car. Who got out of the car to get that alcohol?
I don't remember who exactly, but someone must have.
And to your knowledge, what type of alcohol was purchased?
Not sure.
Do you recall seeing the alcohol when the person who went to the store or the establishment to get it came back out?
I don't remember like any specific type or seeing it. They got it, but I don't remember.
So you don't recall the color of the alcohol either?
No.
Now, after getting the alcohol, where did Jack drive to?
We drove to Lazy Brook.
The Lifers' house?
Yes.
And either on the way to the party or even prior to the party, getting to the party, had you been drinking any alcohol?
I might have had a sip or two in the car, but not really.
So if you had a sip or two in the car, do you recall what you were drinking?
No, maybe a seltzer or something around those lines.
Do you recall seeing if anyone else in the vehicle was drinking? Either either the defendant or Jack or DaSilva?
No, I don't recall.
And once you got to Lazy Brook, where did you go? How did you get into the house? How did you get into the party?
We went through the basement door. Madigan had parties in the past. I've been to her house a ton of times. So normally we would just go through the garage door, and then we'd be in the basement.
So the party was in the basement?
Yes.
And when you got to the party, approximately how many people did you see down in the basement?
I would say 40. That's a good number, I guess. 40, 50.
Did you recognize most of the individuals down in the basement?
Yes.
Would you say most, if not all of them, were St. Joe students?
Yes.
And when you got there, who did you hang out with?
So since there was a ton of underclassmen at the party who I wasn't, super, super friendly with everybody, I just knew their faces. There was one girl that I was hanging out with majority of the party who was a senior. She was friends with Madigan.
Do you recall her name?
Sydney.
And did you hang out with Lito at all?
Throughout the party, I didn't see him at all, really.
To your recollection, do you know who the defendant was hanging out with?
I think majority of the party, he was with some of the football guys and some of his closer friends.
And did you observe people drinking at the party?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of alcohol they were drinking?
A mixture of probably vodka and beer, maybe.
Do you recall anyone playing games at the party?
I don't recall, no.
Now, you indicated that you had, you indicated in the car ride you might have had a sip of some alcohol. At the party, did you drink anything?
I had vodka at the party. I think someone had provided me with. I'm not sure who.
And do you recall if was it a sip of vodka? Was it a cup of vodka? Was it vodka mixed with something else? And how many drinks would you say you had?
I probably took a couple shots that night. Nothing crazy.
When you say nothing crazy, nothing to the point where you felt intoxicated, where you couldn't stand, or you were vomiting, or you couldn't recall?
Yeah, none of that.
To your knowledge, was Lito drinking at the party?
Yes.
And how do you know this?
I just remember seeing many people at the party drinking. I think he was one of them.
Because at some point, to your knowledge, did individuals show up at the party who were not St. Joe students?
At the time, I wasn't aware of it. I think after that incident had happened, it was running around the party. There was like a rumor around the party that people had shown up.
So is it fair to say that you didn't see these individuals, you were not aware who these individuals were, and you didn't know what school they went to?
No, I didn't see any of them.
Did you learn at some point that something happened between these individuals that came to the party that were either uninvited and who weren't from St. Joe's?
When they had left, we had found out that someone had shown up because whoever was outside in the garage at that time, so I was in the basement, people were in the garage, they had come back in and kind of announced to the party that boys had shown up. And I think that maybe there was some type of altercation between them. I wasn't sure what.
So is it fair to say you stayed in the basement for the majority of the party?
Yes.
You never witnessed any fight that occurred between the defendant, Tyler DaSilva, or Jack Snyder with these individuals that came from a different high school?
Yeah, I didn't see any of that.
And at some point after you learned about this fight, did you observe the defendant and his friends?
I remember when some of the boys had rolled back into the house, they just seemed kind of drunk. And I did see them, yes, when they had come back in.
Mackenzie, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 53. Do you recognize who is in States 53?
I recognize both of those boys, yes.
And the individual who's in the light blue shirt, wearing the helmet and the pillow, who is that?
Lito.
And the individual who's wearing the red hoodie, who appears to be holding up a cell phone, who is that?
Jack Snyder.
Do you have a clear recollection of seeing these two boys that night appearing as such?
I remember them walking inside and looking like that, yes.
Do you know when that photograph was taken?
I believe this was after boys had shown up outside, because I think when they came back in, that's when word got around the party that people had shown up.
So it's your understanding that this photograph was taken after the fight occurred?
Yes.
Do you recall the defendant putting on this helmet and this pillow at any point at the party?
I don't remember. I think I just saw him wearing it.
Did you wonder why he was wearing it?
No, I thought maybe he was drunk. He just kind of looked stupid.
And that blue bottle that he has in his hand, do you recall seeing that either in the car on the way to the party? Do you recall taking a sip from that bottle? Do you recall seeing that bottle at all?
Maybe through the picture, but I don't remember specifically what he was drinking that, no.
Now, Mackenzie, did you stay at Madigan Leifer's house for the remainder of the night?
We did not.
And why not?
Basically, I think the party might have been getting too big. And at one point, Madigan's parents, or at least her mom, came downstairs and started telling everybody to leave. So I guess the whole party started just moving towards the driveway. People were trying to figure out rides home. People were getting into random cars. So yeah.
So at some point you left the Leifer's house.
Yes.
And when you left the Leifer's house, did you have a ride anywhere? Did you know where you were going to go?
Yeah, I was under the impression that Jack Snyder was going to bring me home.
So at some point, did you get into Jack Snyder's car again?
Yes.
And in addition to yourself, who else got into Jack Snyder's car?
I don't recall everybody. I can definitely say I think Lito, Tyler DaSilva, Keenan, Fraczek, Dmitry. There might have been a couple other people, and those people I don't recall.
Now, you mentioned...
There's a good time.
Okay, I'll ask this final question. You mentioned the names Keenan, Fraczek, Dimitrios. I don't know if you said Will.
Oh, yes,
Said
as
Will.
well.
Are you familiar with those people?
I knew they went to my school. They were a grade below me. I wasn't super close with them, but I knew them, yeah.
But you have a direct recollection of them getting into the vehicle?
Yes. Yeah.
When you got into the vehicle, do you recall where everyone was sitting?
Tyler DaSilva was sitting in the passenger seat. Jack Snyder was driving, and then 4 of us were squeezed into the back seat, and there was maybe one person in the trunk. I just don't know which one was in the trunk.
Do you recall sitting on the defendant's lap at any point?
I think I was lapped up in the back, yeah.
All right, so we are going to move into our lunch time. In the recess, please, and we'll be back. Court stands in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mackenzie, welcome back. I believe we left off where you were talking about at the end of the party at the Leifer's house. At some point, you got into Jack Snyder's car along with some other people. And what was your intention? Where did you think you were going?
We were supposed to be going to, well, we did go to Trumbull High School.
When you got into Jack's car, did you indicate to him that you wanted to go home?
Yes. At one point, I knew that he was driving me home.
So when you got into the car, you indicated Will Sinjwell was in that vehicle?
Yes.
In that vehicle.
Tyler DaSilva, Lito, Jack Snyder, Keenan, Dmitry, Will, and maybe somebody else who was trying to catch a ride to Trumbull High School.
Was there about 7 of you in there, is it fair to say?
Yes.
And when you got into the vehicle, did Jack take you home at that point?
No.
And where did you go?
A bunch of people from the party were meeting up at Trumbull High School, kind of relocating to hang out and maybe continue the party a little bit.
Were you familiar with Trumbull High School?
I've been there before. I guess we were just, a bunch of people were going to park their cars there in the parking lot.
And did Jack indeed go to Trumbull High School?
Yes.
When you arrived at Trumbull High School, where did Jack park?
I don't recall. In the same parking lot as all the other cars that were headed over from Maddie's house.
When you arrived there, did you indeed see other vehicles there?
Yes.
And do you remember interacting with anyone else, either from the party or otherwise?
When we got there, I was a captain on the cheerleading team, and I saw the freshman girls. They were surrounding a car, so I went over there and I hung out with them.
Were they at the lifers party as well?
No.
So you went over and spoke to some of the freshman girls from the cheer team.
Yes.
Do you recall what the defendant and Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva were doing?
No.
Do you recall what Keenan or Dimitrios or Wilson Joel were doing?
No.
How long would you say you stayed at in the parking lot of Trumbull High School?
Maybe 25 minutes.
And do you recall, just going back, how long it took to get to Trumbull High School from the party at Lazy Brook?
Probably around 10 minutes.
And on the car ride to Trumbull High School, what was the vibe in the car, if you can recall?
The vibe was light to me. Music was playing, I think. That's about it.
Was any drinking going on in the car ride to Trumbull High School?
Probably.
Do you recall if you were drinking at all?
No.
Do you recall if the defendant was drinking?
No.
Do you recall if Jack or Tyler were drinking?
I think they were drunk, but I don't recall if they continued drinking at that point.
And how long would you say you stayed at Trumbull High School for?
About 25 minutes maybe, or 30.
And at some point, did you leave the parking lot at Trumbull High School?
Yes.
Who got back into withdrawn? And did you get back into Jack's vehicle?
Yes.
Who else got back into Jack's vehicle to leave Trumbull High School?
The same kids as before. Should I go through them?
No, that's okay. Now, when you got back into Jack's car, where were you sitting at that point?
I was, I think, still sitting in the second row.
Were you on Lito's lap?
I don't recall.
Do you recall who was sitting in the passenger seat?
Tyler DaSilva.
And the individual sitting next to you in the back row. Do you recall who those individuals were?
I can recall Will. I'm not sure about the other boys where they were sitting exactly.
Do you recall if anyone was in the trunk of the vehicle?
Maybe one kid. Something, I don't know which one.
Now, you got back in the vehicle. At that point, where did you think you were going? And why did you think that?
If you live in Shelton, we were about to pass the reservoir, which is towards my house.
Did you indicate to Jack that you wanted to go home at that point?
Yes.
Now, at some point, withdrawn. Did Jack take you home at that moment?
No.
At some point while you were in the vehicle, were you made aware that some boys in the car were part of a texting chain or a texting conversation?
It was mentioned. I didn't know who was in it or what was going on in it.
Were you part of that texting chain?
No.
And how did you become aware that there was a texting chain going on?
It must have been mentioned at one point in the car. I think I just noticed that we had changed route. I think someone must have sent a text message in that group chat. And that's how I was aware.
Now, what was the atmosphere and the vibe in the car at this point, once the texting chain had developed and you indicated that you were made aware of it? Describe what the vibe was in the car.
I definitely could tell that the vibe had changed. You know, I was close to being home. And then it seemed like in an instant, the boys were set on going to Tyler Rich's house.
Now, how did you become aware, withdrawn? Are you familiar with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
And how do you know Tyler Rich?
I was good friends with him growing up. He was in my friend group and I've been to his house a ton of times.
Did you attend schools with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Other than high school?
Yes.
And you said you just indicated you've been to his house a ton of times?
To a bunch of his parties and hangouts.
Now, how did you become aware that you were going to Tyler Rich's house?
I just remember being close to my home, and I remember then taking a left towards Isinglass rather than going straight back. So I knew that we had changed direction.
So is it fair to say at some point you thought you were going home, you thought you were being dropped off at home? That did not occur because did you actually pass your street?
No.
But the car diverted to another direction?
Yes. And the two boys in the front had made it known that they were now going to Tyler's house.
So without obviously going into what they said, you became aware that that's where you were going?
Yes.
Do you recall hearing anything from Lito at that point regarding going to Tyler Rich's house or going to fight anyone, anything to that effect?
I don't remember him saying anything, but I had objected multiple times to us going, and he didn't stand up for me or say anything in that regard. I didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house.
Why didn't you want to go to Tyler Rich's house, Mackenzie?
Because I grew up in Shelton, and a bunch of people who I was friends with, I knew would probably be at that party. So it seemed as if there was some type of confrontation going on between them, and I knew I didn't want to be a part of it.
Do you recall the address of Tyler Rich's house offhand?
Laurel Glen, I'm not sure what number.
And was there anyone in particular in the vehicle that was pushing going to Tyler Rich's house more so than anyone else?
I would say that Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva in the front were pushing it. Jack was the one driving, and I had pleaded with him multiple times that I wanted to go home, and it seemed like he was adamant about going.
On the way to Tyler Rich's house, who, if anyone, did you have contact with on your phone?
As soon as I was made aware that they were now headed to Tyler Rich's house, I had texted my sister, and I had asked her to pick me up from Tyler Rich's house.
And why did you do that?
I knew I didn't want to be at Tyler Rich's house. I didn't want to be anywhere near his house. A lot of the people there were my friends, so I didn't want to get involved.
Based on the conversation you heard on the car, as well as just your overall gut feeling, did you know something bad was going to happen in going to that house?
I assumed it wasn't going to be friendly. I assumed it was going to be some type of confrontation.
Now, at some point, did you arrive at Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Now, Mackenzie, if you can look, if I just may approach the witness, Your Honor.
This is state 52. In this exhibit, are you able to show the jury, and there is a pointer there, where parked his vehicle once arriving? I can't this so that I can show you. Assuming that this is his way, I think we were parked facing so that we would to the bottom half of state 52 and directed over to the right-hand side of it as well.
But that'll be reflected on the record. Thank you.
Mackenzie, I'm going to show you another exhibit, exhibit 49. You can look on your screen there. So this is a more pulled back picture of state 52. If you could describe in state 49 where Jack Snyder pulled up to Tyler Rich's house on that day. You can just use your words to describe it. You can't point on the screen. It doesn't show up.
I remember he had pulled up probably near the driveway.
Okay, so I'm going to use pen here. You're indicating that Jack Snyder pulled his vehicle up around this area?
Yes.
Was it directly in front of the driveway, or was it more to the right-hand side? Was it back more? You can stop me with my pen.
I would say closer to the driveway.
Maybe around this area?
Yes.
Okay, but the record that the state is pointing to the middle to bottom portion of the exhibit towards the driveway of state 49.
It'll reflect the information on the record. Thank you.
Now, when you arrived, Mackenzie, can you explain to the members of the jury what you saw initially? And what I mean by that is, did you see anyone out on the road? Did you see anyone out on the front lawn of 43 Lower Glen? What did you observe?
Before we had pulled up to the house, I had climbed over the back seat and hidden in the trunk. I didn't want to be seen. I didn't want to be there. So I don't remember seeing who or anyone in the crowd. I would say I maybe remember one or two people coming up towards the back, and someone even said hi to me.
When you got into the trunk of Jack's car, who, if anyone, was in the trunk with you?
Either Keenan or Dmitry. I'm not sure which one.
Back of the trunk, was there windows in the trunk of the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall sitting on items in the back of the trunk? Were there other items in the trunk that you were sitting on because there wasn't enough room?
I think there was probably some items around that I just was sitting over.
Were you able to see out the back of the trunk area? Meaning, was there a window out the back of the trunk?
I don't remember looking out the back of the trunk, So
you indicated you were able to see a few people. When Jack pulled up, did you initially see anyone, or was there a moment in time that passed before people started coming out of the house and approaching the car?
It seems like there had been a group that formed outside, maybe. The one or two people that I saw was because I think they came up to the back window in the second row and then looked back, and I was kind of in the trunk.
Now, do you know if anyone from your vehicle alerted on the texting chat that you had arrived?
I have no idea.
Now, when you saw these one or two individuals that you just indicated come up to the car, did you recognize them?
Yes.
And who did you recognize them as?
I remember, at the least, Faison coming up to me.
Did you have interaction with Faison?
Yes, it seemed friendly.
Okay. And were any windows rolled down in the Honda Pilot that you were in?
The driver one and the one that Faison came in and said hi to me.
The one that Faison came in to say hi to you, was that the one that Lito was sitting closest to, or either Keenan or Will that you indicated were sitting closer to?
I'm not sure.
When he came over to you, and without telling anyone what he said, were you able to hear him through the open window?
When he acknowledged me, I heard him, yeah.
And when he acknowledged you, did you respond back to him? Yeah. And what did you say?
I think I just said hi back.
How do you know Faison?
I didn't know him too well, but he went to my schools, so I knew him through, middle school and maybe intermediate school.
Do you know his last name?
No.
Now, if you can explain to the members of the jury from what you can remember, did any additional people come out of Tyler Rich's house and approach the vehicle?
It seemed like at one point, somebody from the outside had approached the driver's seat window, so Jack Snyder, and it seemed like there was maybe some type of confrontation going on there.
When you say that, what did you hear? What did you observe as far as you terming it a confrontation?
I didn't hear anything specific that stood out. It just seemed that maybe they were arguing back and forth through the window.
At some point, no, which one? Did you see anyone throwing anything at the vehicle that you were in? Was anything thrown from the vehicle that you were in back out onto the lawn or at individuals from Tyler Ritchie's house? Do you remember any of that?
I don't remember seeing anyone outside throwing anything just because I was kind of hidden a little bit, but I do remember hearing a bunch of noises coming, maybe banging on the car or something like that.
Do you recall the car being rocked at all? Do you recall anyone standing on the bumper of the car and moving the car at all?
I don't recall.
When you were in the trunk, Mackenzie, you just indicated that you were kind of hiding. Were you almost laying down in the back of the trunk?
I think so, yeah.
Did you hear Lito saying anything to anyone during that interaction at all?
No.
Do you recall how long that interaction occurred between the kids from Tyler Ritchie's house and the individuals in your vehicle?
No more than a couple minutes.
And what, if anything, happened next that you can recall?
I remember it seems like things were being thrown at the car. So there was a little chaos there. And then we just immediately started driving down the street.
Do you remember anyone telling Jack to drive off?
No.
Now, when you say went down the street, I'm going to direct your attention to states. Stage 1. You can use that pointer again. This is the area, Laurel Glen, Adam Drive. This little red down here, stage 1 is Laurel Glen. Can you indicate, members of the jury, where you think that Jack Snyder drove right now? You're right here, and I down Laurel Glen Drive towards Farmhouse Lane. If your pointer is now, are you indicating where at some point did Jack Snyder stop the vehicle down? So he did originally. Okay. Did he only go down Glen Drive once and stop, or did he drive back and forth several times? I don't remember that. So was your recollection down once and stop the time? What about reflect what this is pointing to? Carry on Laurel Glen Drive, say reports down the street on Laurel Glen, like in 436.
Right, that'll be reflected on the record. Thank you.
Now, Mackenzie, you had indicated just now that Jack had stopped his vehicle about 3/4 down the road on Laurel Glen Drive. Why did he stop his vehicle? Do you recall saying something to him to make him stop his vehicle? To your knowledge, why did he stop his vehicle?
I believe me, at least, wanted to get out of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you tell him to stop his vehicle?
I'm not sure. I must have said something yeah.
Did you tell him you wanted to get out? What was your demeanor at that point? Were you crying? Were you yelling? Were you screaming? Explain to the members of the jury.
I was very upset that we had gone there in the first place. I guess I was angry that we were there.
Do you recall crying at all?
No.
Who were you angry with?
Mainly, I was angry that Lito hadn't, stood up and said, let's not go there, because I was objecting a lot in the car. And then I was also angry with Jack Snyder and Tyler because they also knew that I didn't want to go.
You just wanted to go home?
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier to members of the jury you were in the trunk of the vehicle. At some point, did you get out of Jack Snyder's car?
Yes.
And how did you describe how you got out? Did you pop open the trunk? Did you jump over seats? How did you get out of the vehicle?
When the car came to a stop, I crawled over the seat and I got out of the side door, and I immediately walked to the end of the road and sat on the curb.
At some point, did other people also get out of the vehicle?
I think I think they did.
Do you know who got out?
I'm not sure exactly who at that point in time got out.
I'm going to be showing you States Exhibit, States 44. You can view this on the screen. I'm just going to play this through, okay? Mackenzie, did you see yourself getting out of that vehicle?
Yes.
What can you indicate to the members of the jury what you saw yourself doing it now in States 44?
I got out of the car and my arms were crossed, I think because I was mad, and I just walked to the end of the street and sat down. I was facing the opposite way.
Can I have that pointer, Mackenzie? Mackenzie, in pointing to States 44, I'm going to direct your attention. You can look on this big screen here. Pointing here, is that you sitting on the curb there?
Yes.
And do you recall at this point if anyone else in States 44 in this vehicle here, this is Jack Snyder's vehicle, if anyone else got out at that point?
At that moment, I was alone at the end of the road, so maybe they got out.
Now, from your recollection that night, you don't recall anyone else getting out because you just indicated you were sitting on the curb. What were you doing when you were sitting on the curb? Demonstrate to members of the jury what you were doing physically.
I had gotten to the curb and I called my sister Madison, and I was just making sure that she was on her way to pick me up and just asking her ETA.
Were you looking around? Did you have your head in your hand, your head in your hands? Were you slumped over at all? Explain to the jury what you were doing.
Yeah, I was slumped over, kind of just on my phone in a little bubble, calling her, texting her.
I'm going to direct your attention again to States 44. If you can look at the rest of the video, you can see. Mackenzie, pointing to States 44, you see these two individuals here? I don't know if you can see. So this individual here, as well as this individual here, do you know who those two individuals are that just got out of the vehicle?
Can you replay it one more time, please?
Sure.
Go until he gets up. Keep going back.
So referring to States 44, those two individuals that just got out of the vehicle, you're walking down towards the curb, you sit down. Do you know who those two individuals are?
I believe the one coming out of the driver's seat is Tyler DaSilva, and the other one, maybe Lito.
Now, Mackenzie, you see here in States 44 that you're sitting on the curb here, right? At some point, do you leave that curb area? Can you recall if you left that curb area and went to a different curb or a different area of the street?
I don't recall. I remember being on a curb.
Is it possible you left that curb area and went somewhere else?
Objection, Your Honor.
Now, Mackenzie, at some point when you were sitting in that curb area or a different curb area, did you see anyone from Shelton High School?
I didn't see anyone come up and approach me.
And when I say Shelton High School, I mean the individuals from 43 Laurel Glen from Tyler's party. Do you recall anyone approaching you or approaching that area?
No, not me. I did recall maybe some noise coming from behind me. I hadn't looked over and I was on my phone, so I don't remember who.
So you had indicated earlier before we played States 44 that you were on your phone and you were contacting who again?
My sister.
And what were you saying to your sister at that point?
I had already texted her before we even arrived to Tyler's house. As soon as, the direction changed, I had texted her saying that I was going to need a ride from Tyler's house. So when I had called her, when I got out of the car, I was just making sure that she was on her way there.
Now, Mackenzie, you saw yourself get out of Jack's vehicle. At some point, either simultaneously to when you were getting out of the vehicle or prior to, did you hear anything about a knife being talked about?
I don't remember in the car. I don't think that was the case. I remember at one point, maybe when I was getting out and leaving the area, I heard someone say something about a knife.
Do you know who that was?
I'm not sure.
And did it alarm you when you heard this information about a knife?
I didn't really I overlooked it completely. I just didn't think anything of it. I didn't think anything would have happened with a knife.
So you heard talk of a knife. You don't know if it was the defendant who said it or anyone else in the vehicle?
Yes.
Do you know how close you were to that conversation you heard about a knife? Do you know if it was when you were getting out of the vehicle? Do you know it was when you were standing by the vehicle? Do you have any recollection of when you heard it?
I believe it was I think it was when I was walking away. I don't remember the conversation being had. I don't remember what they had been talking about.
At any point when you were sitting on that curb, did you see Lito?
At one point, the boys that were in the car had walked down to the end of the street where I was sitting. I had offered all of them rides home, and including Lito, I offered him a ride home. So I saw him at that moment.
So when you say all the boys, Lito walked down there, Jack Snyder walked down there. Oh, withdrawn. Did Jack Snyder walk down there as well?
I don't know.
Tyler DaSilva walked down there. Keenan Fraczek walked down there. Wilson walked down there. And Dmitry Arfanis walked down there?
Yes.
And what did you offer them?
I told them that my sister would be there in a couple minutes, and anybody who wanted to leave could get into my car and I would drive them home.
And you told all of them that? Every single word I just indicated?
Yes, I told all of them. 3 of them accepted the offer. Will, Keenan, and Dmitry. They sat down on the curb with me. And then I also offered to the other 2 boys, and they were adamant about not coming with me.
So they did not want to go with you and your sister and leave the area?
Yes.
When you say adamant, how were they acting?
They seemed like they were getting hyped up a little bit. I felt like I was begging at one point for them to just not go back down there. My sister's going to be here in 2 minutes. Please come back with me.
Why were you begging them?
I could tell that there was 50 guys that are about they're having confrontation. It was scary. It was not a good scene. And I knew that nothing good could come out of it. So I was just kind of begging them to, leave the area. Let's go back home. Let me drop you guys off.
At some point when you were sitting on the curb area, what was withdrawn? Did Will, Keenan, and Dmitry come and sit down with you and join you on the curb?
Yes.
When Tyler and Lito, as you indicated, denied or objected to going home with your sister, where do you recall them going?
I just remember I offered them the ride multiple times and they declined, and it seemed like they had just disappeared. They ran off.
At some point, withdrawn. Was Jack's car still in the area at that point?
It may have been. I don't remember exactly where, but definitely somewhere down the road.
Do you have a recollection of Tyler and Lito getting back into Jack's car and going back towards Tyler Rich's house?
I just remember them leaving. I don't remember if they walked down there or drove their car down there.
When they left the area, who was left where you were?
It was me, Keenan, Dmitry, and Will.
When you were sitting there waiting for your sister to show up, did you hear anything at all from down the street near Tyler Rich's house?
I heard noise, but I had been hearing noise and, loud talking or shouting all night. So I just assumed that it was the same thing.
From your vantage point and sitting on the curb area down Laurel Glen, if you were to withdraw, did you look down Laurel Glen towards Tyler Rich's house? Did you see anything going on? Were you able to see anything from your vantage point?
I didn't see anything. I also wear glasses or contacts, so I just don't think we were really looking in that direction. Me, Keenan, Dmitry, and Will were maybe a little bit in conversation.
And at some point, did your sister come pick you up?
Yes.
And your sister's name?
Madison.
And when Madison came to pick you up, did anyone else get in the vehicle with you?
So she pulled up at the end of the road. I got into the passenger seat. Keenan and Dmitry got into the back, and we were waiting to see if Will needed a ride home. He was on the phone with his girlfriend, trying to get in contact with her to see if she would pick him up instead.
So Will did not enter your sister's car?
No, he was waiting near the passenger door next to me.
Did your sister wait before his girlfriend came to pick him up, or did you leave the area before that occurred?
She was waiting to see what he was going to do.
And indicate again where you got into your sister's car and where Keenan and Dmitry got into your sister's car?
I got into the passenger seat and they got into the second row in the back of me.
Mackenzie, I'm showing you stage 44. This is a video taken. You can describe the members of the jury. Well, indicate if you recognize your sister's car at all and if you recognize or if you see car at all. I'm going to play it through once, okay?
I believe that's Jack Snyder's car passing from the one in the front and then going up.
And that car that just stopped right there, whose car is that?
That's my sister.
Is that when you and Dmitry and Keenan got into your sister's vehicle?
Yes.
Do you recall this happening?
Yeah, we had gotten into the vehicle. As I said, I was waiting to see if Will needed a ride home, and we were connecting to the Bluetooth.
Now, Mackenzie, at some point, did anyone else get into your vehicle at that moment or that shortly after that moment?
Yes.
Okay. And who else got into that vehicle?
At one point, Lito maybe came from behind the car and he kind of came up to the window, the passenger seat window, and he asked quickly to my sister, he said, "Hey, Maddie, can I get a ride home?"
Was that before or after Jack's car drove off as you see it?
I think after.
Now, he came up to your passenger side window or Madison's passenger side window?
To my window.
And he asked your sister through your window if he can get a ride home?
Yes.
When you were withdrawn, how was the lighting at that point? Were you able to observe Lito? Did you observe any injuries on him? Did he look like he had just been in a fight? If you can explain.
He quickly came up to the window and I didn't observe anything. I didn't observe him looking like there was any marks or anything on him. And then he just quickly got into the back seat.
When he got into the back seat, did he sit directly behind you?
Yes.
And at some point, did your sister Madison drive off from out of the area to take the individuals in her car home and also bring you home with her?
Yes, we were facing away from Tyler's house and we continued to drive that way.
So down Laurel Glen, withdrawn. Well, down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse, or did you turn around and go back towards Adams, towards Tyler Rich's house?
We did not go back towards his house. We continued going, I guess, towards Farmhouse. Yeah.
Now, on the car ride back to everyone's designated houses, explain or describe the atmosphere in the car. Music playing, were people talking?
So we had the music playing pretty loudly. There was no talking in the back, or none that I heard. I didn't hear anyone talking in the back. I was already kind of in a bad mood, so I was just kind of sitting in the front.
When you say the music was playing loudly, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Was it so loud that you couldn't even hear your sister talk? Explain the loudness.
It was pretty loud, I would say. We normally play the music pretty loud in the car, and yeah.
Did you recall hearing Lito say anything in the car?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Lito?
No.
And why not?
I was very angry this night because I didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house. Once again, I had a lot of friends that were there, so I just didn't want to get involved during the middle of it. So I think I was just very upset that we had been there. So there was no conversations really going on.
And who did your sister drop off first, if you can recall?
Keenan and Dmitry, they were staying together at one of their houses.
And then at some point after your sister dropped off Keenan and Dmitry, it was you and Lito and your sister left in the vehicle.
Yes.
And was there conversation, and withdrawn, where does Keenan and Dmitry live? Whoever's house you went to, do you recall where they live, what town?
I think Trumbull.
Now, going from Trumbull back to where Lito lived, do you recall what town Lito lives in?
Milford.
Going back from Trumbull back to Milford where Lito lived, was there conversation in the vehicle between you and him, your sister?
No.
It was silent.
Yes.
Do Do you recall how long it took your sister to go from Trumbull, from Keenan's house to Lito's house?
I would say 15 minutes max.
And what happened with John? Did your sister indeed get to Lito's house?
Yes.
And what happened when you got to Lito's house?
He then asked me if I could step outside with him.
Out of the car? And did you indeed step out of the car?
No.
And why not?
I didn't want to talk to him.
And when you refused to get out of the vehicle, what happened next?
He just left.
And your sister left?
Yes.
Mackenzie, while you're in the car ride from Laurel Glen to drop off the kids in your car, did you receive any FaceTime calls or any Snapchat messages from friends of yours?
So on my way back home to my house, I got a text message from a group chat with girls that I went to high school with.
Now, without telling us what they said, just tell us the vibe of what it was.
It seems like someone had heard that there was a fight. So there was maybe rumors going around. There was talk about a stabbing, that someone had been stabbed.
Were these friends of yours that were local, or were these friends of yours that were in upstate New York at the prom house, as you indicated earlier in your testimony?
They were at the prom house.
These were girls that were in upstate New York that had heard about what had happened at 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
And did you receive any other messages from anyone else?
So initially, after that message, we had a little group FaceTime call, and I guess everybody was just confused. We didn't know what was going on. We didn't believe that anything had happened. We were like, there's no way that something like that could have happened. So I even was like, I just dropped him off. I don't believe that could have happened. What then started to make me nervous was I received a Snapchat from Rosie McGrath and Pete and Kate. And when I went to go look to see what they had said, it seemed like there was some foul language, and that definitely made me, I was nervous. I didn't know what was going on, and I was confused why they were reaching out to me.
Did you respond to that Snapchat message?
No, I didn't open them.
Now, in addition to dropping Lito off, in the car ride home from Lito's house, so after you dropped Lito off, in the car ride home to Lito's house, did you engage in any text message conversations with him?
So when I received that phone call from my friends, as well as from Rosie and her friend, I immediately texted Lito and I asked him what was going on.
And why did you ask him that?
Because in the messages from my friends, they indicated that there was a rumor going around that he had been in a fight and that he had stabbed someone. And people were throwing around names to see like who had maybe been involved.
May I approach counsel, Your Honor? May I approach the witness, Your Honor? May I approach? Mackenzie, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Mackenzie, I'm showing you what's been marked as stage 97-1, right at this point. Right, you recognize that document, and there's several pages, but do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you recognize that document to be?
These were text messages between me and Lito.
Now, do you know the defendant's number offhand as you sit here today?
No.
At some point, did you have an opportunity when you started dating Lito to exchange phone numbers with him?
Yes.
And when you exchanged phone numbers with him, did you put a name, you got the phone number, did you put a name associated with that phone number?
Yes.
And what name did you associate his phone number with?
Lito.
And at times when you were dating him, did you have opportunities to text message him, have phone conversations with him? And when you did you access this number under the name Lito in your phone?
Yes.
And these text messages you see here, when were those text messages produced?
After I had dropped him off on the way home to my house.
Now, in looking at states 97 through 101, in the text messages, is there a back and forth conversation between you and Lito at this time?
Yes.
I would ask, is marked as a full exhibit, Your Honor?
No.
Court will accept into evidence as states full exhibits 97 through 101.
No, I'm showing you what's now been marked exhibits 97 through 101. I'm showing you here what's been marked as exhibits 97 through 101. In looking at 97, you see that clearly on your screen. I know it's a little blurry.
Yes.
Now, in looking at 97, you see.
It's a little blurry now.
What about now?
Yeah, that's good.
Autofocus at the moment. That works better. Okay. Can you see that on there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the blue writing that you see there, whose handwriting or withdrawn? Who's text messaging in the blue?
That's mine.
And the white that you see there in States 97, whose is that?
Lito's.
Now, Mackenzie, I'm going to ask that I'm going to read your part into the record and publish it, and you are going to read Lito's part record, okay?
Okay.
So in States 97, you indicate, and you said you contacted Lito first?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicate, are you fucking serious? I hate you. Someone just called me and said you stabbed someone. You just ruined everything, Lito. Literally ruined everything for me. Answer the phone. IDK, what to do? everyone is texting me. What does IDK mean?
I don't know.
If you can read Lito's parts, please.
I didn't do anything. I wasn't there. Stop texting anyone. Stop answering.
Now I'm going to show you states 98, which is a continuation of the text messaging. Can you see that clearly on your end?
Yes.
I'm going to read your parts. Lito, everyone knows who you are. Everyone knows you're my boyfriend. And what does Lito said?
I know.
And you say, Lito, everyone's texting me. What does he say?
Stop answering what happened.
And you say, don't talk to me. And what does he say?
Okay, stop answering anyone.
Then you say, you fucked up, Lito. And what does he say?
How? I wasn't there.
Then you say, if my parents find out. Showing you states 99. Can you see that clearly?
Yep.
Stop saying that, you said. And then what do you say?
Okay, stop texting, please, Kens.
And then you say, I'm not texting anyone. And what does Lito say?
Don't text me. I'm going to Florida.
And then you say, they're texting me. When? Lito, I need you to answer me, please. And what does he say?
What, Kens?
And then you say, I'm so scared. What's going on? Showing you states 100. In the blue, you say, I'm shaking. Can you please tell me? I won't tell anyone. I swear. And what do you say?
I can't text anything.
And then you say, I'm so scared. And then what does he say?
I wasn't there.
And you say, what's happening? And then what does Lito say?
No, I wasn't there.
And you say, I'm so scared, Lito. What's happening? Please answer me. And then you say,
nothing is happening.
Withdrawn. Lito says.
Nothing is happening.
And then finally states 101.
Nothing is happening.
And then you say, can you call me please when I get home? And he says,
yes.
And then you say, Lito, his sister just texted me. I'm so scared. I don't want to look. And you said, Lito says,
what did she say? Swipe it.
And then you say, IDK, I don't know. I'm so scared. And Lito says,
don't answer anyone.
Now, Mackenzie, prior to you text messaging Lito, did he ever mention anything about going to Florida before you went to the party at Laurel Glen or anything at all? Going to Florida on vacation or going to Florida the next day?
No.
The first time you heard about him going to Florida was in these text messages?
Yes.
After this text message conversation with Lito, did you have any other communication with him?
As I was still in the car, I called him. He answered, and for about less than 2 minutes, I continued to ask him what was going on. I'm hearing all these things. What's happening? What's going on?
What was his response?
He said, I wasn't there. I didn't do anything. What are you talking about?
So he kept denying that he was there, kept denying that he did anything?
Yes.
And this phone call was before or after you arrived at your house?
It might have been, I was still sitting in the car in the driveway.
And for how long did it last for?
It was under 2 minutes, and I remember hearing voices in the background.
You were hearing voices in the background. Did you recognize those voices?
No.
Mackenzie, when was the last time you saw Lito prior to today?
That night.
Now, after the text messages with Lito and also the brief conversation you had, did you realize at that point the severity of what occurred at 43 Laurel Glen?
I was in shock, but I also didn't fully believe that something bad had happened. I now at this point was thinking to myself, there must have been a fight between boys, like a fist fight, and maybe a bunch of kids got kind of beat up or black eyes and stuff. I didn't even think that anything else could have happened.
I want to show you a photograph that has been marked as 57. Mackenzie, do you recognize who this person is in this photograph?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Jimmy McGrath.
And are you familiar with Jimmy?
I grew up with Jimmy.
And at what point, Mackenzie, did you learn about what happened that night to Jimmy?
When I had gotten home, I went to bed. I figured I'd wake up in the morning and it would have died down, or, if there was a fight, something would have died down. And I was woken up in the middle of the night. The police wanted to come question me. So I went downstairs to my kitchen table with my sister. And I remember my parents went to the door to open it up for the police. And I just remember my mom screaming. And then at this point, I was like, what's going on? Something seriously bad must have happened. Still, I didn't know the extent to what had happened. So they sat down. They just asked me about my day, like you're doing, about my night. And when they had left, my parents had told me that Jimmy had passed.
And what was your reaction, Mackenzie?
That was the worst news, the worst night of my life. I fell to the floor. My entire family fell to the floor. And it was just the worst I've ever received.
I just may have one moment, Your Honor. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Trafecante.
Good afternoon.
We've never met before, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, when I ask a question, you just have to make sure you answer out loud so that the court reporter can catch it, okay? And we got to compete also with this fan up here that's going, all right?
Okay.
So you told us that in May of 2022, at that point, you'd been dating Mr. Valle for about 3 months.
Yes.
And you were a senior at that point, fixing to graduate. He was a junior about to go into his senior year, right?
Yes.
And you told us as well that you had grown up and gone to Shelton schools, right?
Yes.
And then you went to St. Joseph's High School in Trumbull after you'd gone through the Shelton school system prior to that, right?
Yes.
And that you'd grown up with Tyler Rich.
Yes.
And I'm just going to go through a list of names and see if you know these folks, okay? Did you know a Jacob Villalobos?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was in all of my classes, middle school, intermediate school. We went to elementary school together. He was my good friend.
Okay. Did you know a Michael Samperi?
I believe he was maybe a grade or two below me. I knew of him. I've probably hung out with him a couple times in group settings.
Did you know a Sal Perry?
Yes.
You know him?
I also grew up with him. I've been to his house many times. He was another one of my really good friends growing up.
Did you know an Alex Bernson?
I don't know who that is.
Did you know a Matthew Lokovich?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Once again, family friends, grew up with him. I think we dated in 6th grade.
Okay. Did you know Ty Wood?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was a grade or two below me, and just from being from Shelton, he's been at parties that I've been at and stuff like that.
Did you know Ryan Heinz?
No.
Did you know Thomas Connery?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was in my sister's grade and in my sister's fun group when she was also growing up.
And did you know his brother Charles Connery?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He was Tommy's younger brother. He wasn't in my grade, but I just knew his name. I've probably seen him out multiple times as well.
Did you know a person named Tanner Chernowski?
Yes.
How did you know Tanner?
He was also from Shelton. He hung out with a lot of my guy friends from Shelton.
And you would consider yourself to be good friends with those people?
At the time, yes.
And you told us that you at some point received a call. Was it Rosie McGrath?
I received a call from my high school friend group. Rosie had Snapchatted me.
Okay. And that was Jimmy McGrath's sister?
Yes.
So you knew her the same way that you knew Jimmy from growing up?
She was one of my good friends growing up as well, yeah.
And do you still remain in contact with all those folks?
No.
None of them. When was the last time you talked with Jack Snyder?
I may have seen him around slightly in the last couple of years. When we went out in New Haven, I would see his face. We don't keep in contact now.
And you told us that you also knew Tyler Rich.
Yes.
And that was because, again, you'd grown up with Tyler Rich?
Yes.
And were your families also friends?
Our parents probably knew each other.
And you told us about starting the night off. Well, before starting the night off, you were telling the state's attorney about the night before this had been the prom, right?
Yes.
And you'd gone to that prom with Mr. Valle?
Yes.
And your parents didn't want you to go to the prom house that was in upstate New York, right?
Yes.
And so you spent the next day going to the beach with Mr. Valle, right?
Yes.
Where was that?
Milford?
And you went to the beach, you said, for a few hours, and then you went back to Mr. Valle's house, right?
Yes.
And following that, you got a ride from Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva over to Lazy Brook.
Yes.
And that was Madigan Leifer's house, right?
Yes.
She's the older sister of Austin. And you knew Madigan through lacrosse, right?
Yes.
Did you say that your father was a lacrosse coach for Madigan?
He was a lacrosse coach for my entire grade. So a bunch of girls, including Rosie, was on the team.
And this was a girls' lacrosse party, correct?
The party was not a girls' lacrosse party, I don't believe.
Did you see a lot of members of the girls' lacrosse team there?
Some members who were juniors and a couple members who were seniors.
Was Madigan a junior or a senior?
A senior.
Did you know an Emily Robinson?
No.
If I asked you this already, I apologize. Did you know Ryan Heinz?
No, I did not.
But you did tell us that you knew Faison Teele, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see any sort of a fight, right?
I didn't know.
But you saw that picture before of what you identified as Mr. Snyder and Mr. Valle, right?
Yes.
But you don't know when that picture was taken. Is that fair to say?
I do know when it was taken.
You do know when it was taken?
Yes.
How do you know when it was taken?
I remember the boys coming back from the garage, and that's when they looked like they were dressed up like that. And I remember that picture being taken.
You remember telling us before that you weren't watching Mr. Valle throughout the night?
No, I wasn't.
But now you're telling us that you're sure that you know when that photo was taken?
Yes.
You at least know that you saw them wearing those outfits throughout the night, right?
Yes.
When did you see Mr. Valle put the neck pillow on?
I don't remember him putting it on. I just remember seeing him with it on.
Oh, okay. When did you see Mr. Valle put the helmet on?
I don't remember when he put it on.
Okay. And at some point, Mrs. Leifer comes and breaks up the party, right?
Yes.
And tells everybody, time to go clear out, and you guys all leave the party?
Yes.
Go get into Mr. Snyder's car.
Yep.
And that was the 7 of you that you've described to us, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, the plan for the night had been to go to the Lifer's house, but now it changed because that party was over, right?
Yes.
And there was no plan at that point to go anywhere specific. Is that fair?
Seemed like there was a plan to go to Trumbull High School.
Okay. At some point, you became aware that folks were planning to go there, but when the party broke up, that had not been the plan already, right? That was sort of an impromptu, what are we going to do now kind of thing.
Yes.
Okay. And then you got over to Trumbull High School and you said that there were maybe 40 or so people that had been over at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
Those 40 people didn't all go to Trumbull High School, right?
Not all of them, but there was a good amount of people at Trumbull High School.
Okay. More than 2 cars?
Yes.
And you said there were tons of underclassmen at the party, right?
Yes.
You told us
At the Lazy Brook party?
at the Lazy Brook party.
Yes.
And you told us you remembered one of them was Sydney.
Yes.
How did you know Sydney?
She was just a friend of mine. She was a senior as well.
Okay. Was that Sydney Wims?
Yes.
And once you got to Trumbull High School, you said on the way to Trumbull High School, 4 of you squeezed into the back seat of the car, right?
Yes.
And Jack was driving and Tyler was in the passenger seat in the front.
Yep.
And you told us that you had lapped up in the back, meaning you were sitting in Mr. Valley's lap.
I believe so.
And then at some point, the decision was made to leave from Trumbull High School, right?
Yes.
And you thought they were going to take you home.
Yep.
Because there was no plan at that point to go anywhere else, right?
Yes.
At that point, you guys had the party at 5 Lazy Brook, which was really the plan for the night, and that had ended, right?
Yep.
And then you went to Trumbull High School thinking, well, maybe the party can be extended, I think you said. And ultimately that fizzled out too, right? And you think it was just about 25 minutes that you spent there at Trumbull High School?
Yes.
And the vibe on the way there was light and there was music playing.
Yep.
And you described later on in the evening when you're driving in your sister's car that the music was playing loudly, right?
Yeah.
Was the music also playing loudly in the car on the way there?
Yes.
So no matter whose car you were in, it sounds like the music is being played loudly. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Not worried about your hearing.
Sorry, say that again?
At this age, you're not worried about your...
Not.
And then while you're sitting in the second row, after getting back into the car to leave Trumbull High School, it's the 4 of you squeezed in again, right?
Yes.
And you're sitting back in Raul's lap?
Yep.
And there's one person who's in the trunk area, right? And that's Demetrius?
I wasn't sure who was in the trunk out of the boys.
Okay. But somebody was back there?
Yes.
Wasn't really room for much more than one person back there, right?
Yes.
And then you realized as you passed by the reservoir that you were not going to your home. Is that fair to say?
We were headed in the direction of the reservoir, and I guess before you pass it, you have an option to turn left into Isinglass.
That's what you were expecting, is that you were going to turn there and that would keep you going in the direction towards your home?
Sorry, driving by the reservoir would have taken me more towards my home. So when we turned, I realized we were not going back to my house.
Because to that point, there had been no discussion of going anywhere else. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then you changed routes and you said that the vibe in the car had changed. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And you said it seemed like the boys were set on going to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
Did you know at that point that you were going to Tyler Rich's house?
They had made me aware, I guess. They had stated that they were headed over there.
They knew that that was Tyler Rich's house?
They must have known.
They said, we're going to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Valley know Tyler Rich?
To my knowledge, I'll allow it. To my knowledge, no.
Mr. Valley did not go to Shelton schools and grow up with these same kids that you've described?
No.
But you yourself said you'd grown up with Tyler Rich and you'd been to his house a ton of times, right?
Yes.
Did you start to recognize that you were on your way to Tyler Rich's house while the ride was occurring?
I'm not great with back roads, but I believe we were headed in the direction of that area in town.
And you said the 2 boys in the front made it known that we were going to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
That was Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva, right?
Yes.
You were still sitting in Mr. Valley's lap.
Yes, and I had then after moved to the back.
But at this point, while you're going there, you're still sitting in Mr. Valley's lap.
Yes.
He didn't make it known to you that you were going to Tyler Rich's house, did he?
No.
And you said you objected multiple times that you didn't want to go to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
Because you knew all these kids, right? You'd grown up with these kids, right?
Yeah.
You didn't want to have a confrontation with these kids.
Yes.
You were upset that Mr. Valley didn't object or stand up for you, right?
Yes.
And you said Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva in the front were pushing for it and that Jack Snyder was adamant about going, right?
Just both of them, not one over the other. But yeah, they were adamant about going.
Both Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva.
Yes.
And so you contacted your sister, Madison, right?
Yes.
And you started to make plans. Hey, can you come pick me up? I don't want to be here.
Yes.
Did she acknowledge that and say, okay, I'll be right there?
She acknowledged it, yes.
And shortly thereafter, you arrived at what you recognized at that point as being Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Because you'd been there a number of times before.
Yep.
When you got there, was there anyone in the front yard?
I think I probably saw briefly a group forming in the front yard until I ducked down in the back.
Okay. And you said you had to climb over the back seat to get into the trunk area.
Yes.
Demetrius make room for you back there?
Yes.
He was still back there?
If it was Demetrius who was back there, then yes. The one person who was also in the back made room for me.
Okay, so at this point, there's two of you in the back trunk area.
Now there is, yes.
And you climbed back there because you were scared of what was about to happen. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Because people started to pour out of the house, right?
Yes.
It wasn't just that you were embarrassed, like, man, I don't want these people to see me here. They know me. It wasn't that, right?
I was embarrassed. I did not want to be seen.
But it wasn't just that you were embarrassed. Is that fair to say?
I guess.
You
Yes.
started to fear what might occur. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Because these people were pouring out of the house and there were more and more of them coming, right?
Didn't seem like there was like more and more coming. It seemed like people were kind of outside already.
Okay. How many people did it seem like were there?
25 kids, maybe?
Okay. But they weren't 25 kids when you pulled up, right?
I'm not sure. I didn't have a good view from my back seat, so
Okay. And these 25 kids, they didn't just stay in the driveway, did they?
they were crowding around the car.
They surrounded the vehicle, right?
Yes.
Started pounding on the vehicle.
There were noises. I don't know if it was pounding, if people were throwing things at the vehicle, but
You couldn't see what was happening because you were ducked down in the back,
yes.
ducked down with your head tucked so that you weren't looking at anything out the windows.
I was in a position where if I wanted to, I could probably pop up. That's when I saw Faison and said hi to him.
And when you said hi to him, did you think, okay, everything's going to be okay now?
It seemed like a friendly encounter between the two of us.
Did it stay a friendly encounter between the vehicle and the people outside?
I really noticed that near the front of the vehicle, there was some confrontation going on between whoever was on the outside of the window and Jack Snyder.
So it didn't remain a peaceful encounter between the people inside the vehicle and the people outside the vehicle. Is that fair?
Yes.
And could you, when you would pop your head up, could you see people surrounding the car?
Yes.
Was Mr. Valle still seated in front of you now in the rear seat where he had been, where you'd previously been in his lap?
I believe so.
And was his window down?
Yes.
Was he screaming things out that window?
I don't remember.
Was Tyler DaSilva screaming things in the front?
I think there was noise coming from some of the boys in the car who were in the first row and the second row. It was kind of combined noise from all of them.
When people surrounded the vehicle, did you become more scared?
Yes.
Why?
Because I couldn't see very well, but as the only girl in this entire environment, this is not a place that I wanted to be, surrounded by a bunch of football boys who are big and scary.
And could you see their faces?
No.
Did you feel the car rocking or shaking?
At one point, I just maybe, whether it was rocking or things being thrown at the car, I definitely felt chaotic.
Did you want to get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you want to get out of the car right there where it was?
I was planning on getting out of the car as soon as we drove away.
You were planning on getting out of the car as soon as it was safe. Is that fair?
Yes.
Didn't seem safe to you to get out of the car right there where it was. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said somebody approached Jack Snyder's window and there was some kind of a confrontation, right?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shatter at any point?
I heard a lot of commotion. I couldn't identify exactly what the commotion was coming from.
But you do remember banging on the car, right?
Yes.
And now you're laying down in the trunk, you told us, right?
I was crouched down. I might have been on sitting crouched. I'm not exactly sure which way I was crouched, but I definitely was crouched.
Because at this point, you're terrified about what's happening, right?
I was scared, yes.
Were you worried that someone was going to break a window out?
I was worried if we hadn't gotten out of there soon enough, it was going to escalate, and I didn't want to be in the car when that happened.
That it was going to escalate, and what would happen?
Boys would start fighting in front of me.
Were you worried you might be dragged out of the car?
No.
And you said this lasted a couple of minutes at the most?
Yes.
And you said there was a little chaos going on, right?
Yes.
It was more than a little chaos, wasn't it?
It was loud. There was a lot of people, a lot of boys. It was definitely scary.
You said these were all big football guys, right?
Yes.
And it was a little scary?
I was scared at the moment, but I also didn't think that I was going to get hurt. I didn't think anyone was going to hurt me.
Had you ever been as scared as that in your life?
No, sorry, I take that back. I wasn't like super scared just because I felt like I was safe in the backseat.
You felt safe in the backseat?
Yeah, for the time being, I wasn't interacting with anyone outside.
Okay. And then at some point, the car drives off, gets out of this being surrounded situation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you feel relief?
Yes.
great relief?
Yes.
Had you ever felt relief like that in your life?
I'm not sure.
And you don't remember the car driving up and down, back and forth on Laurel Glen Drive, right?
No, I just remember immediately getting out and walking to the end of the road.
And you don't remember people in the vehicle throwing things out the window, is that fair?
Yes.
And the car stops, and we saw that on Exhibit 44, right?
Yes.
And we saw you get out and walk down to the end of the street and sit on the curb. And then you identified Tyler and DaSilva, that is, and Mr. Valle as also being out of the car, correct?
Yes.
Did you remember that a group of the Shelton High kids came down the street?
I didn't remember anyone specifically. I didn't remember seeing anyone's faces.
After you watched Exhibit 44, did that refresh your recollection of what occurred that night?
I remember maybe commotion around me. I was sitting on the curb on the phone and I wasn't involved in the commotion, so I didn't see anyone specifically coming up to us, no.
Fair to say your attention was hyper-focused on trying to get your sister there as quickly as possible?
Yes.
Main thing on your mind was you wanted to get out of there as badly as possible?
Yes.
Because you were scared of being there any longer, right? And you said you were very upset and angry, right?
Yeah.
And you told the state's attorney you don't recall crying?
I don't remember for sure, but I cry a lot, so I mean, it could have happened.
Okay. And again, you were angry in part because you felt like Raul hadn't stood up for you when you had objected to coming here in the first place, right?
It wasn't just about him. I was just angry at everyone in the car who decided to go there.
Okay, but your anger, you told us before, as far as it was directed at Raul, was because he hadn't stood up for you when you'd objected and said, I don't want to go here.
That was one of the reasons I was angry, yes.
You were also angry with Jack Snyder and Tyler DaSilva for having driven you over there, right?
Yes.
When you were in that car and it was surrounded by all those folks, was there any way for you to make that car go anywhere?
No.
Did it seem safe for you to stay there where that car was?
No.
To the folks on the outside of that car, did you feel like it was going to stop them, just the vehicle itself?
Say that again?
Sure. As they're attacking the car, did you think, we're safe, we're fine, these guys will stop?
No, I wanted to get out of there.
Did you see Tyler Rich at any point when the car was surrounded?
I think I might have seen his face. If I saw a couple of faces, it would probably be him and Faison.
Did you have any interactions with Tyler Rich?
No.
And once that car stopped, you said you crawled over the seat, right? To get out of the trunk area, right? I'm sorry, you have to say it.
Yes, sorry.
It's okay. And that's when we saw you walking down the street.
Yes.
Sat on the curb, called your sister Madison to make sure she was on her way.
Yes.
And then, again, you said you were slumped over in a little bubble, just texting your sister, right?
Yes.
Trying as much as possible to keep things together for yourself?
What do you mean keep things together?
To keep from panicking?
I was trying to get out there as soon as possible.
Okay, was some panic starting to set in? Did you feel panicked?
Yes.
Did you feel some anxiety?
I was mainly just angry.
Mainly just angry. You said you don't remember any talk about a knife when you were in the car, right?
No.
You didn't see a knife when you were in the car?
No.
You said you weren't sure who, but you think you heard some talk about a knife.
I don't know if it was coming out of the car or when everybody had crowded around the curb. I remember hearing something about a knife.
Was it Jack Snyder's voice?
I don't recall if it was him.
You don't recall if it was Raul's voice?
No.
You don't recall if it was Tyler DaSilva's voice?
No. It was kind of a conversation that I was overhearing from, I wasn't directly like in that conversation.
When you recall this conversation happening, how far away do you think you were from where it was occurring?
Probably a couple feet. I was sitting on my own on the curb, but it could have been a couple feet away.
Do you recall seeing any of the boys from your group around the car, inspecting the car for damage?
No.
And you said when you think you heard this talk about the knife, you overlooked it and didn't think anything of it?
Yes.
You didn't hear anybody from your group making any threats about going back to the party to kill somebody?
No.
You didn't hear your party, anybody from your group making any threats at all?
No.
And you offered all of these boys a ride home?
Yes.
Except for Jack Snyder, right?
Yes.
Because Jack Snyder was the one driving the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, did you see Jack Snyder drive the vehicle off and it left your field of vision?
Just from the video that I was shown, I saw that his car was driving maybe. I don't remember his car driving off.
So was there a time when you were on the curb with the other people that had gotten out of the car and Jack Snyder wasn't there because he had driven off?
I wasn't sure about his whereabouts.
And you offered them a ride home with your sister?
Yes.
She wasn't there at that point, right?
No.
You couldn't see her anywhere?
No.
And you said that things were getting hyped up a little bit at that point.
So the kids agreed to get into the car and I would give them a ride home. They were just sitting on the curb with me. I would say only Tyler and Lito seemed like they were getting hyped up.
When you say getting hyped up a little bit, what were they doing?
They were just loud. I asked them multiple times, hey, let me give you guys a ride home. Let's go home. And they were refusing multiple times. They just seemed adrenaline.
Okay. And where was Jack Snyder in the car at that point?
I'm not sure. Maybe behind us. I'm not sure where he was.
Could you see it anywhere?
No.
At some point, you became aware that the car had come back from wherever it had gone, that you didn't see it, right?
I honestly wasn't paying attention to his car. I don't know where his car was at that moment.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva get back into Jack Snyder's vehicle?
I don't remember. I didn't know if they were on foot or if they had driven the car back. Yeah.
So you didn't see them get back into the vehicle?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing them.
And you're still sitting on the curb at that point?
Yes.
And you said you could tell there were 50 guys and it was scary and nothing good was going to happen.
Yes.
And those 50 guys, as you've described them, that would be the Shelton kids, right?
Yes.
Because there were only 7 of you in that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And then as you're down there on the curb with Keenan, Fraczek, Dmitry, Arfanis, and Will Sinjwald, you told us you heard noise from 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
But you couldn't see anything, right?
No.
Because you were that far away?
Yes.
So you never saw a large crowd of people fighting in the yard of 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
No.
But while that's going on and you can't see anything, but you can hear it, you're still on the curb waiting for your sister to come.
Yes, at the other end of the street.
Are you getting panicked at that point about when is she coming? Is she coming?
No, I think I had her location and I thought she was like a minute away, 2 minutes away.
Oh, okay. You could see on your phone where her location was.
Yeah, if I didn't have her location at that point, I had just asked her, texted her where she was.
And she was also familiar with this area from the same way that you were because families had grown up and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And when she pulled up, you still could not see Mr. Snyder, Mr. DaSilva, or Mr. Valle, right?
I didn't see them like face to face now.
And you got into the car in the front passenger seat.
Yes.
Your sister drives, or at that time drove a Volkswagen.
Yes.
And Mr. Fraczek, Mr. Arfanis, they get into the back seat, right?
Yes.
You said Mr. Sinjwald, he was waiting to see if his girlfriend was going to come pick him up.
Yep.
So you guys are kind of sitting there waiting for that to resolve itself as far as Mr. Sinjwald's ride.
Yes.
When you see the pilot pull back up, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Valle got out and you said he came up to your window?
I didn't, by the way, see the pilot drive up.
Okay.
I saw Lido somehow appear to the passenger side window.
Okay, so you didn't see the pilot. You just saw Mr. Valle appear there to the side.
The pilot was in front of me. I didn't see it like come back towards me or anything like that.
Okay. And he asked, Maddie, can I get a ride home?
Yes.
And then you said he got into the back seat, right?
Yes.
How quick was that interaction?
Literally just, hey, can I have a ride home? And he got right back in the back seat.
And then he was sitting in the back seat behind you.
Yes.
You were pissed off at him.
Yes.
Right? Had you ever been that angry in your life?
I was pretty angry. I've been angry before.
Okay, fair enough. You were at least so angry that you didn't want to talk to Mr. Valle. Is that fair?
Yes.
You didn't want to look at Mr. Valle. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you didn't look at Mr. Valle.
Correct.
So you didn't have anything more than this quick interaction with him at the window in order to observe him at all. Is that fair?
Yes.
So you couldn't see whether or not he was injured.
Correct.
And on the ride, you said the music was up, playing loudly. Oh, to be young. And you're driving, music playing loudly, and there's no talking going on in the car. Is that right?
Yes.
You're not talking to Maddie at all in the front?
No.
But you don't hear anything that's being discussed in the seat behind you. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then Maddie takes and drops off Keenan and Demetrius together in Trumbull.
Yes.
How long did that take to get there?
5 minutes.
That was close.
Yes.
And then you went to take Mr. Valle home, right?
Yes.
15 minutes max to get from Trumbull to Milford. No talking.
No.
You're still angry.
Yes.
You got there, dropped him off. You still didn't want to talk to him.
Yes.
You say he asked you to step out. You just ignored that and left, right?
Correct.
Then you said texts start up, rumors are going around, talk of a stabbing in a group FaceTime call, right?
Correct.
A lot of confusion.
Yes.
And then now as you're riding home to your house from Mr. Valle's, you started to text with Mr. Valle.
Yes.
And we saw those texts in exhibits 97 through 101, right?
Yeah.
And those are coming pretty fast and furious, right?
Yes.
You're texting one after another. He starts responding back, right?
Yes.
You were scared.
Yes.
You said something about if my parents find out. You were panicking at that point, right?
Yes.
And did it seem to you from the demeanor of those texts with Mr. Valle that he was panicking as well?
Objection, Your Honor. How would you know?
It's asking about appeared how it appeared? Did it seem? I'll allow it. You can answer.
He was answering very weirdly. I didn't know what he was saying.
It was not the way you normally talked with him, was it?
No,
And the answers didn't make any sense to you, did they?
no.
You'd been there with him, right?
Yes.
And we talked before about whether or not you have a nickname. Do people sometimes call you Kins or Kinsey?
Yes.
And we see that in some of these, right? He's saying, please, Kins, right?
Yes.
And you're pleading with him to tell you what's going on, right?
Yes.
And this is all just on the ride back from dropping him off to your house, right?
Yes.
And that takes 15 minutes?
Yeah.
At the most?
Probably when I make a trip to Milford, I would say like 18 minutes.
Okay. And so, but this didn't start immediately once you got into the car. You didn't start immediately texting with him, right?
No, I had that group FaceTime call. I had received texts, and then that's when I had initiated the texting.
So how long do you think it took for all of those texts to go back and forth?
10 minutes, maybe, max.
Max, right? Because these are going back and forth, back and forth. You're peppering him with questions. He's giving you responses that don't make any sense to you.
Yes.
And that's not the way Mr. Valle normally would text with you, was it?
No.
And you said, so scared, what's going on? I won't tell anyone, I swear, right?
Yes.
And you said that when you'd been together earlier in the day, he hadn't mentioned anything about going to Florida.
No.
Were you aware that there was a plan for the family to go to Florida?
No.
And you called him, you said, and he answered and talked to you for 2 minutes?
Yes.
And his demeanor when you were talking to him, did he seem panicked?
He kept saying, nothing's going on, nothing's happening. Stop panicking, nothing's happening.
Did that seem scared to you?
That was very weird. I didn't know what was going on.
Didn't make any sense to you, did it?
No, it didn't.
He was telling you, I wasn't there, right?
Yes.
That didn't make any sense to you, did it?
No.
You kept telling him that he was, right?
Yes.
And that was the last time that you saw Mr. Valle?
Yeah, that's the last time we saw each other.
And he told us that was the worst night of your life.
Yes.
Officers came to talk to you that early the next morning.
Yes.
Before the sun was up.
Yeah.
And you told them everything that you knew about it, right?
Yep.
Thank you.
No redirect. Hi, Taylor. How you doing today? I'm good. Hi, Taylor. How old are you?
19.
And previous to today, do you recall us meeting and speaking? And why did we do that?
In this case?
Did we go over your testimony? And did I tell you to just tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Did I tell you what to say today? Are you prepared to testify today? Do you go to school? And if so, where do you go?
I go to East Carolina University in North Carolina.
And other than in school, you live in Shelton, Connecticut. And who do you live there?
I live with my parents.
And what year are you in school?
I'm going into my junior year.
And what is your major?
I'm a criminal justice major.
What are you doing for the summertime? Are you out of school?
Yeah, just babysitting right now while I'm home.
How long have you been living in Shelton for? Your whole life?
My whole life.
What high school did you attend?
Shelton High School.
And what year did you graduate Shelton High School?
2023.
Directing your attention to the year of 2022, were you a student at Shelton High School at that time?
Yes.
And what year were you?
I was a junior.
So you were a rising senior. And I'm going to direct your attention specifically to May 14th of 2022. Do you remember that day and why?
I do. It was probably the worst day I've ever experienced. It was just a lot. And I lost a very close friend that day.
You can direct your attention to the nighttime hours, May 14th of 2022. Do you need a moment?
Sorry.
Just breathe. Take a sip of water if you need to. Directing your attention to the nighttime hours of May 14th of 2022. Do you recall where you went that night?
To Tyler Rich's house.
And how did you know to go to Tyler Rich's house?
My boyfriend at the time called me and I was told to go.
And who was your boyfriend at the time?
Matthew Lockovich.
Matthew Lockovich? And were you familiar with Tyler Rich's house? Had you been there previously? About how many times previously had you been there?
Just like a handful of times, not too many.
Did you go to school with Tyler Rich? Same grade?
He was a grade above me.
And how did you get to Tyler Rich's house that night?
I drove there.
And do you recall what car you drove?
It was a BMW.
When you got into the basement area of Tyler Rich's house, how many people did you see there?
20, 25, maybe.
And did you recognize everyone there?
Majority, some of them, yeah.
Most of them, if not all of them, attended what high school?
Shelton High School.
Was there anyone there who did not attend Shelton High School?
Not that I know of.
Can you give us some names of people that you recognized or that you saw there when you got there?
Matlock, Tyler Rich, Ricky, Fiola, Faison, Lily Lombardi, Izzy Silvis.
Did all of those individuals go to Shelton High School? Did you see an individual by the name of James McGrath?
I did.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States 57. Taylor, do you recognize who this is in that state?
Yeah, that's Jimmy.
And so you refer to him as Jimmy?
Yeah.
Did Jimmy go to Shelton High School?
No, we went to Fairfield Prep.
How did you know Jimmy?
Our parents were friends when we were younger. I mean, I was friends with Rosie as well.
And Rosie's his sister? Did you hang out with Jimmy? Did you see him at other parties, even though he didn't go to Shelton High School? Did you see him quite often?
Yeah.
And were there times that you would go over to the McGrath household to see Rosie or anyone else? And would you see Jimmy there?
When I was younger, I would go over there. Yeah.
And looking at what Jimmy is wearing in this photograph. Do you recognize this is the outfit that he was wearing the night of May 14th?
Yeah.
Do you know where this photograph was taken?
Yeah.
Where was this photograph taken?
Nikki DeJesus' house.
And you're familiar with Nikki DeJesus?
Yeah.
You know Nikki.
I used to work for Nikki's dad, and we're family friends.
Had you had occasion to go to Nikki DeJesus' house?
Yeah.
And is that the basement of his house in that photograph depicted in 57?
Yeah.
Now, when you got down, when you were in the basement of Tyler Rich's house, did you observe any drinking going on?
Yeah, some people were drinking.
Some people were drinking?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall what they were drinking?
I would say it was just like beer or seltzers, not anything like crazy.
Were there any kegs there?
Not that I know of.
Did you drink at all when you were in the basement of Tyler Rich's house?
At the time I drove there, so I don't believe I did. It's possible I could have had one, but it would not have been any more than that.
Other than drinking, was anyone doing anything else? Was there talking? Was there music being played? Were there drinking games going on?
Yeah, there was music being played. Everyone was just talking, hanging out. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary that we don't usually do.
Was there a larger crowd than normal on that night, or would you say that was pretty average?
I would say it's average. I mean, there might have been a couple more people than usual, but not by much.
When you say a couple more people, did you recognize people that were in different grades than when you were in?
Yeah.
Anyone in the grade above you or anyone in the grade below you?
There was majority of the grade above me, a couple people maybe the year below me, but
And you had said that Tyler Rich was the grade above you,
Yeah.
so more of his friends
Right.
than
Yeah.
people you associate with. Now, amongst the people that you saw there in the basement, did you happen to see individuals by the name of Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Heinz?
a little later, yeah.
Okay, explain that.
I remember I was hanging out downstairs with my friend Lily and Matt. We were just talking. And then I remember they ended up coming to Tyler Rich's not too long after that. And I was told that there was a fight previously that they were involved in. That's why they were coming.
Okay, I'm going to take you a little bit back. How are you familiar with both Griffin and Ryan?
I went to high school with them. I would hang out with them on occasion.
Are they your year?
No, they're a year younger than I am.
And so you indicated just now that they arrived at the party a little bit later on. And you also indicated that you were made aware that they were in a fight. Without going into too much about what people said, how did you learn that they were involved in a fight?
I think people were just talking about it downstairs, and I had overheard a conversation that was going on.
To your knowledge, do you know how Ryan and Griffin arrived at Tyler Rich's house, how they got there?
I believe Charlie Connery picked him up.
Charlie Connery. So when you arrived at Tyler Rich's house, was Charlie there?
I believe so, yeah.
So at some point, to your knowledge, did Charlie leave to go pick up those two boys?
Yeah.
Now, you had said that you had heard they were involved in a fight. At some point at the party, were you standing close enough to Ryan and Griffin to overhear, without going into what they said, but to overhear what they were talking about regarding this fight?
No.
To your knowledge, at that point, you may know now, but at that point, did you know where that fight had occurred previously? And to your knowledge, at that time, did you know who they were fighting with at the party previously?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know if the people they were fighting with were members of Shelton High School or a different school?
I knew it was at St. Joe's kids. I didn't know who exactly.
Okay. So you gained knowledge that the people that they were fighting, Griffin and Ryan Heinz were fighting, were from St. Joe's. Do you know how many individuals they were fighting with?
Not at the time. I didn't know.
You learned that later. Now, at some point, did you learn what St. Joe's kids were involved in the fight?
Yeah.
And if you can name those individuals.
Tyler DaSilva, Jack Snyder, and Raul Valle.
Now, are you familiar with Tyler DaSilva? How are you familiar with Tyler DaSilva?
We were at a party one time together.
And Jack Snyder, how are you familiar with Jack Snyder?
I just know of him. I don't know too much about him.
And had you ever seen him at a previous party before?
Jack Snyder, no.
And Raul Valle, are you familiar with him?
Yeah.
And how are you familiar with him?
I think we were at a party one time together.
Does Raul Valle go by a different name that you know of?
Lido.
And were you introduced to him as Lido?
That's how I knew of him, yeah.
On a previous occasion? Do you happen to see the individual here today in court?
Yeah.
Please point him out and describe what he's wearing.
They're in a black suit.
The record reflect, Your Honor, the witness rather is identifying the defendant in court.
Record has identified Mr. Valle. Thank you.
Taylor, at some point while you were inside the basement, did you hear something that prompted you to go outside?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you hear?
The first time?
Yes.
So I was outside the first time because it was hot in the basement. So I had went outside, and that's when the car drove by the first time.
Okay. Just so I can understand you. So you're indicating that at some point you left the basement area and went outside because it was hot?
Yeah.
While you were standing outside, were you with John? Were you outside with anyone else when you went outside?
I think I was with Matt.
Matt Lockovich?
Yeah.
Were you the only two outside at that point?
I think there were other people outside towards the front. I was still by the cellar doors at the time.
And you just indicated that you heard or saw a car drive up or drive by. Explain that.
So at that time, I'd heard about the fight, and we were by the cellar doors, and people were talking towards the front, and Matt had walked over there. So I had followed him a little bit towards the front of the yard, and that's when the car drove by.
So I'm going to refer you to behind you. The behind you states my particular pointer that you have here, direct point to members of the jury. Where are you and Matt standing outside?
off, right? Okay. When you say cut off, like and the individuals you said to very clear, okay. And the vehicle that pulled up, are you able to demonstrate where they pulled up? It was like over here somewhere. So look at that initially the pointing to the back area, standing in the middle of the grass area with the back. The vehicle pulled up right hand side.
Or I'll take the information on the record. Thank you.
Now, Taylor, are you able to name the other individuals that you saw as you indicate on stage 52 in the grassy area approaching the vehicle?
I think it was just Ricky Fiola, Tyler Rich are the only really two I remember going up there.
And do you recall what type of vehicle pulled up?
A Honda Pilot.
I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as stage 30. Taylor, does stage 30 resemble, or is that the vehicle that pulled up in front of your house?
Yeah.
And explain what the lighting was during that time. Were you able to see clearly? Obviously, it was nighttime, but were there any lights that were illuminating the area?
It was dark outside, but it wasn't dark to the point where you couldn't see who was in front of you. There was lights in the driveway, flashlights.
And when you say flashlights, do you mean people had their phones?
Yeah, like from your phone.
Now, how many individuals were withdrawn? At some point, when you saw this vehicle pull up, did you notice anyone else from inside the basement coming outside to approach the vehicle?
I think maybe a couple people might have come outside. I don't know exactly who.
From withdrawn, where you were standing, did you ever leave that area to get closer to the vehicle, or did you stay in that location?
I stayed out there for maybe a couple seconds and then went back inside after that.
So from your vantage point, were you able to see how many individuals approached the vehicle?
No.
Were you able to hear anything from what was being said from the people that were outside the vehicle or anyone from inside the vehicle? Were you able to see who was inside the vehicle at this point?
Not at that point.
Did you get a sense at all of what the vibe was or the atmosphere was when you witnessed the Shelton kids from the basement coming outside and approaching the car?
It didn't seem like they were like extremely mad or trying to cause a problem. It's not like they came sprinting outside and chasing after the car. They walked out of the basement casually and went up to the car, or went up to the front yard at least.
And you couldn't hear anything that was being said. And you said you stayed outside for a couple of seconds and then you went back into the basement. And why did you do that?
I didn't see a need to stay outside. Went back inside.
At some point, did you learn of who was in that Honda Pilot?
Yeah.
And from what you were made aware, who was in the Honda Pilot?
Tyler DaSilva, Jack Snyder, and Lido.
Anyone else that you know who was in that Pilot?
I know for sure.
And at some point, withdrawn, you said you had gone into the basement. Did you see the vehicle leave that area at any point before you went back into the basement?
No, I don't think I saw it leave. No.
And at any point in time, did you go back outside?
I did.
Okay. And why did you go back outside?
People started going outside. I am pretty sure that someone said something that like caused me to go outside. I can't recall exactly. And I went outside, and that was when people started walking up the street, and I started walking up there as well.
Okay. So I'm going to take you back a little bit. So you had said you went back outside. At any point in time, did you see the Honda Pilot driving up and down the street?
No.
Okay. When you went back outside after something prompted you to go out there, you indicated that you saw people walking down the street. What people walking down the street?
Like the Shelton, the kids that were at Tyler Rich's.
Can you recall who was walking down the street?
Tyler Rich, maybe Matt, Ricky, and those are the only ones I really know for sure.
And you then indicated you started walking down the street.
Yeah.
I'm going to be showing you, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Stage 1.
So if the red dot here is Tyler's house, walk out, how far down Glen Drive? Did the vehicle drive down towards farmhouse?
Yep.
How far down Laurel Glen? So let the red dot get you quarter way down Laurel Glen. Do you recall what was around you when you stopped? It was just like, I don't know, who was with you at that time? I was by myself. And from your vantage point, were you able to see anything from Glen or farm? You could see the car somewhere over here. Right when it's coming up right now. Standing by. Did you see any of the Shelton High School kids? Anyone from the party running after the
No.
Taylor, I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as stage 44. I'm going to ask you if you've seen this video before. Just play it in its entirety. Claire, have you seen this video that's depicted in States 44 previous to today?
Yeah.
Okay. And from your recollection of what you observed on that night, did you see any of that happening from your vantage point?
No, I think they might have already been up there when I started walking. I didn't see that.
So the kids that you saw running up after the vehicle, you don't personally remember seeing that? Okay. And did you hear in States 44 something being thrown at the vehicle? Do you recall seeing or hearing that? Previous to the car leaving Laurel Glen in front of Tyler Rich's house, do you recall any things being thrown at the vehicle or things being thrown out of the vehicle from where you were standing before you went back into the basement?
Yeah, I remember things were being thrown from the car at the car. It was just like a play thing.
And is that before the car drove down Laurel Glen? Now, how long would you say you were in the area you depicted in States 52, where you indicated you walked up towards the vehicle? How long did you stay in that area for?
Like probably not even 3 seconds. And then I turned around and walked back.
Did you have any interaction with anyone other than maybe your boyfriend at the time?
No.
When you came back down towards Tyler Rich's house, who were you with at that point?
I went back inside, so I was with everyone who was in the basement.
Did you walk back alone, or did you?
I walked back.
And so, to your knowledge, did Matt Lockovich stay up there?
Yeah, because he wasn't in the basement when I was, but I wasn't even for sure that he was up there. I assumed he was up there because a bunch of Ricky and Tyler are his friends, so I assumed he was up there. So that's why I started walking up there. I didn't get that far, and then I turned around. He wasn't in the basement, so I was assuming.
Why did you walk up there in the first place?
I thought he was up there.
You thought Matt? Were you concerned for him? Why were you going up there to?
I was just curious, concerned why he was going up there, so I walked up there.
When you came back down to go back towards Tyler Rich's house, did you encounter anyone at that point before you got back?
Not that I remember, no.
When you approached the house, was there anyone standing on the front lawn at that point?
I think there were a couple people in the front yard. I couldn't tell you who. I don't remember.
At some point, you got back into the basement. When you got back into the basement, who did you recognize in the basement at this point?
Lily was there. My friend Izzy was down there. A couple other girls that I was talking to.
When you say Lily, Lily's last name?
Lombardi.
And Izzy?
Silvis.
Anyone else that you saw down there?
There were people older than me Michaela Holton was down there.
Do you recall that Jimmy was there?
Jimmy was down there, yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did you have a conversation with Jimmy?
I did.
Okay. And tell me the gist of the conversation. Without telling us what he said, what did you tell him, if anything?
We were just talking at that point about his girlfriend and how happy he was with her. He just was saying how he loves her and he's been so happy recently with her. That's really part of the conversation.
At some point after seeing what you saw when you first went out to see the car, as well as observing what you did when you went down Laurel Glen, did you think something bad was going to happen?
Yeah.
And what did you think was going to happen?
At this point, they've driven by multiple times and everyone was talking about it. So I figured that there was going to be an altercation maybe of some sort. I don't know, like not physically, but maybe verbally or something along the lines.
At some point, did Matt Lockovich come back to the basement area?
Yeah.
Did you at any point tell Matt Lockovich as well as Jimmy McGrath anything at that point?
Yeah, so then I started talking to both of them and I was telling them that if an altercation were to happen, to just stay out of it, don't get involved. It's not your problem. And that's what Jimmy did.
And why did you find the need to tell them that?
I just know it was mainly towards Matt. I know Jimmy wouldn't get involved. He was that type of person. Matt I know if his friends were in an altercation, he wouldn't just stand there and let it happen.
Now, at some point, did you go back outside and see this Honda Pilot again?
Yeah.
And when and how did you come to see this Honda Pilot again?
So then everyone started going outside and I went outside with them. And that's when I walked out and Vito and Tyler were on the yard fighting with everyone.
I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as, explain the numbers of journey. You walk out and you walk back out the doors.
Yeah.
You walk back out the doors of the yard too.
The front yard.
I'm going to be showing you what's been marked as States 3. Is this a good representation of where you were standing when you came back outside?
Yeah, actually, basically where I was standing, yeah.
Okay. And if you can explain to members of the jury where in States 3 you were standing, and I can use the pen again if you just want to direct me to where, because I know if you point on your screen, the jurors can't see it. You see my pen, can you direct me to go to the left or the right?
I go
back?
Yeah, back a little bit and honestly right there.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness identifying with the state's assistance that she was standing to the bottom, pretty much middle section of States 3.
The record will reflect. Thank you.
Now, Taylor, you said that when you came outside, you were standing in that area as indicated in States 3. You indicated you saw the pilot? Okay. And what did you see in conjunction with seeing the pilot?
It was just parked on the street, near the mailbox a little bit. Kind of like the mailbox would be where the car's in the center, if that makes sense. The mailbox would separate half the car was in the front of it and half the car was back.
So showing you States 5, I know this is a daytime picture, but Can you indicate on stage 5 where you observed the Honda Pilot pull up?
It came from, it was like, it would be more in front of this picture a little bit, like probably right by the basketball hoop.
Okay, so this area here?
Yeah.
So is that a little bit better?
Yeah, I would say like right there.
Okay. So you want to let this record reflect that the witness identified Pilot pulled up to the left-hand bottom side of stage 5 towards a little bit off from the curve area of stage 5.
Thank you.
So Taylor, when you saw the Pilot as indicated in stage 5 where it parked, what, if anything, did you see after it parked?
That's when Lito and Tyler DaSilva had gotten out of the car.
And where did you observe them going when they got out of the vehicle?
Onto the grass.
And at that point, did you have anything blocking your view? How was the lighting?
There was flashlights on. Again, the garage had the light on it. So I could see clearly. There wasn't a lot of people standing in front of me, so I did have a clear view, yes.
You had indicated you were familiar with both Tyler DaSilva and Lito, the defendant. Do you recall what they were wearing that night?
They were both kind of wearing the same color. I'd say it was like a lighter blue, probably like the color of this, maybe a little lighter.
Were you able to clearly identify at that point with the lighting and where you were standing who was who?
Yeah.
Do you recall, if you can, where was the defendant standing and where was Tyler DaSilva standing? And I don't know if stage 3, if you'd rather me use stage 3 or if that you think about.
I would say Tyler DaSilva was up closer to the, like on the grass near the bush, and Lito was behind him farther towards the road more.
Okay. So you're indicating here that, say that again, please.
That Tyler DaSilva was up more, like towards the bush a little bit.
Okay.
On the grass, maybe up a little more. Yeah, like right over there. And then Lito was behind him.
Behind him, further over here.
It's like a little dark. I can't really see if that's still.
Why don't you give her the exhibit and let her take a look at it over here? Perhaps she could point it out.
Would this exhibit help better? Stage 5?
Yeah. So they ran up onto the grass, and then Tyler DaSilva was closer to the red bush. Like closer to that bush, and then Lito would be behind him, so closer to the road.
Okay, so more towards the right.
Yeah.
And when you came out and you observed Tyler DaSilva and the defendant, what did you observe them doing?
When I came out to the point, they were fighting at that point. They were in the fight at that point.
When you say they, who's they?
Tyler and Lito were fighting the Shelton kids.
And you see the Shelton kids. Can you recall from where you were standing, or were you able to observe from where you were standing, who from the Shelton kids, who from the house came out to fight?
A bunch of us were out there, kind of just standing there. Like most of us were just watching. I believe Alex Bernstein was near Tyler DaSilva, and I'm not sure who Lito was fighting with at that point.
Is it your testimony that when you came out, the fight was already in progress? Okay. So is it fair to say that you did not have any kind of firsthand knowledge about who threw the first punch or how the fight started? Explain as much as you can when the fight started or when you came out and saw the fight, what was going on? What was the environment?
It was just chaotic and a lot going on at that point. People just standing there, some of them fighting. Everyone was kind of just everywhere at that point.
Were all the Shelton kids fighting or were some observing?
No, the majority were watching. I think only a couple kids were fighting at that time.
And who were you standing around when this fight was occurring?
I was next to Michaela Holton.
Michaela Holton? And who's Michaela Holton to you?
She's one of my friends. She's friends with my sister. They cheered together.
Was she dating anyone who was involved in this fight or who was there?
Yeah, Andrew.
I
don't know how to say his last name.
Was he Mr. Letus?
Yeah.
Was he present there as well? And do you recall seeing Tyler DaSilva during this fight?
Yeah.
Do you recall seeing the defendant during this fight? And at any time during the fight, did you hear anything about a knife?
Yes.
And if you could please explain to members of the jury what you heard at that point.
I heard Charlie Connery screaming, "He has a knife, he has a knife."
And are you familiar with Charlie Connery? Are you familiar with his voice?
Yeah.
Were you able to tell it was him? And when you heard "he has a knife, he has a knife," what was going through your head?
I was just like, oh my God, what's going on? You're talking about he has a knife.
Did you know who he was referring to when you heard "he has a knife"?
Well, that's at the point where I saw, a couple seconds after that is when the defendant was near.
It's okay. Take a second.
The defendant was near Jimmy and he was lunging towards him. And I just saw him go up to Jimmy and Jimmy stays there for like 2 seconds. And I looked over and saw Tommy there was a flashlight pointing down on Tommy's leg and he had blood all over his leg. And I looked back at Jimmy and at that point his shorts just all bloody. And I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
Okay, Taylor. I know this is really difficult. I'm going to have to take you through it a little bit just so you can give some more detail about what you saw, okay? So you indicated that you heard Charlie Connery indicate he's got a knife, he's got a knife. And at some point, you indicated you had realized that some of the Shelton kids had gotten stabbed. Is that
Yeah.
right? And who did you become aware that got stabbed?
At first, it was Tommy that I was aware of.
Okay. Who else did you become aware that got stabbed?
At that point, I didn't know anyone else. I didn't see anyone else.
At some point during the night, did you learn that other people had gotten stabbed?
Yes.
Who were those individuals?
Brian Heinz, Faison Teele, Jimmy McGrath, and Tommy Connery.
And did you personally see Tommy, Ryan, or Faison get stabbed?
No.
Taylor, who did you see first with injuries?
Tommy.
And then whose injuries did you see after that?
And I looked at Jimmy.
And you realized what happened to him? And then who did you see after that?
Then it was Faison.
And then at some point, did you realize Ryan had been stabbed?
I don't think I saw Ryan at like the rest before that. I think I saw him once the ambulance got there. Then I saw Ryan.
And do you recall observing who those individuals, other than Jimmy, were fighting with? Meaning, who was Tommy fighting with? Who was Faison fighting with? Who was Ryan fighting with? Were they fighting with the defendant or were they fighting with Tyler?
The defendant.
Defendant. And you personally observed that?
I just remember them being closer to the defendant.
And did you see Jimmy fighting with Tyler DaSilva at all?
Not at all.
And did you see Jimmy fighting with the defendant at any point?
Not at all.
Was Jimmy involved in the fight at all? And what was he doing during the fight?
Standing there.
Standing there? Would you characterize as him just observing?
Yeah.
And at some point, did you see where the defendant went? So after you saw the fight break out, did you see the defendant go anywhere at that point?
So he went to the car. I remember him going to the car and coming back.
When you observed him going to the car, explain what you saw.
He got like shoved into the road and goes up to the Honda Pilot, comes back onto the grass, and that's.
To show you state 62. Does this look familiar to you? Is this what you recollect seeing the night that he went back to the vehicle?
Yeah.
And how long would you say he was back at that vehicle for?
Long, couple seconds.
And after you saw the defendant at the vehicle, you could explain what you saw him do next. If you can take it as slow as possible and describe as much as you saw, very helpful.
So at that point is when he comes back onto the grass, and I don't know if he like slipped or turned. He spins to his, I want to say it was his left, and then he takes his arm and goes up to Jimmy.
Taylor, I'm going to have you stand up. Your Honor, if I just may have the witness demonstrate what she observed. Taylor, if I'm Jimmy, where were you in relation to where you stood? A little farther back, but diagonal. So if I move back a little bit? Yeah. Okay. And so where was the defendant positioned to where you saw right there? Okay. And if you can demonstrate, and Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness is pointing to her left-hand side towards members of the jury as to where the defendant was standing. She indicated that Jimmy McGrath was standing to the defendant's left-hand side directly in front of her. So if you can please just indicate, just show members of the jury what you observed the defendant do with his arms and the motion he used in doing what he did to James McGrath.
So right on turn, just kind of goes like upward towards Jimmy.
The record reflects her turning her right hand and making an upward motion, indicating that the defendant making an upward motion into Jimmy McGrath. So Taylor, when you saw the defendant come back from the vehicle and come back around, and as you said, turned around and made that motion up into Jimmy, did you see what he was holding in his hand?
I couldn't see exactly.
Can you describe or show us what he was doing with his hand? Was it open? Was it closed?
It was in a fist. You could tell, obviously, that there was something in his hand.
And when he came back around to use whatever was in his fist to go into Jimmy, what was Jimmy doing at that point?
He kind of just like he was backing up, and like his hands kind of were up, and he just like takes like a step back.
When the defendant came back from the vehicle and came back around, did you observe him swinging the knife at random people, or did you observe him coming and making a beeline for Jimmy?
He came right for Jimmy.
Did he have purpose in going towards him?
It looked like it.
Did he say anything when he was lunging towards Jimmy?
Not that I remember.
And at that point, did you realize what he had just done? And if you can indicate to members of the jury what you observed Jimmy do next after you saw the defendant stab him.
He kind of just stood there for a second, just like falls down onto the ground. And you can see he had those white shorts on. You could just see them all covered in blood.
And after you saw that, what, if anything, did you do?
I didn't know what to do. I literally froze. And then everyone kind of was looking around, seeing that everyone was at this point that then Faison had actually come up to me. And I saw his arm, and it was just like a chunk of Faison, like his like fat tissue was coming out of his arm. And he was like, can you tie this? And I'm not good with blood. So I was like, I'm so sorry. Like, I really can't help you. And someone else ended up helping him. And then that's when I ended up calling my mom, and then I called my dad, and he ended up coming.
At any point before you saw Jimmy get stabbed or as you saw Jimmy get stabbed, did you hear him say anything?
No, not that I remember Jimmy saying anything.
Was anyone around you? Were you tending to anyone other than, like you indicated, Faison when this was happening?
No, just Faison.
Where was Michaela Holton at this point?
I think she walked back, like backwards. At that point, I think I was standing by myself. I was so focused on what just happened, I really don't remember.
After you noticed what happened to Jimmy, after you saw Faison's injuries, when did you realize Tommy had also gotten stabbed?
There was a flashlight pointing down on Tommy's leg. So I guess it was, after that I saw Tommy, and everyone was kind of trying to tie like a tourniquet, I guess you could say, onto his leg with like shirts that the guys had on. Yeah.
After Jimmy was stabbed, after all the boys were stabbed, did you see where the defendant and Tyler DaSilva went?
Back into the Honda Pilot.
You saw that with your own eyes?
I don't remember who exactly running back into the Honda Pilot though.
And what did you see the Honda Pilot do?
It drove down towards Adams Drive.
And at some point you indicated you had called your parents. At another point, at some point too, police arrive and EMS arrive. Were you outside when this was happening? And did your parents come to the scene as well?
My dad ended up coming with my sister.
And did you go home right away when your dad showed up?
I think we stood there for a good amount of time, and then I ended up going home.
Did you talk to the police that night? At what point did you talk to the police, do you recall?
I want to believe it was that, I want to say the day, maybe not the day after, maybe that Monday. Yeah, maybe like 2 days after.
Was it once or more than once?
It was more than once.
And at any time the night of May 14th of 2022, did you see Jimmy McGrath fighting with?
No.
Any time the night of that party, did you see Jimmy McGrath fighting with anyone? At any time that night, did you see Jimmy McGrath with a weapon? Did you see any of the Shelton kids with weapons?
No.
Taylor, you personally observed and witnessed a friend of yours get stabbed, fatally stabbed, and witnessed the stabbing of other friends of yours. How has this affected you mentally?
I've gone to therapy for it. Therapy nights, even at school, at college, that I would have like nightmares of this, and I'd call my mom hyperventilating because it's just like and even after the event happened, it just replays in my head, and it's just hard to know that he wasn't even doing anything and this happened. I've gotten really bad. I've always had anxiety, but I think it's increased definitely after this. I don't know, it's just a lot. Obviously, like I said, going to therapy for it. I didn't know what else to do. Traumatic in the moment, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Capela. You and I have never met before, is that true?
Sure.
And I'll just remind you, if you can, keep your voice up.
Yes.
You have to compete with the loud fan, and then the court reporter needs you to say either yes or no. She can't get a head nod or that, okay? So you talked to us a little bit on Friday, and I want to ask you a few questions about that, okay? I'm going to use some of the same exhibits that you've seen so far, and I may use some exhibits that you haven't seen so far.
You may think.
I am going to show you what's been marked as one. Just reorient this quick. Do you see the red mark on the exhibit behind you? And whose house is that?
Just.
Okay. And you were at Tyler Rich's house on May, correct? And you were there with, well, you drove yourself, you told us, but you met up there with your boyfriend, Matthew Lockovich, at the time.
Yes.
And you told us that you'd been to this house previously, right? In fact, you'd been to this house many times previously, right?
A handful of times, yeah.
A handful of times. Okay. Well, you told us that you had grown up essentially when you were younger and were friends with this group of kids that were at Tyler Rich's house, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you told us that there were about 20 to 25 people that were there when you got there?
Yeah.
And you described what a number of witnesses have described, which is going into the house through the side and what are Bilco doors, right? And just in case there's anybody like me who didn't know what those were before, will you tell us what a Bilco door is?
They're just doors like slanted. You open them and there's stairs that go downstairs.
Gotcha. So they're not umbilical doors, right?
No.
They're not Belco doors, right?
No.
They're Bilco doors because that's the name of the manufacturer that makes them?
I'm not sure about the manufacturer, but...
Okay, but you know them as Bilco doors.
Yeah.
And they led down into the basement, right? And when you got down there into the basement, you told us there was maybe 20 to 25 people there, right?
Yes.
Among those folks that were there were your boyfriend, Matthew Lockovich, right?
Yes.
Tyler Rich, the owner of the house,
Yes.
right? Enrico or Ricky Fiola, right?
Yes.
How did you know Ricky Fiola?
We're in the same friend group.
Okay. Did he also attend the same high school as you?
Yes.
Was he in your grade?
Yes.
And you were a junior at this time, correct?
Rising senior, yes.
Okay. So you graduated the following year.
Yes.
And you also told us that you saw Faison Teele there.
Yes.
And there was a Lily, but I didn't catch her last name. What was
Lily
it?
Lombardi.
Lombardi. And how did you know Lily?
I grew up with her.
And you told us that you also saw Jimmy McGrath there, right?
Yes.
And that he was a friend of yours from when you were younger, right?
Yes.
That your parents were friends and you were also friends with his sister Rosie.
Yes.
And so you'd known them from being a young child.
Yes.
You didn't go to school with him anymore because he was going to Fairfield Prep. And you identified a picture of him over at Nikki DeJesus's house, right?
Yes.
He was playing pool.
Yeah.
And he was wearing the same outfit that he was wearing later on that evening at this party at Tyler Rich's, right? And you told us that there was drinking going on at Tyler Rich's house, correct?
Correct.
And that you had maybe one beer or seltzer, right? And you said that was nothing out of the ordinary, but there were maybe more people there than usual, right?
Correct.
And you noted that they were mostly older kids.
Yeah, I'm a year below them, so, and Tyler Rich is a year above me, so it was majority his friends and maybe a year above him as well.
So there were some seniors there, and there were some kids that had already graduated, correct?
Oh.
And that was the majority of the kids that were there. And these were all kids, for the most part, that were on the Shelton High football team.
Yeah, I'd say.
Did you also play any sports?
I did softball for 2 years in high school.
Okay. But this wasn't a
No, no.
And then you said a little bit later you saw two other people, Griffin Marsens and Ryan Heinz, right? And how did you know Griffin Marsens?
We went to high school together. I would hang out with him on occasion.
And he was a younger kid, right? And then you also told us that you saw Ryan Heinz, right? And he was also a younger kid, right?
Yeah.
And you told us that they had been brought there by Charlie Connery, right?
Yeah.
And that he had left the party, in fact, to go and pick them up, right?
Yeah, that I'm aware of.
After people downstairs were talking about a fight that had occurred previously, right? As far as you knew, that's why they were coming over there, right?
Yeah.
And then you told us that at some point you had gone outside because it was hot downstairs in the basement.
Correct.
And then you were already outside, you said, with Matthew Lokovich and some others. Do you remember who those others were?
I don't. It was just group odd.
And this group, were there any other girls in this group?
I'm not sure who exactly. I just know there were people outside.
Do you remember how many people were outside?
Not many. I'd say like maybe 6 people outside.
I'm going to show you another. I'm going to show you it's been marked as States 52. Now, on States 52, can you point out to us where you were using that pointer that's beside you when you were outside and it was hot and you were with these 6 other folks?
So I was standing in front of the door, the cellar doors at that point.
Okay, so we can't see it on this, correct? And outside that evening, it was dark, you told us.
Yeah.
There were some lights on the house.
Yeah.
There were also some folks not at this point, withdrawn. It was rainy that night.
I don't remember the weather.
Do you recall any misting, any sort of drizzle or anything like that?
Don't.
And when you were out there, you told us that you saw a car drive by, right?
Yeah.
What was that car doing when you saw it drive by?
It was just driving down the street at that point.
Was it driving past you on Laurel Glen Drive, or did it drive past you up Adams?
Down Laurel Glen Drive.
Okay. So it came by Laurel Glen Drive, didn't do anything. Did you watch it go further down the street?
I just watched it drive by.
Okay. Did any of the people that you were with seem to notice that car come?
I think so.
And what did they do when they noticed that car go by?
I think people just went to the front.
They moved up to the front of the lawn?
There were people in the front, and then some of the people that were near me were walking towards the front.
Okay. So the group moved closer to the road at that point, following this car?
Not following the car, moving to the front yard.
And you said that Ricky Fiola and Tyler Rich went up to the front of the yard, right?
Yeah.
And do you remember anybody else who went up to the front of the yard? Did Matthew Lokovich go up to the front of the yard?
Possibly. I'm not sure.
And you said that, and so at some point, did the car come back?
Yeah.
And when it came back, which way was it facing?
It was facing towards, I think it's
Would it help you if I
farmhouse, I believe. Is that the
Towards
street at the end?
Would it help if I showed you the things? So let's orient ourselves. You described the car coming by and going down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse,
Yes.
right? And now you say the car came back at some point. When it came back, which way was it facing? So it came back from Farmhouse and then it was facing towards Farmhouse?
Yeah, I don't know if they turned around or went around. Like, if you go down Farmhouse and go down the other street back on Adams, it'll make it like a square. So I don't know if they turned around or what they did. Yeah.
Did you see them coming back from Farmhouse up Laurel Glen?
No, they came from Adams and went down Laurel, or I'm assuming that's what they did. Because when they came to Laurel Glen, they went down the street towards Farmhouse again.
Okay. And you say that they came to a stop in front of the house.
Yeah.
Back up there. And at this point, you said that the Honda Pilot stopped, right?
Yeah.
And when it pulled up, where was it located?
I'd say like right here.
Right there by the curb?
Yeah.
Not across the street? Not by the mailbox? And were you still standing back by the Bilco doors?
I had walked up a little more at that point.
Where were you standing at that point?
Here.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has pointed to the shaded area by the tree line and the rear driver's side of the black truck that's parked in the driveway on the exhibit.
Order the record to reflect that information. Thank you.
And at that point, were other people coming out of the house?
Coming out of the house, I'm not sure. It was the people that were outside that I saw previously.
Do you remember whether any other people came out of the house?
I don't remember.
Did anybody pass you?
Yeah, I think a couple people maybe.
Okay. And did those people appear to be coming from behind you?
Yeah.
And behind you at this point is where the house was, correct? And a few people, you say. How many people do you recall passing?
3 maybe.
Just 3? And could you see Matthew Lokovich at that point?
He was standing with me, yeah.
He was standing beside you. What was he doing?
The same thing I was doing, standing there.
And was he saying anything?
I think we were just watching.
Okay. And you're both standing in that same area? And do you recall anybody else that was standing with you and Matthew Lokovich?
No, I don't.
Do you recall seeing Jimmy McGrath at that point?
I think he was inside at that point.
So you don't recall seeing him? Do you recall seeing Tyler Rich?
Yeah.
Where was he?
In the front yard.
In the front yard by the curb?
Yeah.
Had he approached the car?
No, so he was probably like where that green tree is.
Okay.
This tree.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has pointed to the sole green tree directly in the middle of the exhibit. And who else was with Tyler Rich at that point?
I think it was just Ricky. I didn't see anyone else.
Just Tyler and Ricky?
Yeah, I
Just two
remember.
of them in that spot?
That I remember, yeah.
Was anybody else there?
I think there was other people around, but I don't remember who exactly.
And how many other people do you think were there?
But I really don't remember.
Okay. Did you see Faison Teele?
No, not at that point.
Did you see Tommy Connery?
No.
Did you see Mike Samperi?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry?
I don't remember. I really don't remember who was at the car.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos?
Not at that point, no.
Did you see Nikki DeJesus?
Not at that point, no.
Did you see Ty Wood?
No, not at that point.
Did you see Tanner Chernowski?
Not at that point.
And so you've got yourself and Matthew Lokovich standing. At this point, you remained in that same spot. Did you ever move from that spot?
To go back inside.
Did you ever get any closer to the vehicle? Did Matthew Lokovich ever get any closer to the vehicle?
I don't think so.
Did you see Ryan Heinz?
No, not at that point.
Did you see Griffin Marcinzik? And so you've said that you saw just Tyler Rich and Ricky Field approaching the vehicle.
That I remember, yes.
And what did they do as they approached the vehicle?
I don't remember them approaching the vehicle. I remember being them in the front yard walking towards the car, and a bunch of other people were in the front. Or I wouldn't say a bunch, but a couple people were in the front. And when they were getting closer to the car is when I went inside.
Did you ever at any point hear them getting loud?
No.
Did you hear any banging?
No, I heard things being thrown from both sides, but then I went inside.
You say you heard things being thrown from both sides.
Yeah.
How could you hear something being thrown from both sides?
You can hear, I'd say, a can like hitting the ground, like the driveway. You could hear it hitting. You can hear something hit the car.
But you didn't hear any yelling or aggressive before that?
I don't remember exactly if they were yelling or not. I just remember things being thrown.
So you heard things getting thrown. Did you see anybody surround the car?
No.
Was Matthew Lokovich beside you the whole time?
No.
Where did he go?
I think he stayed outside. I went inside.
And so by the time you went inside, you hadn't heard any yelling.
No, not that I remember.
You hadn't heard any screaming.
No.
You hadn't heard any curses.
No.
You hadn't heard any threats being made. You didn't see anybody touch the car. You didn't see anybody other than Tyler Rich and Ricky Field up near the car, but they weren't touching the car.
No.
You didn't see them throw anything at the car. No. You didn't see anybody get out of the car.
No.
And so then you turned around and went back inside. And who was inside when you went back inside?
Then I was with my friend Lily, Michaela Holton, Jimmy was down there, Izzy Silvis. I was just standing with those girls.
Before you went back inside, I think you told us on Friday that that you could see flashlights.
Yeah.
And when you say flashlights, do you mean on a phone? So you could see people with their phones already out and their flashlights on?
You could see lights, so I was assuming it was coming from their phones, yes.
And how many did you see?
A couple.
And you said that at some point you became aware that people were going back outside.
Yeah.
How did you become aware that people were going back outside?
I saw people going outside and then people were talking about it.
Let's break that down a little bit. When you went back inside, did you go sit down somewhere?
I think I just stood right by the door, the stairs to go outside.
At the bottom of the stairs? Do you remember anybody that was down there at the bottom of the stairs with you?
At that point, Jimmy was down there.
Jimmy was down there at the bottom of the stairs with you? Anybody else?
I was just talking to him, so I didn't really check around who was around me.
And you said you became aware because people started going back outside. They were passing you to get up the stairs. How many people went past you?
I'm not sure.
Were you the last one to go back outside?
No, I think there were people behind me.
Did everybody empty out of the basement?
No.
How do you know that?
Because when I was leaving, there were still people down there.
How do you know that they didn't come out after you?
I mean, they could have.
So you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Did Jimmy go back outside with you?
I don't know.
So you're talking to him down at the bottom of the stairs. You don't know whether or not he went back outside with you? And you said when you went back outside that people started walking up the street towards Farmhouse Lane?
Right.
And did you see a vehicle down there?
Yeah,
What vehicle did you understand that to be?
there was the Honda Pilot.
And the Honda Pilot, that's the car that had pulled up before. Had you seen who was inside the vehicle at that point?
No.
And you said the people started walking up the street, right?
Yeah.
Did you see anybody running up the street?
No.
Did you hear anybody yelling as they were going down the street? Did you see anybody throwing anything as they were going down the street? How many people did you see going down the street?
They were already like down towards Farmhouse by the time I started walking outside. So there were people just standing up there, and then there were people sitting on the curb. There were a couple sitting on the curb.
Okay. And you said that of these people that were walking up the street, one of them that you identified for us was Tyler Rich, right? Matthew Lockovich.
Yeah.
Ricky Fiola. Did you see Ryan Heinz go up the street? Did you see Griffin Marcinzik go up the street? Did you see Jimmy McGrath go up the street? Did you see Jimmy McGrath when you were outside?
No.
Did you see Michael Samperi go up the street?
No.
Jacob Villalobos?
No.
The only three people that you can identify who walked up the street were Tyler Rich, Matthew Lockovich, and Ricky Fiola.
Yes.
Did you see Faison Teele at that point?
No.
And you told us you didn't hear any screaming?
No.
Didn't hear any yelling? Didn't see or hear anything being thrown?
No.
And you said that you yourself walked up the street at that point, right? And about a quarter of the way down towards Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Towards Farmhouse.
Towards Farmhouse,
Yeah.
on Laurel Glen
Yep.
Drive.
Yep.
And was anybody else walking with you?
No.
And you said at that point you could see a car parked about 3/4 of the way down Laurel Glen Drive towards Farmhouse.
Yes.
And you said you saw some people standing there, correct?
Yeah.
Could you identify who those people were?
No, I was far back.
You didn't see anyone running after the vehicle?
No.
And you watched exhibit number 44, that was the ring video from across
Yeah.
the street. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
But you told us that you didn't see anything that had shown.
No.
You told us you spent about 30 seconds down the street, correct?
I'd say a couple seconds, definitely not 30 seconds.
Okay, a couple seconds. You spent a couple seconds down the street. Were you with anybody during that time?
No.
Just by yourself?
Yeah.
And then you turned around and went back to Tyler Rich's house.
Yes.
And you said when you went back inside, everyone was in the basement.
Right.
But not Ricky Fiola,
So not everybody.
not Tyler Rich, not Matthew Lockovich. Was Jimmy McGrath in the basement?
Yeah.
Was Ryan Heinz in the basement?
I don't know.
Griffin Marcinzik?
I'm not sure.
Faison Teele?
I believe Faison was in there.
Where did you see Faison?
I think he was on the couch, if I'm not mistaken.
Who was sitting with him on the couch?
I don't remember.
Did you see Tommy Connery?
I don't remember.
Charlie Connery?
I don't remember.
Jacob Villalobos?
I'm not sure.
Alex Bernson?
No, I didn't see him.
Tyler Chernowski?
Tanner Chernowski?
Tanner Chernowski.
I'm not sure.
You said Ricky Fiola and Tyler Rich, those are Matthew Lockovich's friends, right?
Correct.
And you did tell us that also in the basement was Lily Lombardi,
Yep.
Izzy Silvas,
Yep.
and Michaela Holton, right?
Yes.
So you do remember that they were there as well.
Yeah.
And you're certain that Jimmy McGrath was down there.
Yeah.
And you told us you thought something bad was going to happen, right?
Yeah.
That everyone was going on about it, right?
I wouldn't say going on about it, but there was discussion about it.
Well, how would you describe that discussion about it?
Just talking, just like.
Calmly, like you and I are? Just talking about what had happened out front?
Correct.
And how were they describing what had happened out front?
I don't remember exactly what they were saying.
Did you hear any talk about wanting to fight the kids?
No.
Did you hear any talk about wanting payback?
No.
But you thought something bad was going to happen?
Yeah.
And you told us that you talked to Matthew Lockovich and Jimmy McGrath to stay out of it.
Correct.
So at some point, Matthew Lockovich came back inside. So now he's down in the basement too. When did he come back to the basement?
I'm not sure.
You told us you knew that Jimmy McGrath wouldn't get involved.
Yeah.
Matthew Lockovich, if his friends were involved, he wouldn't just stand by.
Correct.
Were Matthew and Jimmy talking calmly about it as well?
They weren't even talking about it.
They weren't even talking about it. And then you told us that you walked back out the Bilko doors. How many other people went out with you when you went out the Bilko doors?
I'm not sure how many people.
And did everybody go out in a group?
I feel like everyone like went out in parts. There wasn't just like a whole group walking up there.
Did they all casually walk out?
Yeah.
Nobody was running to get outside?
That's what I saw.
And then you described going out back into the front yard after you'd walked through the Bilko doors. When you came back out, now this is the second time you've gone out into the front yard, right?
No, this would be the third time I went outside.
Okay. This is the third time that you went out into the front yard. Where did you stand this time? Could you show us on the exhibit?
Right over here.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has pointed to the front of the black truck that is parked in the driveway in between the black truck and the red bush that is parallel to it.
Ordering the record to say reflect.
You're standing there. Who do you see in front of you?
Directly in front of me
Yes.
would be Jimmy and Charlie at that point.
Can you point out where they are on the exhibit?
Right over here.
So they're not directly in front of you. Sorry? Diagonal from you. How many feet away were they standing?
maybe like from me to, I'd say like if the TV was a little farther back and I was standing a little farther back.
Okay, so you say from the wall of behind you to the TV. And so you could see Jimmy. And who was standing beside Jimmy?
Charlie Connery.
They were standing side by side?
Yep.
Who else could you identify as being there?
Matlock.
Where was Matlock standing?
He was moving around, so towards the end he was near Jimmy.
And when we say Matlock, we're not talking
Matthew
about
Wilkovich.
not the attorney played by Andy Griffith.
No, I'm not aware of who that is.
don't know who that is.
I have no idea.
All right, so you say Matt was moving around.
Yeah.
When you first got outside, where was Matt?
I'm not sure.
You couldn't see him. Was there anybody that was up there by the red bush and the tree line where the shade is, where you had been earlier?
Near the truck, is that what you're talking about?
Right, when you described having been out there earlier.
I'm not sure if anyone was standing up there.
You didn't see anybody up there?
Not that I know.
Everybody was down closer to the front part of the grass at that point?
Yeah, some people were in the driveway. Maybe some people could have been back there, but I wasn't turning around to look.
Did you see Ryan Heinz?
No.
Did you see Faison Teele?
At the end, I saw Faison.
Did you see him when you first came out? And you described that Jimmy McGrath and Charlie Connery were closer to the curb.
Yeah.
Did you see the vehicle, the Honda Pilot that you had described before? Where was that?
Parked. I would say like right here.
Now, may the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witnesses pointed on the exhibit to an area beside the mailbox.
Well, go ahead and reflect that on the record. Thank you.
And there were other cars parked in the road too, right?
Yeah.
Both sides of the road?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not it was raining or misty at this point?
I don't.
Did you see people with their phones out and the lights on?
Yes.
And were there just Jimmy and Charlie standing in the front of the yard?
I think there was more people, but I don't remember who exactly.
Did you see Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Where was he?
I think he was closer to the, like near the red bush, but towards the center a little bit.
Okay.
I'd say like
Close to Jimmy and Charlie?
No.
And you told us that you saw Tyler DaSilva get out of the vehicle?
I didn't see them get out of the vehicle.
You didn't see them get out of the vehicle?
When I had walked up, the fight was already going on.
Okay. You told us on Friday, though, that you'd seen them run up onto the grass.
I would assume that they ran up onto the grass.
Oh.
I cannot see.
You didn't see them run up onto the grass. So when you came out, the fight was already going on?
Yeah.
And who was fighting at that point?
Tyler DaSilva and Lido and Tyler Rich, or maybe Alex Bernstein, I'm not sure.
You've seen video of this fight, correct?
Yeah.
And how many times have you seen that video?
A couple times.
Just a couple?
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw that video?
The last time I spoke with the state attorney, so when was that? I'm not sure exactly what date that was. It'd be a couple weeks ago.
In anticipation of coming in here to testify? So when you say you would assume that they ran up onto the grass, that's not something that you actually saw. You don't know if these two people walked up onto the grass or not?
Correct.
But you did tell us that at one point Tyler DaSilva was by the red bush.
Correct.
And that Mr. Valle was behind him and closer to the road.
Correct.
You said a bunch of you were just standing there watching, right?
Correct.
Who was just standing there watching?
Me, Michaela Holton, that I'm aware of. Everyone was kind of just standing around, so I'm not sure.
You said by the end that Matt Lockovich was standing by Jimmy.
Correct.
Do you recall was wearing a shirt?
No, he wasn't.
Do you recall when he took that shirt off?
I don't know.
Had he had it on earlier when you were standing outside with him?
Yeah, I believe so.
You told us on Friday that Alex Bernstein at this point was near Tyler DaSilva, but you weren't quite sure about that?
Correct.
And you described it as being a chaotic scene, right?
Correct.
Everyone was everywhere, you said.
Correct.
But there were only a couple of kids fighting, and most of them were watching, was your recollection?
Correct.
And now you tell us that you were watching, correct? Michaela Holton was standing beside you. She was watching.
Correct.
Did either of you have your phones out?
No.
And who else was watching it, though?
I know Jimmy was watching. I'm really not sure who else.
When you say you know Jimmy was watching,
Yeah.
how do you know Jimmy was watching?
Because I was staring at him.
You were staring at him. And he was standing in one place the whole time?
About the same area, at least.
The same area. So he wasn't standing in one place the whole time.
He wasn't just standing still. I'd say like moving, but he didn't leave that vicinity over there.
When you say that vicinity, can you show us where he never left?
I'd say like right over here, in that area.
You never saw him throw any punches?
No.
You never saw him throw any kicks?
No.
You never saw him even get close enough to do so?
No.
Was there anyone blocking your view of Jimmy?
No.
When you're standing there watching, could you identify where Tyler DaSilva was?
No, not when I was looking at Jimmy, no.
At any point, did you see Tyler DaSilva involved in the fight on the lawn?
Yeah.
Where was he? Could you point out for us?
Tyler DaSilva?
Tyler DaSilva.
I'd say he was closer to the
red bush.
Closer to the red bush? And how many people was he fighting with?
It looks like one that I knew of for sure.
Looked like one. Do you remember who that was?
No, not really. I couldn't really see.
And could you see Mr. Valle at any point?
He was behind Tyler, so I couldn't see him until later.
Okay, so you couldn't see where Mr. Valle was.
I knew he was behind Tyler DaSilva, so he was closer to the curb, but I couldn't see him like fighting.
And then you said you recall hearing someone say he has a knife. He has a knife.
Correct.
Do you know who that was that said that?
Charlie Connery,
How do you know that?
because I know Charlie's voice.
And so that night, you recall hearing him say that he has a knife. He has a knife.
Correct.
And you told us you thought, oh my God, what's going on?
Correct.
And then a couple seconds later, you saw Mr. Valle near Jimmy McGrath.
Correct.
And Jimmy McGrath, he was still in that same place. He hadn't moved. And was there anybody else near Mr. Valle?
At the time that he was near Jimmy,
Yes.
I think Matt and Charlie were near him.
Where were they?
I'm not sure. I know Charlie was on, I don't know what side Charlie was on, but I know Charlie was near him, and I know Matt had walked by him at that point.
Was Mr. McGrath back to you, or was he facing you?
He was like, at what point are you talking about?
When you saw him and he was near Mr. Valle.
The defendant was lunging at him?
When the first time that you saw him was, and you've described watching Mr. McGrath, was he facing you, or were you looking at his back?
He was facing me.
Mr. McGrath was facing you?
Yeah.
And did you see Will Berardi?
No, I don't recall seeing him.
Did you see Matt Lockerbie? And where was he in relation to Mr. Valle?
Close to him.
How close?
I'm not sure.
Could you see his face or could you see his back?
I think it was his, actually not sure. I can't.
What did you see him doing?
He was just walking by him at that point.
Just walking by him? And what was Charlie doing?
Charlie was just standing there, I think, just next to him.
And you told us that you could see Mr. Valle lunge towards Mr. McGrath.
Correct.
And that he stayed there, that's Mr. McGrath, for about 2 seconds.
What was that? Sorry?
You said you saw him stay there for about 2 seconds, Mr. McGrath,
Stay there for 2 seconds. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
after you saw the lunge.
Yeah, yeah.
And at that point, was it just Mr. Valle and Mr. McGrath face to
When I was
face?
looking, yeah.
There was nobody else near them?
No, not
No, no other people around them or behind Mr.
like on the sides, like where everyone was standing, but not like directly next. No.
And you told us you didn't see a knife, is that right? And that you were first aware that Tommy Connery had been injured, correct? And you didn't see anyone else at that point?
No.
But you later learned of the others. Did you see Ryan Heinz at all during the fight?
No.
Did you see Tyler Rich at all during the fight?
Here and there, not. I wasn't really focused on him.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos at all during the fight?
Yeah.
What was Jacob Villalobos doing during?
I only saw Jacob push Tyler into the road.
You also told us that you saw somebody push Mr. Valle into the road, into a car at one point, right?
No, he walked to the car.
He walked to the car. Do you recall speaking with officers about this in May, about a week after the events on May 23rd?
Yeah.
And you went down to the Shelton Police Department with your sister?
Yeah.
And you don't recall telling them that it was just a big brawl and Tyler Rich at one point pushed Raul Valle into the car?
They were wearing similar colors at that point, so when I looked, it looked like the defendant. And I think back to it, Tyler DaSilva had a jersey on, so that's how I could tell the difference.
So you're backing off of that earlier description. Now Tyler Rich did not push Mr. Valle into the car.
That I recall now, no, I'm not sure.
And you said that you could see him go to the vehicle.
Yeah.
You were watching him at that point?
Yeah, because Jimmy was right there, so when I was looking at Jimmy, he was behind him.
So Jimmy was still standing in the same spot the whole time?
Yeah.
And you could see Mr. Valle at the vehicle?
Yeah.
What did you see him do at the vehicle?
He just opened the door and came back.
You would agree that's the same thing that happens in the video, correct?
Correct.
Are you sure that you're telling us of what you remember that night or what you saw watching the video?
No, I'm positive I'm telling you what I saw.
And again, what you remember is that Jimmy was not involved in the fight at all, right?
I know that for a fact.
You know that for a fact. How do you know that for a fact?
Because I know he was not involved in the fight.
And then you told us you saw Mr. Valle come back onto the grass, correct? You said he slipped.
It looked like a slip. I don't know what happened.
Then he turns and he spins to his left and he takes his arm and you see him do this, his right arm, this upward motion into Mr. McGrath.
Correct.
And at that point, you would agree Mr. McGrath's back was to you.
No, not his back.
Well, can you tell us what you saw, what your view
I would
was?
say he was standing up like this, so it was to the side angle.
And was there anybody else around Mr. McGrath and Mr. Valle at that point?
No, not that I recall.
They were isolated, just the two.
Yeah.
Did you see Mr. DaSilva at that point?
No.
And then you told us on Friday that you are studying right now a criminal justice program?
Yeah.
As part of the inspiration for doing that, what you were involved with on that evening?
I would say, yeah.
And that's being involved that evening. Has that motivated you to see someone held responsible for this?
Sure.
May we see State's Exhibit 60? Can we watch that? Do we have it? Sorry. Okay. I'm going to ask you to watch this video.
Yes, sir! Come on, let's go then!
You've seen that video before, Ms. Capela?
Yes.
I don't do this to be gratuitous. I apologize. I recognize it's not easy for you to watch that. But I do think we need to break it down just a little bit. Do you know who was filming that?
Not at that time, I didn't know.
Have you since come to learn that it was Tanner Chernowski?
Correct.
Do you remember seeing Tanner Chernowski that evening?
Here and there, I don't really think I was with him a lot.
Do you remember seeing him film that evening?
No.
So when he was filming this, you don't recall seeing him walking around with his phone out?
No.
And where were you standing when that scene was going on that we just watched there?
Right where I pointed out before.
By the truck, by the front of the truck?
Yeah.
You hadn't moved at that point?
No.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, I have what I would like to have marked as defendants for ID purposes. However, I understand that from the state. I understand there's no objection.
Hear from the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'd ask-
All right, criminal evidence, defendants, 2 folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect that given the clerk envelope marked it.
Clarification of the record, it's defendants B, not 2. Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit B. This is a frame by frame, that same video that we just watched. Okay. You had some trouble going through it slower earlier, so broke it down to frame by frame. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. And so this is Defense Exhibit B. And we're starting here at 0. Now, in this video here, this frame 0 that we see, do you see a person point up here? Do you see a person right here with what appears to be a light blue jersey of some sort on?
Yeah.
And you can also see it there if it's easier for you on there. Do you see that person?
Yeah.
Do you know who that person is?
It's really blurry. No.
Fair enough. And do you see to the right in front of that person someone wearing black shorts and a green top?
Yeah.
Do you know who that person is?
And it's blurry. I can't tell.
And do you see just to the right of that person in the black shorts and the green top, someone wearing lighter colored shorts and a dark top?
Yeah.
With some sort of graphic on the back?
Yeah.
We're going to scoot ahead 1, 2 frames. And again, do you still see these same figures there on the screen?
Yeah.
And do you see that now beside the person that was on the right of the screen wearing lighter shorts and a dark top, that there is another person that is emerging wearing a similar outfit?
No, I'm sorry, I don't see that.
And move it forward for you a little bit. Do you see now in frame 6 that there is another person wearing light bottom and beside that other person?
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
On mine, I can't even tell. They look like people, so no, I can't tell who that is. Like right here, on this screen, I can't even tell that it's a person.
Can you see legs?
I can see legs, but that's it.
Do you agree that that's indicative of a person?
On mine, it just looks like blurs.
Okay. And can you still see those same figures to the right of the screen on frame 8?
Yeah.
Do you see Matthew Lokovich anywhere here?
Not that I see, no.
And again, at frame 10, to the far right of the screen, do you see that there are at least now 2 people closest to the right edge of the frame wearing these lighter bottoms, dark tops that appear to have some graphic on the back?
Yeah.
You couldn't identify who those people were?
No.
And here we are in frame 13. Do you see those same 2 folks to the right of the screen?
Yeah.
Here we are at frame 19. To the right edge of the screen, can you see that those 2 figures, can you see their legs?
Yeah, a little.
As we get further along here, can you still see the legs of those 2 figures?
Yeah.
We are at frame 22 at this point. Sorry, I keep dropping it down. Do you see the first of those 2 figures here in frame 23? Can you see his legs?
Yeah.
Can you see his right leg?
Which one?
Can you see the one leg that appears to be back behind the others?
Yeah.
And here we are at frame 27. Can you see that leg being drawn back and now you can see the foot?
Yeah.
And do you see to the left side of the screen someone with a phone on?
Yeah.
And can you identify that person as being Ricky Fiola?
Not from this, I can't.
Here we are in frame 28. Do you see the foot of one of those two people to the right side of the screen?
Yeah,
What does that foot appear to be doing to you?
I'm not sure.
No longer in contact with the ground, is it?
Yeah.
You see the bottom of the foot?
Yeah.
See that same foot in frame 29?
Yes.
And frame 30, do you see that foot any longer?
It's really blurry. I can't.
Here we are in frame 40. Do you see those two figures with the light bottoms and the dark tops and the graphic on them? Do you still see them over here towards the right side of the screen?
I just see one.
You only see one. Here we are in frame 47. Now, can you see the two figures again?
Yeah.
And is there a third person that appears to have joined them?
Yeah.
I apologize, Ms. Capela. I do not mean to be tedious. Here we are, frame 63. Do you see one of the two figures with the light bottoms and the dark top over to the right-hand side?
Yeah.
And do you still see on the left-hand side the same person that had the phone out with the light on before?
Yeah.
Can you identify that person as Ricky Fiola?
Again, I can't tell by this.
We're at frame 63 there. And again, here we are at frame 75. Can you once again see that there are two individuals over here with light bottoms and dark tops in the same area to the right of the screen?
Again, I can only see one.
Okay. Do you see this figure here with a white top and
yes.
a dark bottom to the right of the screen?
Yes.
Do you see to his left a figure with light bottoms and a dark top?
Yeah.
Do you see to that figure's left another figure with dark and light bottoms?
Yes.
And do you see that the figure we just described appears to be moving to his left?
Yeah.
The other figure appears to be facing more towards the street.
Yeah.
Did you see Ryan Heinz that evening?
No.
Never?
I saw him probably when he first got there, like a couple times, but I didn't really talk to him. And then I saw him after he was stabbed when the ambulance got there.
See him at all during the night? Do you know what he was wearing then?
No, I don't remember.
Do you see this figure here in the middle of frame 84 wearing a white top with some sort of multicolored graphic on the back?
Yeah.
You know who that is?
I don't.
And here we are in frame 90. Can you see to the right of the figure with the black shorts and the green top what appears to be a figure down on the ground?
It's a big blur.
Is that the area where you recall seeing Tyler DaSilva?
I can't even tell where that is.
Here we are in frame 93. Now do you see a figure down on the ground, appears to have one arm over his head and another arm on the ground?
Yeah, I think.
Do you know whether or not that was where Tyler DaSilva was?
Sure, from this.
Well, you've seen this video before, right? Where we got these still frames from.
I think so.
And do you see the figure we just talked about in the middle with the white top and the multicolored design on the back? Looking towards, is that towards the road?
Yeah.
Frame 96. Do you see this figure down on the ground now?
Yeah.
Do you know whether or not that's Tyler DaSilva?
I can't tell from that.
Do you see to the right of the screen in frame 96 that there are the figure with the black bottoms and the white top that we saw before?
Yeah.
And do you see there's another figure in front of him, looks like maybe bent over?
Yeah.
Is that the area towards the road?
I guess, yeah.
And can you see on the very right of the frame here, in frame 106, again, what appears to be light bottoms, light shoes, and a dark top?
I'm sorry, can you point that out again?
To the right here of the screen, do you see light shoes, light bottoms, dark top?
Yes.
Do you see Jimmy McGrath anywhere in this screen?
No, not that I can point out.
You told us he didn't move the entire time.
I said he stood in that area. I wouldn't say he just stood in one spot, but
But he never engaged in any of the fight.
not that, no.
Not that you.
No.
Do you see the figure in the middle with the white top and multicolored design on the back?
Yeah.
And do you see to that figure's left another figure with light shoes, light bottom, dark top, and some apparent graphic on the back?
Yes.
Here we are in 108. Do you see somebody on the ground there wearing light bottom and a light blue top?
Yeah.
Do you know if that's a silver?
I believe so.
You don't see Mr. Valle at this point anywhere, do you? Do you recall the fight breaking up into essentially two separate groups at any point?
Yeah.
And the fight involving Mr. DaSilva was closer to that tree that you've described, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And the other fight was involving Mr. Valle, right?
Correct.
How many people were fighting Mr. Valle?
I'm not sure.
Matthew Lockovich, one of them?
I'm not sure.
Jimmy McGrath, one of them?
No.
Do you see Jimmy McGrath anywhere in this video? This frame here, this is frame 124.
No, not that I could point out.
Do you see in frame 24, right in the middle of the screen, a figure wearing light shoes, light bottom, and dark top?
Yeah.
Is that Jimmy McGrath?
I can't point that out.
Do you see to the right of the frame, again, a figure wearing light shoes, black bottoms, and a white top?
Correct.
Is that what Charlie Connery was wearing that night?
I don't recall what everyone was wearing that night.
Do you see Matthew Lockovich anywhere?
No, I don't.
Do you see a person in frame 143 to the left of the screen?
Yeah.
And do you see that person with their phone out and the light on?
Yeah.
Can you identify that as being Ricky Fiola?
I'm not sure.
Do you recall seeing Ricky Fiola that night with his phone out filming anything?
I don't.
This frame here, frame 157, do you see an individual with their shirt off, darker skin, and a dark pair of dark bottoms?
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
I believe that would be Faison.
The right of the screen, do you see somebody wearing light bottoms and a dark short sleeve?
Yeah.
Who that is?
Not sure.
I want you to watch. We're going to start on frame 178. Do you see this figure here with black bottom and green top who's in the middle of the screen?
Yeah.
What does that person appear to do there to you?
I can't really see.
Do you see the leg, the right leg of that person?
I don't.
You don't see that?
No, I don't.
Here we are in frame 191. Would you agree that the focus of the camera has now panned to the right?
Correct.
That would be towards Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yeah.
And do you see figures here on the screen?
Yeah.
You see one figure here to the very left side wearing lighter shoes, light bottom, and a dark top?
Yes.
You see a figure in front of him wearing light shoes, black bottom, and a white top?
Yeah.
Do you see a figure right here wearing white shoes, blue bottom, no top apparently?
Yeah.
What's that?
I can't tell by this. This is really blurry.
Okay. What was Matthew Lockovich wearing that evening?
I don't recall exactly from my.
And do you see another figure to the right of the screen wearing black pants, long pants, and a white top?
Yeah.
And we forward through and we get, do you see two vehicles here in the road?
Yes.
One near the curb?
Yep.
One behind the curb?
Yes.
And in frame, you see somebody going towards the vehicle that's further out in the road?
Yeah.
And you've seen this video before, correct?
Yeah.
And you see the figure that's closer to the car reach the car, right?
Yeah.
And then you see somebody come into the frame 226. Do you know who that person is?
I'm not sure.
Did you see the interior light appear to come on in the car there?
Yes.
And this is frame 247. Do you know who that person at the door is?
Nito?
You would agree the camera has now panned over to where Mr. Valle is at the car.
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Valle say anything when he was at the car?
No.
You see Mr. Valle appear to be looking back towards his left.
Right.
And what was going on to his left at that? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Did you see Tyler DaSilva at this point? Not in the video, but when you were standing on the lawn.
Yes, I believe so.
What was happening to Tyler DaSilva?
I think he was getting pushed onto the road.
He was getting pushed onto the road.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Zoom in on his face here. Cameraman does. And then we see the camera pan back to the left, correct?
Yeah.
And now we are in frame 284. Do you see a figure on the ground?
Yeah.
Is that still Tyler DaSilva?
I think so.
He hasn't been pushed into the road yet?
No.
Is that different than your recollection?
Yeah.
And how many figures do you see surrounding him?
Surrounding him?
Yes.
Five.
Do you know who any of those folks are?
Not by this. No.
This is frame 286. That's a little clearer, correct?
Yeah.
Can you identify any of those folks?
The one with his shirt, Alex. The one with the red hat, Michael Sampieri. That's really all I could tell.
Okay. But you would agree that there are at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 figures that we can see in that frame other than Mr. DaSilva on the ground.
Correct.
And you can identify 2 of those?
Yeah.
Do you see Mr. McGrath anywhere?
No.
Now, here in frame 307, do you see on the right-hand side of that frame that there are 2 figures, one with a white top and black bottom, one with what appears to be a lighter bottom and a dark top?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you see 2 figures on the far right-hand side of the frame? While this is going on, what we're seeing here, are you watching Mr. DaSilva as he's being attacked?
Yeah.
What are you watching?
I think I was looking at Matt at that point.
You're looking at Matt?
Yeah.
Where was Matt?
I think he was back more, I believe.
You say back.
Like,
Can you show us on the exhibit behind you where Backmore is?
I would just say behind this fight. So I think it was like he was over here more.
Closer to the tree line or closer to the road?
I think closer to the road.
And here we are in frame 333. You see a figure emerging from the right-hand side of the frame?
Yeah.
He's wearing light shoes, a black bottom, and a white shirt.
Yeah.
You know who that is?
I think that's Connery.
Charlie Connery?
Yeah.
Just before, he was standing with Jimmy McGrath.
Near him, yeah.
Near him?
Yeah.
And Matthew Lockovich as well, right?
Yeah.
You see in frame 345 another figure emerging just behind Charlie Connery.
Yeah.
Who's that?
I have no idea.
You see in frame 355, another figure emerging just behind the figure that you could not identify that's following Charlie Connery.
Yeah.
Who's that?
I think
That's Matt Lokovich?
Yeah.
Do you remember him walking with these other two individuals?
Walking with them? No. I just remember him walking by, like walking that way, sorry.
Do you agree that he's not behind that fight going on?
Correct.
And do you see here in frame 364 a figure emerge just behind Matt Lokovich, the unidentified individual, and Charlie Connery wearing light bottom, light shoes, and a dark top?
Yeah.
Who that is?
I believe that would be Jimmy.
Do you see in frame 385?
Yeah.
And what was Matthew Lokovich doing at this?
I'm not sure. He kind of just was standing there like that.
Just observing?
Yeah, I think so.
In frame 398, do you know who the individual in the middle is that appears to be pushing someone whose shirt is up?
I can't tell from that.
And do you still see to the right of frame 398 the individual wearing lighter shoes, light bottom, dark top?
Yeah, that'd be Jimmy.
As we go past now on to frame 409, does that appear to be Jimmy to you?
Yeah.
And you see somebody getting pushed out into the road?
Yeah.
And you see another figure in frame 417 that is now passing as Mr. DaSilva gets pushed into the road, do you not?
Correct.
And in frame 427, you see Mr. DaSilva's left hand, correct?
Yeah.
Do you see anything in his left hand?
Not that I can tell him that.
Now, Mr. DaSilva go into the road at frame 457. Mr. DaSilva still in the road at frame 479. Do you see Mr. McGrath?
Not in this picture, no.
Do you see Mr.
No.
Do you see any of those other figures that we had seen before?
No.
Where were they at this point?
On the grass?
And what were they doing?
I'm not sure.
Were you still looking at Jimmy McGrath?
I believe so, yes.
Were you looking at Matthew Lockwood?
I believe Matt, yeah, I
What
was.
was Matt doing?
I think he was watching again.
Where was Michael Sam Perry at that point?
I have no idea.
Do you know what anybody was doing at that point?
Not that I can recall, no.
Here we are at frame 485. See the light shoes, light bottom, dark top?
Yeah.
And do you know who that is?
Jimmy?
And at this point, you agree he is not facing Tyler DaSilva in the road?
Correct.
And do you see any of the other people from that group?
Not in this picture, no.
And in frame 486, do you still see what you've identified as Jimmy?
Yeah.
And do you see a hand on his lower back?
Yeah.
Do you know whose hand that is?
No, it doesn't even look like a hand.
Can you identify it as a hand now? In 488?
No, I can't.
Can you identify it as a hand now in frame 489?
Appears to be.
Do you know if that's Matthew Lokovich's hand?
I have no idea.
Do you know if Matthew was still standing beside Jimmy at that point?
I believe he was near him at that point, yeah.
And where was Charlie Connery at that point?
Maybe a little bit in front of them.
In front of them?
Yeah, I think so.
And where was Faison Teele at that point?
I'm not sure.
Ryan Heinz?
I didn't see Ryan during this.
Tyler Rich?
Not sure.
Mr. DaSilva still in the road in frame 489?
Yes.
Do you see in frame 508 Jimmy McGrath?
Yeah.
And do you see any of the other people?
I don't.
Do you recall what any of the other people were doing at that point?
I don't.
Do you recall what Mr. Valle was doing at that point?
I don't.
Could you see Mr. Valle at that point?
Not at this point, no.
Was somebody blocking your view?
No.
Why could you not see Mr. Valle?
I don't remember.
And it's frame 518 now. Do you see Mr. McGrath is no longer in the frame?
Correct.
Now, frame 528. Do you see Mr. McGrath or part of Mr. McGrath at the left side of the frame?
Yeah.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Valle at that point?
I think he got closer at that point.
Where was Mr. Connery standing at that point?
I don't remember exactly.
Where was Matthew Locke at that point?
I'm not sure exactly.
Were they blocking your view?
No.
How do you know that?
Because I remember I had a clear view.
And can you see Mr. McGrath in frame 532?
Yes.
Frame 533?
Yep.
Frame 534?
Yes.
Frame 535?
Yes.
Now, after seeing that, does that in any way change your recollection of seeing Mr. McGrath standing in one area not involved in the fight?
No.
And you would agree that you did see him from time to time there, moving with a group that included Charlie Connery, an unknown person that you couldn't identify for us, Matthew Lokovich, your boyfriend,
yes.
Jimmy McGrath,
yes.
and another individual with black pants and a white top that we saw come across the screen that, again, you couldn't identify.
Yes.
And there were other figures that you couldn't identify as well. But you're certain that you had a clear view of seeing what happened between Mr. Valle and Mr. McGrath.
100% yes.
And that it was just the two of them, correct?
Yes.
And you can't tell us where Mr. Connery or Mr. Lokovich were at that point.
No.
You were dating Mr. Lokovich at this time, correct? And you had grown up, you told us, since childhood with Mr. McGrath.
Yeah.
How well did you know Mr. Connery?
Pretty well.
And his family?
Yeah.
Tommy, had you ever been over to their house?
Yeah.
And you didn't call the cops that evening, correct?
I did not.
And you didn't go to talk to the cops. They came to you, correct?
Correct.
And that wasn't until May 23rd, correct?
Yeah.
A little bit more than a week after this all occurred. Had you talked to anybody about what happened that night prior to speaking with the cops?
No.
You hadn't talked to anybody about it?
No.
Not even that?
No.
And you wouldn't want to see Jimmy McGrath's memory or reputation damaged in any way, would you?
No.
You wouldn't want to see any harm come to Matthew Lockovich, even though you're not with Matthew Lockovich anymore, correct?
Correct.
And Charlie Connery, you wouldn't want to see any harm come to him, right?
Right.
And you've come here and you've tried to tell us, to the best of your recollection, what you saw that evening, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Couple questions, Your Honor. Morning, Taylor. So the defense attorney asked you just moments ago regarding, you saw a video frame by frame, it states with defense to be, where he had asked you on multiple occasions where people were standing. To your recollection, you had some indication of where you saw people, but for the most part, you were not able to indicate where everyone was.
Correct.
From your best recollection, was Jimmy involved at all, from what you can recall that night, in the fight?
No.
When the fight was going on, Taylor, where was Jimmy standing from your vantage point? Where was Jimmy standing where you were?
Diagonal from me.
And the whole time he was standing in that general location, you indicated that he moved around a little bit, but for the most part, was he standing in that general location?
Yeah, stayed in that same area for majority of the time.
When counsel showed you the frame by frame of defense B, are you able to indicate at all for sure who those individuals were who were wearing a dark shirt and a light bottom?
No, it was dark. You can't even see their faces in those frames.
Do you recall offhand, as you sit here today, if anyone else at the party was wearing dark shirt and light bottoms that night?
No, I wasn't focused on everyone's outfits.
And it's difficult to recall each and every individual, what they were wearing, where they were standing. But from that night, what are you 100% sure you witnessed that night?
I watched the defendant go up to Jimmy and stab Jimmy.
And when you witnessed the defendant go up and stab Jimmy, as you indicated on direct examination, do you recall if anyone else was standing directly next to Jimmy at that point?
No.
Was anyone else, as defense counsel indicated, putting his arm around Jimmy or in close proximity to Jimmy at that point? When the defendant came up to Jimmy, was it a purposeful stabbing?
Yes.
When the defendant came up to Jimmy, was there any hesitation that you saw in him stabbing Jimmy?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I think it's a very good time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to go ahead and have one more witness to call his speech. Court will stand in recess.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Our Charles Joseph.
Thank you. Good morning. Charlie, can you tell the jury how old you are?
I'm 19 years old.
And do you go to school?
At Connecticut State University.
And what are you studying?
Construction management.
And are you working for the summer?
Yes.
What are you doing?
I'm an intern for a construction company.
Now, have we met before today?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did we meet?
Twice.
And why did we meet?
Discuss this.
And back on May 14th of 2022, how old were you?
16 years old.
And did you go to school?
Yes.
Where did you go to school?
Shelton High School.
And what year were you?
I was a junior.
And did you play any sports?
Yes.
What did you play?
I played baseball.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Ryan Heinz?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
It's a friend. He was my baseball teammate.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Griffin Marcinzik?
A childhood friend and still one of my best friends today.
I want to direct your attention to later on in the night on May 14th of 2022. Did you attend a party anywhere that night?
Yes.
And what party did you attend?
A party at 43 Little Glen Drive.
And who lives there?
Tyler Rich.
And State's Exhibit 5, you know whose house that is?
Tyler Rich's house.
Now, what time of day would you say you got to Tyler Rich's house?
9:30 to 10.
And was it what was the lighting out like?
Outside.
Was it dark out where you couldn't see in front of you, pitch black? What was it like?
I was able to see in front of me, but I wasn't pitch black out.
Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house on that night, how many people were at Tyler Rich's house? Do you recall?
Around 30 people.
And what kinds of things were going on at Tyler Rich's house?
Drinking, social gathering, just hanging out with friends.
When you say drinking, what kind of things were people drinking?
Beer.
And how did you get to Tyler Rich's house?
I drove.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house initially, did you have anything to drink at that point?
No.
Why not?
Because I was driving.
How long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house for initially in the beginning?
Probably half an hour to 45 minutes.
And after about half hour to 45 minutes, did you have an occasion to leave Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Why did you leave?
I received a call from a friend, Ryan Heinz, that he has just gone to a fight and kicked out of a party and wanted to see if I could pick him up.
And did you in fact go pick him up?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To this girl named Natalia's house. I don't know her address. It's in Shelton.
How'd you get there? Did you?
I drove.
Okay. Did you put a Jeep on and kind of follow Waze or something?
Yeah.
So when you got to Natalia's house, did you pick Ryan up?
Yes, I picked up Ryan and Griffin Marcinzik.
And when you picked up Ryan and Griffin, did you leave Natalia's house immediately?
Yes.
When you picked them up, was it just the two of them?
Yes.
Did Ryan have anything with him?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Do you recall whether or not, did you see either Griffin or Ryan drinking that night?
Yes, they were drinking.
Were they drinking before or after they got to Tyler Rich's house?
Let's say before.
At some point in time, you brought him back to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
On the way over to Tyler Rich's house, did you talk to Griffin and Ryan about what had happened earlier on in the night?
Yes.
And did they inform you about what had happened?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you got back to Tyler Rich's house. Were you aware of a group chat that was going on at all?
No, I was not.
And when you got back to Tyler Rich's house, how did you guys go in the house? Do you recall?
Through the basement doors.
And where are the basement doors located?
On the right side of his house.
And when you got back down there, what happened when you got back down to the basement?
Same stuff that was going on before. Talking, people asking questions to Ryan and Griffin at what happened to you guys.
Now, are you familiar with Faison Teele?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Faison?
A classmate, grade above me, just known him for we played football together.
Showing you States 54. Who is this individual?
That's Faison Teele.
Was he at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to talk to him that night?
Yeah.
States 55. Can you tell us who this is?
That's my brother.
And was he at Tyler's house that night?
Yes.
And States 57. Do you know who this is?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy?
Football, basketball teammate growing up, childhood friend. Out with him every
And
weekend.
was he at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
Did you have an occasion to talk to Jimmy throughout the night that night?
Yes, we had a conversation.
When you got back to Tyler Rich's house, did you drink anything?
After picking up Griffin and Heinz?
Yes.
Yes.
What did you drink?
I had 2 Bud Lights.
And what time would you say you got back to Tyler Rich's house at that point? When you got back initially?
Around 11, maybe earlier.
And at some point in time when you were back at Tyler Rich's house, did you become aware of any type of group chat that was going on at that point?
No.
Did you become aware at some point that a car had arrived in front of Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
I've heard that the kids that just fought Ryan and Griffin were outside, so I went outside to go talk to them.
Now, prior to the car showing up, how long would you say you were back at Tyler Rich's house for? What was that?
Half an hour, maybe a little bit more.
And when you went outside, do you recall how you went outside?
Yes.
How did you go outside?
I went to the basement doors, so around the front yard, and the car was across the street of the front yard, and I went over and talked to the person in the passenger seat.
So States 49, can you indicate on States 49 where you saw the car pull up initially?
Like the beginning of the road on the right side, going down the road, facing down the road, right there.
Right here? So facing this way or facing this way?
Facing that way.
Facing up?
Yeah.
Okay, so the record can reflect the witnesses identified the area just north of the intersection of Adams and Laurel Glen, just to the left of where it appears to be a group of trees on the property across from 43 Laurel Glen.
So noted.
And you walked over to the car?
Yes.
Do you recall who you walked over to the car with? Was there anybody with you?
I don't recall.
Was there people with you though when you walked over?
Yes.
How many people would you say were with you at the time?
8 to 10.
And when you walked over, you spoke to somebody in the car?
Yes.
What side of the car did you speak to them?
Passenger side.
Passenger, so the right side of the car, if the car's looking that way?
Yes.
Okay, front passenger or rear passenger?
Front.
And who did you speak to in the front passenger?
Tyler DaSilva.
And what kinds of things were you telling him?
I asked him what he did, and I was with him the week before, and I told him that, like, I like you, like, I think you're a good kid. I know your cousins. I grew up with them. And I said, just leave. Like, there just don't want any problems. Just leave.
And how do you know Tyler DaSilva?
I know his cousins from growing up playing baseball. And a week prior to that, I was with Tyler DaSilva and his friends.
Okay. Did you notice anybody else in the car at this point in time?
Yes.
Who else did you notice?
Jack Snyder.
And where was Jack Snyder?
Driving.
How do you know Jack Snyder?
I was also with him the week before that.
Did you notice anybody else in the car at this point?
Yes, but I couldn't recognize faces. It was.
Okay, so you knew there were other people in the car, but you didn't know who it was?
I knew who it was.
Who else did you recognize?
Raul Valle.
Okay, and how do you know Raul?
The St. Joe student was also with him a week before that.
And is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
A black suit, black tie.
Can you please point him out for the record? And the record reflect your honor, the witness identified the defendant in this case.
Court will reflect on the record that the witness has identified Mr. Valle.
Now, do you know Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
Do you know Sal Perry?
Yes.
Do you know Mike Sampieri?
Yes.
Do you know Alex Bernstein?
Yes.
Do you know Jake Villalobos?
Yes.
Do you know Matthew Lakovich?
Yes.
How do you know those individuals?
All friends growing up.
And were they present at the
Yes.
house that night? So now you said you were talking to Tyler DaSilva, initially in front of the 43 Laurel Glen. Did you notice, was the defendant saying anything or doing anything at this point?
I did not notice.
How long would you say your conversation lasted for with Tyler DaSilva at that car?
Not even 30 seconds.
Do you recall what kind of car it was, by the way?
Dark SUV.
Okay. And so it was, you said 30 seconds? Was the conversation with Tyler DaSilva, was it cordial? Was it peaceful?
It was peaceful.
At some point in time, did the interaction between either you and Mr. DaSilva or anybody else around you in the car become not peaceful?
Not that I'm aware of.
What happened after that period of time speaking with Mr. DaSilva?
I walked away and I went towards the front lawn where all the other rest of the party was there, just watching, just was talking with them.
So you had a conversation with Mr. DaSilva in the street area for about 30 seconds and then you walked away?
Yes.
Where did you walk to? Can you tell us on State 49?
In the driveway, a little bit to the left, like by like the lawn and like near the white car, kind of.
Like probably this area here?
A little more up though, or like down, like on the lawn.
Down here?
Yes.
Okay. So the record can reflect witnesses identifying in States 49 the front right passenger side wheel of this white pickup truck on the grass. So when you were in that area, were you able to observe things that were going on at the car at that point, or what were you doing when you went back to that area?
I wasn't really paying attention to the car, but I was just talking with friends, like just, I don't recall what we were talking about, but just talking with them.
Now, how many people were in your area at that point in time? Do you remember?
20.
20, okay. So about 10 kids or so at the car and then 20 like back at the near your area. At some point in time, did you have an occasion to see the car leave for any reason?
Yes.
Do you know why the car left?
No.
Do you recall hearing or seeing any type of altercation that happened at the car?
When the car was not moving?
Right.
No.
So when the car left, which way did it go? Did it go up in States 49 or did it go back towards Adams?
It went up.
Okay. And when it went up, tell us what you observed about what the car did.
When it went up, since there was people around the car, it sped off very, very fast and kids got out the way. And then it turned around and came back through and stuff was thrown out. And then people picked up their stuff that was with our friends and we threw stuff back while I was going back and forth speeding the car.
Were you involved in that at all?
No, I was not.
So did you stay in the area in front on the grass area where you just described in States 49 when this was happening?
Yes.
How many times would you say the car drove up and down the street?
3 to 4.
And at some point in time, did it stop?
Yes.
And when it stopped, what did you do?
Stopped at the end of the road, north all the way down, at the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane.
So in this area here, what did you observe about it at that point? Did you observe the car just stopped, or tell us what you saw?
I noticed that 2 individuals got out of the car. So me and a couple of my friends went down there to talk to them.
And when you say a couple of your friends, do you recall who you were with?
Yes.
Who were you with?
Ty Wood, Matt Lockovich, Ricky Field, Tyler Rich. That's about it.
So you went down the street. When you went down the street, did you go in a big mob? How did you make your way down the street?
A couple kids were farther up than me. We kind of went individual or like in as twos, not as in a group.
Who were you closer to? You?
Ty Wood.
And who was further down the street? Do you know who was further down the street?
Tyler Rich and Ricky Field.
Okay. And when you got down, how far did you get down the street, would you say, that night?
So where they were in the intersection.
And did you witness any interactions with anybody?
Yes.
What did you witness about any interactions with them?
I witnessed that Ricky Field was talking to Raul Valle, and me, Matt Lockovich, and Ty were talking to Tyler DaSilva.
And what were you guys talking about with him? What did you say to him? Did you say anything to him at that point?
Told him to leave. Said, bye to the car, leave.
And did you, Ty Wood, or anybody else that you were with engage in any fighting behavior down Laurel at that point in time?
No.
Did you witness Ricky Fiola and the defendant speaking to each other?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear what the defendant was saying at any point during that interaction?
No, I did not.
How long would you say the interaction was between you and Mr. DaSilva down the street when you told him to leave?
10 seconds.
And after you told him to leave, what did you do?
Turned around and walked back.
Walked back to Mr. Rich's house? And how long would you say, did you observe the entire interaction between Mr. Fiola and the defendant?
Most of it, yeah.
Okay. Were they still talking when you turned around and walked back to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you make it all the way back to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Did you walk back by yourself?
No.
Tell me about how you made it from where Tyler Rich was to back to 43 Laurel Glen.
I walked back with Ty Wood and Matt Locke, and the rest jogged up and caught up to us, and then we walked back together.
Who caught up with you and walked back with you at that point in time? Do you recall?
Ricky Fiola, Tyler Rich, Matt Locke, Ty Wood.
And did you guys discuss what had happened down the street?
Yes.
And in particular, did you have a conversation with Ricky Fiola?
Yes, I did.
And after that conversation happened, did you guys all make your way back into Mr. Rich's basement?
Yes.
And how long would you say you were back in the basement for?
30 seconds.
And at some point in time, did you exit the basement after 30 seconds?
Yes.
Why did you exit the basement?
I was told that they're back.
And when you were told that they were back, How did you get out of the basement? Same way you went in?
Same way I went in.
When you came out of the basement, where did you go? Do you recall where you went?
Yes.
Stage 4. Can you see in stage 4 where you went?
Yes, I was hanging out by the basement doors and slowly creeping up, but I kept my distance from what was going on.
What was going on when you came outside?
It was like, I saw people like lined up face to face, like talking to each other.
Show you stage 6. Can you show me in stage 6 where you saw people lined up?
Towards the left, between like the bush and the truck.
So somewhere in this area here?
Yes.
And who was in that area at the time when you came outside?
I saw Ty Wood, Ryan Heinz, Tyler Rich, Tyler DaSilva, Raul Valle.
And what were you observing about all of them?
They were just face to face talking.
Who was face to face talking to Tyler DaSilva? Do you recall?
Tyler Rich.
And who was anybody talking to the defendant? And who was talking to the defendant?
Ryan Heinz and Ty Wood.
And you recall, can you tell us on this exhibit here, stage 6, where was Tyler DaSilva standing as opposed to where was the defendant standing? Can you show us in this exhibit?
Tyler DaSilva was more to the left side, and Raul was to the right. They were next to each other, but Raul was on the right and Tyler was on the left.
Raul was probably closer to this red bush here.
Yes, and Tyler was closer to the truck. They were right next to each other.
And when they were talking, describe what the conversation was like when they were face to face.
I wasn't close enough to hear.
So you just heard, did you hear, were they just talking or was it loud?
It seemed more not peaceful as the other conversations were. It seemed like something was stirring up, that they're getting louder and louder, but I didn't know what they were talking about.
So were you still back by the Bilko doors?
Yes.
Witnessing this from back where this state 6, see there's like this AC unit back here, back over here?
Yes.
But could you, from your vantage point, could you see what was going on? How could you see what was going on over here?
From the clear view.
Were there lights?
Yes, there was a garage light shined right at them.
Did anybody else have their phones out? Was there lights on at this point?
No, not that I'm aware of.
But from that vantage, how far do you think it is from this area where the AC unit is next to the Bilko door to where this area is here?
About 20 feet.
20 feet. So you could see what's going on. You could hear what's going on. Could you make out the exact words that people were saying? I mean,
at the time, maybe, but I don't recall it there.
Okay, that's fine. How long would you say the conversation lasted for between the parties?
That conversation right there?
Yeah.
10 to 15 seconds.
And after 10 to 15 seconds, what, if anything, did you observe?
I observed Raul making a movement and Tyler coming across and punching him in the face.
Now, when this was going on, when you were observing and listening to what was going on, were you making your way closer to?
Yes.
Okay. And so at some point in time, prior to the punch that you saw, how close were you in this? Can you tell us?
A little bit farther from me to you right now.
Okay, so probably about 10 feet?
Yeah.
And at that point in time, you saw the defendant make a move?
Yes.
What was the move like? Can you describe what it was like? Can you show us?
I like something like that, but like something like this with no contact. Like just went like this.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was trying to do, but Tyler Rich came across and punched him in the face.
And when Tyler Rich came across and punched him in the face, what happened after that?
Two fights kind of broke out separate ways, and I just watched my brother run over to the fight that was going towards the left side, which I saw Ryan Heinz and Faison Teele over there with Raul Valle fighting him. I saw my brother running over there, so then I started running over there.
So when you say you started running over there, let me see. Where you said the fights broke up, or
yes.
Can you show us on stage 52? Start here. That's where you walked.
That's where I walked.
And where was the fight going towards the right there? Okay. So they were closer to the house when the fight started?
Yes. It was around right here. One guy went this way, this way.
Okay. And you started following the fight to the left?
Yes.
And that was the fight that involved who?
My brother, Tommy Connery, Ryan Heinz, and Faison Teele.
And what did you observe about that fight when you were following it?
Well, I ran over there, and then by the time I got there, I didn't do anything. I just stood and watched, and I saw Tommy sort of standing over him as well, but more in it. I saw Ryan like on top of him, and I saw Faison also like more like on top of him, like not on top of him, but like next to him, like fighting.
So is there a path of travel, we'll say, that the fight took when you were observing this? Did it stay in one area, or did it constantly move?
It first stayed in one area, but then everyone got off of Raul, and then he walked away, and that fight was over.
Can you show me like where that all happened, to the best of your recollection?
Like happened over here.
Yeah.
Then everyone like got off there, like all like walked like this way. All right.
Okay. And when you saw that happen, where did you follow
Yeah, I followed him.
Show me the path that you followed.
I kept the far distance from him the whole entire time. And when he was like over here, I was over here. And he took his way this way, I was over here.
Keep my distance from him, but keep my.
Why did you do that?
Because I was aware that he had a knife.
And did you engage in the fight at all?
No.
So what did you observe when you walked? So you did correct me if I'm wrong, you did almost like a semicircle?
Yes.
And what did you observe about the defendant as you're doing the semicircle?
I observed when he got out of the fight, some people pushed him to get even more out of the way and get him into the road and get him out of here and just leave. And I just kept him walking and I watched him walk towards the car.
Okay. Let me stop you there. This is stage. You witnessed the fight have somewhere right here? Yeah. Just above the initial interaction between DaSilva and this area here between the black truck. Yeah. The fight breaks out. DaSilva comes back this way towards where the tree is in stage 52. Yes. And the fight between the defendant, Heinz, your brother, and Teele somewhere right here. Yes. I'm pointing to the area north of the red tree in stage 52 on the left-hand side. So at some point in time, you say the fight, they let go of them? Yes. And you kind of follow this area, the semicircle kind of makes its way over here, and you see another group pushing out. I saw a couple kids just give him a little shove to just get him off the top. Show me where you saw that happen. Around here, and I wanted to step back. So to the right-hand side of the photo, Your Honor, near the curve, just south of the red bush. And when you saw that happen, did your attention go anywhere else at that point? No. Now, was your eye on the defendant the entire time? Yes. Do you know if Jimmy McGrath was involved in the fight? And the fight was going on over here initially with the defendant and your brother, Faison, and Ryan? He was. Was Jimmy McGrath involved? Anything going on right over here? No. Do you know where Jimmy McGrath was at this point? Okay. And when you came and did the semicircle, at some point in time, did you notice Jimmy McGrath at some point? When I was supposed to go around here? Yeah. No, still. Okay. At what point did you see Jimmy McGrath outside? Yes. So when you did the semicircle, you said you kind of walked back to the car? Yes. Tell me where you saw him walk back. Walked back to the car over here. Okay. And when I was following him, I was at him, and he opens the door, and then he closes it, and he goes right back in, and then I start yelling.
He has a knife, he has a knife, he has a knife, because I thought he just went and grabbed it, but unfortunately I was wrong.
And when you yelled that he had a knife, did you see him have a knife on him at that point in time?
No.
What did you observe about the defendant when he came back onto the property?
I saw him next to Tyler DaSilva, and they were both in the road, and no one was going after them. No one was going near them. They were everyone was just looking at each other, and then the defendant went after the closest person to him, who was Jimmy McGrath, and stabbed him.
Did you see Jimmy McGrath at this point in time, just prior to the defendant stabbing Jimmy?
I saw him right before it, right before he got stabbed.
Did it appear that Jimmy McGrath, was he trying to engage the defendant?
No, he wasn't.
Did it appear did Jimmy have a weapon on him that night?
No, he did not.
Did Jimmy approach the defendant in any manner whatsoever, from your perspective?
No, he didn't.
So tell us about what you saw. He comes onto the grass area. When he's on the grass area, do you know where the rest of the people are at this point in time?
Sort of stepping back a little bit from Raul and Tyler DaSilva, because they've heard that he had a knife, and people were kind of stepping back to where they were, more towards the middle of the lawn or somewhere around the lawn, not near the road. And the defendant went after the closest person to him, which was Jimmy.
So where was Jimmy standing that you recall?
Around here.
Okay, so that's just to the right. It's like on States 52, just upwards and just slightly to the right of where the mailbox was. Yeah. There is. So take us through it. He comes back on the lawn, you scream he's got a knife, and then where's Jimmy's where? When he's on the lawn. The defendant's on the lawn, where's Jimmy?
When the defendant comes back, it's over here. Jimmy's around over here. Okay. And everyone's around now, right here. And that defendant comes on the lawn, and Jimmy's right here.
And tell me what you saw at that point.
I saw the defendant
go after Jimmy aggressively, and Jimmy was trying to get away, and he stabbed him.
Did you see Jimmy take a step back? What did you see?
I saw Jimmy trying to avoid it.
Yeah. And what happened?
Didn't.
And where did you see him stab Jimmy McGrath?
Sort of from my point of view, it looked like upper stomach range, lower chest, right around here.
Okay. So if the record can reflect, Your Honor, he's indicating on his own body just the upper stomach area below the left chest area. And when you saw the defendant stab Jimmy, what, if anything, did you observe or hear next?
I yelled I yelled out Jimmy's name twice, saying Jimmy, Jimmy, and he turned around and said, "I've been stabbed." And then the next second, he collapsed to the ground.
And when he collapsed, what, if anything, did you do next?
I froze and I saw a couple people running towards him, and I just started hearing screams of someone yelling, "I need stitches, I need stitches."
Do you know who that was?
Yes, I turned around and saw my brother on the ground. He was like covered in blood.
And where was your brother? If you can use States 52, do you recall where you saw your brother?
Right here in Ireland.
So your brother was back on the other side of maybe where that tree is?
Yeah.
Yes.
And was there anybody with him at this point in time, do you recall?
Yes, Will Berardi was with him.
And who was Will Berardi?
He's my cousin.
And when you saw your brother, did you go to your brother at that point?
Yes.
And what did you observe about where was he stabbed? You recall?
Above his left leg, above his knee.
Was that the first time you realized that your brother had been stabbed?
Yes.
What was his leg like when you saw that?
Bloody, like multiple wounds.
And after, did you try to help your brother out?
Yeah, I immediately ripped my shirt off and tied it around his leg to form pressure. And then my brother's friends told me to walk away, that they had him, and I wouldn't. And then my brother was looking at me and he said, saying that, "Go help Jimmy, go help Jimmy, I'll be fine." And then I walked away.
So when your brother said that, did you go and try to help Jimmy?
I walked over there and there was a lot of people around him to the point I wouldn't even make room over there. But I walked over and I saw the condition Jimmy McGrath was in, and I just turned around and walked away.
What did you notice about Jimmy's condition at that point in time?
Very pale, a lot of blood, shorts covered in red.
Did you notice if anybody else was stabbed that night?
When I walked around, I noticed that Brian Heinz and Faison Teele were also stabbed.
At some point in time, did somebody call the police?
Yes.
Who called the police?
Will Berardi called the police. I'm aware of that. I'm assuming multiple people also did. I know that Will Berardi did.
And did the police at some point arrive?
Yes.
And did you speak to the police that night?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell them everything you told us here today?
Yes, I did.
Now, can you tell us prior to starting it, whether or not does this video show the entire fight of what happened on May 14th, 2022?
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir! Come on, let's go then!
So you see this area here of kids that just went over this way to the right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the period of time where you testified prior to that there were kids pushing the defendant out to the street?
Yes.
And this individual down here, do you recall seeing this individual in the blue on the ground?
No, I don't.
Okay, so your focus is over here.
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall using State 60? Where are you at this point in time?
I'm walking around towards near where people are getting pushed out.
So is this you right here in the black shorts and white shirt?
That could be.
And you're witnessing what's going on?
Yes.
Did you get involved in the fight?
No, I did not.
Do you recall if Jimmy McGrath was involved over here?
No, he wasn't.
And at some point in time, you say this defendant goes back to the
Yes.
Now, who's this individual coming into the frame right here on the right?
That's me.
And do you recall where Jimmy was at this point in time?
No, I do not.
Do you know who this is with the blue shirt and white pants?
Yes, that's Jimmy.
At that point in time, do you recall seeing Jimmy?
Yes.
And do you recall if he was fighting with anybody?
No, he wasn't.
Okay, good. Now, you see who's that being pushed out to the street?
Tyler DaSilva.
Well, you remember seeing that on the night question?
Yes.
Remember the defendant coming back onto the property at that point?
Yes.
Is this the point in time where you testified on earlier that people were just standing there and there was no more?
Yes.
And at this point in time, when the defendant is coming back onto the property, what is happening? Because you can see part of the video, we don't see what's at some point goes out of view. What do you recall happening at this moment?
People looking at them too, backing up a little bit, and no one fighting, no one like saying words or anything, just looking at each other. Like,
Do you recall what the defendant did when he came back on the property? Did he slip and fall?
no, he went after the closest person to him, which was Jimmy, and with a purpose, and stabbed him.
Do you recall whether or not Matt Lockovich was close to Jimmy at this point in time?
Yes, he was.
Okay. But Jimmy was closer to the defendant?
Yes.
And how close would you say Jimmy was to the defendant just prior to this slide here? Or this is frame 426. How close was Jimmy at this point in time?
5 to 10 feet.
But at that point in time, what are you witnessing here?
I see Jimmy avoiding someone stepping back.
So at frame 535, Jimmy is actually stepping back. Is that the point where you see him get stabbed by the defendant?
3 seconds right after that, yes.
Now, after this happened, You said you spoke to the police how many times?
I saw them twice that night.
Do you remember speaking to them on about 3 weeks later, June 8th? Did you do any type of walkthrough with?
Yeah, I did a walkthrough.
And what do you remember what you told the police with regards to where Jimmy was stabbed?
Like on his body wear?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you recall if you ever told him that he was stabbed in the gut?
I said he was stabbed in the stomach, the upper region of it.
Why would you say that he was stabbed in the stomach?
Because my angle is what it looked like.
So when he's stepping back,
It looked like below his chest, like from just below his chest down, like that's his stomach. So the upper region of that.
Okay.
So I told him he got stabbed in the stomach because when it happened, I didn't know how he was going to be.
Now, when the defendant stabs Mr. McGrath, what, if anything, did you observe? Did you observe him pull the knife out of his chest?
I observed his fist like this, and from the light of the house, the light from the car around, I was able to see something shining with his hand like this, shining out of it.
Okay. So he goes up, stabs like this, and then pulls out, and you see it.
Yes.
And then when he pulls the knife out of his chest, what do you see the defendant do next?
Run to the car.
Does he get back to the car?
Yeah.
Do you see him get in the car?
Yes.
Do you see DaSilva follow him to the car? What do you see? Do you know what happened to DaSilva after that?
I assume he was in the car, but I didn't see him.
You didn't see where he went? Okay. When the defendant got back to the car, by the way, which way was the car facing when it came back? Was it facing towards Adams or towards Farmhouse?
Towards Adams.
And when they got back into the car at that point in time, which way did you see the car leave?
Yeah.
Where did it leave?
Towards Adams.
At that point in time, did you ever see the car after that night?
No, I didn't.
How would you describe the situation both during and after the fight at the house?
After the fight?
Yeah, during and after. Was it chaotic?
Yeah, at first it was like chaotic, and then after it was completely worse than like just people screaming, people trying to stay calm, people trying to give aid to people that were bleeding, and neighbors came and helped, and it was just people running around calling the cops. Ambulance showed up, the cops drove down the wrong road, and I had to run out and chase them to tell them that I was this way because I saw them miss the house and just running around, and then actually had to calm down and stay calm and be calm in that moment and just see what was going on, see everyone, and talk to them, like make sure everyone's just helping. And that was really it.
I can't remember if I asked this question, but I'm going to ask you. When the defendant was talking to he was talking to Tywood before the fight starts. Is he arguing with Tywood?
Not that I'm aware of. They were talking. It was high pitched. I didn't know if they were arguing or they were just talking loud. I mean, they were probably arguing, but I don't know.
Were you not close enough to really hear other than it was loud?
Yeah.
Okay. Now that night, did you see Jimmy McGrath with a knife in his hand at this point in time?
Jimmy with a knife?
Or with any type of weapon?
No.
Did you see Tyler DaSilva with a weapon in his hand that night?
No, I did not.
Did any of your friends, you see any of your friends with any types of weapons in their hands, both before, during, and after the fight?
No one had weapons.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, I'm assuming you're not going to finish your cross-examination within the next 10, 15 minutes. So if you could just let me know when you find a good place to stop.
Yes, Your Honor.
Going for lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Connery.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. We've never met before, correct? Sorry, I'll repeat what the state's attorney told you. You got to keep your voice up because we got to compete with this fan that's coming. And then you've also got to say whatever you're going to answer, whether that's yes, no, or something else. It has to be audible so that the court reporter can record it, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were telling us before about the evening of May 14th of 2022.
Yes.
And what you recall, right?
Yes.
And you're testifying here today after you told us you'd met with the state's attorney 2 times?
Yes.
That's it?
That was it.
And you also have viewed the video that we saw here before, Exhibit 60, correct?
Yes.
When was the first time you saw that video?
Probably a week after it happened.
A week after it happened? And how did you see that video the week after?
Someone showed me.
Do you remember who?
No, I do not.
One of your friends?
Yeah.
And when they showed that video to you, did you tell the police about that?
The police already knew.
They already knew at that point? How many times do you think you've seen that video now as you sit here?
10 times.
You told us that you were a 16-year-old junior at Shelton High School on May 14th of 2022, right?
Yes.
And you were a rising senior?
Yes.
And you were playing baseball?
Yes.
Did you play any other sports at Shelton High?
Not that year. That year I only played baseball, but I played football when I was a freshman.
Okay. And most of the kids that were at Tyler Rich's, they were older than you, correct?
Yes.
And they were also members of the football team.
Yes.
Many of them were either seniors or had graduated, right?
Yes.
So you were one of the younger members there. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Heinz were also younger than most of the other folks there, right?
Yes.
And you told us that Ryan Heinz was a friend and a baseball teammate of yours,
Yes.
and that Griffin Marcinzik you'd known longer, since childhood, right?
Yes.
Because Ryan Heinz didn't come into the Shelton High School system until freshman year of high school.
Yes. Around 8th grade.
Eighth grade. But you'd become close with him.
Yeah, very close.
Close enough that after this fight that he described to you at 5 Lazy Brook, he called you to come and pick him up.
Yes.
And he also told you that he had Griffin Marcinzik with him.
Yes.
And you went to pick them up, you told us, about a half an hour to 45 minutes after you'd gotten to Tyler Rich's house the first time, right?
Yes.
So would that be somewhere between 10:30 and 11 o'clock, do you think, that you went to pick them up?
Around there, yeah.
Because you told us you got to Tyler Rich's house initially between 9:30 and 10, and then you spent about 30 to 45 minutes there.
Yes.
So you think it was somewhere between 10:30 and 11 that you drove to pick them up?
Yes.
How far away was that drive to Natalia Ritzik's house?
8 minutes, 9, 10, depends on red light, green light. It's not that far.
Not that far. And you said when you picked them up, Ryan Heinz didn't have anything with him,
But I don't recall if he did.
but you told us that you thought they were drinking, right?
Yeah.
Before you'd picked them up?
Yeah.
Why did you think they were drinking before you picked them up?
Because when I was talking to them on the phone, they said that they had their beer taken from them.
And you told us that on the way to Tyler Rich's house, you talked about what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
And then when you got back, and you were unaware at that point of a group chat that was going on?
No, I had no idea about that.
Did you see either Mr. Heinz or Mr. Marcinzik on their phones?
Yeah, they're on their phones.
Did they appear to be excited?
No.
Did they appear to be upset?
Sort of, yeah.
And they weren't, did they tell you that they were in communication with any of the kids that they thought had been involved in the fight at 5 Lazy Brook?
No.
But when you got back to the basement, you said people were at Tyler Rich's house. You said people were already talking about the fight at 5 Lazy Brook.
No, when we got there and I walked in with Ryan and Griffin, they asked and they came up to him and said, "Hey, what happened?"
Just like that? Hey, what happened?
Well, we heard about it. That's why I went and picked them up. Because before I told them that, oh, Ryan and Griffin just got a fight. You guys care if I bring them here? And they're like, oh, we don't care. So when we got there, they're already aware about the fight, so they went and asked.
Okay. And how many people came up to ask about what happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
Around 10 people.
And one of those was Jimmy McGrath?
No.
No, Jimmy McGrath wasn't one of the first people to ask.
No, I didn't see Jimmy talk to Ryan Heinz.
You didn't see Jimmy McGrath talk to Ryan Heinz at all. Had you been at Nikki DeJesus's house earlier that evening with Jimmy McGrath?
No, I wasn't there.
But you saw him in that picture, exhibit number 57?
Yes.
And you know that to be Nikki DeJesus's basement?
Yes.
And you saw Faison Teele there in the basement, correct?
Yes.
You saw your brother there in the basement?
Yes.
Had he been there earlier when you left?
Yeah, he was there before me.
Did you both drive there together to?
No, separately.
And so when you got to Tyler Rich's house, where did you park?
On the side of the road, farther up, if I want the maps, farther up, facing towards, I don't know the coordinates, but towards up his house. If you're driving to his house, it's like up more.
Towards Farmhouse Lane?
Yes, that way.
And you were parked on Laurel Glen facing towards Farmhouse Lane, down further towards Farmhouse Lane.
I was parked facing Adams, but more towards Farmhouse Lane, like up there more.
Okay.
So like when I got there, I turned around and parked on the right side, facing that.
Gotcha. So you drove down towards Farmhouse Lane, turned around, came back a little bit, and now you're parked facing Adams. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And there were other cars parked in the road, right? And there were cars parked in the driveway, right?
Yes.
And so it was a little crowded in the street.
A little bit, yeah.
When you got back to the house, was there anybody at Tyler Rich's house? Was there anybody in the front lawn?
When I got back with Griffin and Ryan to pick them up, not that I recall. We went straight to the basement, didn't talk to anyone right down there.
And you told us that you'd had 2 Bud Lights in the basement, right?
Yes.
And that was around 11 o'clock that you got back?
Yes.
And again, you said to the state's attorney that you had not become aware of a group chat that was going on, right?
No, I didn't know about that.
But you did become aware of a car that was parked in the front of 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
And you said you heard that the car with kids who fought Ryan Heinz was there, right?
Yes.
So as you went out through the basement doors, your understanding was that the kids who had gotten into the fight with your friend Ryan Heinz were now parked in a car outside the house.
Yes.
And you said you walked outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who else was with you when you walked outside?
At that point?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Do you remember anybody being with you?
I remember the party going outside and a lot of people staying in the front lawn and then 10 of us approaching the car. I remember Tyler Richard going approaching the car. I other people too, but I couldn't say who else was with me because I went on the other side of the car on my own. Everyone was on the driver's side. I went to the passenger side.
Okay. So you recall the party emptied out of the basement and went into the front lawn. Some folks you claim stayed on the front lawn.
Yes, most of them stay in the front lawn.
Most of them. And 8 to 10 people, including yourself, walked across the street to where the car was parked.
Yes.
And you told us that you went to talk to the passenger, correct?
Yes.
And that passenger you identified for us, that was the front passenger?
Yes.
And that was Tyler DaSilva, right?
Yes.
And you knew Tyler DaSilva, correct?
Yes.
From having grown up and his cousins?
I was friends with his cousins, and I knew that was one of their cousins. And just so happened a weekend before that, I was at a place in Shelton, and those kids were there, that friend group, and I met them there.
Okay. And you said that you had a pretty peaceful discussion with Tyler DaSilva. I like you. You're a good kid. I know your cousins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did he threaten you in any way?
No.
Was his window down or up?
It was down.
All the way?
Yeah.
And the rear passenger window, was that down?
I don't think so, no.
Did you talk to anybody in the rear passenger side?
No, I didn't.
Could you see anybody inside the vehicle?
Yeah.
Could you identify who was sitting in the rear passenger side?
No, I couldn't.
Could you identify anybody that was sitting in the back seat?
I noticed the defendant was behind the driver's side, and I couldn't. I noticed 2 kids in the middle and next to him behind the passenger, but I didn't know who they were, so I didn't know who. I don't names their face.
Okay. Could you tell if there was anybody in the trunk area?
No, I couldn't.
And you told us that among this group of 8 to 10 people was Ricky Fiola?
Going towards the car?
Yes.
No, I didn't see Ricky with me. I saw Tyler Rich go up, maybe Ryan Heinz. I don't recall everyone that went there, but I don't remember seeing Ricky over there.
Do you remember seeing Sal Perry there?
At the car? No, yeah, again, no.
Do you remember seeing Michael Samperi at the car?
No.
Do you remember seeing Alex Bernstein at the car?
No.
Do you remember seeing Jacob Villalobos at the car?
No.
Do you remember seeing Matthew Lakovich?
No, it could have been them, but I just don't recall who stayed on the lawn, who didn't.
Do you recall seeing Tanner Chernowski at the car?
I don't know.
Do you know Tanner Chernowski?
Yeah, I know Tanner.
How do you know Tanner Chernowski?
He's my brother's age. He grew up with my brother, played sports with him, and I always knew him just as one of my older brother's friends, and then we became friends eventually.
And you said you didn't notice Mr. Valle doing or saying anything while you were there at the car?
No, I didn't.
And you said that your conversation with Tyler DaSilva lasted about 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
That interaction never became anything other than peaceful, correct?
With me and Tyler Silva?
That's correct.
Yes.
And you said at that point you turned and walked into the driveway by the lawn.
Yes.
And you weren't paying attention to the car at that point. You were just talking to friends, you said.
Yes.
How far away from the car were you at that point when you were just talking to friends?
Across the street, so whatever the street distance is, around there.
Was this a larger than normal street, or was this your typical street?
Typical back road street.
And at this point, you said there are 20 of you in the lawn driveway area and still 10 by the car, right?
Yes.
And then you saw the car leave.
Yes.
And you never saw anybody put their hands on the car?
No, I never saw that.
You never saw anybody kick the car?
No.
You never saw anybody throw anything at the car?
Yeah, I saw people do that.
While the car was still sitting there, or when it was driving?
I back and forth. I saw people do it.
I want to focus on before the car leaves to drive away, okay?
Yes, sir.
You never saw anybody throwing anything at the car at that point?
No.
Never saw anybody throw anything out of the car at that point?
No.
You never saw anybody climb on top of the car at that point?
No.
You never saw the car rocking at that point?
No.
You never heard anything shatter as far as the car goes?
No.
You never saw anybody on the rear of the vehicle bouncing up and down?
No.
But then at some point you saw the car leave, you told us.
Yes.
And you don't recall any altercation that preceded that. It just sped off down the road.
Yes.
And then you told us it came back and forth a few times, right? 3 to 4 times?
Yes.
Again, you stayed in the grassy area at that point, right?
Yes.
And then the car stopped at the intersection of Laurel Glen Drive and Farmhouse Lane.
Yes.
You and I were talking about the car having stopped at the intersection of Laurel Glen Drive and Farmhouse Lane when we left. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
So I want to take us back there, okay? You told us that you observed 2 individuals get out of the car, correct?
Yes.
Only 2 individuals get out of the car?
I'm mistaken. 3 got out of the car.
Oh, I'm sorry. 3 got out of the car?
Mackenzie Trafecante also got out of the car.
And you said that you and a few of your friends walked down the street to talk to them, correct?
Yes.
And that was Ty Wood, correct?
Yes.
Michael Lakovich, Matthew Lakovich,
Yes.
my fault there. Tyler Rich,
Yes.
Ricky Fiola,
Yes.
Ryan Heinz,
No.
Faison Teele.
No.
And you said that Tyler Rich and Ricky Fiola were ahead of you, correct?
Yes.
And that you were walking with Ty Woods, right?
Yes.
And you walked all the way down to where the car was parked at the end of, or at the intersection of Laurel Glen Drive and Farmhouse Lane, right?
Yes, it was a little bit before it. A little before there, where the group was a little bit before the intersection.
But you walked down to where the car had come to a stop.
When I got down there, the car drove away or something because it was only them three around there.
Okay. So when you got down there, you couldn't see the car?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So at that point, it was the group of you that had walked down there and just Mackenzie, Trafecante, Raul Valle, and Tyler DaSilva?
Yes.
Were they all on the same side of the street?
No.
Where was Mackenzie Trafecante?
She was kind of sitting on the curb next to Raul Valle on the side of the street, and then Tyler Silva was on the other side.
On the same side of the street as Tyler Rich's house, or on the opposite side of the street?
Same side.
So Mackenzie Trafecante and Raul Valle were on the opposite side.
Yeah.
Okay. How far away were you from Mr. DaSilva?
Almost, like not face to face, but like good talking distance.
And how far away were you from Mackenzie and Raul?
Almost the whole street across, like not like about 8 feet.
And at this point, you could not see Jack Snyder's vehicle?
No, I don't remember seeing the vehicle.
And you told us that you witnessed Mr. Fiola talking to Mr. Valle.
Yes.
And he was still standing beside Ms. Trafecante at that point?
Yes.
And you said you did not see Tyler Rich interact with Mr. Valle at all, correct?
No, I didn't see it.
You didn't see Mr. Rich spray anything in Mr. Valle's direction?
No, I didn't see that.
And you didn't see anybody except for Mr. Fiola by Mr. Valle?
Yes.
So your recollection is that it was just Mr. Fiola, Mr. Valle, and Ms. Trafecante on one side of the street?
Yes.
And therefore, yourself, Ty Wood, Tyler Rich, the three of you, and Matthew Lockovich, I'm sorry, the four of you, were all on the opposite side of the street with Mr. DaSilva?
I saw the completely opposite side of the road, but like more towards that side, like not really close to where the Fiola was.
And you said that the three of you were talking with Mr. DaSilva, correct?
Yes.
You didn't see anyone engage in any fighting?
No.
You didn't see anyone chasing Mr. Snyder's vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anyone throwing anything at Mr. Snyder's vehicle?
No.
You didn't hear anyone uttering any threats towards Mr. Snyder or the group?
No, I didn't hear that.
And you think that it was just yourself, Ty Wood, Michael Locke, Tyler Rich, and Ricky Fiola, correct?
Yes.
Just those five. You said you spent 10 seconds with Mr. DaSilva, correct? Then you turned and you walked back, right?
Yes.
You walked back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Yes.
Did you pass Mr. Rich along the way?
Yes.
Where did you pass Mr. Rich along the way?
Some were walking back with him, but
Who else was walking back with him?
Ty Wood, Ricky Fiola, Matt Lockovich.
Did they pass you at some point?
They caught up to us and then walked with us.
You initially were walking back with Ty Wood and Mr. Lockovich, correct?
Yes.
And then you described all making it back into the basement, right?
Yes.
Was anybody still outside in the yard when you went into the basement?
Yes.
Who was outside in the yard when you went into the basement?
I'm not sure of, but people were out there, yeah.
How many people were outside when you went into the basement?
Probably 10.
So then there were 20 people that were down in the basement when you went in there?
Yeah, like 17, 18 people.
You made it all the way into the basement?
Yeah.
Down to the bottom of the stairs?
Yeah.
Where you ran into Taylor Capela talking with Jimmy McGrath?
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
You didn't see them at the bottom of the stairs talking?
I could have, but I walked right by and I went into the basement. I didn't stop at the stairs. I went into the basement and just talking with friends.
Did you see Jimmy McGrath?
Could have. I could have seen him down there. I just don't remember.
You don't remember seeing Jimmy McGrath downstairs, do you?
I don't know. A long time ago. So if I walked downstairs and I saw people, I just didn't know who was where. I wasn't paying attention to where everyone was. Just people were down there.
You didn't see Taylor Capela downstairs, did you?
It could have been down there, but I don't remember seeing her.
You didn't see Matthew Lockovich downstairs, did you?
You also could have been down there, but when I walked downstairs and I was talking to people, I don't remember who was where, who was doing what, who was outside.
Well, you remember talking to someone downstairs?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't remember talking to someone downstairs?
No, I might have, but I remember if I talked to someone, I remember who I talked to.
Do you remember talking to someone downstairs?
But to be honest, no.
Did you not make it downstairs?
I did.
You did. You're certain of that?
Yeah.
And then you told us that you heard they were back.
Yes.
You understood that to mean that the vehicle driven by Jack Snyder was back out front, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, you told us that you were by the basement doors slowly creeping up?
Yeah.
What do you mean by slowly creeping up?
Like walking, like I wasn't running out to like where everyone was. I was taking my time there because I didn't think anything was going to happen.
You didn't think anything was going to happen?
We told him to leave multiple times. I thought it was another time we were just leaving him leave.
And as you were slowly creeping up the stairs, how many people went past you?
Creeping up the stairs?
Yes.
I was already out. I got out of the stairs pretty quick, but when I got outside and I saw people, then I started slowly.
I see. So you went quickly up the stairs. How many people passed you on the stairs?
No one really passed me. We were all going the same way.
How many people were with you going the same way on the stairs?
Probably about 5 or 6 people.
Just 5 or 6 people?
Yeah.
The others remained in the basement?
Eventually, they probably followed me.
Well, sir, I don't want you to tell us what probably happened. I want you to tell us what you observed.
Well, I couldn't see behind me, but everyone came outside eventually, so they must have came from behind me.
So eventually everyone was outside.
Yeah.
So there were 30 of you at that point outside.
Yeah, but scattered out, not all together.
And you described to us that you were slowly creeping up and that there were people lined up talking by the bush and the truck, correct? You remember describing that for us?
Yes.
And how many people were there by the bush and the truck?
Around 6 people.
Just 6 people?
Yeah, I remember seeing 4 people that I was friends with, and then DaSilva and Raul Valle.
And the 4 people that you recall seeing were Ty Wood,
Yes.
Tyler Rich,
Yes.
Ryan Heinz,
Yes.
and who was the 4th person?
I saw Faison over there a little bit, but he was kind of just in front of me, creeping up too. Like the 4th person, I'm not too sure who I saw.
And you told us that they were just face-to-face talking with Tyler DaSilva and Raul Valle.
Yes.
So you did not see the car arrive, correct?
No.
You did not see Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva approach this group, correct?
Yeah.
But by the time you got outside, you claimed that they were already up by the black truck and the red bush.
Yes.
And it was just Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva that were talking with these other 5, maybe 6 people now, you told us.
Raul and DaSilva were 4 people. 5 and 6 total, including Raul and Tyler.
Okay. So 5 or 6, including Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva.
Yes.
So only 4 people out there and then the 2 of them.
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Valle was to your right?
To my left.
Before you described it as being Mr. Valle was on the right. Was that as we were looking at the exhibit?
Yes. From my point of view, because it's flipped, it was Mr. Valle on the left and Mr. Silva on the right.
Okay. And they were side by side.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything in their hands, correct?
No.
But you could see their hands.
No, I couldn't. People were blocking me. There's 4 of them against 2. So them 4 were blocking my point of view of them.
The 4 of the thing were blocking your view.
From where their hands are. I can see their faces. I can't see what their bodies.
You could see over top of the heads of the people that were in front of you to see Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva's head.
Objection mischaracterizes the response room.
When I saw them 2, I was able to see who it was, their faces, but I couldn't see where their hands were. If their hands were down there, people's bodies, I couldn't see their hands. That's what I'm saying.
So were these 4 people that were talking to them in front of you?
Yeah.
And yet you could see Mr. Valle and Mr. DaSilva, but not their hands.
Yeah.
And you also told us that you were not close enough to hear what was being said, right?
No.
But you've described this group of 6 people as being right there by the black truck and the red bush.
Yes.
And how far back from them were you?
First 20 feet, but then slowly creeping up.
20 feet away, 4 people in front of you, but you can see the 2 people that are in front of them.
Yes, and then eventually became 15 feet and 10 feet, and then the fight broke out.
In any event, you told us that it seemed less peaceful than when they were talking before.
Yes.
And you said at this point you were back by the AC unit,
A little bit in front of it.
but that there were garage lights that shined right at them.
Yeah.
You said this conversation that was going on lasted 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And at that point, you told us that Mr. Valle was talking with Ryan Heinz and Ty Wood.
Yes.
But you couldn't hear what they were saying.
No.
And that Mr. Rich was talking with Tyler DaSilva.
Yes.
But you couldn't hear what they were saying.
No.
And then you told us that you saw Mr. Valle make a movement.
Yes, I did.
At this point, had you moved so that you could see around these 4 people that were talking to them?
No, but I was able to see his body jolting because I was creeping up and getting closer and closer.
I see. You could see his body jolting?
Yeah, like a sudden movement.
Sudden movement? Did he hit someone?
No, he did not.
Was he saying anything?
I'm not aware of.
He was still behind and to the side of Mr. DaSilva?
He wasn't behind him. They were next to each other. But
They were standing side by side.
yes.
They were standing side by side, but facing 2 different groups.
No, the groups were together in the beginning.
And then you did see Mr. Rich punch Mr. Valle, correct?
Yes, sir.
But when you first talked with officers on the 15th, that's not what you told them, right?
Yeah, I didn't tell him that.
No. You told them on the 15th, that same day, that either Mr. DaSilva or Mr. Valle pushed high kids and the fight started, right?
I was wrong.
That was wrong.
What I said was wrong.
Why, at that time, shortly after the incident, did you tell him something that was wrong, but today you're telling us something different?
Because when he jolted, I thought he made contact with someone from Shelton, but he ended up not. And Tyler Rich stepped in and punched him. And I didn't know that at the time when I was talking to the cops.
And do you remember telling officers that same evening that Mr. Valle was getting beat up
Yeah, I said that.
and that everyone was on top of each other?
Yeah.
So after Mr. Valle was punched by Mr. Rich, you couldn't see Mr. Valle anymore, correct?
No, I saw groups separating and people went towards Valle and people went towards DaSilva.
Right. And you saw that there were a number of people on top of Mr. Valle, right?
Around 2 to 3 people, because 2 people were on top of him and 1 person was to the side engaging in the fight, not on top of him, standing over him.
Had the people in the basement come out of the basement at this point?
Yeah,
Where were they all?
around, bystanding, just watching.
Just bystanding and watching? Did you see anybody with their cameras out?
No, I did not.
Did you see any phones out?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody with lights in their hands?
No, I did not.
And you ran over to where you told us that Ryan Heinz and Faison Teele were fighting to the left, right?
Yes.
That was where Mr. Valle was, correct?
Yes.
So that was one of the fights that was going on. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
The second or other fight that was going on to your right at that time.
Yes.
That involved Mr. DaSilva.
Yes.
How many people were fighting with Mr. DaSilva?
From my point of view, I ran over to the fight where Raul Valle was because my brother went over there, so I wasn't paying attention towards the Silva fight, but I saw people on the side view. I'm running over there and then assuming that people did.
You see Mr. McGrath at this point?
No, I did not.
Did you see Mr. Lockovich at this point?
No, I did not.
And you say you ran over there, you got there, and you just stood and watched, correct?
Yes.
At that point, your brother Tommy, Ryan Heinz, and Faison Teele were on top of or next to Mr. Valle, right?
Yes.
Then you told us everyone got off and Mr. Valle walked away, right?
Yes.
But you watched the video with us and you would agree that he didn't just get up and walk away, that people were over there involved in some sort of altercation and pushing or shoving him, as you described when watching it, right?
Yes, at first he was able to get up on his own and people weren't pushing him, but when he kept walking towards, more people came in and just pushed him out of the way to just get him away and get him into the road and get him off the property.
Were you one of those people?
No, I wasn't.
Was Jimmy McGrath one of those people?
No, he wasn't.
You said Mr. McGrath was not involved in the fight at all.
He wasn't involved at all.
Because where was he?
One of the people bystanding.
Just bystanding over. Can you point to us where he was?
Well, at that point, I'm just saying he could have been bystanding. At that point, I didn't know where he was.
You didn't know where he was?
Yeah, I didn't see him over there where people were pushing Raul out.
Did you see where Matthew Lockovich was?
No, I didn't.
Did you see where Tyler Rich was?
No, I did not.
Did you see where Ryan Heinz and Faison Teele went?
No, I did not.
Did you see where your brother Tommy went?
No, I did not.
What were you watching?
Raul Valle.
That's it?
Yeah, that was it.
And he was by himself?
People went after they pushed him. He was by himself and he walked towards the car. And I was queuing my distance from him, watching him.
And where did the people that had just pushed him into the road go?
Back around to like past to where DaSilva was. Just they went back. Just let him be.
You saw that while you were watching Mr. Valle go to the car?
No, but I found out later. At that time, I didn't know where they went. I just watched Mr. Valle and just kept watching him.
So is it fair to say, sir, that you don't know where those people who had just shoved him out into the road went?
Yeah.
You don't know who those people were?
No.
So you don't know if Mr. McGrath was involved or not?
I didn't see him over there.
You just told us you weren't looking at what happened with that group.
But when they were pushing him out, I was looking over there and I didn't see who was pushing who. Like I just saw a group of people push him out of the way. I don't know who was who.
Who was in that group of people that was pushing him out?
Not to my knowledge, I don't know. Showing people, definitely.
Kids that you've grown up with and known most of your life, if not all your life?
Some of them maybe. Not all of them. I've known my whole life.
One of them your cousin, Will Berardi?
Not one of them wasn't him.
I'm sorry?
I wouldn't say one of them was him.
One of them your brother, Tommy Connery?
No.
But you are certain and you're testifying here today that Mr. McGrath was not involved in any way?
I didn't see him over there.
And you were telling us that you were watching Mr. Valle as he went back to the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Did you see the vehicle moving?
No.
And you saw him open the door, the interior light go on, close the door, and then you said he goes back into the yard, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see him with a knife?
No, not that moment.
You said he went right after the closest person to him, right?
Yeah.
And that was Mr. McGrath?
Yes.
Who else was standing with Mr. McGrath?
Closest person that would be towards Mr. McGrath was Mr. Lockovich.
Who else? Was it just the two of them?
That's the only two I saw.
It's the only two you saw? Was there anybody that you saw on the other side of Mr. Valle?
No.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos?
No, I didn't see him.
Did you see Matthew Samperi?
Sorry, Michael?
Michael Samperi?
No.
Did you see Sal Perry?
No.
Did you see Ryan Heinz?
No, I didn't see them.
Did you see Faison Teele?
No, I didn't see him.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Lockovich that evening when Mr. Valle came back onto the lawn, or is that based on what you've seen in the video?
No, I remember seeing him.
You remember seeing Mr. Lockovich then?
Yeah.
Beside Mr. McGrath?
Yeah, near him.
Near him?
Like the closest one to him.
Close enough to touch him and put his hand on his back?
So to touch Jimmy?
Yes.
Not aware of.
And what did you see Mr. Lockovich do?
He walked away from and Jimmy and like went the other way.
Went the other way?
Yeah, he went towards like Raul came back. He just kind of like walked away and wasn't paying attention to where Raul was. Jimmy, he was just there. He was near. When he was walking by, he was just there.
Did you ever see your brother Tommy Connery fighting with Mr. Valle?
Yes.
When your brother Tommy was fighting with Mr. Valle, where were you?
Next to them, like behind him.
Behind them?
Yeah.
Who else was near you at that time?
Faison and Heinz.
That's it?
Yeah.
Where was Ty Wood?
I don't know.
Mr. Connery, isn't it true that you were with a group of people that had shoved Mr. Valle into the street and that were then walking back and forth between a vehicle that we saw in front of the vehicle that he went to?
Yeah, the people who shoved him into the street, I was there, but I wasn't one of the people that shoved him into the street. I was keeping my distance, following him, walking around, and then saw him go to the car.
Can we see exhibit number 60? Can I ask you to watch? You've got the same thing. Your screen as we have on the big screen. Oh, that's 60. Stop. You see the camera has now turned towards the street?
Yes.
Do you know who this individual is with the dark pants, the light shoes, and the white top?
Yes.
Who's that?
Alex Zaborak.
Sorry?
Alex Zaborak.
Alex Dvorak?
Zaborak.
Zaborak. Thank you. And who is he to you?
He's my brother's friend.
That's your brother's friend. Same grade?
That's my brother, yes.
So he's one of the older kids that's here at the party.
Yes.
And would you play hospice? We just saw Mr. Zaborak go in front of the screen, right?
Correct.
Do you remember him being there at that time?
No.
And so you don't know what he was doing?
No, I didn't know where he was.
Okay. Do you see yourself coming onto the screen at frame 341?
Yes.
And you would agree you're being followed by someone?
Yeah, someone's behind me.
Who is that?
Joey Romano.
Joey
Romano.
Joey Romano?
Yeah.
And who's Joey Romano to you?
Another one of my brother's friends.
Again, one of the older kids. And where was he coming from?
They're the same place that I was coming from.
Do you remember seeing him there that evening?
I bet the whole night.
This time period.
Oh, no.
So you weren't with him?
Oh, yeah, I wasn't walking with him. He was just behind me.
Can we pause it? And do you see a third person who's just come on shirtless with a pair of what appear to be blue camouflage shorts?
Yes.
And do you know that person?
Yes, Matthew Lockovich.
That's Matthew Lockovich. And where was he coming from?
Looks like the same area that we were all coming from.
Same area that you were all coming from. Together.
It could be.
And do you see in between Mr. Romano and Mr. Lockovich another figure with a light top on back there?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who's that?
It's Jimmy.
This figure here in the middle, sir? That's Jimmy?
Out there looking up to the right. The person in the middle?
Yes.
I can't identify as that. That's not clear enough.
You've mentioned, though, Jimmy, right?
Yeah, you see him on the right.
And he's to the right of the frame here?
Yes.
But you don't remember seeing Jimmy over there in that area?
No, I do not.
But that's Jimmy there now.
Yes.
Walking back behind you, Mr. Romano, and Mr. Lockovich.
So it looks like, yeah.
And you're all coming, you would agree, from that area where we just saw Mr. Valle get shoved out into the street?
Could be all coming from there, but I don't remember seeing Jimmy with any engagement over there.
And back just here. There. Okay. And do you see in front of Mr. Lockovich another individual with a pair of lighter shorts with maybe some dark black biker shorts popping out and a white shirt?
Yes.
Who that is?
Jacob Villalobos?
That's Jacob Villalobos. And he's shoving Mr. DaSilva into the street?
Yes.
And he's now over in that same area where all of you have just come from?
Yeah.
And you still see a couple of other figures behind him, but you can't identify them.
Yeah, I can't identify them.
And can we play again, please? Oh, sorry, can you stop? And can we go back 2 seconds? I apologize. A little bit more. And right there. Do you see, sir, a figure just in front of what you've identified as Jimmy McGrath?
Yes.
Like light shorts, light shoes, and a shirt with some sort of graphic on the front?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
No, I do not.
That's not your brother, Tommy?
No.
You just have no idea who that person is?
Yeah, no.
Where were you looking at this time?
Where our rule was?
I'm sorry?
Rule was?
Where Mr. Valle was?
Yes.
And you say he's just stepped onto the grass?
Yes.
And you claim all those people just dropped back that had just been there?
Yes, because I was screaming.
And they just all immediately went back?
They didn't run back, but they were cautious and started stepping back.
Even the folks that were on the other side?
Yeah.
All of them?
Yeah.
But your focus was on Mr. Valle, but you could see what all these other people were
See
doing?
out of my view that people were going away, and now I could only see Mr. Valle.
Where was Mr. Lockovich at that point?
Next towards Jimmy.
And where was Mr. Zaborak at that point?
I'm not aware of.
Where was Mr. Romano at that point?
Not aware of.
Where was Mr. Villalobos at that point?
I'm not aware of that.
But you're certain that you saw all these people back up?
Yeah.
Sir, didn't you see these people start to form the same wall they had formed before?
What do you mean by a wall?
Well, you've described before that 4 people were forming a wall and blocking your view at various points.
Yes.
These people didn't just disappear, did they?
No, but they walked backwards, and they walked back, and I was able to see where Mr. Valle was.
So they all just stepped back and gave you a prime view of Mr. Valle, Mr. McGrath.
Yes.
And Mr. Lockovich, where was he at that point?
Stepping back as one of them, but just closer.
Did you just see a hand on Mr. Lockovich's back there, down near his waist?
His right hand.
Can we go back? Sorry, can we go just a little bit more? Do you see what appears to be a hand down on his side?
Yes.
Mr. Lockovich is gone at this point?
He'll be over there, but I didn't see him. I was just looking at Jimmy. I was looking at Raul, and Jimmy was in my sight.
Okay. You're looking at Mr. Valle at that point?
Yes.
There's nobody blocking your view.
No, I was able to see him.
So you don't know whose hand that was?
No, I do not.
And where was Mr. Lockovich?
Backing up.
Where was Mr. Zborek?
Also backing up. I don't know
Where was Mr. Romano?
I don't know where he was.
And where was Mr. Villalobos?
I don't know where he was.
And what about that person you couldn't identify before who had on the light shorts and the dark top with the white graphic across?
I don't know.
And what about Faison?
Don't know where he is.
Did you see Mr. Valle slip at all as he came onto the grass?
No, I did not.
You saw him just go straight at Mr. McGrath?
Yes.
Do you remember it being misty or rainy that evening?
No, I do not.
Did you see Mr. Lockovich take a swing at Mr. Valle?
No, I did not.
But you don't know where Mr. Lockovich was or what he was doing at that point?
Yeah, so if I was looking at Mr. Valle, I didn't see anyone go after him. At that point, no one was going after him.
And then you told us that you saw Mr. Valle run to the car, correct?
Yeah.
And nobody followed him.
No one.
Did you see Mr. DaSilva at that point?
No, I did not.
You see him here in the road,
Yes.
and you say you could see Mr. McGrath,
Yes.
but you don't recall seeing Mr. DaSilva there in the road?
No, I wasn't looking there.
And you don't recall seeing Mr. DaSilva at any point thereafter?
No, wasn't looking over there.
You agree, and you told us that it was chaotic during the fight.
Yes.
And you told us that there are things that you told the cops that evening that were wrong about what you had seen. Right?
Yes.
And today you've come in and you've tried to tell us to the best of your ability what you recall.
Yes.
And you think you've seen this video how many times?
Around 10.
Around 10 times. And your testimony is that Mr. McGrath was just a bystander watching this go on.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Connery. Nothing further.
Charlie, counsel asked you a little bit about where you were standing when you first came out of the house. You were back by the top of the Bilko doors, and you were making your way towards the area where the red tree is in States 52.
Yes.
And that's where you saw the defendant and Mr. DaSilva arguing back and forth with Tyler Rich, Ty Wood, Ryan Heinz, Faison.
Yes.
And did you just stand there the whole time, or were you actually like kind of walking up like this?
I was walking up slowly.
And when you were walking up, were you able to see their faces? Because when people stand side by side, you can see in between people's heads.
Yes.
And is that how you in fact saw the defendant and DaSilva talking to Tyler Rich and the rest of your friends?
Yes.
And you testified on cross that you couldn't see their hands because were their hands above their head?
No, they weren't.
Were they by their side? So if somebody had a weapon or something at that point, you wouldn't be able to see it, right? But in fact, you didn't see the defendant with a weapon at that point, right?
No, I did not.
And at some point, you got did you get closer to where they were talking?
Not that close, but I was getting closer.
Now, how close would you say you got before you saw the punch and the fight started?
A little far from me to you. Around.
Like here? So about, say, 10 feet? The fight happens, the punch happens, and then what do? Do you get a little closer to see what's going on?
I saw my brother go over there, and then I followed him.
Okay.
And then I just watched.
You just watched. And then at some point, the interaction between Heinz, your brother, Faison, stops.
Yes.
And he gets up. The defendant gets up.
Yes.
And what does he do?
He walks towards the road, and kids come out and they push him to the road.
So you go over there to see what's going on?
Yes.
At some point in time, defendant, where does he go after he's pushed out to the road?
It's the car.
And you walk away.
With my eye on him, I walked away toward.
So as you're walking away, you kind of look and you're making your eye on him.
Yes.
Your left shoulder.
Yes.
And at some point in time, what do you see?
Go back.
And when he's coming back, you yell.
He has a knife. He has a knife.
And at that point, where's Jimmy in relation to where you are?
Like in front of me.
So it's like I'm standing over here. The lectern's there. Is Jimmy like either the lectern?
Yeah.
Okay. And counsel asked if you saw Matt Lockovich in the area. You remember seeing him in the area, or?
I remember seeing him near there, but as I started screaming that, he starts backing up. But he was the closest person I saw that I could identify.
And he indicates that there's this wall of people. People starting to surround the defendant when he comes back in?
No.
What are people doing when the defendant comes back in with the knife?
Taking a step back.
So they're backing up, and at some point when they're backing up, what does the defendant do when they're backing up?
Goes after the closest person to him, which is Jimmy.
Did you see anybody go after the defendant right before Jimmy was stabbed?
No.
No further questions.
And you told us that after the initial fight between Mr. Heinz, your brother, Mr. Teele, Mr. Valle. Those are the only three that you can remember being there with Mr. Valle. That at some point he goes to escape.
Yes, he got people let him go.
People let him go.
He gets up and he walks away, and then a couple people came over and they didn't try to shove him getting back down on the ground. They went over and just pushed him out away into the road to get him off the property and out of here.
Well, you just told us he was already heading out to the road.
Yes, he was.
And so people just came over to gently take him by the elbow and walk him out to the street?
No, they pushed him, but when they pushed him, they weren't pushing him for him to fall on the ground. They pushed him to get him out, for him to leave.
Fair to say, sir, you don't know what was in those people's minds when they were pushing him?
Yeah, no, I don't.
But you're describing it as being something less than aggressive?
Yes.
Guiding him out to the street?
Yes, to get him out of the fight, to get him out.
And you've been asked a number of questions about your perception of what was going on in that video, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing Tanner Chanowski film that video?
No, I did not.
You didn't see Tanner Chanowski at all?
No.
Objection. This is outside the scope.
As you saw yourself walking back there on that video, you don't recall anybody being right in front of you with that camera?
No, because I wasn't looking over there. I don't remember Tanner taking a video.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Do you have any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor. State does not have any further witnesses. State rests.